Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here complaining about free throws. That's what we're going to do. Complain about free throws and stupid turnovers and Steph Curry and everything else. That's what we're going to complain about for the next 3 hours here on ESPN. How can you, 19 to 30. I know you're the worst shooting team, the worst shooting free throw team, but goodness gracious. I mean, are you not? I don't get it. I don't get it. You're in the biggest stage, and you can't make it's free. It's a free throw. Make a damn free throw. And by the way, there was a lot of stuff. I mean, Dell walked in. You guys have got to apologize to me. You got to apologize to me because Jalen is showing up, and he's Jalen. He's had one game in this series, and the other ones have been just crap. He couldn't even be on the floor. I did notice he was very enthusiastic on the bench, though.
Yeah, because if they won the game, no one would kill him for what he did.
He couldn't hold on to the ball at the beginning of the game.
I got to say, I'm the least disappointed in Jalen of anyone in the city.
Because you didn't have any expectations.
And that's what he is.
I mean, it was terrible. Three turnovers in the first 3 minutes.
It was awful.
And they weren't even stealing it from him.
No, he was just throwing it away.
It was unbelievable. And this game had so many ebbs and flows. You got off to a start where you're down 13-4, 13-2. The second half, they had the 18-0 or 18-2 run, 21-4 run, whatever it was. And in the fourth quarter, you start off the fourth quarter poorly, too, just like you started the second half poorly. But, when it's all said and done, you got beat by Pajinski and Post and Buddy Hield. These are the guys who beat you. It was really Buddy Hield and Pajinski, really Pajinski and Post. And your inability, look, Jalen wasn't even on the court in the fourth quarter. Fred had a game of all games. Fred kept you in the game, frankly. And then when you had a chance to win the game, it was winning time. You literally just squandered it away with missed free throws left and right and left. You shoot worse than high school basketball teams.
No,
and that's who you are.
Yeah.
Like you literally, you are professionals. You get paid real money and you can't even make a free throw. And this is multiple players can't make. Alperin can't. Alperin has completely. He can't make an 8-footer, a 7-footer. He barely he airballed one 7-footer. He's so tight on those little bunny shots, on those little fade. No touch anymore.
Well, he was awesome. He took over the game
when he went to the rim. As long as he's going to the rim, he was fantastic.
He was still 12 of 28. 12 of 28 because he was awful for a while in the third quarter. It was just, what are you doing? What are you doing? Everything was short. Everything was short-armed. And then his last shot, I like that they gave him the ball. We found out who the guy was because when they had to have a basket at the end, down one, they went to Alpe. But man, that shot that he just fired up there it was a kind of a sky hook.
Awful.
A little bit.
He just settled. Like I give Draymond credit. Draymond made him uncomfortable. And then he stopped he stood 4 seconds or he stood like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Instead of continuing to try to find the edges and work, spin this way, bounce, dribble that way, he just stopped.
Threw it up.
He said, okay, let's just do it from here.
Draymond had him spooked. As soon as Draymond came back in the game, if they couldn't get a switch where he can get on a small guy, Alpe was done for.
He was really did struggle against Draymond.
When Draymond was out of the game, they went to him and it caused matchup problems and he ate and he got good shots for other guys because of how the Warriors had to play him. But as soon as Draymond walked back on that floor and knew it was one-on-one, him and Alpe was spooked. He did nothing unless they got
That's 100% true.
Gary Payton Jr., the second on him for
100% true.
He just
you look at
up.
all of his baskets when he got hot. It was with Jimmy Butler on him, with Dale Davis's son on him. Like it was not with Draymond Green on him. Draymond, he missed little bunnies around the basket with Draymond on him. Draymond does have him spooked. And Draymond, and all it is Draymond's just really physical. He just doesn't let you, he keeps you vertical. And Alperin just rushed it. He just rushed it.
And then, okay, so wait. So you're at 4 seconds, which is plenty of time. And Jimmy Butler's got 3 free throws. There's 4 seconds left, which is plenty of time to get a shot up. You needed a 3-pointer. You're down 3 points after Butler's free throws. why is Steven Adams, Alpy, and Ahmed on the floor when you need a 3-pointer? You gotta get somebody else. You knew it was just Fred or nothing because Dylan Brooks wouldn't be able to. I don't think he was running down there fast enough. He was down low. The only option with 4 seconds is a lot of time in the NBA, and you just gave up. It basically just gave up. Just throw it up there, Fred. Run and throw it up there, Fred.
I really, honestly cannot believe they didn't foul. I can't believe they just didn't foul Fred.
What they didn't?
All they had to do was push Fred out of bounds with 1 second to go, and you can't. And literally, you have to shoot 2 free throws. The game's over.
Yeah. Well.
The problem is
shot was
the advantage would be for the Warriors. The Rockets is now you have Alpy and Steven Adams on the court in Lance's scenario to get an offensive rebound on a missed free throw. That was why the Warriors may not have done it because they're so fearful of what the Rockets do in the offensive glass. But why Ime didn't have another shooter out there?
I don't know.
Dylan
Brooks was the only guy that could fill it up from 3. That's it. Steven Adams. What you need a 3-pointer? Get Jalen. Jalen's the fastest guy in the league. At least put. What the hell? I don't know. I was like, what are these guys doing?
Jalen wasn't getting back in the game. He was not putting Jalen Green back in the game.
Well, then put. Oh, well, we got a quote from Ime, which is it's a lie. It's basically a lie. Okay. When asked, would the Rockets do what would the Rockets do to win a game? Okay, yeah, answer that question. What would you do?
Kill?
No, not kill. How about playing maybe deviating for a second what you've been doing, which isn't working against this Golden State team? How about deviating?
Make a free throw?
Well, that would be nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Well, that would be deviating.
It would. And how about actually maybe an assist to turnover ratio? That would be not that wouldn't make you throw up, which is another thing.
Yeah, 18 to 13.
18 to 13 against 27 to 8. I mean, look at the difference. That's the difference. But would you do something like that's horrific? Maybe even, against your everything that you believe in, like playing Reed Shepherd or Cam Whitmore.
Yeah, we're looking at everybody, and honestly, like we played Aaron Summer game too. Obviously, the games that they played a ton, we were sitting a bunch of guys, so it wasn't like they were out there with our full rotation of guys, and obviously got extended minutes. So whatever spark we need, we'll look at that. And at the same time, I think we're doing a lot of things well enough to win these games. It's really come down to some poor shooting numbers and poor offense overall. And so, this is what that series comes down to, offense. And they do provide a spark, but that may take away from some of the defensive things that we're doing really well as well.
Well, yesterday was the most he's ever played double big lineup for the entire season. It's the most minutes. Steven, it's as a reserve. It's the most minutes that
it was good too
that Steven Adams has had. The problem is you had to sit in zone almost the whole time, and that is not Rockets basketball because you let Pajinski get open looks at the basket. You can't zone against NBA teams. They're going to get open looks at the basket because the spacing is just so good in the NBA. So, that's the unfortunate thing, but you had to cover up for your lack of quickness with double bigs. And it was an okay lineup together. It was mostly Steven Adams was a killer when he was on the
Steven
court.
Adams was great. Well,
fantastic.
Listen, they were 17 of 46 from 3. Okay, the Rockets were 11 of 20. The Rockets were efficient. They shot 49% from the field and 48% from 3. And especially Fred, he was 8 of 12 from 3. He was
but they made 6 more threes than you did.
They made 6 more because they took twice as many shots.
Yeah, and Pajinski made 6 of 11.
They took twice as many shots because of your turnovers, and you got to instead of scoring points at the free throw line, you didn't. They took 9 more shots than you do than you did in the basketball game. 9 more, and they shot just 42%. It wasn't defensive. They were fine defensively.
Steph Curry had 17.
That's it.
The defense allows some more looks for guys on the at the elbow extended out to the 3-point line. They had some issues. The Rockets are good enough to beat the Warriors. The Rockets have a better team than the Warriors. The Warriors don't have a great team. They just, Jimmy came back and had some minutes. I thought he loosened up a little bit in the fourth quarter. He was moving around a lot better than the first quarter where he was moving around like an old man. He was not himself, but I give him a lot of credit for going out there and playing.
He gave credit to someone for getting them motivated. After the game, they asked him about it, and hey, talking about what you're talking about, you come back from an injury, struggling a little bit. He goes, well, someone said something to me under the rim that got me going. He goes, you guys got mics. You can probably figure out who it was. He's talking about Dylan Brooks.
We saw
Dylan Brooks choked him out? I mean, when he choked out Dylan Brooks?
Apparently, Dylan Brooks woke him up.
Thanks, Dylan. Thanks for waking that up. That was great. That was great. He was good. Podziemski was just ridiculous. Podziemski is a pain in the ass. He's a good little basketball player. You know, the Rockets were going to have a decision between him and Cam Whitmore. It was coming down to and Podziemski was taken right the pick before. And I think I can tell this story. Tillman told me, he said, you know, they asked me, he said, what are we going to do if it's Podziemski and Cam Whitmore? And Tillman said, I don't know. That's your job. That's what. If you make a mistake, you get fired for it. But if you get a contract if the pick is good. That's how that works. I'm not making the pick. You make the pick. And Podziemski was gone. So they took Cam Whitmore, who just sat there and watched Podziemski destroy the Houston Rockets.
Well, the question is, would Podziemski play for Ime?
Could Podziemski play for Ime?
Does he play enough defense to play for Ime?
He's not a good defender. I don't know. I mean, that's one of these things that's really not up for. It's not up for discussion.
Well, maybe Podziemski would have been sitting there.
Yeah,
on the Rockets team.
He probably would have. If you don't defend, you're not going to play. He'll give effort, but he's not a very good defender. But then again, you know, it's just really frustrating because you just had golly, you had leads and both. You came back yesterday, but that game was there for the taking. But you know, I'll be honest. I just even when it was tied at the end of the game at like 88-88, I didn't have a lot of confidence the Rockets would win. When it was 1:11 to go and they were tied, I just thought, honestly, I swear on my kids right now as I sit here at 7:12, I really didn't have a lot of confidence that the Rockets would be able to close the game out. I didn't know who they were going to go to. I didn't know where the shot was going to come from. They don't have this yesterday's game, unless the Rockets come back from 3, you can pretty much guarantee now that Kevin Durant is a Rocket now, or hopefully they make calls to Milwaukee and see about getting Giannis. I don't know if Milwaukee's going to be ready to move. I think Giannis will want to go. The Rockets certainly could offer a delicious package for Milwaukee to consider.
What is the package?
Well, I mean, the package is going to have to, you know, first thing you're going to want to do is try to move Jalen and not touch Alperen. That's the first thing you got to try to do. It's also going to involve probably somebody like Jabari Smith or Tari Eason. It's going to have to involve that, and it's going to have to involve first-round draft picks. It's going to be a lot. It's going to hurt, but that guy is a special player. But the Rockets just are not. The Rockets just don't have. They're missing something. And I love this Rockets team, but at the end of the game, you just don't know what they're going to do. Like Alperen is the guy that I expected him to go to. Frankly, I thought Ahmed was amazing in the fourth quarter. Good Lord. He made some of the most difficult shots I've ever seen. His aggression level going to the rim and finishes were outstanding. He really woke up in that game. But and Fred was great. I didn't want to see Fred shoot one of his Fred shots at the end of the game, honestly.
Wow.
But I just don't. You don't have a pecking order. You have no pecking order right now of where you go. And usually Jalen Green's a guy who takes the ball and attacks the basket, but he wasn't in the game because he was so bad. But I mean, I cannot stress enough that this is just completely incomprehensible that you shoot 61% from the free throw line and it wasn't even a surprise. You are worse than most college basketball teams.
Yeah. Most
college teams shoot better than the Rockets do from the free throw line. This has been an atrocity from a free throw line. A free throw. Golly. Alperen, Alperen plays either great or horrific. Like, he's shooting air balls from 7 feet, can't make a free throw, but then he takes over games and looks great. It's just up and down, but it's not just him. Amen Thompson can't make free throws. We already know Steven Adams. They had to take Steven Adams out because Steve Kerr did the smart thing. He said, start fouling Steven Adams, get him out of the game.
Yeah.
And Ime said, hey, I can't have a huge ego. I got to get him out. You know, I can't sit here and try to hang my balls and show that I don't care what you try to do. I don't care what you try to do. I'm keeping Steven Adams in. He was smart. He said, you know what? He's right. I can't play Steven Adams here with under 5 minutes ago, but over 4 minutes ago, because Steven Adams will go to the free throw line and miss. So I have to get him out of there.
Okay, in the 3 losses, 11 of 20, 14 for 24, 19 for 31. They're shooting 59% in the 3 losses.
God.
59% from the line.
Okay, I say this a lot. And sometimes it's kind of a joke. Sometimes I could go out there and shoot better than 59%. I can shoot right now. I can go out there and make 70% of my free throws. Even if I'm running a lot right now, even if there's lots of pressure and the fans are screaming at me, I'm still, if you give me 2 months, I am going to be ready to shoot 77% from the free throw line.
77 now.
77% if I get 2 months. Right now I could shoot 70.
So the setup would be you just can't go to the line and shoot free throws. You have to you have to do basketball stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I need 2 months.
Yeah. You have to
because
I can get
you got to run a lot. And,
I can get in shape in 2 months. I can get used to crowd noise in 2 months. Yeah, I just need.
You can do all that.
I'm 2 months away.
2 months away.
2 months.
2 months away from shooting 77%,
Okay.
and that's low.
Okay.
And that's low. Without it, I probably shoot 86%.
Really, without the running.
If they just say go out to the free throw line, I promise you I can
in front of a crowd.
I promise you I can outshoot Alperin and Steven Adams right now today. They could say, Lance, get in the car. We're headed to Toyota Center. I grab where's my stuff? That's in I go in there and I grab my key. I grab my wallet.
You need a key.
And I grab my keys to drive, and I drive there and outshoot both of those guys. And maybe I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, when we come back,
I got news for you. A lot of our listeners could outshoot those guys.
Yeah.
A lot of our listeners. Now, it's the playing basketball and running up and down and being tired thing.
Yeah, okay.
That makes it tougher, and they probably need 2 months to get ready.
Well, the Rockets have had more, so it's unfair right now. They've had more than 2 months.
I mean, honestly, you're grown-ass professional basketball players, and you shot less than 60% in the 3 losses from the free throw line.
9, 10, and 11 misses. 9, 10, and 11 misses.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. If you think you can outshoot an NBA player, give us a call, okay? Right now, give me the
multiple players.
Give me the VIN.com. Okay, can you outbuy John Clay Wolf? No, you can't, because he's America's best car buyer. Okay, and he's giving away. This is like crazy. He's got a big cash giveaway every month. Give me the VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. 2 ways to win. You get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. Give me the VIN.com. They just want to buy your car. That's all they want. Whether it's your daily driver, pick your pick truck, your SUV, minivan, supercar, exotic, whatever. Oh, and if it's exotic, wow, give me the VIN. Give me the VIN, cc.com, gmtvcc.com, the classic or collectible. John Clay Wolf loves those. So if you have a collectible, you have got to, because I'm telling you, he will pay more. He just loves collectibles. He loves that. So it doesn't matter how good or what kind of car you have, though. You have to go to GimmeTheVin.com and get in on this cash giveaway. Yeah, just mail it in or sell your car at GimmeTheVin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776.
Okay, get in, Rockets fans. If you stayed up last night like we did, and I couldn't go to sleep, I was I don't know what time I got to sleep, 12:30, 1 o'clock. If you stayed up, I know first of all, you're pissed because you didn't get sleep and you're angry. So jump in and give us your thoughts on this and where you are with the Rocket team. I'm still happy with them. I still like them. I thought they might have a hard time winning this series, but they're the better team. That's what's really frustrating. But the better team doesn't necessarily matter when you're young and you're going against Steph Curry and Draymond.
Are you the better team if you're as bad as you are from the free throw line?
Draymond Green.
What?
Yeah, you're a better team.
But that's part of winning.
Well, you're
making your
roster.
free throws.
I think you're
you're a better roster.
Well, no, you were the 2 seed all Dale, you were the 2 seed. You stuck with it whole year.
Yeah, you're the 2 seed, but when they got Jimmy Butler, they were one of the best teams in
basketball. I think you're the better
basketball.
team. You just have a hard time. You just have a very hard time at the very end.
So when the game is close and you have to prove that you're up for it, you're not the better team, is what you're saying.
I think you don't know how to win.
Free throws count. They count.
They're a big deal.
No, there's no question, but so do rebounds. So are they the better team?
The
because they
Rockets.
out-rebound
Listen, they
Golden
were the
State?
worst, and they were the worst free throw shooting team in the regular season, and they still were the 2nd seed in the West. They were so you can overcome it, which they've overcome it all year long. They're not overcoming it against the Golden State Warriors
because it's consistently horrific.
Well, it's worse than ever. I mean, 58% in these 3 losses, 59%. That's just terrible. That is just terrible. So, yeah, you missed 9, 10, and 11 free throws in these losses. Holy crap. That is just terrible. And you're in this. You're in not only in the series, you might be winning the series if you hit the free throws.
Oh,
you hit your free throws.
Yeah.
You hit your free throws.
Worst case scenario, you're split coming back home.
But then but this is a strategy too by Steve Kerr and Draymond and everybody else. Let's follow them. Put them on the line.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna win.
And it got chippy. I didn't think it hurt the Rockets when it got chippy. Like I worry about Draymond stuff when he kicks Tari Eason in the head. Thank God Tari Eason didn't lose teeth when he intentionally rolled over and slammed his leg down. Which is, I knew as soon as he got the ball stolen, in my mind I thought he's going to do something here. Because that's just how he rolls. And he did. He rolled over. If you missed it, he got a ball stolen by Tari Eason, and then he kind of knocked Tari to the ground and then dove for the basketball and then rolled over and swung his legs like you know how he accidentally kicks people in the junk and he accidentally chokes you and he accidentally kicks you in the head. He did one of those things, and the referees, to their credit, they gave him a flagrant, but they could have ejected him from the game with a second technical, but they decided not to. I don't know how I feel about that. Objectively speaking, it's probably the right call. But as a Rocket fan, I would have liked to have seen him out.
It wasn't as blatant and flagrant as his usual antics.
Worse.
Yeah,
I've seen worse, but I knew, and they knew. Yeah, this is a Draymond move.
I got to a point last night though. I mean, our teams. I was like, since 1995, we've had 2 teams that have actually, the 17 and the 22 Astros. That's it. This is, at the end of the game, I was like, this is again, we are good. The Texans have done this to us. The Rockets have done, Astros have done this again and again.
This is usually what Houston does.
Yeah, I know.
Until the Astros came and changed the narrative.
I know. It's
and
just,
and actually they did it in 19. They did it.
Oh,
the Astros have actually done this before.
No, but at least they got through in 17 and 22. But just twice, all these years since 95, it's just hard. They're just make free throws for God's sakes. Right, make free throws.
Let's get some Rocket calls. You guys lit the board up. And if you hear somebody jump in, 713-780-3777.
Chris was first. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Lance, you're spot on. Although it was 12:30, I was so pissed off I didn't fall asleep till close to 2. So that makes me even more tired because I was annoyed with them. But I do hope we make a trade. I hope, and John, I owe you an apology. A couple weeks ago, you were talking about making a trade for Durant. I called in and program director, and I was a little crappy towards you. But now I'm like on the John Granado make a trade train because we got to get rid of.
Get on the train.
Well, here's who I hope we don't get rid of. Let me start. Tari Eason, he's got to go. That kid, he's talented, but like he makes it steal at half court, jumps in midair, doesn't know what to do with the ball. Everybody's behind him. He just chunks it up. He's like a turnover machine. Although he's talented, I hope we keep Jabari. Amen. But we got to do Jalen trash. I mean, 38 points 2 nights ago or 2 games ago, and then last night 8 points. Drives me bonkers how much trash he talks, and then he disappears. But he's almost more immature than some of the other guys when he disappears in games. So I'm just pissed off that we pissed away a good season. We should at least made it to the Western Conference Finals. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
This is his box score. I mean, this is his game logs. So when we came into this series, what did we say about Jalen? Golden State is his worst team.
Yep.
Over the last 3 years, it's his worst. Here's what he's done: 7, 38, 9, and 8.
Well,
single
I've been
digits.
saying it all year how inconsistent he is.
John,
okay. All right.
Single digits. He's shooting he's scoring in single digits.
Well, look at what is his average though for the series now.
15.5.
Okay. Thank you.
Because he had 38 one game.
Okay. He's averaging
3 of 5 for us. So
15.5 per game.
If we go by what Jalen has, he'll put up 38 in their next game to get back to that 20-plus range.
Yeah, right.
That's who he is.
He rarely.
He'll be at 22 by the end of the series, and then he'll have 4 in the final and in the game 6 when they lose.
Yeah.
Who's next? JT. JT, what's up?
Hey guys, what's going on? I kind of wanted to talk about some of Ime's decisions and how this offense is run. If you look, like the offense is literally starting 5 feet from the half-court line. They'll penetrate and then kick it all the way back out. The Golden State Warriors, and well, really the refs are letting the entire series be played really rough. But when you look at Golden State's offense, especially when we're in the zone, their offensive players are constantly moving, and it's putting a lot of stresses on that zone defense. And they're getting those open shots in the corners, or somebody's sitting down there right underneath the goal. So I'm kind of questioning, the candidate, coach of the year candidate right there on some of his adjustments and some of the play. Another thing is I called this, I guess it was a week and a half ago again. And, hey, Houston, we have to get adjusted to this NFL repping style in the playoffs. And it's literally a wrestling match for 3.5 quarters. And then they're going to start calling the calls so tight. Alpe's getting called for lazy stuff, although, he's flailing his head around, which doesn't help. But the Jimmy Butler and Dylan Brooks foul on the 3, where you're giving Jimmy 3 points for having his hand on his hip. Granted, it should have been there, but it did not
look like nothing
shot at all.
Well,
it was nothing, Lance.
I couldn't see
talk
the
about
angle, but it didn't
point.
look like anything that you call. If
nothing.
you're letting them play and you call that,
They're not going to let you play with the guy in the air.
It's listen, after that final shot in the Knicks game, honestly, I think that could have affected that call. We got to make a call on this. He did touch his hip. He touched his hip, and then Jimmy was walking around in pain.
He's got the pelvis thing.
Yeah, I know. He's got pelvis. He got a pelvis.
What else? Go ahead, JT.
Let's talk about the conversation when Jimmy and Dylan Brooks are kind of jawing back and forth and everything, and then immediately as the free throw gets hit, as they're getting ready to bump each other, Jimmy starts putting Dylan Brooks in a chokehold.
He put his hand on his
He put 2 hands on his neck.
It was wild. Like that's how he was boxing out, with a neck grab.
He choked him. He choked him out. Okay.
What are you looking at, Del?
And the ref was right there.
Why do you seem so why do you see so
like you've been because of Jalen? He's so happy.
No, it's just welcome back to the playoffs and the Warriors. And remember that feeling you had when
this is exactly
everything was against you and the Warriors are getting all the calls.
Welcome
back.
It's the Chiefs and the Warriors.
Yeah, welcome back to that feeling.
It is the Chiefs and the Warriors. Right. Yeah, it is.
They get all the calls.
It's been a couple years for this because playoff basketball wasn't a thing here, but welcome back. The feeling that you're having where you start, we can't believe we blew it. And then, the Warriors got all the calls. It's been the Rockets' decade.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776.
You guys stay there.
You guys get in. We'll take your calls. We're taking all your calls. 713
quick break.
780-3776 is the number to hang with us. Listen, and this is kind of a big deal. It's kind of important that you listen up to this, because if you haven't done anything about your property taxes, and but God forbid that you haven't fought them before, that you haven't protested before, because it's up and up and up. And you're going to find, wait a minute, that's not the value of my house. Where is this coming from? And oh, by the way, there's a certain percentage that they can charge you and jack up your the value of your home, and they exceed it a lot. They just do it. They just don't. The government just doesn't care.
God, they jacked mine up $30K.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like, for what?
I know, right?
What are y'all doing? I'm on Ownwell.
Yeah.
I'm not touching anything. They're just doing everything.
That's right. 3 minutes to sign up. You don't do a thing. If they win, you pay. If not, and it's just a percentage, and it's a smaller percentage than the other guys. So if you're looking for the best way to fight this, they've got the technology. They got it all at Ownwell. You've got to fight these property taxes, and if you don't know what to do, which you don't know how to do it as well as they do, because they're experts at this. They've run hundreds of thousands of them. The deadline to protest is May 15th, so you got to do it. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today. Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. There are some places where you just mentioned. I'm not going to mention any names, but they're lauding Alpe's stat line last night. I got to give it up to Clutch fans. Look at this. How inefficient the Rockets. Okay, what is the core? The core right now is Alperin, Jalen, and Ahmed.
Yeah,
right?
That the super core.
The super core,
I mean,
the young core.
Yeah,
the young core.
We know Tari and but that's the core.
That's the young core. This series, true shooting, this is atrocious. Alperin, 49 point, under 50% as a big man.
Yeah.
That is atrocious.
Yep.
Jalen, 48.9. Amen, 46.4.
That's the one. That's hard to
And
believe, yeah.
they're a combined 28 for 50 from the free throw line. 56%. That is this is okay. So now is the conclusion, because we've been saying it all year. We don't want to break this up. Okay, now we're seeing it in the postseason.
I'd love not to break it up, but the fact is, they don't have that guy at the end of a game.
Well, that's what they need.
They really don't.
That's why, if you can, without breaking this core up, if Phoenix wants to get out of Kevin Durant and get out of that money, you could get out of Fred money.
If you can do it without
if you
breaking,
can do it and you give them back Phoenix back their draft picks, you put Durant on this team.
He would take a sign and trade on Fred, but Fred was incredible yesterday. It does not change the fact that Fred is not. You can win without Fred VanVleet.
Yep.
I know what your record was without Fred VanVleet, but he's not a missing piece or anything like that. But with that said, he was fantastic yesterday.
He was great.
You're not in that game without
8
Fred.
of 12 from 3. He was great.
Fred was clutch.
Ryan is here. Hey, Ryan, what's up?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Just a quick question. I was just, I'm sitting here thinking, I wonder if Jalen Green painted his nails red, Rockets red. Maybe does that give him the boost of confidence he needs to show his face in clutch time?
Well, then paint him red.
What do you guys think?
Paint him red. It's
I
not
haven't
funny.
thought.
It's not
what
funny,
I really
Dale.
haven't thought about?
Don't smile. It's not funny.
I haven't thought about Jalen's nails lately.
I haven't
really
either.
Haven't.
Draymond
I really
did.
hadn't.
Draymond brought him up as they were walking off the floor in game.
Is that real? That's really
3.
what he said?
He was doing this with the nails.
Oh my God. You think? I mean,
well, you know what? If I'm another NBA player and you
Yeah.
just lost a playoff game and Jalen,
And you're
playing
talking
like
trash.
that, I'm going to give him trash.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him hell.
if I get into
Hell
his
yeah.
head that way,
Yeah, if you're talking to me and you just stunk it up, I'm going to do that thing to you. Yeah.
I'll paint your nails. I'll paint your nails.
I know-
Robert.
Ryan's still here.
Oh, Ryan's still here. Hey, Ryan.
I mean, and just to piggyback off of that, I wonder if he paints them purple and orange, does that make him more attractive for Phoenix?
You mean the Jimmy Butler strategy? But he did it with his hair.
He did. He just colored his hair.
That's interesting. I hadn't really thought of that, Robert.
It didn't work out for Phoenix, so maybe don't use color.
Felix really is Phoenix like, oh, I can't wait to get me some Jalen right now?
Probably not.
Well, if Jalen's part of a trade, it'd be a 3-team trade because I don't think Phoenix is trying to get their hands on Jalen when they have Booker.
Bradley Beal?
Yeah, it would have to be a 3-team where Jalen's going somewhere else.
Listen.
They'd love to get out of the Bradley Beal.
Well, I'll tell you this, though. The way Jalen plays against Phoenix, they're probably like, man, we need some of that. But not watching this, though. Holy crap. Robert, what's up?
Hey guys, I think we're just overthinking this. It's really simple. They're not ready.
What? What did he say?
They're not ready.
You're not ready. They're not ready. That's by the way.
That's too old school.
That's Billy Wagner when he was retiring and he was talking about his son, and he was like, "He's not ready for Billy to retire."
And the Rockets aren't ready yet.
And the Rockets aren't ready yet.
They're not ready yet.
I'll never forget that Billy press conference. He's not ready. And apparently it's stuck with Robert too.
We played it a lot.
That's a long time.
We played it a lot.
We did play it a lot. We did. We did play it a lot. Who's next? David. David, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, so I have the fix for the free throws.
Okay.
Somebody just needs to get me in touch with Ime because I have a 12U girls AAU team that plays out of Houston that hits 75 to 80% almost every single game.
Okay.
So
told you.
Somebody get with me, hook me up with Ime, and I'll have my 12-year-old daughter come teach Alperin how to shoot a free throw.
Somebody needs.
You know what?
Hey,
if she can help, but we ain't taking no help.
What's happened?
We won't even play Camp Whitmore. We ain't listen to no 12-year-old.
Yeah, what's happened to his touch? Alperin used to have really good touch. I don't get it.
Man, how about how short-armed he's doing?
Oh, it's in his head.
God.
Everything is short.
Short-arm.
Everything is short-arm because he's trying to aim it. He's trying to aim it. He's not he's thinking. He's in his head.
See, that's how you do it. Like Nico. He's like he's not even, is he baby Jokic anymore? I don't know. It's just he was awesome to bring him back. It was really nice.
I mean, he should be. You're going against a bunch of guys who can't guard you, a bunch of smaller guys. Draymond was out of the game. Look, they don't really have much off their bench. They got the most they possibly could out of Podzinski and Quentin Poole and Buddy Hield. Those are the guys that beat you.
Well, honestly, their bench was minus. Every single guy that came off their bench was minus.
Because Hield was a starter and all those guys are starters. They weren't good off the bench.
Podzinski and Hield were the difference in the game. Let's get Mike in here before we break. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Huge fan of the show. I love it. I just wanted to say me and my wife were watching the game last night, and I just mentioned that Draymond was a dirty player and how he's known for kicking people in the nuts. And then I don't know if you noticed, but on the flagrant foul, he tried to. He just missed. And I think it was a dirty play, and I think he should have got a technical, not a flagrant, and been out of the game. And I think that could have been a difference in the game.
Yeah,
he was pulling on his jersey.
Well, once he came down, Bobby Marks said, who used to work in the league, said that should have been a flagrant one and a technical.
Yeah,
he should have been out of the game.
But he said, "I know the rules. I don't care. It should have been a technical. I know the rules, but that should have been a T, and he should be out." Yeah, that's what Bobby Marks said. But
what do the Houston Rockets shoot from the free throw line for the season?
70.
No, I'm asking you.
I think
know.
They were last. They were last in the league. That's all I know. I don't know what they're. I think they were 70.
Their team stats. Let me see if I can.
I don't think they were in the 60s. I think they were 70.
Their team free throw percentage
for the season.
The season is. Wait, that's got to be it's postseason. 63% in the postseason. First of all, in the regular season, 2024 regular season, and I'm about to make a point to you. Their free throw percentage in the regular season
77.5.
70. I got 73.8.
Well, I'm looking at AI giving me an answer, so it might be wrong.
Okay, I'm looking at 73.8 free throw percentage for the regular season. Let me make sure this is for the regular season. Yes, it is. 73.8.
Okay. And last
so
in the league.
73.8, and that's last in the league.
Yep, that's last.
I now have to go to. Let's see, 73. I am now on. They're out of the top 100 in college basketball. We are now 73.8. The Rockets would be, there it is. They'd be 119th in college basketball from the free throw line. There's 118 college basketball teams that shoot better free throws than the Rockets, and they're pros. They work on this whenever they want. They get paid. They have off seasons like. There's 118 college basketball teams that are better. Terrible. Just terrible. And it's such a, because you're going to get out rebounded sometime. You're going to out rebound. You'll out rebound. Sometimes Steph will have a game. Sometimes Podzinski has a game, just the same way Fred had a game. But the one factor that you can control is if you make free throws. If you make free throws at a clip of 79%, 78% this playoffs, you 100% are 2-2, and you may be 3-1, depending on how the flow of games go when you make free throws. It's unconscionable that you cannot make these shots that are just that prevent teams from I don't know what you can do about it. You got Amen Thompson. If your core. And it is Amen and Alperin for sure moving forward. These guys must spend the entire offseason trying to work their way into the high 70s. They must. Alperin Şengün, you are one of the best bigs in the league. You cannot shoot this poorly from the free throw line. You're getting worse as your career moves on.
So and Steph Curry, who was the best free throw shooter in the league? 93%, Steph Curry. But you know where the Golden State Warriors are? As a team, 76%. They're like sixth from the bottom.
Yeah,
so maybe look at how many times the Rockets are going to the free throw line. Maybe the Rockets need to put everybody but Steph Curry on the line at Golden State because they're not good free throw shooters either. But you know what? Maybe Steve Kerr has got a plan. There's a reason when some guys are wide open in NBA games. You know why he's wide open? Because he can't shoot, and that's the guy that you want with the ball in his hands that can't shoot from outside. And there's also a reason why the Rockets they were fouling Steven Adams away from the ball, and Ime had to change his strategy. He had to get him off the court when the double bigs have been as effective as they have been, because he had to adjust to what Steve Kerr was doing. Well, maybe the plan should be foul everybody other than Steph Curry and put him on the free throw line like they're doing to you.
Yeah, it's a killer. Steven Adams for the year is 46% from the free throw line. But the real killer is Amen Thompson, 68% from the free throw line for the season. I mean, Alperin is 69%. It's 80. Jalen's 81%. Fred is 81%. Dylan Brooks is 81%. Jabari's 82%. Tari's 76%. It's not, you'd like for it to be higher, but you can live with that. But unfortunately, two of your three most aggressive players shoot under 70%.
Well, Draymond shoots under 70%. Okay.
Yeah.
Gary Payton, he shoots 71.
That's not what they're shooting for the postseason.
Not for the postseason, for the regular season. They're not good free throw shooters. Okay. Jimmy's good. Buddy Hield is good. You know what? Put the other guys on the line like they're doing to you.
Yeah, but I don't want to intentionally give them.
When Looney's on the floor, he shoots 56%.
They'll make him.
No, Looney won't.
But he'll make it too.
No,
that's how the Rockets, that's how we roll. If we did something like that, they're all making free throws.
Kuminga can't shoot him. Let's go. Put him on the line.
He doesn't play. He didn't play last night. So
I know he didn't play last night, but he did earlier in the season.
Yeah, because Jimmy got hurt. But if Jimmy's available, he's not going to play.
Put Draymond on the line.
University of Houston men's basketball team shoot better free throws than the Rockets.
Yeah, and that's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. Hey, 748 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know who shoots straight? The Chastang Ford people, the University of Houston people. They're Chastang Ford people. Look, you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car, that Ford truck or SUV. There's one place to go, and that's my peeps over at Chastang Ford. Love what they do. Love, love, love. Employee pricing right now, which is awesome. Employee pricing, it doesn't get any better than employee pricing. So now is a great time to buy. Now is the best time to get to 2024s. Now is the best time for you to get into that Ford truck or SUV, whether you're a business or your personal use, whatever it is. Chastang Ford employee pricing. And they're going to get you all the rebates that they can possibly get you. They're going to get your best interest. There are no markups, no add-ons. They just don't do that crap that the other guys do. And I'm telling you, it is crap. Because by the time you're out of there, after you settle on a price, you go, wait a minute, that's a lot more than we thought it was going to be. That's a lot more than we had agreed upon. Well, you got all this other stuff. No, we don't need all that other stuff. We don't need all that crap on our car. What we want is the vehicle the way we want it. Chastang Ford does that every single time at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us. 713-780. Talk about your Rockets or your Astros. Altuve asked to bat second last night. Altuve bats second. Jeremy Pena leads off. Boom, boom, hit. Altuve, boom, boom, home run. Astros win 8-5. Josh Hader's still awesome.
Yeah, he's been good.
Yeah, your boy Caleb Ort had a little problem last night.
I know.
Why don't
He comes up. He immediately comes up and just orts it.
He did ort it a little bit. I'll tell you what, King has been great.
Can we talk real quick about our new leadoff hitter,
Jeremy Pena actually,
and where our new two-hole hitter, Jose Altuve.
Yeah,
Jose Altuve requested to leave the leadoff spot so he could have more time running in from left field.
Okay, let's not start any jokes. No little leg jokes right now.
I got nothing then. You literally just cut my legs out from under my little legs out from under me there. That was my joke. That was my joke, and he took it from me.
Little leg jokes are not appropriate when Jose Altuve is running in.
Put him at second base so he can get into the dugout, at least for the first. You know what? Here's what you do.
This is the longest run.
Play
from Minimum. Center.
Play Brendan Rodgers and left. Play whoever.
Well, wait a minute. With 2 outs,
just for the first inning.
With 2 outs, you run somebody out there. You run, you switch positions.
With 2 outs, switch positions.
So Altuve could have.
He had a nice run into the dugout after making a play. He made a nice play in left, running catch. Got to take his break because Pena was next up.
Thank you.
And then he had a home run.
That's right. Okay. And especially, listen, if he's coming in to make a sliding catch and he keeps on running to the dugout, he can get there in time. But if he's got to go back against the wall and jump up a little bit, and then have to run all the way to the dugout, get lead off. I mean, you're asking a little much.
But he was ranging to his right and left, makes a play, and then he's running in, but he gets to compose himself, watch Pena at the plate.
Said, I only need 10 more seconds.
Yeah. So
10 more seconds.
And that's all it takes.
That's all.
Then he hit a home run to get the Astros lead.
Boom. How's that, Chase Lance, with your little leg joke? Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a great point. Jose Altuve.
It was a big sequence in the 6th inning.
Yeah. How about that? And Rennell was okay. Rennell has been he was all right.
I mean, he's got a 5 ERA.
He's got a 5 ERA.
Kind of like you felt he was going to.
Yeah.
He's not.
He was all right.
He's got some
He's
strikeouts.
A fifth starter.
He's okay. He's a fifth starter.
starter.
He just had a
But he's really a third
year
starter on this team.
Yeah, he had a career year last year, but
how's Arrighetti doing? Have we heard? Well, the Astros never tell us anyway. They just
they used to, and then all their timelines were screwed up. So maybe they've learned their lesson.
They used to lie to us.
Stop telling us.
They don't even lie us anymore.
Yeah, it's better. Stop making your GM and manager look foolish by running out there giving timelines that they never hit. Just say indefinite.
I heard McCullers was.
He pitched on Saturday.
Okay,
he threw 71 pitches.
All right.
So the question is, does he get one more rehab start, or does he come up?
That's oh my god.
I was told he was going to pitch against the Royals, but that never happened.
How about I forgot this in yesterday's? What did you learn this? I learned that Forrest Whitley, if he throws a third of an inning, is going to get injured again. Holy crap!
I know.
This time he hurt his knee. How did you hurt your? Oh my! Ed, this kid is made of Barbie dolls and glass. Holy crap! If he walks on the field, he's hurt. Oh, he stepped on the foul line. Hurt. Out for 6 months.
Did you see Kelvin Sampson when he went out to throw the first pitch? Was J1 with him? And he told J1, "Don't step on the line."
Don't step.
He looked back at him. Don't step on the line. Step over the line. I was like, wait a minute. Still coaching. He can't. I was like, okay.
Hey. Kelvin respects the game.
Yeah.
There's certain things you got to respect, and baseball superstitions are one of them.
It's a little odd that Kelvin thinks that.
But Kelvin's into sports.
Kelvin's like hard work and don't step on the line.
Yeah, just in case.
Don't step up. What?
Like, bro, he has no more eligibility. He's done.
I don't even play baseball.
Let him step on that
line.
Why
can't I step on this line?
Yeah, let him step on. He's done playing. You're done.
Oh.
Make sure your new 5 stars don't step on the line.
Let's get Julian in here. Hey, Julian.
Morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I think the Astros have spoiled you guys with this run that they've had. And I say you guys, I mean Houston fans. Not last year, but the year before when CJ was a rookie and you lost in the playoffs, everybody was all up in arms. I can't believe they lost. They were a year ahead, right? This year, you guys, the Rockets, are a year ahead again. And Green is your number one scorer, your go-to guy. I know Shane Goon is on the precipice of being a superstar, but Jalen Green is your guy, right? Like that's your wing guy that's going to get your points. Your wing guy is more inconsistent than the McDonald's ice cream machine, bro. So let's say the Rockets fans, you say, man, we had a good year. I know this series sucks for y'all, but make this team better by getting rid of Jalen. And let's just, I don't know, temper down these expectations. Like Buddy said, Western Conference Finals at least. What did they do to show that was going to be
finishing the 2-hole?
Yeah. They're the second best record in the West.
Beat every single team that they played.
Every playoff team. They're the only team that beat every playoff team.
Honestly, Julian, I don't think that was I don't think the city of Houston en masse thought they were getting to the Western Conference, but I don't think it's crazy to talk about the 2 seed getting to the Western Conference. That's not crazy.
Well, they did get a bad draw, though. It is true.
Well, it's a tough draw for them because it's a hotter Golden State team.
Well, yeah. Ever since they're not a 7th seed.
But
they're not
games. You got a chance to win games. You didn't do it.
That team knows how to win, and you don't. That's a fact. That's a fact. They know how to win, and you don't. And by the way, making free throws is part of that. Making free throws, all right, is a part of that. 713-780-3776. Let's catch up on breaks and let's talk about underdog. And you know what? High or lower?
So
high or lower on Jalen points.
Basketball. Here's the thing.
Game 5.
Well, it's been lower. It's been lower, higher, lower, lower, is what Jalen's numbers have looked like. So in underdog fantasy, they give you a number and a statistic. Well, they have multiple statistics. So it'll be points, it'll be rebounds, assists, first quarter points, first half, rebounds and assists. There's all these different statistics in underdog. And then you pick whether it's going higher or lower. Okay. So from there, you can do that with multiple players in multiple games. You can choose to go as many as 6 players going higher or lower. If you go 6 and you hit all 6, you're going to have a huge payout. You can do as little as 2. A lot of times I'll just do 2 because it's easier that way. I'll use my profit boost because they have profit boosters and the extender boost in the playoffs where the more you play, the more your boosts go up and up and up, which heightens your your payout number. And you're watching the games anyway. You're getting a feel for the series. You got sports knowledge. Use it to your advantage and make real money. Download the app at Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. When you use promo code Lance, you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash, and you've got a chance to win real money. And it's something that makes the game even that much more fun to watch. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncbgambling.org.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Tomorrow night, right here at Toyota Center. Got to win Game 5 to stay alive. I don't know. Can they win 3 games? Can they win 3?
Sure.
Yeah.
They can. I mean, it's unlikely, but
It is unlikely.
they can. I think they win this next game, and then, man, the tough one is you got to literally cut their legs out from under them. You can't win if it's close late in Golden State. Maybe not even in Houston.
It got me disgusted that Buddy Hield is talking with that mouth of his. What? I didn't say nothing. There was a Buddy Hield mouth reference during the break, but that's all. I don't know who made it. I forget.
I think we all know who made it.
I forget who made it, but there was a Buddy Hield mouth reference.
Can we
I'm
just
sick of his mouth.
Can we acknowledge the incredible underbite of Jimmy Butler? Like it's almost like Bill Cowher, to the point that, it's just juts out so far. And when he was talking, I was trying to lip read, and I read some of it. And I think I saw BA for sure. I didn't see the whole thing. I saw BA.
I feel like he completed that sentence.
Yeah, he said BA, but I don't know what the last one was. I don't think it was P or N. I think it's just BA. And then he said, you'll see at the end. I think he was saying, there he is. Look, I'm watching it right now. And Dylan Brooks was doing a great job of getting under. He was making Jimmy mad. You could see Jimmy was losing
Jimmy up.
Jimmy didn't really do that much after that. Actually, Jimmy didn't
like
wake
26
up after that.
points.
Not after that. After this thing right here, nothing
That was in the
happened
third
here.
quarter.
This in the third quarter.
Jimmy didn't have a great. He was moving gingerly throughout. He went 12 for 12 from the free throw line. He did his whole free throw grift late. He was good in the second half.
Free throw grift. That is what he does.
Yeah.
He is a free throw grifter.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, Draymond had a hand. So I'm looking at the picture. One was called a foul, one was not. Draymond's got his hand on Alpe's hip, and Brooks has his hand
Although you can't really
on
see
Butler's
it too
hip.
much. I saw that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're both
You
on
a
the hip.
bum and a bit.
Wow.
That's what he said. You a bum and a bit.
You got to paint your nails, P. You a B, and I'll beat your A.
That was
Jimmy Butler's the biggest flopper in the NBA, and unbelievable that the refs fall for it.
He does accentuate calls. What John said was the exchange between Draymond and Jalen at the end of Game 3.
Game 3.
Oh, somebody said, you a bum, and I've been busting your ass for years. He might have said that.
Yeah.
He might have said that. Because then Dylan goes, oh, you have been for years? Ah! And he starts laughing. I tell you, if Dylan Brooks is against Dylan Brooks can absolutely get in people's heads. Draymond does it with physicality. Dylan does it with some physical. And how about the fact that Steph did his little taunt after there was a foul and Steph reached his hand up because Dylan had said something about one foul when he was trash talking him like a few possessions earlier.
Remember they had a review after Dylan thought he got a clean block. I think Dylan was like, maybe he did the one finger thing to Steph, either to say I got you with one block or whatever, and it turns out it was actually a foul. And then Steph was like, that's 2 fouls on you now.
And then that made Dylan mad, so he just grabbed the ball. He knew that would start something.
Yeah.
So he just tried to grab the ball out of his hands. It's a minor thing where you can do that without pushing the guy and start. You grab the ball, it starts a whole huge conflict.
And it led to a
Jabari
Draymond
got
tech.
in on it.
Draymond picked up a tech for it.
Yeah.
Steph did, and so did Dylan.
But it's not bad. You got to tech out of Draymond.
And if the refs had officiated the right way, Draymond would have been thrown out for the
honestly,
second one.
I don't think Golden State can beat the Rockets if Draymond were to get hurt. I don't think they can
can't
beat the Rockets.
defend Şengün without Draymond.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're going to get killed on the board, and they cannot defend Şengün. Just got to get him out of there.
Brooks starting that crap
It's time
by
for
pulling the ball out.
It's time for Dylan to try
That's
to.
So funny.
Dylan needs to try to start something, get an early tee on Draymond.
Yep. Underrated mess. Let's get him in here. Hey, underrated mess.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Julian crying over here. He needs to just worry about his little baby girl, LeBron, not getting punked so hard by the young bull. The little faces LeBron making like, I can't believe he's being so physical with me. Julian, just don't even watch the Rockets games. We don't care about you.
Julian, did you hear that, Julian? Go watch your teams. Julian's teams are the 49ers.
He's a Lakers fan?
Might be.
And he's a LeBron fan?
I didn't know that.
I guess. I don't know. He may be getting them mixed up with like Mito or whatever.
Oh, maybe he's Golden State.
Well, he could be. That's maybe
he's
that's
a San Francisco.
But he just made a comment about LeBron though. I don't know if he's ever said something.
Does he?
Wait.
He does.
Yeah, he was losing it over LeBron one time. I think. I think that was.
I thought he was making fun of LeBron. I don't remember. I don't know all the ins and outs of our callers. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with all the fandoms.
So much going on.
I know we got a Ravens fan.
Keith
is a Ravens fan. Right?
It's easy for me. Whatever city that I live in, that's my team.
Yeah.
And whatever city I'm from, that's my team. It's like it should be. Yeah. The way God intended it for sports fans.
I'm from Chicago and I ain't a fan of any of
Well, you live here. That's what I'm saying.
I live here 30 some years.
So if you took a job in Seattle, you root for the Mariners?
I wouldn't be like Paul.
Would you?
That'd be hard.
It'd be real hard.
It was hard. I had to pretend. When I was in Green Bay, I grew up a Bears fan. I had to be a Packers guy. You have to do what you got to do. I mean, it wasn't genuine. This is genuine. I love the Houston.
I don't think Lance, as born and bred, if he took a job in L.A., he'd be rooting for the Lakers.
I can't.
Yeah, you live there. You're not doing half the time. You're not doing that.
Guy.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
There's no two teams I despise
more
than the Lakers and the Dodgers. The Dodgers first, and then the Lakers.
Yeah, so I understand. Like, there's some things you can't. Some lines you will not cross.
Right.
And you're not rooting for the Lakers, Lance. You're not rooting for the Clippers if you go live there.
No, I mean you do. You talk about it and like.
No, but
guys, our Clippers have to. The Clippers really need to get this one, but you'd have a hard time. I almost moved to San Francisco. I had to cheer for. I had to learn the A's because it would have been the A station if I went there.
The Giants,
and I was like, man, I don't want to learn all this stuff.
Yeah, right.
Golden State was easy. And they were the home of the Raiders, 95-7.
The 49ers.
49ers, that would have been easy. The hard ones would have been A's and Giants because it's A's who no one cared about, and it's the Giants National League Baseball.
But if you took a job.
I was like, man, this is a lot.
But if NFL Network permanently moved you, it wasn't a radio job. They permanently moved you to LA. You're not taking on the Lakers.
Hell no.
I'll watch them.
Man, I was hoping it would be
I'd be a
Rockets, Lakers in the next round.
I wouldn't tell people I'm a Rockets fan because nothing's more annoying.
My lift-off shirt. I was so excited.
Nothing's more annoying than sports guy who comes to a town and still reps his old team. Like Rich and Charlie used to just talk about the Giants and, the
Syracuse.
Yankees and stuff like that. Like, that's the most annoying thing. Nobody in that city wants to hear you repping your old team.
No.
Nobody
Nick
cares. Wright with the Chiefs all the time and all that stuff. All it does is piss the local people
Nobody
off.
cares. David wants to get in here, talk Texans. Let's talk a little Texans O-line because that's what everybody's talking about. What's up?
Hey, guys. I thought the Texans might be trading up in the fourth and drafting Woody Marks and maybe get Marcus or the guy Mbo from Purdue, the offensive tackle that talked about having some guard flexibility. And I wonder if maybe their plans are a little bit more reliant on Ladarius Henderson coming off of foot surgery, or I guess the undrafted center from Kentucky, Mo Cox. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about
Eli Cox.
Oh,
What is going on?
I caught you.
What is going on?
I caught you. These calls aren't even real calls half the time.
I mean, there's a Mo Alley Cox.
Mbow is a real player.
Bow.
Mbow.
No, it's not Mbow. It's just Bow. It's Bo, or I think it's Bo.
Mbo.
Marcus Mbo. It's just Bo.
Mbo.
The M is silent. Don't say the M. I know you're dying.
I'm trying to say the M word.
Marcus Bo.
Why? Why can't I say the M word?
That's his
now
name.
all of a sudden I can't say the M word.
M word.
The M word.
What's the M word?
Marcus
Bo.
Mbo. No, I don't even know if
Marcus
I should answer.
Bo,
should I even answer that question? Because the whole question was a setup to talk about Eli Cox, the center.
Yeah.
But he just changed his name to Mo.
There's a Mo Alley.
There's
a Mo Alley.
No, he knew what he was
thank
doing.
God he put the alley in there, or his mom did, or whatever.
Do I need to, do I even answer that question? That wasn't a real question, was
he
it?
said it was a genuine mistake. I have him in queue.
I mean, it would have been
genuine mistake.
It was a genuine mistake.
That's what he said.
Okay. No, but Darius Henderson's not good.
No.
He's not an option. And Marcus Bo is very weak. Like, he's a weak player. I don't think they want a weak player. I like him fine, but he needs to get a lot stronger. He needs to gain weight, get stronger. He's got these skinny little calves for an offensive lineman. I kind of was out on him. When I saw him at the Senior Bowl, I was on the field and I saw him. I'm like, man, this doesn't look – this is one of these guys who's gonna weigh like
Lance
200
likes him thick.
No, he's going to weigh. Yeah, if I'm an offensive lineman, I don't want him weighing 208 pounds whenever they're done playing.
Right. Steve McKinney. Oh, you're upset
He
with
will.
Steve McKinney?
Steve McKinney got skinny. This would not have been acceptable to, like, if offensive linemen would have
What
known
about the
what
guy
would
that's
happen
a
to Steve McKinney.
marathoner? Who's the
Alan Faneca, the Hall
Alan
of
Faneca?
Famer.
Yeah, it looks like he's a
Joe
Calvin
Thomas,
Klein model
Joe
now.
Thomas is in phenomenal shape.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah.
But yeah, Alan Faneca is so skinny. Most of these guys are Nick Hardwick. These guys are all, they go one of two ways.
A little funny business.
Damian Woody, or they go like Nick Hardwick.
Yeah. Right.
Or an Alan Faneca. They don't, none of them just stay. Well, Jeff Schwartz, who I'm friends with, he's pretty much the same. Like this is who I am.
That's it.
Yeah. But no, I was fine with them not trading up to get Marcus Bowe. I don't know. I don't feel like the offensive line. Ariante Ursary, I think he's just okay. I think he's got a chance to be an average starter. Ladarius Henderson, I thought was an undrafted free agent caliber player when they grabbed him. I don't think he'll be a factor at all. It's kind of like what I thought. Next year will be a big year for him in the draft. They'll look at offensive line again.
Apparently, I'm being told by my son-in-law that the Twitch people want to know where I got this shirt. I got from Jack Off. You can jack off.
Jack's Golf, right?
Off. Yeah,
Jack Golf.
Jack Golf.
That's not how you said it first.
Jack Golf.
No, he didn't even. You say Jack Golf.
They can all.
He didn't even try.
Why are you showing your phone to the camera?
I don't know why.
What does that do?
I have no idea.
Yeah,
they can.
They're going to screenshot and try to read everything.
Jack
Golf.
Jack Golf. That's
Okay.
what I said.
Jack Golf.
You didn't try to even come
Yeah,
close
I'm
to
saying
saying it.
that's how you pronounce it.
I mean, literally, this is school drive. This is literal school
This
drive.
is where you get the shirt.
But you didn't.
Jack Golf.
But that's not. Whatever.
That's not how he said
That's
it.
not how you said it the first time or the second time. And then he told people they could do something.
I think that's where they can get it.
I hope not.
Yep.
Not what you said at first.
They can, if they have an accent, they can get it. They can go to John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit. Well, look, John Daspit's whole thing is making sure the people who are typically who are taken advantage of by the insurance companies, which is pretty much all of us. Let's face it. If you haven't been taken advantage of by an insurance company, do you even live in this country? Because that's just what happens. But it's really bad when you've been badly injured in an accident or injured in an accident, whether it's at, your workplace or whether it is, out on the roadways, out in the water, offshore, whatever the case may be. What happens is the insurance company tries to get a hold of you as fast as they can, and they sweet talk you, and we're going to get you a settlement. We want to make sure everything's fine. Can we get your hospital bills? What they don't really account for is your future physical therapy. They don't account for future surgeries that you may have. They're not trying to get you to MRIs and x-rays. They're like, well, that's your job. And if you don't have insurance and you think, I can't afford all this stuff, you won't go. You don't know that you've got that injury, a hairline fracture in your spine or up near your neck that requires action, but you just think, I'm just going to fight through it, tough it out. John Daspit makes sure you go to the hospital. He'll take care of all your bills up front if he needs to. Whatever the case may be, he'll make sure he recovers that from the insurance company. You are going to get your time missed from work that you don't work. You're going to get paid for that. And then you're going to get a fair settlement for your pain and suffering. You're not going to get an insurance company trying to sweet talk you, make you sign on the dotted line. They cut you a check, and then you find out down the road this was not nearly enough to cover everything. That is the worst. John Daspit will not let that happen to you. It's a Daspit Law Firm. It's the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right. Want you to go to Hijack Poker right now on your phone. Download the app. Start playing. New players are going to get $20 free when they put Spring 20 when signing up for the first time. Players that already have the app, those of you out there, you get $20 in time when you deposit $20 or more and put in the code CASH20. You deposit $20, you get 20 free in time, playing time, when you put in the code CASH20. Your first time signing up, put in Spring 20 and get $20 free. So Hijack Poker, pretty cool. Okay. You can go to Texas Card House and put in money there. If you are having a problem with your credit card doesn't want to put it on a poker app, that's fine. You can just stop by one of the 2 locations here in the city of Houston, Westheimer or in Spring, Texas Card House. Texas Card House is the premier spot to play poker right now. It just is. There's always a game 24/7. Bars open till 2 in the morning. Awesome. But there's always a game going on. So if you're looking for poker in the city of Houston, PLO or Hold'em, whatever it is that you're looking for, they've got it at Texas Card House. TexasCardHouse.com. I love Texas Card House. You will too. Hijack Poker. You want to play at home, on your computer, on your phone? Hijack Poker. Put in Spring 20 if you're just signing up for the first time, or Cash 20 when you deposit $20 at Hijack Poker.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here, hang out with us. So we went through months and months and months of draft, and then the next day we just leave it and it's over. Okay, so let's not do that. Okay? I want to get your quick impressions, really, really quick impressions. So I got Mel Kiper's his grades for all the drafts. Let's just go. He gave the Browns a grade, obviously, because the Browns drafted Shedeur. So it's the greatest draft ever. It's an A+ draft. But what did you think of Mason Graham, Schlesinger, Judkins, Dylan Gabriel, Dylan Sampson?
I mean, personally, I think Mason Graham's fine. I think he's got a limited upside, but he's really safe. That's fine. He's a good football player, good culture guy to have in there. That's fine. Schlesinger is a really good linebacker, one of the most instinctive linebackers I've ever seen. He gets to the play. It's the weirdest thing. He's this little white guy with long flowing blonde hair, looks like Sunshine from Remember the Titans. You see him and you wouldn't even think he's a football player. Then you watch him he is a 1-year starter. He spent 4 years dominating on special teams. Turns out Chip Kelly wouldn't start him for some reason. And they said, the offensive guy said, this guy's the best player. Like the offense player said he was wrecking his scout team would wreck us. And Chip Kelly just had something against him.
His hair, maybe.
Maybe his hair. Maybe he just thought he didn't look like a football player. That guy had 140 tackles in 1 year as a starter. It's almost like he knows exactly where the play is. Who was the other guy you said?
Well, who did the Browns have? They had Mason Graham, they had Schlesinger. Oh, Judkins.
Oh, Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson.
Yeah, and Dylan Sampson.
Dylan Sampson, I think, is better than Quinshon Judkins. So you got a two-headed monster. You can run them next year together, and you're fine.
This is like when they had the 2 running backs, Nick Chubb, and who was the other? They had 2. That was in.
That's in Kansas City.
Kansas City. Yeah, my brain's not working. Had Hunt.
Yeah, Kareem Hunt.
It's
a lot like that.
Yeah.
So
his name's not Mike.
His name's Kareem.
Hey.
Because considering what he did before,
cut the crap.
That's awesome.
Between you and the guy who didn't say Eli Cox and what John just did with his golf shirt.
I'm just trying to figure out what can we say.
Cut the crap, guys.
Okay.
Kids are hit.
All right. Jack Golf. The Seattle draft.
And I did like Shedeur over there. I mean, in a perfect way, if Shedeur cut all the crap, it'd be great. But now
I think Shedeur is going to have to go in there.
He doesn't have any leverage. They can cut him at any time now, so we'll see.
Yeah.
And Dylan Gabriel has a chance, I think, to be a good NFL backup. He is not a starter.
No. All right. So
Seattle had a good draft.
You didn't like it. Seattle had a real Zabel, Gray Zabel.
Yep.
Amanda Ware, Elijah Arroyo, the tight end and Jalen Milroe. It'll be interesting to see how they use Jalen.
Yeah, I'm interested too. We'll see. I think you see if you can develop him into a quarterback. One thing's for sure, even if you're not passing good, is there anything worse than when a quarterback breaks contain on third down and he runs for 17 yards? It's like the worst.
Except that's all he can do, though.
I know. He's a bad passer.
Bad.
It was weird to see people act like Jalen Milroe was a legitimate early quarterback prospect. His tape, like you cannot watch his tape and think he is a day one quarterback at all. And even frankly, a day two quarterback.
Listen, I was listening Saturday morning driving up to Highland Pines and Marty and McGee.
Yeah.
Marty
Smith.
Marty Smith. Oh my God. You would have thought they drafted Joe Namath. You would have thought,
Milroe?
The whole segment, it was a good 15 minutes just about Jalen Milroe.
That's an SEC show.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Hey, he's my son loves him. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Everyone loves him. He's an explosive athlete. I just don't know if he'll be a quarterback. I think he'll play in a league. He could end up switching positions, but we'll see. Like as a passer, bad decision maker, inaccurate. We'll see if they can fix it. He does have a strong arm, and there are times that he throws the ball well. Unbelievable once he's out of the pocket, though. So I'm sure they just drafted him.
Put him in the slot.
We'll figure it out.
Put him in the slot. Put him in motion. Run some jet sweeps with him.
Taysom Hill.
Yeah. The Patriots. He gave an A-. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson, your favorite.
But they got him
and on and on. They got
Braden Swinson from LSU. I like Marcus Bryant from Missouri. I thought they had a good draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Giants. What did you think of the Jackson Dart?
Bad.
I
think Jackson Dart's a third rounder. I don't like Jackson Dart. So that's just a personal opinion. So it doesn't matter. That's why I wouldn't give him a grade based on my personal opinion. That's who they like, and we'll see if he's a good player. I don't think he has enough arm to play in that weather. I don't think he has enough arm to beat NFL defense. I think you have to play a really safe, conservative passing attack with him. No matter what you saw at Ole Miss, where he got a bunch of one-on-ones and they just threw deep on one-on-ones, that's not the NFL. No. That's not how the NFL's played.
Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, Darius Alexander, Cam Scatterbo. It'll be interesting to see what they do.
I like Cam. You know what's funny? NFL teams like him. I had 3 different executives from teams tell me that in there, they were arguing for Scatterbo in their own buildings. They had arguments because the area scouts didn't like him. I said, why don't they like him? White running back. I said, come on. Like, no, seriously. You can tell guys have a hard time getting on. Guys have a hard time getting on board with Cam Scatterbo. They just see him and they think this guy can't translate. Mm-hmm. This guy can't translate. You already knew he was a 4.6 40 guy. We all knew that. There was no doubt about that. He's hard. Give me somebody who's hard to tackle. Those guys play in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's really hard. Ashton Genty's the hardest to tackle, and then Cam Scatterbo is second, and it's pretty close.
The Eagles, of course, they're up there. Jihad Campbell.
Yeah. Okay.
Andrew. What do you think of Andrew Makuba?
I like him. I just thought it was early. They got him in the second round, right? Jihad Campbell to me is just. We'll see.
Jihad or Jihad?
It's Jihad. It's Jihad Campbell. Yes, thank you.
They picked up Kyle McCord, Mac McWilliams.
I like Mac McWilliams.
Cornerback. Ty Robinson, defensive tackle.
Yeah, tough guy.
He's all right.
Just a rotational. Yeah, a Nebraska tough guy, strong, rotational, good player.
Ravens. Malachi Starks in the first.
Raven all the way.
Mike Green. Why did he last that long?
Because there's 2 domestic issues with him, sexual assault. One was in high school. He was cleared. I think it was a statutory. He got cleared on it. And Virginia, I can tell it now. And then Virginia, where he went, they said, look, we'll take him, but we have a letter. He has to sign a 0 tolerance letter. And then he and a girl, and I found all this stuff out from teams. He and a girl had a little thing, and it turned into kind of a he said, she said, consensual this or non-consensual or whatever. They investigated it. They cleared him of it, but it's still considered breaking the 0 tolerance policy. So he had to leave. So they considered it. Sorry, we said 0 tolerance. So he was neither one of those things did he get hit for. But and I was told at first that it wasn't going to hurt his draft standing, but it obviously hurt his draft standing.
Yep.
So he fell out of the first round. I don't think he's a bad guy, but teams just don't like messing with it. And one GM I talked to, he said, I said, hey, tell me the deal on Mike Green. And he said, man, he goes, I'll tell you, he's not off our board. And they drafted in the 20s. He said, he's not off our board, but the police report is a rough read. And he said, if we draft him, our media is going to go get the police report from Open Records. If they do have the Open Records on it, he said, if they get their hands on it, they're going to publish it, and it's going to be a bad look, and our owner is not going to want that.
Yeah. Baltimore, obviously. Yeah, said we can do it. The Bears, I thought that was a pretty good draft. Loveland, Luther Burden, Ozzie Trapillo, Shamar Turner.
Trapillo may be around early, but you had to because the tackles stink. I don't know where they're going to play Trapillo. They think he can play on the left side. I don't. We'll see. Who's the one after? Shamar Turner. Love Shamar Turner. Love him from Texas.
He's a maniac, though, sometimes.
Yeah, 5 15-yard penalties. Like, he fouls guys so late. He's got some Draymond in him. But from what I understand, he loves ball. His teammates love him. And most of the time he gets in fights or penalties, he sees somebody take advantage of one of his teammates, and he takes up for his teammate. Like, dude, you can't, like, the play will be super over.
Yeah, I know.
And he will have a bad 15-yard penalty.
Bad. And then he had the Texans with a B+. He had the Texans as a good draft. He liked what the Texans did. He talked about Jalen Smith and that pick. He had Jalen Smith as his cornerback 25.
Yeah, I had him way back.
That's low.
I had him way back too. I think most people did. So if you play Jalen Smith in a standard cover role, I think it's kind of bumpy. If you play him as a press man corner, he's got a shot. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to trust Nick on this one, but I didn't love that. That was my least.
He had Woody Marks as or Joe Quavius Marks as his running back 17. Do you have that low?
I had him a lot.
You had him?
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if I did have him a lot higher, but it was a really deep running back draft. So, yeah, I'll have to check and see, but I had him higher than that. I think I did, but like I said, it was a really deep running back draft. So a lot of guys were going to help. I thought he was a really good pick for the Texans.
Yeah.
I like him a lot. Let me see. Out of the running backs, 1, 2, where's Genty? There he is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Wait, where is Marks?
You don't even have him 17. He had him running back.
Oh,
17.
no. That's where I thought they would get drafted. Hold on. Let me pull my grades up. Woody Marks. Oh, no, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12.
I'm 12, and that's behind guys like, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt went in like the 7th round or 6th round. He's really, really good. He just only played one game this year. I had it Genty, Travion Henderson, Omarion Hampton, Dylan Sampson, Quinshawn Judkins, Bayshal Tootin from Virginia Tech, Caleb Johnson, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Jordan James, Cam Scatterbo, Trevor Etienne, and then Woody Marks. So and Woody Marks is right there with Cam Scatterbo. Woody Marks is a good pick. He's a good pick.
Yep.
Jalen Smith, we'll see. Ursary, I understand it. I don't love Ursary, but I think he'll be an average NFL starter, which is what you want. That's fine.
That'd be great.
They know they just felt like we got to get tackle.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, 713-780-3776. We'll get back to the Rockets. We get to your Astros. We can talk more draft, whatever you guys want. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking to HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888. What do you need powder coated? Do you have something metal? Is it your bumper? Is it your wheel well? Is it your anchor on your boat? Is it any other metal on your boat? If you take it out there into that salt water, the chances are it's going to rust. You want it to look good? Of course you do. You don't want it to rust out. So you need Houston Powder Coaters. Free pickup and delivery for residential. Free pickup and delivery. If you're a business and you have something metal, they'll come and they'll treat that metal right there at your business. Okay. They can't do it at the house, but they'll do it. So if you have some kind of a fence or gate that needs work and you can't get it to Houston Powder Coaters, you businesses out there, they'll come to you. Not residential though, but they will free pickup and delivery, whatever it is that you've got. I've seen it. I've seen all the furniture that they've got in there, the patio furniture, and it's just They just do an unbelievable job. No matter what it is that you have metal and you need it looking good again, Houston Powder Coaters is the one. Business for over 20 years, 5-star customer service, 281-676-3888. Tell Robin you heard it right here, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Well, two Texan great wide receivers are on the move. Robert Woods to the Steelers and Deontay Johnson to the Browns.
Texan receivers.
Yeah. That's right.
Literally the entire NFL hates Deontay Jones. It's a miracle he got on the team. Every team that has him, they say gross.
He's
the Steelers like, we can't do this anymore. Yeah. By the way.
And the Steelers can put up with a lot.
You know what I heard? The Steelers, that ultimately it came down to, they didn't want to deal with Shedeur because they've had to deal with Antonio Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, Chase Claypool, Deontay Johnson. Now, those are 4 wide receivers, but they just said, we're not doing drama anymore. And ultimately, Mike Tomlin likes the personality. Like, he likes the confidence, and I guess he likes Shedeur Sanders, but he's like, and he doesn't want to have to deal with Aaron Rodgers either, by the way.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. They're going to have to get a quarterback who can who can try to win now, but they don't want any chance of drama. And so, but Deontay Johnson went there. The Steelers finally got tired of him. Went to Carolina, couldn't even last a full year in Carolina. They were like, this guy is a pain in the ass. Went to Houston. Houston had to cut him.
Yeah.
They had to cut him in the playoffs. They cut him. Didn't they cut him after the Charger game? They cut him during the playoffs before the Chiefs game. Yeah. They cut him there because he was already fussing and complaining.
This is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, and then he went somewhere in the playoffs, but like a playoff team picked him up. I can't remember who. He is just, they say he is the worst behind the scenes. Carolina just said a terrible teammate, super selfish, awful. But now he still has a home.
Apparently, Brooke Pryor, the Steelers took Will Howard out of Ohio State in the 6th round. That's not the answer. Aaron Rodgers apparently was very much present in their decision making, not to draft Shedeur or other quarterbacks. They firmly believe he will sign with them. It's less likely that he won't. It's less likely that he won't be their quarterback. We're still kind of getting the same signals that Rodgers does want to come here, so I do think we may get word soon. I just don't think Aaron Rodgers wants to be there for training. He just doesn't.
Well, not for summer.
20 years, yeah.
No, he's got hiking, ayahuasca.
Yeah,
there's probably going to do some forerunning.
I ain't doing
camping.
The spring stuff that you guys do. I'm not doing all that.
I'm not trying to do all this.
No,
is what he's basically telling.
You know what? I'd be surprised if he gets in a camp on time. He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to do. I have to do all that camp stuff. I know it's a new team and I have to learn a whole new system and everything else. But I'd rather be doing acid in the mountains somewhere. Okay,
peyote buttons.
Yeah,
in a desert.
Yeah, that's more fun than camp. Okay, it's just not as fun.
There's no doubt. And is Aaron Rodgers going to try to bully you and make you try to bring in Alan Lazard or one of his other friends who is 36 and can't run anymore? Yeah, sure. Like, have you guys thought about Randall Cobb? What do you mean? Like, Randall Cobb is still really has a lot left in the tank. No, we're not.
We're not talking.
Yeah, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
713-780-3776 is the number. Your Rockets lose last night basically because they can't shoot free throws. Basically and Jalen can't hold on to a basketball. It was so awful at the beginning of the game. So, I mean, he just dribbled it right into their hands. It was just so ridiculous. Adele comes in here smirking this morning. Just smirks. All smirks. That's all you were this morning. Ha! You guys need to apologize to me. You need to apologize to me.
Well, you do.
Listen, Jalen has been, what's he averaging? 15 points a game? All right. That's sweet. 15 points a game? That is nice.
Sweet for who?
I mean, it's probably more than a lot of guys on the Warriors are averaging. Probably.
Yes.
No one knows.
Well, we could find out.
No, it's impossible.
But a lot of the guys in the Warriors aren't being depended on like
what's
Jalen
Jonathan
is.
Kuminga averaging?
Who cares? He's not playing.
Okay.
The Warriors only play him when they're decimated by injury. Jalen,
okay. Who's averaging more?
Are you comparing Jalen Green to Jonathan Kuminga? That's the fight you want to have? He's averaging more than Kuminga, a guy the Warriors don't want to play at all.
No,
what does he have? He has single digits in 3 games.
3 out of the 4.
That's
Yes.
truly staggering. How many games do you think he had single digits in all year?
All year.
I bet he had less than 3.
No, he probably had more than that.
You think he had single digits in more than?
He played in every game this year, so no, yeah, I would imagine he had 4 or 5.
You think he may have had as many as 5 games?
Yeah, he's been. I don't know if you heard. He's pretty inconsistent.
Well, inconsistent but like that's really a small number for the amount of games he plays. Let's see, regular season. Well, okay, I can't count the last 3.
No, don't count those.
Okay, the last 3 were 2, 7, and 5.
Don't count those.
Okay, but beyond that, yeah, here's a 9, here's a 6. Okay, point taken. There's a 9. Here's a 9. Yeah, but before that, there's a 6. You got to remember, Ime. That's right. There's a 9. There's a 9. Wow, there's an 8.
Yeah, Ime had a.
Ime would say, "You don't play in the 4th quarter."
No.
So if he had 9 points going in the 4th and he wasn't,
that's what he did last time.
You're done.
That's what he did last time.
I'm not playing you.
Yeah,
that's a killer. You're in the now. We saw it happen with James Harden, but that was different. James, everyone knew that lineup just got hot in that Clipper game, and he kept James out. This is different. Jalen is not James. Jalen has 3 games in single digits in one series. This is going to single-handedly push Tillman over the top to say, go get Kevin Garnett. Garnett is a Rocket. Now, I'd love it if Giannis were a Rocket, and I guess Booker. Giannis and Booker are my 2 choices. Kevin Garnett is a low-hanging fruit that's easiest to acquire.
Yeah, you don't have to break up.
You don't have to break it up as much. And, honestly, Kevin Garnett does get you baskets when you need him, even if he's old and all that stuff. He doesn't have to be. He didn't have to carry a team.
His shooting is ridiculous. He's still ridiculously
shooting
good.
is the last thing that goes.
Yeah.
Good shooters, it's the last thing that goes. Your athleticism goes, but not your shooting. Not skill. Skill stuff takes a long time to. Your skill hangs on for a long, long time. Your athleticism goes.
So are we at the point now? And you guys can call in 713-780-3776. Not break it up so much, but are we seeing what the true colors here? And now it's the first time that they're in the playoffs. So do we have to temper that?
Are we seeing a? Yes, you do. But are we seeing a ceiling? You have to temper it, but you can temper it and roll with the same thing next year, and then get a confirmation, and then try to do it. But I think right now there's a concern about ceiling because Amen is not a natural shooter and may never be. Şengün is good. He can be very good. I don't think he's a superstar. I think he's got star qualities. I don't think he's superstar. And yeah, I mean, Kevin Garnett is a short-term Band-Aid, but you would get past the Warriors with Kevin Garnett. Yes, you would. I'll say that. And I'm not the biggest Garnett to the Rockets.
Durant.
I'm sorry. Durant to the Rockets. Let's get older fan. I'm not the biggest fan of that, but what he brings to the table is 100% what he needs. Now, if Giannis were here, that's a guy who can carry, I still think Giannis should be the target or Booker. I still think you look
I don't think they're giving
bigger
up Booker.
picture.
They're not giving up Booker.
But you would have to it would have to hurt to make a trade for those guys.
So they're going to give up Booker for Jalen and something else and keep Durant, who's injured.
Jalen and
have Bradley Beal. Nah.
Jalen, Amen.
They
in the
ain't
first
never
round.
going. Listen, he said, Ishma has said,
Ishba? It doesn't matter. If he got Amen as part of it,
he has said he's not giving up Booker.
He for sure would. If he got Amen in the first round this year, if he got Amen, Jalen in the first round pick, and then they'd have to give us Booker and something else good off their roster. Because if you put Amen in the first round pick, something good is coming back from your roster. Something really good is coming back from your roster. And they don't really have that.
I don't think so.
I would never give up on Amen Thompson. Not give up on him. I would never allow him to be traded.
I think
but Jalen has to be
untouchable right now on this team.
Jalen in the first pick.
I think the only two are Alpi and Amen.
I agree. I love Tari, and people thought at one time he's just his health is an issue.
Well, he's good though, but
how much are you going to pay him?
Ime doesn't trust him. He's on the floor for 17 minutes.
Play back-to-back games.
Yeah.
He's early 20s and he can't play back-to-back games.
Yeah.
You think it's going to get better?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Hopefully his leg gets better.
848 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, I'll tell you a way that it can get better. Game Day Men's Health. I mean, they have solutions for your injuries. They really, really do. I mean, they were out there at the golf club and they had this machine that was hurting if you've got foot, ankle problems, or any kind of problem whatsoever. I mean, they have got solutions for you. It's not just about let's get some testosterone and get out of here. It's about I just saw someone too who's a health nut, and she was talking about peptides. And she was like, peptides are really, really important in my life. And peptides are really, really should be important to you guys, too. If you're not taking peptides to help you get to places that you want to get to with your weight, with your muscle mass, with your attitude, all of these things, sexually, whatever it is, there are peptides for you. And Game Day Men's Health, they're right there, and they know all this stuff, and they're going to get you to your goals. Game Day Men's Health is really cool. Love it. I'm heading there today, as a matter of fact. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. Free evaluation as opposed to the other places that charge you. Labs in every single location. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 8:52. We got a little over an hour left. Who wants in? 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us here on the show. Astros win it 8-5. Rennell was okay. 5 innings pitched, 3 earned runs, 6 strikeouts, 84 pitches. He probably could have gone another inning, but Okert has looked pretty good early on here. He ended up getting the win. Brian King continues his mastery of 1.98 ERA. He pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up a walk, and got a strikeout. Brian Abreu is starting to bring that ERA down, coming in nicely, just 5 pitches to get that out. Caleb Ort had a rough one, had a rough inning, and then Josh Hader came in, gave up a hit, but struck 2 out. He's looking dominant, man. I'm telling it. Listen, right now, it's King, Abreu, and Hader, and that's nice because King has really come on and been a dominant force. Been really, really nice. Taylor Scott is continuing to struggle. So that role that he played last year. When your highest innings ever was 12 in a season, and then you throw 68 innings the next, chances are you're not going to be as good that following year. And the same for Rennell Blanco.
Especially when you're in your 30s and you have never done it before. There was always a chance that was an outlier. That's what it looks like.
Yep. And
just be good enough to get us through. That's all. Just be good enough. This division is not, you're probably not a 90-win team this year, more than likely. So you have to hope the rest of the division is not very good. You just got to be good enough. Like the bats have to come alive. And at some point, Jordan's going to get hot. At some point, he's going to get hot. And when that happens, it usually is a tear where he can carry you for a while. Yiner's showing signs of life. Walker's showing signs of life from a power standpoint. Altuve's still Altuve. Pena's been okay. I mean, it's not where it needs to be, but it's better than it was. But they're still, they'll still give you some 0s and 1s and 2s. There's plenty of that. So to combat that, you have had a good – where do you think they rank in terms of bullpen stats?
The bullpen? Where the bullpen ranks?
Uh-huh.
Probably pretty good. I would say top 10.
Team pitching. Oh, I can't.
You can't do it.
I can't get to bullpen stats right now. Here it is. Because of covers is considered a gambling site in the NFL. Well, so let me see. Rankings here. I got it from Fangraphs. The rankings for bullpen. I'm pulling it up right now. I would have to think they're probably top 10.
That's what I said.
Yeah. They're in the top third of the league, I'm sure. They have to be.
The starters I know are. I mean, with the way that Arrighetti was pitching before he got hurt and the way Hunter Brown is pitching, Framber's got his ERA not great, and Blanco not. I mean, Framber's got his down to 2 something, right? And Blanco's at 5, but it just hasn't been. Wisniewski's not been horrible. I mean, so I would think the starters are up there too. Top.
So it goes Twins 1,
bullpen,
Orioles 2, Phillies 3. This is WAR. Is how they're looking at it. Dodgers 4.
Well,
5.
Brian Abreu's WAR was really, really bad to start the season.
Yeah.
He was like one of the worst in the league. So I'm not sure if he's come down.
We're outside the top 10 now.
Uh-huh.
Was it 11 by any chance? Nope, that's a Brewers. Well, it's maybe not. Okay, 13th. It feels better than that.
Yeah, it does.
But now I'm looking at the
starters should feel better.
Hader has a positive WAR. Abreu has a positive WAR.
He does now.
Taylor Scott does.
No, Taylor Scott shouldn't have a
Hold up. Is this last year?
Okay.
Is this entering the year?
Okay.
Yeah, it says 2025, but I guess this is entering the year. All right, just forget everything.
Never mind. Everybody.
Oh, guess what we have coming?
Oh, Charlotte? Yeah, Charlotte's bringing food today. How about that?
It's in her office right now.
It is?
Oh yeah.
Charlotte is
She
she's
handles our
awesome.
traffic, the commercials and where they get put.
Everybody.
She
No, I
also
wouldn't say that because not everybody's a big fan of commercials and whatnot. So.
we are.
I know we love commercials.
So
especially
I
Todd.
found out. She said I got a message from her on Instagram like, "Hey, vote for me here," and I'm like, "Wait, what?" It's her catering business. I'm like, "Wait, what is this?"
I know, right?
And it's like
Cajun.
smothered chicken. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The food is legit.
Yeah.
Legit.
So for all of you out there that are hungry, you're gonna be
happy to know that we're gonna
comforted to
eat.
know we're gonna eat.
But I also, if she'll handle, I said, now if we mention this, because she does food prep for people.
Yeah.
So if she can make
She
you
does
meals,
small
but it's
parties
not
or-
like,
yeah.
but it's not like grilled chicken with brown rice and some green beans, like you're eating like you're a bodybuilder. This is
No, this
good
is,
food.
Yeah. No, good food.
If you just don't want to cook for yourself, but you want good food,
okay, it's Cajun. It's a lot of Louisiana.
Yeah.
So she uses butter. So just so you know.
we'll see about that.
Yeah. No, I'm sure. You cannot make anything Cajun without butter.
I know.
All right.
She said she's got food for me, you, and Dell instead of just me and you.
No self-respecting Paula Dean would not use butter. Okay.
Paula Dean.
Well,
I don't think a lot of people want to be mentioned with Paula Dean right now.
well,
She's still, I don't know, she's still on the outs, I guess.
Is she? I don't think
I'm not
so.
sure she's coming back.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
She's making a comeback.
She
What was
makes
the
a
deal
good.
She had Dell.
What?
Oh,
She was saying stuff to
yeah,
people
she
who
dropped
work
a
for her or
couple of
something like that.
words.
I mean, you don't want to be Paula Dean, but you do want to be at a Paula Dean restaurant.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was there in Savannah, I think.
Oh, Savannah's perfect.
Savannah,
for Paula
Georgia.
Dean.
An awesome city.
She makes a good candied yam.
Yeah.
She makes some good
I'm not
fried
candy
chicken.
yam. No,
It's not even candy yam. It was just yams, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I figured she did.
It was
Of course
great.
She did.
It's great. I mean,
She's Southern.
I don't want her there talking to me, but
that goes for.
But
for
the
a lot.
recipes I love. Like, hey, you want to meet Paula? Nope. Just keep her in the back. Not that she would be there. I don't need her out here. I don't need to meet the chef. Just keep her away
She
from
may
me.
not want to meet you either.
Yeah,
Well,
she
that's
doesn't.
the point.
Probably not. That's what got her in trouble.
Yeah, I don't want her out here. I don't want to meet the chef. Just keep bringing the food. Thank you.
That's what got her in trouble.
If I gotta push aside some of my morality to eat some good Southern food, keep her out of my face.
Yeah, you don't care, right?
Yeah, just as long as I don't have to see her. You know, in fact, when someone's really upset in a breakup, they turn the pictures around or they put the pictures face down. Like, of course, Paula Dean's pictures are everywhere in a restaurant. Hey, could you just turn those around? Hey, could you not have them face my table while I eat? I don't want to look at her. Take her off the menus too while I'm in there, just so I can ignore what she has been.
Yeah, you don't want your conscience to play
give
into
me the-
good food.
Give me the mac and cheese. Give me the mashed potatoes.
Yep.
See this blonde girl?
What are you looking at?
She
She's
will
a fighter.
whip your ass.
She's a fighter.
Oh, she is the most devastating fighter that I think I've seen, and she's not even in the UFC. Dakota Decheva. She is a killer.
Well, that's great. But Michaela's a great hockey goalie. You ever seen her, the hockey goalie?
Yeah, she's not real though.
Yes, she is.
Where does she play?
Well, she did. She played college hockey.
Where does she play now?
I don't know.
Exactly. She plays for the University of OnlyFans.
I don't think
UOF
she's on
probably.
I don't think
University of OF?
UOF. There's a lot of what's her name? The girl that does your little golf
Paige-
thing. Is that Paige Spiranak?
Yeah.
Does she play at University of OnlyFans as well?
No, she's not. I don't think she's on OnlyFans.
Or she's just University of Influencer?
She just look at me, look at all of this, and then I don't know, give me a bunch of followers. That's what it is.
And a bunch of she gets.
Do you get a scholarship to UOF, or is it?
You get it paid for pretty quickly. Yes.
Yeah. And well, you should. Time to get paid. Hey, the more followers you have, the more you get paid.
Yeah,
I advertise.
You know, people talk about you have to have a real recruiting budget. UOF recruits itself.
Oh,
mm-hmm.
It does. By the way, I hated hearing this. I got heard from it's happening. Programs are shutting down because of revenue share already. My son's good friend, who was a volleyball player, he had a scholarship to Grand Canyon University for volleyball. They have a successful team. They shut it down because they said they've got to focus their efforts on basketball. But because unfortunately they have to give the same amount. Like it's not right that the big schools and the small schools have the same rev share policies, because the small schools don't have to, and they're shutting down a couple programs already. So a lot of these are going to have to shut down programs because they turn them into club teams where they just don't.
Yeah, right.
And so the kid lost his scholarship. He just found out, and he's like, he's got to try to scramble. Probably ain't going to be able to get a scholarship anywhere else because it's already done. And it's we're just going to start seeing this happen. Smaller schools. I told you,
we've been seeing it. Stanford shut down 12 programs. I mean,
that was during COVID.
Been going on.
Yeah.
Been going on. For
that
a
was
while.
during COVID, but
right.
South Alabama told me their football program, they're like, we're going to lose $300,000 a year, and it's like they're having to do accounting because they've got to do a 10-year run.
Schools still need sports, though. I mean, if you
No,
don't
you
have
have
sports,
to have,
you're not going
you have to have sports,
yeah.
but the small schools, you can't have the same rev share policy.
No,
you're going to have to break it up.
Listen, they
You're
should
gonna
be
have
in
to break
different
it up.
leagues.
Yes,
they should not be in the South
have
Alabama
to.
should not be in the same league as Alabama. It's not the same.
No.
All right, we got a break. We're up against it. I got to talk about Kent Jones. That's my guy. Kent Jones is going to show you how to shop. Okay, shop your mortgage. Okay, he's been doing this since the 90s. He knows the hacks. He knows how to save you money. He loves helping first-time homeowners and works hard so everyone understands the process. Listen, this dude knows it all. He is awesome. And you got to get a broker. Get a broker. Don't do it yourself. You can shop your loan and you can save thousands. He will show you how to do it. He's the ultimate mortgage hookup. He's a listener. He loves the 97.5 listeners. He does whatever it takes, man, I'm telling you, to save you money. He will connect you with the best wholesale leaders in the nation. If you need an insurance agent, survey, title company, he can hook you up with all of those. He's the guy that you will deal with the mortgage company. He's the guy that will deal with the bank. He's the guy that will deal with it all. He can find you a buyer's agent that will rebate part of their commission for you. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. Shop your loan with Kent Jones.
Hey, we need to get her some votes, too.
Come on. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. For those of you that are watching here, you can see Charlotte is joining us here. She is a Cajun chef, Cajun cooking with Char, meal prep, catering, personal chef.
I didn't even know until
All right.
she sent an Instagram like, vote for me here, and I'm like,
she's always in her office just working. We didn't know this about her. She has to be next to you. What's the worst thing about working with Lance?
No, I'm like a thing over. I don't do anything.
Is he always going by and he's bothering people? Everybody in the. Come on, get
well,
closer.
I enjoy him being around because with him going back and forth by my office, I feel like somebody's
here.
Yeah, because
as opposed to our salespeople who are never show up.
It's me, her, and Todd, and then Brenda's always going to be in.
Yeah,
and it's like there's only a few of us.
Maybe
who are always
Sam is there.
Sam's
there sometimes maybe.
People around.
Yeah. What's your Instagram?
My Instagram is Cajun Cooking with Char.
Char, CHAR. Cajun Cooking with Char.
So what's your background? Where are you from?
So my parents are from Louisiana. All my family is from Louisiana. And I was born here in Houston.
Oh, you were?
Yes, but my roots are
South
Louisiana. You still got that Cajun sound to you.
Southern twang. Yes.
That's it. But that's right. And so you started this. How long have you been doing this?
Well, I've been cooking pretty much since I was a kid.
Yeah.
But as far as cooking for other people, I always cook for my family.
Cook with mom? Learn from mom?
Learn from mom, my grandmother, my older sister.
These are all going to be family recipes.
Yes, family recipes.
Oh, that's so sweet, man. She brought in some red beans and rice and some chicken fettuccine here. What?
Chicken fettuccine, red beans and rice with andouille sausage.
I know, I love that.
You know about
I love that.
Yep.
I love
So what
that.
do you make for meal prep? Like what's on the you sent I showed John the videos that you sent me.
Yeah.
Like this is not it's meal prep for people who want good food that tastes good.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm all about taste, but also if you're on a diet or you're trying to be more healthy,
You can do that.
Yes, I can definitely do that.
So what's
but
on the
I'm
menu
all
for
about
this
the
week?
flavor.
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Yeah. Well, on the menu for this week, I'm going to Vegas on Friday, so I may not be cooking this week.
Oh no.
The cook needs a break.
What was on the menu for last week?
For last week, I had sauteed spinach with
I love
mini
that
orzo and garlic butter shrimp.
Oh my God, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I love sauteed shrimp sauce.
Garlic butter shrimp.
Yes, and
orzo.
I had the orzo,
and orzo,
and I put garlic parmesan. I'm sorry, and butter and
What
sauteed
else?
it together. What else did I do? I did
You did something
grilled
was like
chicken.
a
I do
stuffed
so
chicken.
much black chicken. Oh, stuffed chicken breast.
Oh,
that's one of my specialties,
Uh-huh.
and that's actually my profile picture on my page.
So you are trying to win a contest to so tell us about the contest.
Yes, so I'm in a running right now. I'm top 10, and this Thursday they're voting for top 5. So I'm hoping to advance. And the name of the contest is called Favorite Chef 2025. And if I win, I get a chance to cook with the legendary celebrity chef Carla Hall. Used to be on a Chew, and she's still on Food Network. She does some baking competitions. And I also get a spread in Home Taste magazine. And I get a prize of $25,000, which would help me with my catering.
How do people vote for you?
Let's do that.
How do people vote for you?
So I'm going to ask Sam to post the link on our site.
And I'm gonna tweet it out too.
Yes. And it's through Facebook. So once they get the link, they'll hit share. And when you hit share, it'll say vote, and you can vote for me.
Okay. I'm not on Facebook, so I'm out.
And my name is Charlotte Swallow. So make sure you vote for the right person.
So we got and she can you're willing to, if people want to reach you on Instagram for catering or for meal prep,
what you're available for parties. What do you do mostly?
Well, I do like baby showers. I'll do anything right now I'm not doing huge parties like weddings or anything.
Yeah.
But around 30, 35 people. So if you guys having game night, poker night, anything you want
Oh,
a
that's
chef
cool.
to come
Wow.
in and cook, or I can have it already prepared and bring it to you, and we just warm it up
Who
there.
helps you? Because you do this on the weekend when
Yeah.
you're not.
Well, I have family. I have my niece. I'm
Uh-huh.
teaching her work ethic. She's 17, so
Oh,
she
yeah,
helps
she
me.
needs that.
Yes,
She needs
all
and I
the
have a
17-year-olds
sister.
do.
So
Oh,
thank
yeah.
God I
They're
have
terrible
a
people.
family that
Uh-huh.
helps.
That
So
helps.
I got them on speed dial. If I
Yeah.
do get a bigger job like a wedding or something, I have a
You got
team that
people who can help. Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you.
Yeah.
We're gonna give you the best shot possible. We can't wait. I walked by and I saw all this food. I said, "Hey, whoa! What's
Yeah.
this?" I was just walking by. Had some pork rinds that somebody brought because I guess.
Pork rinds.
Yeah, well, because 2 interns are trying to get this one job, so they keep trying to give Joe food and like, "Hey, Joe George, like,
Right.
hey, I brought a bunch of pork rinds. I don't mean, I'll eat them
You
and
mean
all that. But
cracklings?
no, not cracklings.
No.
Cracklings are good.
Yeah, cracklings are the real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, pork.
Oh, like what you buy in a store? Oh, that's trash.
No, these are pretty good. They're
Yeah.
pretty good, but I mean, they're not cracked.
That's where you hide your
I'm used
you
to
hide your,
crackers
you
from
hide your
Louisiana.
pork rinds back
Exactly.
Yes.
there. I
Stop
didn't know
it.
you had a stash.
No,
And
I
the
walked
pork
in. I was
rinds.
going to eat that until I saw.
Oh.
Until I saw that, and I'm like, I'm
Yes.
putting this away.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the real food.
Yeah. So Charlotte is available. All right.
Yes.
Now, you've
For
heard about this
catering.
stuff.
For catering.
catering.
Yeah, for catering.
For catering
Right.
only.
Yeah.
Yes.
But while you're in the
You
DMs,
pervs
No,
on Twitch.
no,
I'm just saying. Well,
no,
look, Joe, I'm
but
just
I
saying,
told
What?
you.
if you go to the site,
No,
if
I
you go to
t-
the site, you're going to see
I
her
told
cooking.
John to not be himself, and now you're just
Yeah,
being
you're
him.
doing it.
What am
He's
I
doing
doing?
it. I was waiting for him to do it,
Yeah,
but
you gotta. No, I'm just saying
Right.
while you're there checking out
No,
the
while
food,
you're there.
voting.
No, while you're there. Just
No,
about the food.
Just
Yeah.
the food.
slide in the
That's
DM
all
for
it
the
is.
food.
Don't
For the food only.
food
Cajun cooking
only.
with
That's
Char.
it. Cajun cooking with Char. Cajun cooking with Char. Meal prep, catering, personal chef, whatever.
Looking forward to.
Okay,
eating,
not too
yes.
personal. Just a just for you or something.
Stop.
Okay,
Stop with the
stop that.
intimating.
Stop. I'm not intimating anything.
Not too personal.
Just for one person.
No. That's it. All right. Well, vote for
Thank
Char
you,
too.
guys.
Okay. She's awesome. She's awesome. She does. It's terrible that she has to work right next to Lance.
It's not right
So
next to
do
me.
something for her. Okay.
I'm
yeah,
like
your
two
office is
over.
right
I
next
just
to her.
want to
office.
say, you guys are awesome.
You listen to the show.
I listen to it every
You
day.
do? Because
she'll
cannot
tell me
start my
stuff that
morning
happened on the
without listening.
show.
Yes. And I hate it because I didn't listen yesterday, and I know y'all had a lot to talk
Man, it
about.
was all,
yeah.
it was all
draft.
draft stuff.
Yeah,
That
draft
was a
stuff.
very stressful weekend.
Did you
Yeah.
stay up for any
Was
of the Rockets
really
game?
stressful for me.
I stayed up for the game Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
That
That was late
That
last
was
night.
disappointing
Yeah,
last night
I
too.
didn't watch
You could have
last
been
night.
disappointed last night too. So you missed it.
Yeah.
You missed that disappointment. Thank you, Char. We
Thank you,
appreciate
guys.
it. Charlotte
I
right here,
appreciate the love.
ESPN
Yep,
97.5
Cajun
and
cooking with Char.
92.5.
Cajun cooking with Char.
Cajun cooking with Char. Taking a break. Don't go anywhere. 9:15.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. You want to hang out with us, you can. You're more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776.
Chances the Rockets come back.
What do you think the line is for tomorrow night?
4 Rockets.
Rockets 4.
Yeah.
I'd like the Rockets in this one.
I do too.
I like the Rockets.
I do too. When they were at home and they needed a win, they smashed Golden State.
Yep.
The playoff series prices. If you are a true believer.
Do you believe now?
Do you believe now? Plus 650 Rockets.
Is this a good time to take the Rockets?
Do you believe now?
Is this a good time to take the Rockets?
Yeah, 650. Why not? I don't think you get there. I don't think they can win 3 straight. They can't shoot free throws.
There's no good bet that loses. I mean, maybe it's good odds, but there's no good bet that loses. And will the Rockets win this series? Is the question.
I mean,
he couldn't wait. Dell.
I can't wait.
He couldn't wait. The red beans and rice are.
It's so good. The sausage cheese is good.
You have 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
That's all. Just 40 minutes.
Schoolboy problems. Schoolboy errors.
All you have to do is wait 40, and you can eat without interruption.
Have you ever seen the video where they say it's like 40 soccer people call it schoolboy errors? Apparently, this is a thing in soccer in England. They call it in London, in Scotland. Schoolboy. It's a bunch of schoolboy. We met a bunch of schoolboy errors out there. Yeah, that's what the Rockets made. And you know what? For a while, Golden State.
Deflecting.
Do you remember when Golden State had like 5 turnovers in a row?
Absolutely deflecting.
Yes, yeah.
From his unprofessionalism.
Yeah.
What?
Well, the Rockets took over the second quarter. The Rockets were really good. Even though Alpi couldn't, man, he was bad early on. Holy crap, he was really bad. And then he got really, really good.
Coincided with Draymond having to leave with 4 fouls.
Yeah. And then they went.
The Rockets started both halves terrible.
Did we find out? Yeah. Did we find out that Alpi is the go-to guy at crunch time?
He was their best matchup, their best way to get a bucket.
Was out.
They did try to get a screen. They tried to get Fred to set a screen to make sure it was Alpi on Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II said, "No, you're not screening me onto Alpi." So eventually they went away from it. He's like, "No, you're not. I'm not going to let you screen me." So they had to go Alpi versus Draymond, and that kind of because Ime talked about it. That wasn't the plan to go 1-on-1 against Draymond. They just could not get the screen set. So Alpi still went with it, and we saw the result.
Yeah. Is he? I mean, Jalen. I guess it could be Fred is taking the game-winning shot. We wondered this. Who's going to be their go-to guy?
There is no defined solution.
I think they're matchup based.
It's usually Jalen or Alpi. I would have considered strongly Amen Thompson. You couldn't stop him from getting to the basket. You did not have a defender that could stop him. He was finishing like a mother in there. Some great finishes. I would have considered giving it to him. I knew the Rockets wouldn't because that's just not the pecking order. But honestly, from a matchup standpoint, he's so athletic, can leap over everyone. And Alpi really was.
He might have drawn Draymond off of Alpi, too. If he drives inside.
Oh, where he would have
if he
slid
drives
over.
Inside,
yeah, he might have slid over to try to help.
Yeah.
And Draymond doesn't leap. He's just strong. He's very, very physically strong.
He did have a leaping block last night.
Yeah, he did have one. What about when Steven Adams?
Oh, my God. That was awesome.
Jimmy's out of bounds. Steven Adams has been a godsend this year. Yep. It's unbelievable that he's been this good.
Yep. You know, he was plus 16 on the floor.
Yeah.
Plus 16.
Khal Drago's unstoppable.
He was awesome. Steven Adams was awesome. And that's when Alperen and Draymond was on the bench. That's when Alperen was awesome. The double bigs was just great. It was a great actually Alpi was plus 4. The minuses, as good as Amen is and as well as he shot, he was 7 of 12 with 17 points. He was still a minus 17. And you would think a guy who plays defense the way that he does, if he's shooting well, he should be a plus.
Yeah, but it's dependent on everyone scoring.
That's true.
Even if it's not him. Because Because they did a good job on Steph Curry. Steph Curry did not have the ball. They prevented Curry from getting the ball. They kept it out of his hands. And when he had it in his hands, that zone really had some effective moments at times because they were able to, it was almost like a matchup zone where they were able to, because the only zone you can really play is kind of a 1-3-1, a hybrid amoeba version of it. But they were able to get two guys. When Steph Curry had the ball up top, they had the point, and whoever the top of the wing was were able to kind of squeeze him and get the ball out of his hands. I thought Ime did a great job. It's just unfortunately they had too many open shots. Like Pajinski had, is it Pajinski or Pajinski? They pronounce it Pajinski. Pajemski. So, but there's no J, just so you know.
Yeah, Ziem.
But it's he had.
It should be Pajemski.
Where did he play his college ball?
Was he Santa Clara or one of them?
Where did he play his college ball, Dale?
I don't know. I gotta look it up.
I'm pretty sure it was one of them. It was one of them.
I mean, with the curly hair, he's probably West Coast.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Curly floppy hair.
He was Santa Clara.
Santa Clara.
Yeah,
Well, he started at Illinois, then transferred to Santa Clara
because he had to be closer to the water. But
he's from Wisconsin.
Well, but
did he end up closer to the water?
Does he give you? Does
and
he?
He's
does
still
he look
closer
like
to the water.
Com Connor or whatever his name is from?
Hey,
what's his name from Duke?
Knipple is what you're saying?
Knipple. That's right. That guy looks Wisconsin. Johnny Harris is from Wisconsin. This is what Wisconsinites look like.
Right.
Con Knipple. They don't look like curly hair Pajinski.
I think you should stop saying Con Knipple. I don't know.
That's his name.
Isn't that his name?
Makes me uncomfortable. Well, and Pajemski set an NBA record last night.
Lance, have you seen one of Pajinski's college photos? Just type in Pajinski college, and there's a photo that you're going to particularly enjoy.
Well,
of his images.
He had an historic night. 25 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 3-pointers made in a playoff game. He's the 4th youngest player to do it. LeBron, Anthony Edwards, Ja, Podziemski, and then Luka.
I hate that so many people have access to stats, that they just make up random records.
I've noticed that stats are really, they're really
so
my kids, I have to tell Mason all the time, the argument that for sure Luka, there are a lot of people who believe, guys, why are we even having this argument? SGA is not the MVP. It's clearly going to be Jokic, because look at these stats. Like that tells me exactly how old you are. If you only scout, scout by the like, you're not factoring in the impact on winning. It should go winning first and then stats. But your stat, you need to be at a certain level stats wise. Oh no, gosh. I don't see that one. Oh, there he is. Oh my God. He did cornrows.
He had cornrow dread
hanging down like box. Well, those are box braids.
Oh my gosh.
And box braids are really all in.
What do they call that though?
Cultural appropriation. Vulture.
Was he a culture vulture?
I don't know, Pods. He may have gotten a card from someone, so I'm not sure.
See, I always think that's stupid because it's just he's influenced by a certain culture.
Well,
melding of cultures. He's influenced by it. Looks terrible on him.
Yeah, maybe he just.
I mean, it looks legitimately horrible.
Like I can't find a photo of him playing basketball on that photo, so maybe he just did it for picture day to be a troll, because I can't find him with that hair.
I mean, I respect it if his
playing.
troll game was that hard that he went with box braids, because somebody had to do it for him. He had to go to somebody who could actually do box braids, because that takes the girl who cuts my hair is black, and we were talking about box braids, and she goes, "Oh, I don't do that." She goes, "I braid hair."
Did you ask her to do it for you?
She said she wouldn't even try.
Really?
But she said, "Oh no, that takes like 3-4." She goes, "I don't do box braids."
Okay.
I braid girls' hair. She said, I will do that. I'll get girls' hair right for like if they're doing braids and they're going to be at some, they got some event or they just want to get their hair done. She said, box. I said, do you do box braids? Supposedly that's what everyone has now. Means. So it looks like the little squares, and they have a braid out of every little square.
Yeah.
The little boxes.
Takes a long time.
She told me it takes 3 to 4 hours.
No,
she goes, I don't have time for all
I ain't got time for that. All right. Billy Brown ain't got time for you, but with a bad toilet. Okay, well, he does have time for you. Actually, that's what he does for a living. He does, but he says, "Listen, you don't have to put up with that crap, right?" Billy Brown says you don't have to put up with that crap because that crap's going down. Okay,
Trying to literally have red beans and rice right now. Literally.
Well, I mean, I may take issue with this live, but that's on you. Who said you should be eating?
You shouldn't be eating during a Billy Brown spot.
No, that's true. That's fair.
Because we're trying to make the Brown go down. That's what we're trying to do. Okay. So here's the deal: is if you've got a stuffed up toilet, okay, it just can't work. I don't know what the deal is. Billy Brown come with his snake and his guys will fix that. He had to at my house before. Had to fix your tankless water heater because you had too much resin
He had
in
to
there.
clean it.
Yeah, he cleaned
Took
it.
3. He had to go through it 3 times.
He fixed all your pipes in the backyard.
I'm getting ready to come out and do the shower. I have a dripping shower, and it's just,
God. See,
I just can't have this.
Billy we can't have it, Billy. If you've got any issue whatsoever with your plumbing, Billy Brown is for you. He's gonna make that crap go down. He every single day, his guys do that. So you're looking for the best way. If you've got a plumbing issue, it's Billy Brown. You have to put this phone number in your phone because when you need a plumber, don't ask us because we might not. I don't know. I'll be playing poker or something. I won't see it. Lance will be playing frisbee or something.
Don't call us, call him.
281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did we miss today? This is our final segment before News of the Weird. Did we hit on everything? The other series, Celtics series over.
They're up 3-1. The Cavs, in a historic win, took out the Heat. Won by like 55 points.
That was not a good. That wasn't a good series.
Yeah, we had one competitive game 2, and returned to Miami, 2 blowouts.
I just don't think that was a great series.
Well, when the 10 seed is in the playoffs, I guess for the first time ever, maybe that's the result there. What else? Kittle got a giant deal. That's announced. George Kittle, 4 years, $76 million.
As well,
How
he
old
should.
do you guys think George Kittle is?
Is he like 29?
No, older than that.
Yeah, I think 32.
31.
31.
I felt like he was older than that.
Older than that?
I don't know why. I felt like he's been around for a long time. He was in, I think, the first draft class I wrote, or the second one I wrote in 2016. So it's been 9 years, but I guess that would make him 22 plus 9 is 31.
Well, you got another thing we haven't talked about. You guys accused me of saving things for my show. I did not see it until my show began. Did you see Brandon Beane and him yelling at the Buffalo Bills broadcast partner?
Yeah, can you play?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
About the wide. Yeah, can you play that?
Yeah, he was not happy
about the wide receiver stuff.
Yeah, apparently he was listening in on the conversation, or maybe this was just part of the theme the day after the draft for that station, 550 WGR, and he called in. And here's Brandon Beane, not thrilled with the broadcast partner.
Hotline is Buffalo Bills general manager Brandon Beane, who had a busy weekend, a lot of hours logged. Brandon, we had 2 draft parties, so we're kind of tired too. You know, we were up late with you in the first round and the second round. It's a busy weekend for you.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points when you add all the postseason. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show and you got to have something to bitch about, but bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
That's not fair. I mean, look,
they need wide receivers. Honestly.
No. I get that Brandon's sensitive about this, but look, Khalil Shakir, I love him. There are some limitations. Keon Coleman is a nice little player, but he's got some limitations. You just lost your other wide receiver who left.
Mac Hollins.
So it's who was just okay. He outplayed his ability, frankly. I mean, he's more of a special teams guy. I think it's okay. I think it's fair to talk about the wide receiver position. I don't think that's unfair. But GMs get a little feisty. Nick, I don't know if you paid attention to this. Nick Caserio is way feistier now. He gets a little perturbed.
What's the need?
Questions.
He didn't like the intimation or the question about need at guard. I don't know. Need? What do you mean need? I don't even know what to need.
Another thing, I don't even know what that means.
Yes.
He didn't give us another. I don't know what that means.
Pretty much. I don't even know
what need means. He went after somebody on day 2, I think. Somebody asked a question, and he was just really short, which made me realize, okay, I think that it's Nick is kind of feeling himself right now. He's gotten a little pissy over the last couple of years.
Well,
have you noticed? I don't know if you've noticed that, but he has.
Yeah, no. I think he's. Yeah, hey, listen. I would imagine that the media, if you were constantly questioned by, people that don't know as much as you do, which the media doesn't know as much as he does, and you're constantly questioned and called to the carpet about stuff that the media doesn't. Here's the thing about football is that everybody thinks that they know everything about it. It's got to be maddening for coaches and general managers to
100%.
listen to this.
100%.
I mean, so I could certainly see getting a short fuse sometimes with the media, but Nick Jeremy Brandon put this tweet out. This is Nick Caserio. Is this to Ursary? I think this was Ursary's phone call. I believe. I'm pretty sure, but they didn't say it, and maybe I didn't listen to the whole thing, but because I couldn't listen to the whole thing. This was the call when they drafted Nick Caserio.
Is this where he got pissy?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, I want to hear this. I didn't get to hear it, but Jeremy, I saw posted.
Yeah.
It,
This is you're listen to this, and you tell me if you wouldn't be like, okay, stop already.
Hello,
Jalen, Nick Caserio with the Texans.
Oh, it's Jalen. This is Jalen Smith, right?
let's do it. Let's do it.
Congratulations, we're going to turn the pick in. We're excited to have
Let's
you.
do it.
You're a good football
Let's
player.
do it.
So
Let's do it.
yeah,
Let's do it.
I'm going to put you on.
Let's do
I'm
it.
going to put you on
Let's
Coach
do
Ryan.
it.
Here's Coach Ryan.
All right, let's do it. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jaden, congrats, man.
Hey, get the Texans hat. Get the Texans hat. Let's do it. Appreciate it, Coach. Appreciate it, Coach.
You get them Texans hat ready, man. We're fired up to have you.
All right, let's do it, Coach. Let's do it.
All right, I'm passing you over to our owner here.
Wait, which
All right,
Jalen or
let's do
Jaden
it.
is
Let's
this?
do it. Man,
This
let's
is?
go. I'm ready. Let's go.
Give everyone a hug there that helps get you here, okay, bud? And we'll see you soon.
I got you.
Congrats.
Let's do
Jalen
it.
Noel would never do that.
Which Jalen? I don't know.
I would have to look at the video.
Yeah, I didn't hear the beginning of it. It's one of the Jalens.
That sounds more USC than Iowa State.
Let's do it. Let's
Yeah.
do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, Caserio. couldn't
Nick,
even
at some
talk.
point, went, okay, that's enough.
That's enough. No.
You know what? We haven't turned a card in yet. We're fine. We're gonna go in a different direction.
Yeah.
No.
Let's do it.
Put the Texans
Let's
hat
do
away.
it. Let's do it.
Apparently, it was Jalen Reed,
It was Jalen Reed.
the Penn State safety.
Oh, yeah. You know, you have to go through a lot of Jalen's.
You do have to
That's
go.
true.
Man. Well, you got to be more specific on your
There's
Jalen.
3 Jalen's in this draft. The
Ah.
record, by the way,
I thought
NFL
I might have
research said
Jaden
it was a
this.
record
Record
for
most Jalen's drafted by
Mm-hmm.
one team or by in the whole league.
by one team in
By
one
one
draft.
team
It's the
in
most
one-
Jalen's.
Wow.
And you know what?
Congratulations
Apparently,
to
there
us.
is an article that says the first Jalen's are Jalen Rose. There's not. That's true. That's unbelievable. The name Jalen is all over the place now. There weren't Jalen's before Jalen Rose.
Wow.
And now there's a billion Jalen's with a billion different spellings. And Jalen Rose claims he's the first one. Like, that's no way. Go ahead and Google famous Jalen's. Famous Jalen's. You can't find anyone over 31 except Jalen Rose.
And
Do the
now
math on it.
everyone is named Jalen.
Now there's a billion Jalen's.
Wow.
And he was the first
How many
one.
Chinese are there? I mean, because they
Chinese Jalen's?
Yeah. Let's see, because they have I bet they have more.
Okay, you know what?
We
There's
have,
actually one
we have
I
the
know.
most Jalen's, but
Asian-
but what is the most?
Asian Jalen's.
I don't think there's a lot. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, Jalen Green.
If they adopted the name Jalen, then it would be the biggest. name in
Jalen
the world.
Williams. who
Jalen
a-
Green is an Asian man named Jalen.
Who?
Jalen Green.
Yeah. Jalen Williams, Vietnamese descent.
Nice.
Mhm.
Nice. I
I
mean,
Jalen
if
Green,
it's-
Filipino.
If it's gonna make its way to Asia,
Yeah,
the world's in trouble.
Understood, John. Yes, there'll be what? What do you think? 500 million men?
Oh yeah.
How many do you think?
Yeah, more.
Okay.
Or more.
I don't know if it's gonna make it there.
I mean, we got a lot of them. We got a lot of Jalen's now.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll become a traditional
How about-
Asian name or Japanese or Chinese name. I'm not sure that's in the offing.
What about Ashley's?
I feel like that's for a certain group.
No.
Don't think it's going to make its way to China.
English.
What about Joquacious?
Joquavius. Woody Marks. Joquavius Woody
What
Marks.
about Woodies? How many Woodies are out there?
Woody Page, Woody Marks. There are
Woody
several.
Harrelson.
Damian
Older-
Woody?
That's
Older white
last
guys
name,
and
but
then
sure.
Woody Marks.
There are several, but his
Well,
is named after
Woody Harrelson?
Older white guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for
Woody
him,
Page.
not named after Woody Page or Harrelson, named after a cartoon character
Yeah. Woody
from
the
Toy
Woodpecker.
Story.
Woody
Yeah.
Woodpecker.
No, not Woody Woodpecker. That's who Woody Harrelson's named after, probably.
Probably.
Woodpecker's so old. It's Woody, Tom Hanks, his character from Toy Story.
Oh, I thought Woody Woodpecker.
Now, I don't know anybody naming their kid after a woodpecker at this point.
Mm.
You imagine that
His
telling
name's
that
Woody.
telling that story to people?
Yeah.
I named my kid after a woodpecker. Do you think Woody Marks? He probably has been informed because someone made that connection and probably told him. But but do you think he watched a Woody Woodpecker cartoon ever?
He has no idea
chance.
who Woody Woodpecker
no
is.
chance.
No. There was something that was. It's not that old, and people don't even know it. It's like crazy that these youngsters, they don't know anything that's more than like 5 years old.
Well, we have
my kids do.
Yeah.
Well, for sports.
Yeah, sports, but
and
otherwise.
music. Mason is into 90s R&B now. He's acting like he's putting me on this stuff.
Is he?
I said, you got to stop.
Hey, Dad, have you heard of My Pony? Have you heard of Pony before, Dad?
Yeah. No, he's like, Dad, I bet you don't even know about this. And it's TLC, and he knows that I played Waterfalls for him before.
Yeah.
So then I put him on Jade yesterday. Don't Walk Away. And then he's like, oh, really? Well, listen to this. And his playlist, and he's got all these songs. I'm like, where are you getting all these songs from? I said, you're basically stealing anything that's in my.
No.
He goes, no, I just heard them on the radio. What radio? Y'all don't listen to the radio. So what are you talking about? I've heard them on the radio. I don't know how he came up with it, but he's got a whole playlist of music from like the 90s that all of a sudden I heard it. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a boss. I said, how do you know that? So where did you get this song from? That's the 90s. Where did you get that from? Everyone knows this song, Dad. Everyone does not know that song. Do you know 93 Until Infinity? Everyone knows that song.
Have you put
Kanye did 03 Until Infinity.
Have you put him on SWV yet?
I did. I had him on that one too. Yes, SWV and Jade back to back. There was a girl on Jade that I had a little. There's a light skinned girl that had a little thing.
Of course.
Back in the day. Oh, I'm just being honest.
No surprise.
Let me pull her up again. We got a break.
You're gonna. I thought you'd be too busy eating to be able to Google anything.
This is good. I'm just having the red beans and rice with sausage. It's got just a little spice. She said I didn't make it too spicy because I didn't. I said this show can eat spice. This show's not afraid of some spice.
She saw your German.
In fact, I'm encouraged.
She took into account.
What you talking
She
about?
took into account your German roots and was like,
What you talking
She's
about?
like, yeah, my parents did grow up on a farm in Kansas. I will say that their roots don't include a lot of seasoning. I will say that.
This is not great for the Astros. Just a little stat. Most games played against teams currently below 500. The Astros have played 15 games. The most in the league is 20 by the Mets.
And their record is?
And they're just over 500.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Twins have played a bunch. The Guardians, the Red Sox, the Reds, Detroit, Washington, Astros, Arizona. The Cubs have played 0 games this year against teams currently below 500.
well, the Astros just beat a team far above 500 last night. So how about that?
Yeah. Well, there's a reason that Detroit is up there because they played a lot of teams under 500.
Yep.
Now, is there but have the Cubs made teams currently over 500?
Or are they just I don't
I don't know that that's great.
Well, how bad or good are the Cubs? I don't even know what their record is.
I think they're mediocre. I mean, they're meh.
Okay.
The Rangers have only played 3 games. Mariners only 6. Or will they get to those teams? That's
Cubs
the question.
Are 17-12, first place. So they're okay. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
So they've played a tough schedule and come through it pretty well.
Yeah. No. Well, they've got Kyle Tucker. I don't know if you heard.
No, I know.
He's pretty good.
I know. He's gotten off to a good.
Let's
really good
go.
Start. But you have a left fielder.
Let's go.
Who's 2 times?
Let's go.
No, let's do it.
Oh, let's do it. That's
let's
right.
do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Who has led in the series more, Golden State or Houston?
I mean, Golden State led almost the entire game yesterday. Golden State, the first game.
Well,
I'm going to say Golden State.
Oh, no, this is just the first 3 games. This doesn't count like yesterday.
Okay.
Houston then.
Houston crushed.
Yeah, Houston
crushed them because game 2 they led the whole game.
They led most of the game yesterday. Out of the 48 minutes, they probably led about
34.
44.
Well, game 3, the Rockets led 34. The Rockets going into that game were down 2 games to 1, and they had led in the game 95 minutes to 44 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible. Play hard, play better in the fourth. Just play better.
It's been their issue all years. I mean, they've had moments but execution down the stretch was a concern. Free throw shooting was a concern, and those are playing out in the playoffs.
Oh, by the way, Shaq is the new GM of Sacramento State.
Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah.
There's another relatively famous basketball player who's done that. Several
Steph
guys.
Curry is the
Yeah,
Davidson.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah,
Yeah,
Steph.
and there's other ones too.
Yeah, I don't know what
Andrew Luck took over GM of football.
but at least he's not actually playing professional sports. Well, Shaq isn't either. He has another job.
Right.
I don't know what
There's another player that's currently playing that's the GM of their team.
Yeah, I think so.
Of their college.
And James is he's not a GM, but he's heavily involved in Arizona State too. So those guys are taking that on, maybe getting prepared for a life after basketball. A couple of them.
Well, it is. You know what? You've got a voice at least. I mean, not only a voice, but you're going to be listened to, and that's smart for Davidson. It's smart for Sacramento State. It's smart to have. Well, I mean, you have Shaq on your side. That's nice.
For Sacramento State to have a guy of that status be associated with their program. We know Woj is kind of doing that for the Bonnies because he went there. That's his new job after leaving ESPN. But James is like, most I've seen James rep anything besides Adidas is what he's doing for Arizona State, which is also an Adidas school. But it's a good way to go about it. I can't wait for James to decide if Hurley gets fired or not.
Well, that'll be. Well, that's it. That's up to him. He's the GM.
I don't know. He's not the
GM,
but he's NIL. He's giving a lot of money to NIL for Arizona State.
Yeah. All right. Breaking it here. We got News of the Weird coming your way next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't you go anywhere. Well, in Seattle, neighbors are demanding answers after rampant self-pleasuring takes over a Seattle park.
What type of answers do they want?
They want to know. Here is a spokesperson for Denny Blaine Park said this: "It's bad activity. It's illegal. It's illicit. It's masturbation multiple times a day by men sitting on the wall, sitting at the park in view of the homes and in view of everything. And it's non-ending, and it's really troubling."
I would say so.
Do you want to live near?
No, I don't.
In the self-pleasure park.
I don't want to live near the self-pleasure zone. No, I don't want to live in a place where there's chronic public masturbation going on. I'd rather not.
Is this a park you want to go to now?
You walk out, like you think, oh, there's a nice park. You love it near your home, and you walk out of your house, and there's just guys going at it. Is it like a group at the same time, or
I think
single
everybody
events?
just doesn't care.
Wow.
Let's just do this here. I don't care.
I don't know, man.
On the wall, on the bench.
Such a guy activity. Like you're not gonna see a woman sitting on the wall.
Oh, I don't know.
Have you heard a woman mentioned?
Okay. I don't know. It says men.
Yeah. What are you talking about? That's a guy activity.
It says that the park had long been a safe place for people in the LGBT plus community.
Are they trying to? Are straight men trying to take it back by masturbating?
Good Lord. What kind of fight is this?
Well,
I don't know.
Here is the quote. A lot of folks who want to be out in their bodies. So for a lot of queer and trans folks who might face harassment at other types of beaches, Denny Blaine is just a really safe place. But there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I don't know the proclivities.
Wait, don't do that.
Or the stop banging on stuff. I don't know what's going on, who likes who.
What is that?
Who's doing what, but I don't want to be near that park.
No, I'm not going to that park when I go to Seattle. That's not going to be on my list now.
Like what? Like
taking it off.
Go to that market, the fish market where they throw fish. Where do you guys want to go? I'd like to go to, what's it called? Blaney Park or something?
Denny Blaine Park.
Let's go to Denny Blaine. I hear that's beautiful at this time of year. Oh, no, it's just a bunch of guys.
When the NBA makes it back to Seattle, I'm not going to hang out in the park.
You're going to have a competition?
I'm not going to hang out at the park waiting for the game.
3-point shootout?
Like if the Rockets go.
I don't need that shootout.
I don't know. I don't need any of that shootout.
All right, just stop.
Once the NBA's back in Seattle, the Rockets take a trip there. You know what I'm not going to do? Hang out at that park waiting for the game.
Denny Blaine.
Nope.
No, I don't want that. A climber had to be rescued from Mount Fuji twice. After he got rescued, he realized he forgot his phone. So he went back up for his phone. They had to rescue him again. That sounds like something maybe Lance would do.
Yeah, 100%.
Forgetting the phone.
Would you forget? Would you go back?
Yes, I forgot my phone like twice. People had to get it for me. Hey, sir. One time is my earbuds for my AirPod. This girl came outside. Sir, you forgot this. There's another phone. I accidentally dropped out my Xbox controller and literally a whole season worth of tape that's on a $240 10 terabyte. It just fell out of a bag I had. I'm just the worst.
You can't be a mule.
I can't,
too forgetful.
I can barely even. I get off airplanes and the sheer panic I have. Like I know I've left something, and it doesn't go away.
Check your pockets.
Checking all pockets.
Well, you count.
Going through
You
my
count.
head.
I would count every day when I leave.
Yeah,
1,
that's
2,
what I got to
3,
start
4,
doing.
5.
Yeah, I got to have a number.
I got my AirPods, my keys,
I gotta
my
do that.
money,
I
my
gotta do
wallet,
that.
and my
He's
phone.
not going to do it.
Kellen Winslow Jr. approves of this park. This is the worst. That's terrible.
Well,
it's not the Kellen Winslow Jr.
You know,
park.
Kellen Winslow did that, and that's the less egregious than the other thing he did. Like the masturbating in the park.
That was what he did with grandma.
Yeah, the target is less egregious.
Wait a minute. What if you were Denny Blaine or some relative of Denny Blaine? Hey, this is not the park that Denny wanted.
Well, we don't know what Denny wanted. Do you know? You don't know.
I don't know what Denny
you
wanted.
don't have no idea.
Listen, if you named a park after me, I don't want it to be the self-pleasure park. Okay? That's not what I want.
What would you like your park to be?
I want it to be a great place for kids and everybody to go and eat and have nice
No one
lunches.
would ever remember the John Granado Park if all anyone did was eat and have nice lunches.
Yeah, bringing some sausage and peppers
Will
to
it-
the park.
Will I ever forget the Denny Blaine Park now? No.
No, that's true.
That is true.
That is true.
That is
It's
true.
memorable.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess that.
Hey.
I guess you got to be famous for something. Way to
look-
go, Denny Blaine.
Look, Renato, if your legacy was men decide to self-pleasure themselves in a park, I'm like, that fits.
I just feel like I don't want that. I don't want my park to do
Understood. Maybe Denny Blaine gets that cleaned up at some point.
that. Maybe Denny Blaine. Maybe Denny Blaine might be dead. Hey, listen, I don't have a transition here for this segment.
Yeah, I don't even know what spot.
Well,
it's for.
here's the spot is Access Vascular Health. Okay. And if you're having problems, don't go to Denny Blaine Park. Go to 975prostate.com. That's where you go. Listen, I went last week and I got my MRI and doc said everything was great, but she said, no, you have all the symptoms and it's muscle related. So she's giving me some muscle relaxers and I feel much, much, much better. You people, I'm out there. Listen, Doc Manavis knows all of this stuff. Listen, your veins, like if you wake up and you have in your calves and your ankles that it hurts, it's because blood's not getting to your ankles. You need Doc Manavis to help the veins there, to help the blood flow down to your feet. And yeah, blood flow all over. That's what Doc Manavis is for. That's what she's all about. Listen, no, she says that like 90, no, more than that. 100% of people that have ED because of a prostate get cured with her procedure. It is an IV. It is not surgery. It's non-invasive. It takes about 45 minutes. And with me, I didn't have the prostate issue, but she said, listen, I'm going to help you out. And she can help you out too. You're looking for the best way to get that prostate issue taken care of. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
Welcome into the show. And I've said for a while, it's not my quote, but I said for a while the playoffs tell. They tell you about individual players. They tell you about the team you've rooted for all year. They tell you about the coach. They tell you about yourself as far as maybe your bias is popping out in or after a game when it doesn't go your way. And Sean and I have the scapegoat rankings that we decided to do this past Friday. We waited for a couple games in the playoffs to start ranking the guys who are going to be blamed the most if their team loses a series. And no Rocket had made the list because at the time they were coming off tying the series, and Jalen Green had a spectacular night. Since that point, the Rockets have lost the last two to the Warriors. Jalen Green has not broke into double digits in scoring, and he is the prime candidate to rise to the top of our rankings when we do them on Friday. If there's, I mean, the series may be over by Friday, but we'll still do them. And I think it's not just us putting him there. I think it's a lot of Rocket fans. You saw a lot of it. I saw a lot of unacceptable. Like what Jalen Green has done over the last 2 nights and really 3 out of the 4 nights has been unacceptable to people. I got to say, I am the most positive about Jalen Green. Maybe not in the city, but I think what he's done, because it doesn't surprise me at all, doesn't move me to a point where I'm saying it's unacceptable. This is who he has been. Not to these extremes, not 3 out of 4 games, but you can see what he's done against the Warriors throughout this season, and why that's translating to the playoffs. I can't speak to it. Maybe they just have some magical elixir to make him a bad offensive basketball player. But he's played poorly against the Warriors all year. That has continued, and his overall inconsistencies throughout the season means what he's doing is less surprising than probably it should be to me. Jalen Green not scoring, Jalen Green getting benched in the fourth quarter of a big playoff game, all tracks for me. He will get a chance to start again in game 5. We'll hear from Ime Udoka. He was asked about potential changes, mostly about why Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd aren't playing. And he said everything's on the table, but I don't really believe him. I think they have their 8. Whether those 8 in their minutes get distributed differently is up for debate. But as far as who's actually going to play in the game, barring injury, I don't see the guys who are supposed to be part of this core 7 that Rocket fans conjured up. I don't see those 2 playing in Whitmore or Shepherd. You got your 8, maybe you get a 9th if Aaron Holiday plays a little bit more. But the Rockets go down in a game that was imminently winnable. Fred VanVleet, the other guy who's been under scrutiny, was great. 8 out of 12 from 3, knocked down big shot after big shot. The Warriors, because of their concern about Alperen when they had to go small because Draymond was out of the game because of foul trouble, anytime they came off of Alperen or paid too much attention to him, Fred was there to knock down a shot. He made a big 3 in the fourth quarter. He made several plays throughout the game to stem runs and get the Rockets back in it, but it wasn't enough because the problems that have existed since the beginning of the year pop up again. They don't shoot free throws well, and those issues have been exacerbated in these playoffs because they always are. Your biggest weaknesses become even bigger concerns in the playoffs. Now, you would think the Warriors have nothing to do with you shooting free throws. Either you make them or you're not once you're on the line. But why would a team who hasn't been through this before get better at something that they were bad with in the regular season? You would assume that would get worse. Why would they be a team who would execute better late when they weren't great at it during the regular season? You had Jabari Smith throwing a ball away when he got up in the air, threw it over Fred's head, went into the backcourt. That was an empty possession. Then, of course, just lack of quality shots. And all of it turned, unfortunately, when Draymond came back in the game. He was out for significant parts of the second half because of foul trouble. And if you want to complain, and maybe rightfully so, about why he wasn't even available to come back in the game in the first place when the referees kind of let him off the hook and found a way to punish him without really giving him the ultimate punishment because of his tangle with Tari Eason, realistically, that should have been a second technical. He's out of the game, but they didn't want to throw him out of the game. So they gave him a flagrant. So, hey, Rockets, you get 2 free throws, but Draymond stays in the game. And it mattered late because Alperen against the smalls of of Golden State, or when it was Trace Jackson Davis or Kevon Looney, he had his way. It was his most impactful moments in the series because he took advantage time and time again of the Warriors because they don't have a second legitimate big. Even Quentin Post, they don't want to put in Alperen because when Steven Adams is in the game, they want to keep a big guy on him to try to keep him off the board. It's not that he would be all that successful. So they decided to go small because their double bigs weren't viable. They tried it for a possession or two when they had Trace Jackson Davis and Quentin Post, and they threw in Kevon Looney for a possession. But for the most part, it was a small against Alperen, and credit him for taking advantage. But the moment Draymond ran back on that floor with about, 6.5 minutes ago in the fourth quarter, Alperen Sengun. Hey, Sean, do you remember that the meme of when LeBron was with the Heat and he was playing the Spurs and Kawhi checked back in? You see LeBron go, damn.
Yeah.
I didn't see that from Alperen specifically, but that's kind of how it was. When Draymond came back in the game, Alperen's free run against Golden State's defense was over. I don't think he scored a bucket against Draymond. In fact, he turned away from the basket a couple of times, and then on the final possession, when they could not get the screen set for GP2 to be on him, he threw up what has not been a successful shot for him, kind of this mid-range floater that feels like it has no shot of going in, and it did not go in. Jimmy Butler gets the rebound, secures it, knocks down a couple of free throws. His 11th and 12th free throws of the game where he went 12 for 12. And on a night when Steph Curry does not explode, you are depending on a desperation heave from Fred that did not hit iron, and the Rockets go down. And now they're down 3-1. So I know some of the expectation and talk coming into the series was the Warriors are old. They had to play that extra game to get into the playoffs. The Rockets' youth, athleticism would be enough to beat this team. And it turns out it's not enough, at least right now. The Warriors are going to try to close it out in 5 because maybe the length of the series may help the Rockets. You saw Jimmy Butler at points in the second and third quarter limping around. It was very prominent when he fouled Dillon Brooks when he chased him down, which would have been a sure layup. He smacked Dillon Brooks hard on the arm. Was just a common foul. He looked like he had a giant hitch in his giddy up. He found a way, because Jimmy does, to get to the free throw line, made big plays down stretch. He was the team's leading scorer, or maybe at least he came in second to Pods, who had a big night. So I think the Warriors' guile and all that veteran know-how stuff that people talk about has come to the forefront, and the Rockets are learning. They're a team who doesn't know what these situations are like as a unit, and you see that play out in these close games. The overreactionary thing is to say, well, somebody's got to go here because the expectations have been built. You're a 2 seed, right or wrong. People believe you should at least get out of the first round, particularly when you think this Warriors team can be had, and they look vulnerable because it doesn't seem like there's a lot there if Jimmy's not at his best. But you got moments. Buddy Hield has picked it up. Pods had a great night. We talked about the GP2 game in game 3. So they found ways to supplement Jimmy Butler's absence or Steph's quiet night to take a 3-1 lead. So the questions about where we go from here and this season, I don't really want to get into them until the season is over, but I did see the calls for Kevin Durant. They need a closer. Saw the get Jalen off my team stuff because of the obvious lack of production. And then this is what happens when you finally, after years of being in the wilderness, have something to root for and something that's at risk. You now care, and you're going to start to point out guys who don't show up in games that you care about. Of course, Jalen's not even 24 years old. So should you give up on him and his first playoff experience? Probably not, but that doesn't matter in the moment. You're like, hey, we got a shot to win this series, and if we had a better player here, who knows what we could be. The playoffs tell. And right now, the playoffs tell that the Rockets' most inconsistent player is showing that inconsistency when it matters the most. And that's why he wasn't playing in the fourth quarter in a game they really needed. So we'll get into what Ime said after the game. If you want to get in on the show, you can. If you want to talk Rockets, 713-780-3776. So, should we wait until the series is over to begin to talk about who should still be a part of this team? I think so. I think it's early to have the talk. This, like, honestly, the series is probably over. Is this Rockets team capable of beating the Warriors 3 games in a row? No. They're almost as inconsistent as their top perimeter option. But can they win a game 5 at home? Sure. I think the Warriors are going to do everything they can to close them out in 5. Don't think they want a long series here. They love to get some rest because the next opponent for whoever wins this series is the Minnesota T-Wolves. And right now, they look on the verge of gentlemanly sweeping the Lakers, and the Warriors will try to do the same here back in Houston. So we'll get into that. We'll get into the news with the Astros because the byproduct of Altuve playing left field is him now not being the leadoff hitter for a reason I would say I would have kept quiet. Like, if the reason for you not wanting to lead off anymore is the one that Altuve got, I'm like, you know what? I would have had Joe Espada take the bullet and go, hey, I just made a decision. I think it's better for the lineup. Not logistically, it'd be better for me to hit second. We'll talk about that. Altuve had a big moment, a big sequence of events in the game against the Tigers that the Astros won. Made a good play and then hit a home run. And maybe this new change helped that happen. So we'll get into that. And also we'll play audio really from around sports, but a lot of Rockets coming up here. So we're just getting started here. Me and Sean till noon. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
A couple scuffles and stuff out there. Just talking, pushing.
I mean, just talking physical out there. You know, they're just going to let one dude do whatever he wants, and he's not going to get. I mean, he should have 2 checks off rip. You know, you can talk to him about what he wants. So
that was Almond Thompson. I think Big Sarge asked a question about, at least he certainly from his Twitter, about Draymond. And as much as Draymond's great theater, and I'm not bothered by what he is because I've seen it over the last decade, what he is out there. I mean, what are you going to do? Particularly when you know he gets the leeway. So I've come to accept it. But I do think it's an issue when the players out there know the deal too. Like, they know what it is. Draymond's going to be able to do more things than they can before getting thrown out. It's what a lot of people have said. It's like in football, you can't call holding on every play. So how many times can Draymond do something, and how many times are you willing to blow the whistle and punish him for it? He has set a standard where it takes exorbitant things. It takes egregious things to get him thrown out of a game. And he should have been out of the game by letter of the law yesterday, which would have helped because Alpern could have continued to bully whatever Warrior wasn't Draymond down the stretch. Unfortunately, didn't get to do that. And he wound up on Draymond on the final possession. And while maybe Fred VanVleet could have gotten to a point where he could have set a screen to get GP2 on Alpern, didn't happen. GP2 fought through it, which is his job, and it wound up 1-on-1, Draymond versus Alpern. Alpern didn't win. Here's Ime on Alpern's miss and really that final possession.
It was okay. I think Draymond shot the gap and kind of denied the catch. Tried to get a switch with Peyton, so we didn't get a great screen and kept the matchup, but got a decent look. But got the screen better to get Alpy open at the spot we want him at.
So, I mean, I know there was some question about whether they just said, hey, let's go 1-on-1 versus Draymond with Alpy. No, they knew. Let's try to get him off of him. Just didn't get it done. Execution. That's one of those things where the coaches go, hey, I drew it up. Lack of execution. And then you would say, perhaps maybe if you had executed better in a practice or two, this could have worked out. But the other guys are there to prevent you from getting what you want out of a set. And you credit the Warriors for not allowing what you wanted to happen. So they got their best matchup on the player who you thought was most likely to score in that situation. He didn't. And then, of course, you were unable to secure an offensive rebound. The Warriors did their job, and they go out with the win. So do we question what Ime has done so far? There may be some times where I thought sticking with the double bigs in previous games would have been a plus. He did it in this game. Steven Adams got to 20-plus minutes, I think 26, which is a series high. So there was an adjustment there to play him more, and we'll hear from Ime in a little bit here about why he did it, because the runs the Warriors put on when Steven Adams wasn't on the floor, it wasn't exclusively just him not being on the floor, but the Warriors went on runs to start the game and to start the second half, which kind of evened out what was kind of Rockets' dominance around him. So the Warriors went on a 13-2 run to start the game, and then an 18-1 run to start second half, because the Rockets did what they do to close the first half. They forced turnovers, they got out in transition, and got buckets. And they led by 7, I think, going into the half. And so you add those two runs together, it was 31-3. You think about the score of the game where the Rockets lose by 3. Over the span of like 7.5 minutes, they were outscored 31-3. Think about how that game went the rest of the way. The Rockets played well, were much better than the Warriors for the other 40-plus minutes of the game, but they were so bad in the 7.5 minutes that they wound up losing the game by 3.
Yeah. And the, hey, when you're 31-3 at the start of both halves, you know what that tells me? You need to change your starting lineup. Because that's what the starting lineup's out for
Yep.
both teams.
It's why Amin shot the ball so well. It was still like a minus 17 on the night because their starting lineup got absolutely destroyed, which was a question asked after the previous game. Would you make changes? And he was resistant to make those changes. Will he be pushed or forced into that now after evidence that his starting lineup was getting killed? And it happened with Jimmy Butler back on the floor. People wanted Amin out of the starting lineup. Does Jabari get more time? Jabari got more time last night, but it didn't start. So do we do it? It's desperation time. Do you use Jabari as a way to avoid a bad start? And is Amin the most likely guy who gets pulled out of it? Do you want to get bigger and say, Dylan Brooks, you step out of the lineup, or the more drastic thing, the one that would set particular fan bases ablaze, depending on what agenda you have, is taking Jalen out of the starting lineup because he has played poorly for the better part of the series. Do you take him out, insert Jabari, so you're pretty giant outside of Fred VanVleet at the positions, and you just move Dylan Brooks to the backcourt? And Dylan Brooks or Fred can chase Steph around. You put Amin on Jimmy Butler and go from there.
One quick thing that you mentioned about it'll set the Jalen stands ablaze.
Yeah.
Do you think after last night they kind of had to turn in their badge and gun? Just like, come on, guys.
You destroyed half the city.
For what?
$2 million of property damage.
For this?
They were insistent after game 3 that he was being guarded like Steph, so other people had to do things. So will last night, a third game in this series where he scores in double or single digits, would that be enough? Well, there stands for a reason.
I would say that, like, yeah, he's getting guarded by Steph.
Or like Steph.
Yeah, but Steph scored like 38 points the first 3 games of the series.
Yeah, I did bring that up. But
Anthony Edwards got doubled every play, scored 40.
Well, there are levels because no one thinks he should be. Well, maybe some of them do, but no one.
Yeah, that's the logical fallacy. That's the logical incongruity is that you think he's so good. But why isn't he play? Like, not is he? Why is he not just like falling short of, like, I'm saying go out and score 40? Go out and score 10.
Yeah, why is Buddy Hield out playing you?
Like that. Why is Buddy Hield picking your pocket to start the game?
Well, that one he just lost it. I wish I could give Buddy Hield credit because it'd make Jalen Green look better. He just lost the basketball early in the game.
He showed up and like was very. It's funny because I was like, oh, the Rockets are not ready to play, and then they call a timeout and take Jalen Green out, and then they go on a run, and I'm like, oh, they fought back. They're whatever down 2 after the first quarter after getting blitzed, and then up 7 at halftime, and it's like, oh, well.
Jalen Green took the wrong lessons from the game that began before his. Like, you're watching the Heat game and they turn the ball over early and they're out of it from the jump. Hey, don't take that lesson. Take the lesson where you put your foot on someone's throat. Take the Cavs lesson. What the Cavs did. Don't be the Heat. Be the Cavs.
I had a thought, and I didn't really interrogate why, but I was thinking as I was watching the last 5 minutes of the Cavs Heat series, just because I'm waiting for the game to start.
Yep.
Not super interested in this, but I was thinking, I think this game being a 50-point blowout, like, I don't know why, but that feels like a bad omen for the Rockets. I feel like that's bad. I feel like if it was more competitive, the Rockets just have a chance. I know it's unrelated.
You just had a bad feeling.
It was just like, this is going to be a terrible night.
And the loss turned it into a terrible night.
I guess it was a good game.
They were competitive.
All these games have been pretty good games.
All these games have been really competitive. I mean, game 2, the Rockets controlled that one throughout, and it flipped certainly when Jimmy Butler got hurt.
That was the
the one game maybe that's been kind of a thought going in and certainly exists now. The Rockets won't win any of these close ones. They gotta jump on the Warriors and put them down early. But if they don't, the Warriors will find a way to win, and that has been the case 3 out of the 4 games.
God, Fred VanVleet went 8 for 12.
You got the Fred VanVleet 2019 version from his run with the Raptors, and it wasn't enough.
I was jokingly just be like, Fred VanVleet, save us, please.
And he almost did.
Yeah.
He almost
It was
did.
fun to be a Fred VanVleet stan for a half a basketball.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck making that a thing for you.
Oh no, I am immediate like the Jalen Green fan should. I am also just all right, turning in my badge and gun. He's gonna need to start 3 for 3 in game 5.
Everything balances out. Fred goes 8 for 12 last night. You can expect a 1 for 6 start.
Yeah,
in game 5. You can just expect it. The Rockets do a remarkable job of finding their levels, which would mean if Jalen Green finds his level, we're in for a great game 5 from him.
We played the sound after game 2, and it was a little bit I think it was treated as celebratory, where after game 2 he goes, yeah, to be honest, game 1 the lights are a little bit brighter, the court was a little bit bigger. I think we were the two that were just like, wait, it's not a good thing to say after one game. And then he goes and plays 2 road games, and it looks like the lights are too bright and the
even
court's
brighter,
too big.
I
And
think we might even have pointed out, wait, he's going to Chase. I mean, it's not Oracle, but it's still a road environment. We'll see how bright the lights are.
Road playoff game.
Yeah, and the lights have proven to be too bright. His legs are too shaky, and his handles too loose. As he
vomit on his City Connect already.
Well,
I guess it was the icon
proverbial vomit
jersey
on his statement jersey after what we saw in the first 5 minutes of that game.
Mom's chicken Alfredo.
What do you think he is? What do you think Mom's making for Jalen?
Chicken Alfredo. They told the story that he's chicken Alfredo. I don't know if Mom makes it. I don't know.
That feels. I don't think Mom's making chicken Alfredo.
And it's like every day. I think he has a chef.
There's yeah. He probably just tells his chef, "This is what I want."
It's also very big. I am 22 years old.
It's definitely. I'm 22 years old. I think that's a delicacy.
Yeah,
I think I'm really eating.
I also think this is like healthy, or this is good fuel to put in my body.
It's not fried.
Yeah,
that's kind of the
He's
basis
like, hey,
of
I'm not
everything.
eating.
It's
I'm
not
not eating
fast food.
Chick-fil-A. All right.
Someone cooked it.
I saw them
wasn't
cook it.
that wasn't using a fryer. Yeah,
with the Alfredo sauce.
Well, let's not tell people what's in the Alfredo sauce.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say I think Alfredo sauce was responsible. I'll say for at least 2 of the turnovers.
Because
I think
he didn't wash his hands.
No, just it's not. That's just not what you want to be putting in your body before you guard Steph Curry.
Well, that is the thing. I'm sure at some point he'll learn the lesson of what is appropriate for an NBA player. But right now he's 22, 23, so he can eat chicken Alfredo and it not really matter.
Yeah. I think Bradley Beal's really going to have to take him under his wing next year when he's in Phoenix.
Of course, that's the Kevin Durant speculation. But why the hell would Phoenix want him and Bradley Beal on the same team? Why?
And Devin Booker.
Yeah. Who's playing? Who's not playing? How much are you paying all these guys? 2 of them not to play? You know, the combination of Beal and Jalen's going to take you, near $90 million? Is that what the Phoenix Suns want? Is that what they want?
No, probably not.
Yeah, Jalen's going somewhere in a 3-team trade if that was ever going to happen.
Get ready to learn.
Sacramento, buddy.
Oh, oof.
What?
That's just.
You think?
I know he hasn't played well, but that's harsh.
He gets his own team. Him and Zach LaVine.
Also, same question to the Kings.
Well,
you want to?
The Kings have lower standards.
I was gonna say they have a track record of being like, yeah, we love this stupid idea.
Yeah. Hey, it's Jalen Green, former top 5 pick.
He's got 22 points a game.
Bring him in. He's already got a contract figured out. We don't even have to do that. So we'll hear more from the Rockets as we continue. We'll get into some Astros when we come back because there's some news regarding your rotation, your starting lineup. If you were focused on the Astros and the Tech, I keep butchering these teams' names. If you're focused on the Rockets, I get it. But there is some, I feel like I can call it odd news that came out about why the lineup is now different. I've never heard this reason before. It's very Altuve. I've been here forever. This is my team. Hey, if you're not going to take my thoughts into consideration about bringing back players. Oh, by the way, he also said something yesterday about a certain shortstop that he wants back. Take my thoughts into consideration about where I want to hit. So we'll get into that, and we'll talk about the game as they now maybe not putting together a winning streak, but it is 2 in a row. They took out the Tigers last night. We'll tell you how that went down and why Altuve is no longer in the leadoff spot when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Everything I want to do is just, first for the team. I think if I don't performance, I don't help the team. So I think everything about the team, playing left field, playing in second base, some games, everything I'm doing is because I really want to try to help this team. And if Joe, like, for example, today I'm playing left, but tomorrow I might play second, I don't really care. I just want to be in the lineup and ready to play. I was just looking for, like I said, those little extra 5 seconds coming from whoever I'm coming from and, trying to make the team better. I think we have a great team. We have a great opportunity again to go to playoff. We're facing really good teams and really good pitchers, but, we have the talent here, and I think we can do it.
So Jose Altuve was in the second spot yesterday at his own request. Spada granted that request, and he just needs a little bit more time. It's a byproduct of him playing left field and having to run in if he's in the leadoff spot. Now, it helped out yesterday. He makes a nice play ranging to his right and left, and we haven't heard a lot about him in left because the mistakes aren't there. He has improved, and that play was a really nice one. And then not batting in the leadoff spot led to him being up to bat with the runner on, and he hits a 2-run home run to give the Astros a lead in the 6th inning. That all happened in the 6th. So at least for one night, that suggestion and the request being granted helped the Astros win a game. Ronel Blanco's on the mound. He was not good, but good enough. He got off to a rough start. The Astros were down 3-0 in that one. But with the ERA at 5 and maybe what we've come to accept from him early on the year, maybe not thinking about him as the 2024 Ronel Blanco, but accepting the 2025 version of him, you'll take it. While he probably isn't more than a 5th starter, injuries and circumstance make him a 3 right now for them, and really what he did last year makes him a 3 as well. He earned the 3rd spot, both Arrighetti being hurt and Wisniewski being your other option. Of course, Gusto filling in and waiting on Lance McCullers, who had a rehab start on Saturday through 71 pitches. So while they told us he could be back for the Royals series, surprisingly enough, an Astros timeline didn't work out. We're still waiting, but no injury concerns. We leave that for Forrest Whitley, who's a little banged up. But Blanco last night, 5 innings, 3 runs, not a quality start. He had won the start before against the Blue Jays, but hey, kept the team in the game despite the rough beginning, giving up 2 home runs, and they found a way to fight back. So you'll take that against the Tigers team, who is in the lead in the AL Central. Astros still a game back in Seattle, so playing better despite what happened against the Royals, where you lose 2 out of 3 because you couldn't get hits in the first 2 games of that series. Overall, if we do the whole in the last 10 type of counting of the team, they're getting there. They're getting there with the division still clearly in their sights, and we'll see if health helps them with their pitching staff, and mostly whenever McCullers comes back, we'll see what he has. But yeah, 7 out of their last 10 they've won, so no complaints there.
That 3 different 2-game win streaks.
I know.
I remember. I remember when the Astros couldn't win back-to-back.
I remember that as well. Now cut that crap out. They win back-to-back games. I mean, they may lose two in a row in between.
Yeah, whatever.
But they'll win back-to-back. The question is, can they get to 4? They're halfway there. Can they get to 4 in a row? Something they've never done this year.
Is Scooble coming up for the Tigers?
In fact, Scooble not in the rotation for this series. They got Gusto versus Olsen tonight.
Okay.
So it's possible.
I mean, it's still like a coin flip, but
sure.
We'll see.
But without
I believe.
Without Scooble,
I
believe. Yes.
That Scooble's worse than a coin flip.
Yes, it's will Jalen Green make this 3?
And no, it's
at like 70%. No.
I was gonna say it's will Jalen score 10 points tonight.
Well, 3 out of 4 times. No.
And that feels about right.
A Scooble 75% chance he'd beat the Astros. Yeah. I got you there. We'll continue to talk Well, he brought up Jalen, so we'll continue to talk Rockets throughout the show.
Sorry.
No, apologize to Jalen, not me. You didn't bring my foibles back into the conversation. Let's get to Gary. Gary wants to talk about the prank calls, the prank call of the NFL draft. There were several, but Shedeur was the one that everyone wants to focus on. What's up, Gary?
Yeah, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to say that premeditation takes out the unintentional, meaning that the Atlanta Falcons reported, hey, that was unintentional or whatever. Well, premeditation, I fail to believe that you woke up that morning and, okay, you know what? It's planned. Wake up that morning, let's prank Shedeur and some more people. So we're going to wait if the Saints don't pick him up. So that is planned. You're planning that. Unless you got to that ninth pick and you pick the phone up immediately or go grab dad's phone or laptop, and while dad is not there, you planned that. You woke up, how are we going to do this? How are we going to prank that? So the fact that Atlanta is issuing a statement saying it was unintentional, no, that's premeditation. And so with premeditation, and one other thing, the comments the kid made, not the kid, the little young guy made, indicated, well, you're going to have to wait even longer. That lets me believe, we have our opinions, that information was passed down, colluded from the owners to the coaches. And then the coaches talk to the other coaches, and we're going to let him sit because you're going to have to wait a little longer and stuff like that. Again, just my opinion, but at the end of the day, it was premeditated. It wasn't unintentional because you woke up, you planned, whether it was a week before, day before, or the minute of. You planned, opened the laptop, turned it on. I believe that gave him that, allowed him to have that information so they can further attempt to embarrass that young man. So premeditation eliminates unintentional. All right.
Thanks, Gary. I'm reading over the Falcons statement right now, and I don't see where they say unintentional, and where it is. Early in the week, Jax Olbrich, the 21-year-old son of defensive coordinator Jeff Olbrich, unintentionally came across the draft contact phone number of Shedeur Sanders off an open iPad, so on and so forth. Well, I guess from the Falcons' point of view, we didn't intentionally set up Jax Olbrich to prank Shedeur Sanders. What he did was intentional, clearly. But the Falcons and their employee, which is Jeff, did not do anything intentionally for this to happen. I think that's as far as it goes. Now, you may disagree, but I don't think there's any question that Jax Olbrich intentionally decided to do it. The question is, did the Falcons collude with their defensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator's son to embarrass Shedeur Sanders? I don't believe that's the case. You can disagree with it, so be it. As far as you have to wait a little bit longer, from my interpretation, that is just someone saying, hey, we're not drafting you. You're going to have to wait. I don't know that Jax Olbrich knew that everyone came together and said, hey, not the first, not the second, not the third, not the fourth, the fifth round. It just simply is a guy riffing in his prank and go, hey, I know you think it's going to be this call. No, it's going to be another call. You're going to have to wait a little bit. I don't think he's a mastermind. I don't think they'd include anyone named Jax in their plans to embarrass Shedeur over the course of 2+ days.
JAX.
Yeah, it's not like Jax,
Like
JACKS, like the beef links, whatever it's called. It's JAX, like the shortening of Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That's how I interpret it, Gary. You may be right, but I think the only one who was intentional in their attempts to embarrass Shedeur Sanders was Jax. Everyone else was like, oh man, Jax at it again. We'll see. We'll see as I say the NCAA because they do investigations. We'll see if the NFL finds anything where Jeff Olbrich has text messages between him, his son, and Arthur Blank to take it out on Shedeur for whatever reason. But I think it's not a kid, as you said, a young man being an idiot about it. I think that's as far as it goes because 21-year-old dudes are idiots. We all were 21 and most of us are dumb during that time frame. It happens. Unfortunately, it happened to Shedeur on a weekend that wasn't a great one for him, but it happened to others as well. So was Tyler Warren intentionally pranked as well by multiple people in the NFL, or was it just some stupid young adult? I'm gonna go with stupid young adult doing stupid young adult things.
I don't know. I think someone.
You want an investigation?
Yeah, Tyler Warren, a jilted Boise State fan.
Oh,
a jilted SMU fan.
Probably
someone named Jax if they're from SMU.
That's hate there.
What? Just say
what do you have?
It's a well-off name.
Do you have bigger disdain for Catholic school kids in Houston or Fort Worth kids? No, Dallas kids. Fort Worth is TCU. I apologize. Dallas.
I have
kids.
no beef with TCU or TCU kids,
but SMU kids you got an issue with.
A little bit.
You've run into them in the past.
A little bit. I mean, yeah.
What from high school that went to SMU or just SMU
going to
kids?
private school? Believe it or not,
SMU kids wound
some
up
people
at your
continue
school?
their private school education.
Yeah, I went to private school. Wound up at a very public community college for my first year.
Yeah,
my dad was like, I'm not paying for private school anymore. Your grades aren't good enough, and that was my path in the public school. He was like, wait a minute, why would I keep doing this?
Doing the math here.
Yeah, wait a
I
minute.
don't think I'm going to get a return on my investment.
Yeah, you listen to a lot of radio. That seems like a dream of yours. Why do I got to pay for private school for that? Do you even need to go to school for that? The answer is no, actually, not really.
They want you to.
Yeah, it's not necessary, honestly. Like, I was in a community college at Alvin. Shout out to the Dolphins, Nolan Ryan. And they're like, and sure, you learn the board, but it ain't nothing like the board in there. It's not the same system at all. Look, we're teaching the guy the board right now. Who accosted me? He didn't really accost me. Who noticed me at HEB because I think I had a shirt on that said ESPN 97.5. You ain't got to go to school for this. You could just sit in there for a couple shows and learn what we learned while we were trying to get a degree.
Yeah, it's like a week.
Yeah,
right?
doesn't take much. That's the trick that I found out pretty quickly. Wait a minute, I learned more here as an intern in my first 2 weeks. Shout out to Alvin. You cultivated this prodigy. If you can't tell, that's sarcasm, everybody. This is not a prodigy.
Molded in the fires
of Alvin
to talk Shadur Sanders prank calls.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Jim wants to talk about it. We'll get to that when we come back. If you have thoughts on the conspiracy to embarrass Shadur, you can call in or anything else. We talked plenty of Rockets, got to the Astros as well. We'll get into some Texan stuff too. Mostly because I want to know, we're going to play some sound. We're going to figure out if Nick Caserio wants to immediately cut this kid before he even signed him. We'll get to that in the second hour of the show. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Welcome back to the show. And are we in hour 2 or still in hour 1?
Hour 1.
Hour 1. Okay, let's get to
For
these
30 seconds.
let's get to these calls. First, Gary's call sparked some interest from people. Jim, he wants to talk about Shedeur. What's up, Jim?
Hey guys, it's Tim. I just want to know, after that phone call, is Shedeur Sanders' condition getting worse in ICU? Is he going to be all right? And Dale, as a black man myself, I'd like to know what's happening to all our athletes. We don't get drafted in the NFL anymore. We got two of the best basketball players in the world are white. I don't understand, man. Is this the end of times? Dale, help.
Jim, before you go, I was going to ask him, did he watch Sinners? Because if he didn't watch Sinners, not a black man in my eyes. Since we're doing this ridiculous thing where you announce who you are, even if I don't believe you, to, I guess, solidify your point. If you don't watch Sinners, Jim, you don't count. Your vote doesn't count. Sorry. Go watch the movie if you hadn't. Go support Ryan Coogler and other black men, since apparently that's what you want to do. Thanks, Jim, for the call. Did he say anything I actually want to address? Oh, he called in yesterday under the name Tim, I think. At least that's what we called him, Tim.
Yeah.
And with a very similar viewpoint on this. I think Shedeur Sanders is less bothered by some of this than other people.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that the Colorado fan base, and by that I just mean like the Sanders family fan base, I think they're taking this a lot more personally than the Sanders are.
And people who don't root for Colorado just decided this was the cause they wanted to take up are as well. As you can tell by our attitude on most things, this show, not bothered by it, not concerned with it. He's just a quarterback who fell in the draft. And if there is a deeper, darker conspiracy, at least it didn't happen to me. Those are my thoughts on the situation.
Yeah. The NFL conspiracy gun wasn't pointed
at me.
Or a team I root for.
Yeah, so big deal, as Gilbert would say, big deal anyway.
Yeah.
When it comes to my thoughts on this whole thing. He seems to be fine, whether that's a front or not. He didn't appear to be overwhelmed. And that's partly because, if I'm going to guess, there's a soft landing spot no matter what happens to him in the NFL. Shedeur will be coaching with his dad. Guarantee it. If the NFL stuff doesn't work out, guarantee he'll be his dad's quarterback coach. Don't worry about
Colorado OC Shedeur Sanders.
Maybe Deion makes him grind on the way up.
Yeah,
gives him an OC job, or gives him the OC job after he proves himself as a quarterback coach.
That's likely.
Yeah, but he will be a part of football because of his father, as long as his father wants to coach. So I am not that concerned about Shedeur Sanders. And hell, you know what? Maybe he's as good as some of you think he is, and he wins that Cleveland job, and we're having a big laugh, and all the NFL teams are dumb as hell, and #legendary. All right, let's get to Julian with his conspiracy talk. What's up, Julian?
I'm with Gary, except I think he didn't take it far enough. The NBL, formerly known as the NFL, the non-black league, they colluded against all these young black men. Tyler Warren, black. Kyle McCord, black. Scott Dog, who's the other one that they called? He was also black. And Shedeur. I mean, they're doing this to the young black men, and I'm sick of it.
To be fair to Gary, he never mentioned the race of Shedeur Sanders. He just said they were out to get him. He never said, oh, they did it because he was black. And that is something that I think gets conflated because, of course, people will talk about, hey, it wasn't only black guys that this happened to, or the top quarterback who was drafted was black. I think I talked about yesterday that not every black person's the same, which would lead me to believe that it's more about the impression or the projection that Shedeur was putting out there that turned people off. I don't think it had much of anything to do with Shedeur just being black, if that has anything to do with it at all. We talked about all the rumors that have come out. Albert Breer added to it. just more ammo that Shador in the draft process was an absolute mess. Am I naive to think people aren't against Shador because of, if you want to call it, being a not even outspoken, because Bomani Jones brought it up. Shador Sanders isn't pretty much outspoken because he doesn't have a cause other than being Shador Sanders. It's not like he's standing up for anyone. He's not outspoken. He is loud, I guess you could say. He will speak his mind, but outspoken suggests there's something beyond him advocating for himself. And he's not doing that. This is just about Shador and what he thinks he can be and what he thinks he's owed. And the NFL said, we don't really owe you much.
#legendary.
There it is. You go prove yourself, and then you can go earn something, but we don't owe you anything. Which is always the weird thing for me with this particular story. Like, why is Shador, for some people, being looked at as the standard bearer for standing up to, I guess, the quote unquote man? That man don't care about you. If you ain't backing him in Colorado, don't give a damn. And not even Colorado anymore, to be honest with you. Colorado was just a vehicle. It was better to do it there than to stay at Jackson State and do it. Like, it could have been anywhere. No matter where his dad was going to go, this particular environment was going to occur. Colorado was a perfect place because they were like, hey, do whatever you want. We are anonymous, and even worse than that, people don't care about us at all. Please do whatever you want to bring attention to our program. And Colorado say they won. And Shador used it as a vehicle to prove that he can play at the Power 5 level or Power 4 level at this point. And now he's drafted. That's where I stand on that. I would just like to talk about him playing football. And to be honest, because the way this show operates, watch him not play well for the Browns, because it would be funny just to watch another Browns quarterback not play well.
#legendary. Yeah, it would be funny if it's like, oh my God, the Browns finally found a quarterback late in the draft. It's Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. That's the funniest thing to come out of this.
Dylan Gabriel becoming Patrick Mahomes.
That Dylan Gabriel, the guy everyone's talking about as someone Shador is a better quarterback than, is a guy who brings a bright spot to the Browns, while the Shador, Joe Flacco, Deshaun Watson thing is a circus they get to push aside because Dylan Gabriel's the new hope for the Browns. That's what I'm hoping
Better
for.
Jaden Daniels.
Of all the scenarios that could happen, the Dylan Gabriel's the savior of the Browns for a season is my top choice. All right, let's go to break with that. If you have a conspiracy, if you want to turn this into a white black thing, I prefer that you not, because it's of little interest to me, but whatever. Tim, maybe enough. That's 2 days in a row of that certain point of view. We get it. We get it. You don't think Shador is in any real trouble, and I agree. I just don't like your message, the delivery of your message, honestly. Just to be honest with it. Julian, I don't like what you say, but for much different reasons. That stupid slogan you've got. All right, we will come back. We are deep into a second hour that should have already begun, but hasn't. So Sean and I will figure it out as we keep going here. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. We'll be back. Are we back, Sean? Is Marvel back? The reviews are coming in for Thunderbolts. All positivity so far from real people, from bots, from actual publications. I don't know if Marvel is back, but let's crown Florence Pugh, right?
Yeah.
If she is considered the heart of this movie, the driving force, and so far so good from all the people who have seen it so far. And even they have to like explain, no, we're serious. I know,
Like for real.
It's actually good. Believe us. So that's good to hear. Thunderbolts.
Yeah. We'll see what when the discourse actually happens this weekend.
Yeah, when the fans, not the fake media
No.
gets to watch.
I mean, because it's the fake media that you can't trust when they say these movies stink, and when they say it's good, it's boom, got it, and you know it's real because they said it's good.
Yeah, and you know they don't like anything.
But if it's bad, it's like, don't listen to that.
Just go watch it yourself.
Yeah.
So at this point, the fake media, the ones we can't trust, are telling us you should watch it, which is encouraging.
But they're also confirming, they're confirming my belief that Florence Pugh is him. So, is her?
Do we call her her? I think we call her her.
Oh, okay.
What
is the one?
Like, what would Caitlin Clark say after she knocks down a big jumper? Would she say I'm him? Would she Austin Reeves it and say I'm him, or what would she say I'm her? How does that work? I just want to be clear.
I don't know. It's a great question to ask. I
I
have no idea.
Excuse me, Miss Clark.
It doesn't.
Miss Clark.
Is it sexist for me to say I'm her? Doesn't quite hit the same as I'm him.
A little. I'm glad you preface it before you ask, but maybe. But let's ask. Let's ask next time we run into
get a WNBA
a big time WNBA baller.
Right.
What do you say
when the Comets come back? Yeah.
Good luck with that. When you
question
Cameron Brink. When you're back in action, you hit a turnaround mid-range to win a game. Do you say I'm him, or do you say I'm her?
Yeah,
because we want to know. Like,
also, do you say guard your man?
All that stuff that seems so natural to us.
Zone or man?
I think we're in a world where we question everything we say now. Like, wait a minute, how's it work in women's sports? Guard your person? We don't know. We're stupid guys. Yeah. We don't know. We would have to be around women's sports to know how they do that. What you need to do is ask one of those guys who plays the women's college teams that we got our the random dudes
practice squad guy.
Yeah. How does that happen? When you guys are getting crossed up by Juju, what does she say? When you think you're gonna knock down a jumper over her? Those are the guys you need to ask because they would know better. Us, we ain't got no shot of knowing. How do we get there from Florence Pugh?
Because she's him.
She's been him for a while. Yelena from Thunderbolts. Okay. That's a segment because we were way past. Right? So we got a break here.
No, we're good. We're good till 27.
Okay.
We're perfectly on time. We started this right on time.
Did we?
Yeah, at 11. This specific segment started at 11:15.
Okay, that is right on time. I mean, it should have started.
Don't ask how we got there.
It should have started at 11.
Don't ask how we got there.
But we are right on time. So what haven't we talked about? We talked plenty of Rockets. We talked some Astros as they beat the Tigers, and some news around the world of sports. George Kittle at 31 got a big deal from the 49ers. So they have paid weapons like Ayuk. They got rid of Debo, but they have Kittle, which means, and of course McCaffrey they paid. Is Purdy going to get his bag? This year wasn't a year to draft the quarterback to maybe set the scene for possibly just letting Brock Purdy go or telling him he'll play on the franchise tag.
I mean, there's a good one in the 5th round. You could have gotten.
No, the 49ers were part of the conspiracy to embarrass him. So if they drafted him, then
there's a good one in the 7th round.
Sorry, the Dolphins got there first. Sorry. I'm sure the 49ers are really well, they might have because Mike McDaniel is a 49er offshoot. So maybe the 49ers did consider Ewers. They passed on him like 6 times. But maybe
that was the conspiracy part. to embarrass him.
So yours was part of the conspiracy as well. He had to be embarrassed as well.
Exactly. Humbled.
For what reason? For that?
You saw those ammo heads behind him.
Was it for the haircut
like, chill
early?
out, man.
It wasn't for the haircut early in his college career?
Yeah. They're like, you know what? A mullet 2 years ago. That's at least 3 rounds right there. Off my board.
I don't know. Feels like
I think that's what was in Lance's write-up of him on NFL.com was like strengths, all the strength, weakness, poor footwork, gets injured every year, had a mullet.
I feel like throwing paper airplanes down the sideline.
I think that was also
and in the middle of the field would have been a bigger
I think
issue.
there's quite a few bullet points on the weaknesses.
But Quinn Ewers will get his shot just like all the drafted quarterbacks will, and then we can pretend like the entire NFL world was out to get every one of them. If they were drafted below, you know who they weren't out to get? Clearly, Jalen Milroe. He got drafted ahead.
And Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
Those guys are not.
Cam Ward, Tyler Shuck, and Jalen Milroe can tell you the NFL wasn't out to get us. They like us. Okay. I hope all the potential prospects, now that they have found their spots, can avoid the inevitable training camp conspiracies that will hamper their careers going forward, because apparently they won't stop. So, also Doug Christie, after that sterling run to close out his Kings tenure, gets the job. I don't know if the Kings had many options. When you fire a coach that people respect, and you're the Kings, like they fired Mike Brown, who did absolutely nothing wrong other than being saddled with a incomplete and flawed roster, brought the Kings to the playoffs a couple times, at least a play-in and a playoff appearance. When you fire him, it's going to be tough to get an actual improvement for that job. So they stuck with the guy they had replace him on an interim basis, and Doug Christie, former King, longtime NBA player. He gets that job. The Kings will be inevitably a team who, until proven otherwise, don't want to be bad. So they will be in that 8 to 9 to 10 spot for the foreseeable future, unless they trace a bonus, which is on the cards, or in the cards. Excuse me. They could trace a bonus and try to bottom out, but knowing the Kings, they'll just screw that up too. But Doug Christie will be the guy as the head coach going forward.
Yeah, they'll trade him for someone on the Bulls, and then boom.
Yeah, who can they trade? Vucevic?
Boom.
Isn't he a free agent? I don't know what his contract situation is. Maybe
they would literally just have the Bulls from 3 years
maybe
ago.
Patrick Williams and Kobe White.
Yeah, give us
they need a point guard for
Dosunmu. Can we get Dosunmu?
Whatever it takes to keep those two teams trading amongst each other. Just keep going back and forth. So you can be the Bulls of the West. They can be the Kings of the East in the roster builds and also the standings, because they've been mirroring each other for a little bit now. Why not keep it going? We got 4 games tonight. You got to make your choices. Milwaukee and Indiana get the 5 p.m. Central Time start.
Sounds like my choice was made for me there. Sounds like they, the great people at Turner, made the decision.
Yeah, that's on NBA TV. Is Indianapolis a Central Time zone? Right, they're Central Time zone, or are they East? I don't know. Depending on how far east
the
you
Midwest
go.
is tough.
Yeah, depending on how far east you go in a state, you never know. I can hear you typing in there right now. Let's see who gets there first.
Eastern.
So it's 6:00 there. So it's still a little bit early, but more reasonable than starting a playoff game at 5 local time.
No excuses that, traffic, coming home from work. Yeah.
6 p.m. Traffic isn't a thing at 6 p.m.
Not in Indy.
Not in Indy. So we've got the Knicks trying to close out Detroit on TNT at 6:30. Indy trying to close out Milwaukee at home as well. Orlando and Boston, another closeout situation at home. And then the most compelling series, or one of the most compelling series, if we exclude our hometown bias, Clippers, Nuggets tonight. That's your final game, the late game. The Nuggets, one Aaron Gordon miracle dunk away from being down 3-1. Instead, tied 2-2. And we're not really sure how that series is going to go. The Clippers were down 20 in game 4 and fought back and took a lead, and eventually Nuggets tied it and then won it. I don't know how that series is going to go. I don't think any team, particularly with this one likely going, well, at least it's going to go 6 and may go 7, is going to have a real shot against OKC. Kawhi going 7 games in a series and having enough gas in the tank to beat OKC. Don't like the odds there. And I same for the Nuggets. A long series. I think each team is destined to get mopped up by the Thunder after having to expend all this energy.
Yeah, especially because the Nuggets have 5 good players. Just so happens they're all in the starting lineup, so that helps.
And they depend heavily on Russ being available.
Yeah, Russ is their 6th best player. Also, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing for the Clippers. Feels like a bad thing that I think they've outplayed the Nuggets just watching the games. They've definitely outplayed them, and we're tied 2-2 with Denver having 2 of the 3 remaining home games.
At a minimum, they should be up 3-1. The way the games are.
Minimum. If
like
you
the
want to
Nuggets
say,
were up by
yeah,
double digits in game 4, so you want to give that to them, say it all evens out, and they win that one. But game 1, the Clippers should have won. Of course, they won the 2 that they did win. They should at least be up 3-1, if not the series actually being over. And now you have to play at least once. Like if they win game 5, win game 6 at home. But there's a chance you're playing 2 games in Denver over the next 3. That's a tough beat for them.
Yeah, no.
But we'll take it. I'll take a compelling 7-game series.
Also, Adam Silver, put your fingers on this. How do we have this many 3-1s? Give us a couple more 2-2s.
Well, he couldn't account for Dame tearing up his Achilles.
No, I mean it's mainly the Rockets and Pistons. Just HBO.
So here's the thing: you have the foul called in the Pistons game. You don't have the foul called. Dylan Brooks putting his hand on Jimmy Butler's midsection in the Rockets game.
Congratulations, you just made the NBA $10 million.
You flip the results, and look what you've got now.
Boom. That's a TNT Sunday right there.
Getting the Knicks into a long series. What are you doing, Adam Silver? David Stern would have never allowed that.
I'm not even bringing up the
that
Lakers.
foul not to be called. Of course, allowing the Lakers to be down 3-1 with Luka and LeBron on the verge of getting knocked out of the playoffs this early, not even getting to a long series in round 1. It's not the league I grew up with.
And it's a situation where like Saint Rockets, Lakers, Pistons, less true. Sorry. Because they're playing game 5 at home. Those 2 teams are both playing their game 5s while down 3-1 at home. Is that yes, it's possible that they'll win game 5 and then you do get a game 6, but the drama of the series, it's
pretty much over.
It doesn't hit the same as 2-2 and one team wins in 6 as opposed to 3-1 and one team wins in 6.
Yeah, the drama doesn't get back into these series really until there's a second half or at least a second half lead by the team who's down on the road, and you're like, oh, this could actually go 7, and the pressure of the Warriors and the Knicks, or at least the Pistons. No, the Knicks would have the home game. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, that's why I kind of they're off to the
But the Warriors would be the different scenario, and the Lakers as well.
Warriors, Lakers,
where they're leading in game 6 on the road, and we got a real shot for game 7s in the team who's trailing home building.
Rockets just need a win tomorrow. Have Corey Brewer and Josh Smith go off in game 6, and then anything can happen in game 7.
Who are the Rockets? Corey Brewer and Josh Smith.
Tari Eason as Corey Brewer. He playing Corey Brewer.
Playing 2025 Corey Brewer as Tari Eason.
Yeah.
And 2025 Josh Smith. Yeah, Jabari.
Oh, okay. I was gonna be meaner.
Who would you give it to?
Jock Landale.
Jock Landale's not getting on the floor. In fact, he's not even dressing out.
No, he's hurt. Which, by the way, huge asterisks on Stephen Curry's legacy.
No,
if they win without Jock Landale.
This isn't when Kyrie was out and Della Vadova was playing. It's not the same. It's not the same. Speaking of, now that I say it,
of Matthew Dellavedova,
look to your left. Huh? Huh? There's a bit of a deli in there with you.
Tyler, has anyone ever told you that you look like Matthew Dellavedova, former point guard?
He's got the beard going.
He says no one's ever told you that.
I'm not surprised, because who's making that comp to anyone? Who's comp? Oh, you look like Matthew Dellavedova. No one is saying that.
Also, Matthew Dellavedova was like, I would say at his most famous in 2015 and 16
when he was up 2-1 against the Warriors.
Yeah. And I would say that Tyler is probably, I don't know, 15 years old when that happened.
He doesn't look that much like him, but if you look at the styling of the hair
vibe.
and the beard, there's a little bit there. A little bit.
Maybe. I don't know. I've never been told it.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. No, I'm just saying, of all the people who are in this building right now. He is the closest.
He looks
comp.
most. Like,
He looks
I
most.
don't know. I don't know what anyone on floor 3 looks like.
There's not a chance.
I only have a vague understanding of what floor 2 looks
There's
like.
not
None
a
of them
chance.
look like Matthew Dellavedova.
There's not a chance anyone looks more like Matthew Dellavedova than Tyler does. That's all. That's all. He thinks it's more TJ McConnell. Nah, TJ's generally clean shaven.
That's just a racist comment.
He made it
All
himself.
white guys look the same.
He made it himself. I think
I don't like that.
I've got a pretty good comp here as far as people in this building. Overall, probably not that great. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We've got our Matthew Dellavedova, so he'll injure you like he injured Kyrie.
Hey. Also, Jimmy Butler tried to Kelly Olynyk, Kevin Love, Steven Adams.
He did. He tried to wrench his arm out of his socket. We'll get back with that. We'll get back to Warriors Rockets because there's more from Ime after the game. We played some sound from Amin telling us what we already know, that Draymond gets away with everything. We hear from Ime on what they can do because desperate times. They get knocked out in 5. There will be narrative spun about what the Rockets need and who shouldn't be around. Series isn't over yet, so your head coach will tell you what they need to do to try to extend this series. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get back to Rockets Warriors. What were some of the main issues in that loss last night beyond calling out specific players? Free throw shooting overall awful. They are a bad regular season free throw shooting team that has been a thing throughout this series. They're even worse. And it's not surprising. The playoffs will exacerbate your biggest issues. Normally, free throw shooting, you can't do that as the opponent. You can't make it worse. It's just the pressure of the situation, the moment, all the things that aren't really measurable have made the Rockets a worse free throw shooting team than an already bad one that they were. And then, of course, some of the late game execution stuff. Well, where Fred knocked down a shot, I think Alprin made a layup when he got isolated on GP2. But other than that, they weren't getting great looks. And their final possession was Alprin. Well, Fred had the desperation heat, but the final set possession was Alprin on Draymond, and it didn't work out. And the Rockets went on to lose. So what do they need to do to fix it? Ime doesn't sound overly negative about their situation. Even talks about how they've been in the games that they lost. Here's Ime Udoka on the losses and what they've done to themselves to cause those losses.
Yeah, a little bit upset, of course. It feels like the games we've lost, we really hurt ourselves in a lot of ways. We get a late foul on a three. Obviously, that stands out, but it's not just a play late in the game. It's all the things that add up to it. First half, fouling guys in the bonus, and those things all, it's hard to outplay those mistakes, the amount that we're making. And so, let alone the third quarter when we come out, undisciplined like that. And so, guys are down, but they understand that the game we played well, the one game out of the four, we had a blowout win. In other games, it's been a one-possession game a lot of times, or we had a fourth quarter lead and haven't really played that well. So consistency wins in the series. We've talked about that from day one, and we have to be way more consistent across the board. And so the plan is to obviously go home, get one, and come back.
That's been the consistent theme from Ime after these press conferences when they lose. They're not playing that well, but they're still in the game. Well, that's happened 3 times now. Is that gonna stop, or are you gonna lose another game close where you don't play well? Because maybe that's just who you are. Maybe the Warriors are causing you not to play well. It's not just your mistakes. Are the Warriors putting you in a spot where you're not playing well because of them, and they're just better than you? Of course, you'll lean into they're the 2 seed and the Warriors are the 7. I think it's been pointed out enough that the Warriors with Jimmy Butler have played far beyond the 7 seed. Now, they had a chance to avoid it, and that probably would have done the Rockets some good. Although playing Minnesota wouldn't have been a great option either, now that we're seeing what Minnesota's up to. But the Warriors lost the game to the Spurs down the stretch, and lost the game to the Clippers on the final day of the regular season that pushed them into the play-in. They beat the Grizzlies in a close game, and now the Rockets are stuck with them instead of a Grizzlies team that clearly has flaws. The Warriors as a unit, when Jimmy Butler's playing, even with their flaws, they are good enough and wily enough to exploit all the Rockets' weaknesses. And the Rockets have some glaring ones that, despite you might say an overall talent advantage, certainly an athleticism advantage, there's enough there from the Warriors that any Rockets mistake they can take advantage of. And the Rockets have, as Ime talked about, not played well enough down the stretch, where you may not have to be perfect, but you can't have these self-inflicted wounds. The Dillon Brooks foul that I know people are upset about, it's a hand on the hip, but you can't, unless you're playing the Pistons, you can't make contact with the shooter up in the air. It's not a great way to play defense. Dillon Brooks knows putting your hand on his hip and even allowing Jimmy Butler to accentuate contact, you're asking for what you got, which was 3 free throws that, of course, he knocked down. So take that foul away. Maybe we're talking about a 2-2 game, except that's been the theme over the course of really 3 games. Take this away. Take that away. The Rockets could win that game. If you do it enough times in a series, maybe that's just who you are. Maybe you can't lean on. If they don't do it, they can win because they continue to do it. And while some of that is the byproduct of a young team, Dylan Brooks isn't young. Dylan Brooks has played in playoff series before. Dylan Brooks knows not to do what he did, and he still did it. So there's been poor shooting from your veteran point guard outside of game 4. You've got your instigator, stopper, defensive I don't know if you want to call him captain, but just you're part of the guy who is the defensive glue in your team. He made a mistake. And then of course, your what you would hope is your best perimeter player has just been now deemed unplayable in the fourth quarter by your head coach. So sure, so plenty of self-inflicted wounds, but I will give the Warriors credit for picking out those wounds and forcing the Rockets to kind of play left-handed and certainly play from a position where they're not comfortable in. Tight games, got to execute, got to not make stupid mistakes, and they've done plenty of that, and that's why they're down 3-1. I mentioned some Jose Altuve sound. We played some about him moving to the second spot in the lineup because he just needed a couple more seconds running in from the outfield, and he feels like it'd be better for him, and it worked out well for him last night. Made a play and then hit a home run after not having a bat lead off in the 6th inning. But also, he's stumping for another player. It didn't work out well for him with Bregman. Just never was in the cards. But now he's out in front early for Jeremy Pena. He talked quite a bit before the game about what Jeremy Pena has been for the team and what type of teammate he is and why he should get paid. And let's hear from Altuve himself.
I think he's more mature, and he's a guy that, works hard, plays hard, shows up every day, willing to go and play and willing to learn. And when you combine all those things, you're going to have a great year. You're going to become a superstar. And he's a very valuable player for us. And I'm very surprised he's not signing to a long-term year deal with the Astros. He's a guy that you really want him on your team for a long term. So I think Dana Brown and Mr. Crane needs to start working on that.
Was that Jim Crane firing a baseball in that area? Go, what are you talking about? Stop going to the media talking about who I should pay. And I don't believe Jose Altuve is surprised that Jeremy Pena doesn't have a long-term deal. Has he met his team? Oh. Does he know the history of his team?
Who could have seen this?
Why would he be surprised by this? That's all they do is not pay their homegrown talent, except for him and Jordan. And when it comes down to it, when it's really time to pay Jordan, they're not going to pay him either. They got Jordan's deal early, and great. Jordan got paid more money than he would have normally gotten for these years. But when it comes down to it, Jose Altuve may be retired by that time. But if he's still around, he's going to be waving bye to Jordan too. And Jeremy Pena is just next on the list. The question for us, will Jeremy Pena be at a point where he'll be commanding that type of salary by 2028, where it'll be too expensive for the Astros as long as Jim Crane is around? I'm surprised. What are you surprised about?
I mean, I think it will be too much for the Astros just because he'll be a free agent shortstop, and just like some team will really need a shortstop, and we'll be like, yeah, paying you. But yeah, I'm shocked.
Surprised they haven't gotten a deal done yet.
Never mind that the reason Jeremy Pena played as a rookie is because there's another Astros shortstop.
Yeah. The reason he wound up winning World Series MVP is because they had decided previously that their previous star shortstop wasn't worth what he was going to get on the open market. It's all a cycle. Jose. You've lived through it. There should be no surprises.
I know. We're into the reruns of shortstop.
They're doing this. They'll be doing this all over again.
We already done the second outfielder with Tucker being the new Springer. We've done now we're on season 2 of the shortstop.
Yeah. You had
reboots.
You had to go to left field.
We have the Jose Abreu reboot with Christian Walker.
That's right. But that's a good reboot. Some spinoffs are terrible. This one's a good one.
This one's Cobra Kai.
Well, we hope. But Christian Walker's getting it going. Hit a home run last night, so it's picking up for him. But I appreciate Jose.
Paredes is going to be the new Bregman. I mean, like, what are we?
Yeah. And Pena's simply next. Hunter Brown will be Fromber Fromber, and then Fromber's Garrett Cole, and then Hunter Brown will be Fromber. We'll do the cycle all over again.
Either die a hero, live long enough to become the Astro that you replaced.
Yeah, Pena was the hero. Eventually, he'll become
and he'll live long enough to be
and you
Correa.
know what'll happen if it takes a long time for him to make a decision. People will, you know what? Pena ain't even that good. Like, he'll get the Bregman treatment.
Yeah,
the same treatment that Bregman got because this went on and on and on in the offseason.
I was gonna say, and if he doesn't take until, or if he takes until February to sign, then there'll be the. Well, I know the Astros already have their plan at shortstop to replace Pena, but what if they signed Pena, moved him to shortstop, or moved him to center field out of shortstop? What if they moved him to third base because he's getting older? Paredes also walking, or left field maybe. Take the torch from Jose Altuve and left.
I don't know where you and I will be when that cycle begins again.
I hope I'm not talking about this.
I hope I'm doing something else. I would agree. But it will be going on even if we're not talking about it.
Yeah.
It will be a reality even if it's not us discussing it. So Jose, maybe he's inside it, so he's not noticing. But it's all a cycle, man. It's all a cycle. You're one of the constants. You will be that, as they say in Marvel, that Nexus being. Well, you still remain, but everything around you is changing. No matter what happens, Jose Altuve will be an Astro. Everything else, all up for grabs. Be ready. Like there's like at the end of Endgame when Doctor Strange goes, this is the one time. There's one possibility of Pena coming back, which means it's very unlikely. And unlike Endgame, it's not going to come to fruition. That guy's gone. Just make your peace now, Captain Astro. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean,
it is what it is.
Now I kind of feel bad.
By the way, that's several years away now. He's got 2 more years of arbitration anyway after this season.
I was gonna say we're 3 years early on this.
Yeah.
It feels especially bad because for the first 5 years of this cycle, Altuve never really spoke up about it.
No.
But now it's like now he keeps saying how much he wants these guys re-signed. And like you said, this is 3 years early, but I don't know. I feel like if you get to the point where Altuve is publicly stumping for you, you've already had contract negotiations and the Astros know where they stand.
I would agree. Like, I'm sure Pena and his people would be willing to sign an early deal, but at a price that the Astros. This is all speculation, reckless speculation on this show. We don't know that, but a price the Astros aren't willing to meet, and maybe rightfully so.
Because the Astros have never, 2 guys they've met that price.
Yeah,
Altuve and Jordan.
Bregman got his deal early, but when it was time to go, they weren't going to meet the second price, and now he's in Boston.
Yeah, it's when you turn 29 or 30. That's when they're like.
And the models worked out well for them. They won a lot. We will see now with the stopgaps in Paredes and Walker, more so Walker, if they can find a way to patch holes that they have played a part in creating. Christian Walker's like Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi?
Yeah.
He's like him. Hey, we're starting the new Avengers. Will people like
Him?
Huh? We don't know. We'll see. We will see. So far.
And Cam Smith is the Florence Pugh.
We can only hope. Cam Smith we hope he's not the Eternals.
Oh.
We hope he's the new Black
I
Widow.
hope no one's the Eternals.
Underrated movie.
Yeah, but
it's better than people give it credit for, but also not what Marvel is.
Yeah, it's like it's better. The bar is at the basement and it's higher. It's on the ground floor.
Yeah, it's better. It probably shouldn't have taken the heat that it did. But it didn't hit like Marvel needed it to. But apparently Thunderbolts has, at least from the people who have been able to see it. All right, we got one more segment to go before we're done here. If you want to make any baseball Marvel comps, you're welcome. We're in that bag. We can do that. 713-780-3776. We're here for one more segment. We will be back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, where you can't make You can't make superheroes and baseball player comparisons. That you can only get that on the Del Olaleye Show here on ESPN 97.5. But what you can do is make some money with baseball, with the basketball playoffs, hockey, whatever you're into. It's on Prize Picks, and they make it even easier for you to make some money on Tuesdays because it is a Taco Tuesday, which means that they are going to be discounted player projections all throughout the day. Right now, it's Cade Cunningham. His projection is slashed to 21.5 points. If you think he's going to get more than that slashed projection, add him to your lineup. Cade Cunningham, more than 21.5 points. Then you can go in, mix and match. You can throw in a baseball one. You have Yordan Alvarez to have more than 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI, and you can circle back to that Knicks Pistons game and go Jalen Brunson, more than 41.5 points, rebounds, and assists, whatever you want. It's on Prize Picks. Like I said, they have so many options. Whatever sport you're into, they have it. And if you know your stuff, you can make up to 2,000 times your money on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
The NBA continues to try to make people care about an all-star game that they've long stopped caring about. Next up, after the 4-team tournament that they decided to give it a go on All-Star Sunday, or was it 5? I think it was 5, because you had a couple of the young stars teams playing against each other. One of the G League teams, and then against the young NBA players. They're thinking about USA versus the world for an all-star game. Unless you can promise that those two squads are going to care about the game, they're trying to invoke the Olympic vibes, because we know those players care about playing for the country, whether they be in the U.S. or playing for Serbia. I just don't know that the banner of world is going to get Giannis and Jokic and Shea, he's Canadian, by the way, to care. And the same can go for the U.S., because are they going to be putting on the red, white, and blue, or some USA jersey, but it's branded with NBA stuff and whatever color scheme they choose? I don't think you're going to recreate the vibes of the Olympics. You just can't. The Olympics just mean more to really everyone now, as far as the participants, than the All-Star game. So Adam Silver still tries. They may make a move to trying to get people excited for I guess LeBron will still be playing. LeBron and Steph against Jokic and Giannis and others. Good luck. There's not enough players on the international team to create teams based off country. I think that's the only way you could do it. If you could, you would have to work with like FIBA, I think, and the international leagues to bring some of those guys over who play for Serbia but play on the other side of the Atlantic to play in a tournament type setup. And I think the thing about the Olympics that makes it fun is it is a tournament. It's not a one-off game. It's the buildup of watching the U.S. go through qualifying. Well, not necessarily qualifying, but go through the early stages and make it to the medal round. And then you watch Serbia battle against France for a spot in the final, and Canada's involved. But a one-off, there's no hype for that. Adam Silver's thoughts about the in-season tournament, he thought he could build something like European soccer, or like the FA Cup or Copa del Rey in Spain, where teams progress. Champions League is the same way, and then the build-up leads to the final game. The American audience hasn't really gravitated that much towards the Emirates NBA Cup like they have in those international soccer cups, mostly because lack of tradition. But unless you can build the hype leading up to the game itself isn't going to matter to people. Oh, look, Giannis and Jokic are playing together against Steph, LeBron, and whoever else is on the and Kevin Durant. Whatever, that's not special. I think you're missing the point. If and you can't create a tournament because you got to actually have NBA games to play. You can't create an international tournament in season.
Yeah, it's a hard place to be at where it's like this does not matter. Like the All-Star game, like there's no meaning to it. And when you try to put more meaning to it, then it's that comes at the expense of the regular season, which you don't want to take
which
away.
Already has issues.
Yeah, and you don't want to take away. Like this is dumber than the regular season. Like so you can't you can't build a situation to where they'll have to try a lot or that'll be a lot of games. So you are kind of limited to, okay, so it just has to be one game where people play for nothing. It's an exhibition. Always has been. It's just now and I think this is with all sports, like we see the Pro Bowl just disintegrate. Is that you know what? At this in 2025, it's not interesting, like you said, to see Jokic and Giannis on the same team. Wow, look at that. It's just this is not interesting to people because of a lot of reasons. A, you can see these guys every night if you have a league pass. Even if you don't, you can see them on your phones. It's a tough thing. I guess you have to keep trying things before you quit. That's kind of where I'm at. It's as long until they say nah, no more All-Star game, they're just gonna keep trying new ideas.
And until the players make it a point amongst themselves that we're gonna care and try for 48 minutes, or even if you want to limit it to 40, to limit chances of injury, none of it will matter till you get the buy-in. And that's why some of the older players got hit with shrapnel, because they are being blamed even by the guys who are retired for making the All-Star game less important. But good luck, USA versus the world. I know I won't care. It ain't the Olympics. And we already have the Olympics, so why would I care about this? All right, Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Now to Şengün. Rockets looking for the win. In on Draymond. Spin. Push. Bounce. No. Rebound. Butler. Rockets need a miracle. Şengün into Van Vliet. Van Vliet cross midcourt. Van Vliet got it. Oh, no. 3-1 series lead for the Golden State Warriors.
Well, that sucked. 109-106. The Houston Rockets are on the brink of elimination after another loss in the playoffs to the Golden State Warriors. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on Tuesday, April 29th of 2025. If you need to vent, if you need to get something off your chest, we will be taking your calls, reading your texts, reading your comments on YouTube and Twitch all show long. No one's surprised by this, ultimately. I think when you took a look at the Rockets going into these playoffs as a 2 seed with what they had been able to do defensively this year, you might have had some optimism, but ultimately we are seeing exactly what they are. And it's these 2 words, not ready. I'm not adding a third word in there. I'm not adding yet. And I don't want to hear anyone talking about how they're not ready yet. You never know when you're going to be ready. But in a Western Conference playoffs this year, which does seem to be wide open, if you're at least skeptical about the Oklahoma City Thunder, what the Rockets are doing to themselves in this series is the reason that they are down 3-1. The game begins. Could it have started worse? Golden State goes on a 13-0 run in the first 4 minutes. The Rockets turn the ball over 4 times. I mean, I wasn't sure that they were ever going to show up just based off of those first 4 minutes. To their credit, they sacked up. They played a phenomenal rest of the first quarter. And at halftime, they had the lead. So there is some scrap. There is some fight. And then the second half opens. And they gave up an 18-1 run to open the second. I understand that basketball is a game of runs. But when that happens at the beginning of a game, and when that happens at the beginning of the second half, that is a reflection of a team that is not ready. The free throws. Oh, my God. So last night, the Rockets were 19 for 31. In this series, the team that is the worst free throw shooting team in the league has shot over 4 games, a mind-blowing 60 for 95. I am not expecting a 3-1 comeback by the Rockets. You shouldn't be either. But whether the Rockets come back or not, next year, I want this entire team coming back shooting granny free throws. You are not too good for that when you're missing 35 free throws in a series. I mean, you want to do the math? Here's all you need to know. Those 35 points, it's more than the margin of defeat that the Rockets have suffered in the 3 games that they have lost this series. Perhaps a Freudian slip there. 10 plus 11 plus 3 is less than 35. They're not ready. And there were some splashes last night that do have you a little excited for the future. No, I thought Amen Thompson looked really good last night. I thought he showed some finish at the rim that he hadn't been able to do the first couple of games. I thought in spots, Alperen Şengün played pretty well. But those spots came with an asterisk. We'll get to that in a moment. Steven Adams, what a signing, what a trade he's been.
Unfortunately, he couldn't play the entirety of the fourth quarter because the Warriors smartly started doing hack Adams. Dylan Brooks made big shots when he needed to. Jabari Smith didn't play enough, but when he was in, you felt his presence. And more than anyone, a guy who we have been dumping on all series, Fred VanVleet played one of the best games we've ever seen from him in the playoffs. And this is a guy who has won a finals with the Toronto Raptors. He hit 8 threes. He was lights out. I honestly thought that last shot that VanVleet took at the end of the game was going in. It was an air ball. So that sucks. But for a second, I wondered, wait, did it go in? And then I saw the replay. I saw it was short. Wasn't a bad look, all things considered. All of those guys had their moments. All of those guys looked like players who can contribute enough as part of a team that could potentially do some damage in the playoffs someday. But then we go back to the guy who opened his big fat yap after a bad performance in game 3, at least as far as having an impact on the game. Jalen Green says that Draymond Green, all he does is yap. Well, in the close of a game where Draymond Green's defense probably was the difference for the Golden State Warriors, especially on that play where Alperen Şengün takes a not-so-great shot with about 4 seconds left, where was Jalen Green to be found? Oh, that's right. He wasn't playing. Jalen Green, his statistics in the fourth quarter, and I get it. He's 22. He's 23. Nothing. Like, not anything. He didn't do a damn thing at the end of this game. So when a guy like that isn't ready, and your free throws aren't falling, and you are asleep at the wheel to open up the game, and asleep at the wheel to open up the second half, you're just not ready. We're not surprised by this, but it sucks to find it out this way. In a game where the Rockets could have won yet again, in a series where, I mean, you really want to play spin zone. What if? Is this series over? Make some free throws, maybe. Jalen Green in the fourth quarter. He played 7 minutes. Did you even see him out there? Let's just go through all the numbers. How many points? 0. How many rebounds? 0. How many assists? 0. How many blocks? 0. How many steals? 0. He did have a foul. But, I mean, that's the guy with the most upside on this team, right? Or at least that's what a lot of folks say. Maybe it's Şengün. Maybe it's Amen Thompson. I don't know. I thought we all had to apologize to Jalen Green after his Game 2 38-point performance, but he crashes back to earth as this Rockets team shoots itself in the foot at the beginning, at the end, at the beginning of the second half, at the beginning, down the stretch as well, and at the free throw line. They're not ready. It sucks to find it out this way, but I think we already knew this. We were just a little bit optimistic. We were riding high on this fact that Houston, Texas is a basketball town. Is it still a basketball town? I don't know. We might be on to baseball. Down 3-1. I'm operating as if this series is over. If you want to weigh in on last night's loss, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Let's read some of your comments here on the HRNP listener line. From the 281, Houston is a college basketball town now. Yeah, but we got to wait a while for college basketball. So I think that's super on the back burner. It's a draft coverage town, baseball town. From the 832, after I saw the 2 bad Jalen Green turnovers, I turned it off and went to bed. Was tired and not pumped. Woke up this morning and wasn't surprised. You did miss a good game. There was some scrappiness in the second quarter. It was actually a good basketball game. But the entirety, once Golden State took the lead with about 4 minutes to go or so on that Buddy Hield 3, I never felt great. I never felt like they were going to take it back. I felt like I was hoping more than expecting. From the 281, the 2 words are actually free throw, not ready. If they could make some effing free throws, they'd be up. Yes. From the 409, free throws. That's it. From the 614, you are correct. Basketball is a game of runs. It usually doesn't mean something going down your leg. Dang. Was it P? Was it Messi too? That's up to you. From the 832, Houston is a high school basketball town. Well, Jalen Green at times looked like that. From the 346, it's not easy for Jalen Green to raise a stepson his age and then a baby on the way. Try to understand him. This is the Kevin Porter Jr. logic of the holiday season. It's the holiday season, and boop-de-doop, scoobity-dop. I'm Kevin Porter Jr., and I'm not going to try that hard. I mean, that's in the past. That's the Steven Silas era, you know? So this Rockets team, not ready. Series, likely done. You want to vent? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. What was the worst part of last night's loss? I think we have to go through the power rankings. And I honestly don't think it's a debate. I think it's based off of something that Sean Mapes did on the show yesterday. This was the worst thing that could have possibly happened. What is that? Find out on the other side. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Yeah, a little bit upset, of course. It feels like the games we've lost, we really hurt ourselves in a lot of ways. You know, you get a late foul on a three. Obviously, that stands out, but it's not just a play late in the game. It's all the things that add up to it. First half, fouling guys in the bonus and those things all, it's hard to outplay those mistakes, the amount that we're making. So, let alone the third quarter when we come out, undisciplined like that. And so guys are down, but they understand that the game we played well, the one game out of the four, we had a blowout win. In other games, it's been a one possession game a lot of times, or we had a fourth quarter lead and haven't really played that well. So consistency wins in the series. We've talked about that from day one, and we have to be way more consistent across the board. And so the plan is to obviously go home and get one and come back.
But who do you expect to be consistent? Fred VanVleet getting 8 threes. That happening again? From the text line, worst thing is how inconsistent Jalen Green is, as we talk about the things that were the worst from last night. You heard about some of the other little things with Dylan Brooks fouling Jimmy Butler on that late three, a foul that Tari Eason had of Jimmy Butler late in the third quarter that led to Butler going straight to the line for a couple more free throws, the throw over his head, the start to the game, the start to the second half, the missed free throws. They're not ready. And it's a shame because the talent's there, but they're not ready. What was the worst thing that happened in last night's game? Sean Mapes, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but I didn't even have to do it because the text line's done it. I'm tired of Sean, writes a texter from the 832. First, making fun of Tariq Skubal against the Astros. I feel like that was me.
I think we all got into it.
Yeah, because we were like, who the hell is this guy? Because, of course, we just are what we are, which is the biggest idiots when it comes to baseball. We don't pay attention to baseball outside of Houston.
Yeah, an 85-win Tigers team isn't going to get on our radar.
Ooh, look at me. I'm Tariq Skubal. I'm going to keep on doing it.
Hey, he's not pitching this series, so we're good.
Yeah, he didn't pitch last night. He's not pitching in this series. This texter continues. Now Pods against the Rockets. For those who don't know, yesterday, Sean Mapes decided to start calling Brandon Podzinski Pods. I actually don't think that Sean had much slander towards him. I felt like it was deferential calling him Pods. I refuse to acknowledge it, though, because I'm sorry. Every single time I see his face, I just can't believe he's a real human. It's the fro / squiggly beard.
Yeah, a little dude from Narnia. That's what he's got.
Sideshow Bob.
Yeah.
Or, as I've described it, he looks like he's cosplaying as Dylan Raiola, cosplaying as Patrick Mahomes. You know, it's a couple of degrees of separation, and we're really getting to knock off Brandon.
He's like the Xerox of the Xerox of the Xerox.
Correct. And yet, there he was last night with 6 threes, scoring 26 points, making all sorts of little plays happen along the way, too. He took a charge. That was the worst part, in my opinion. That guy being the one that does you in. Steph Curry plays poorly. Jimmy Butler took a while to get going. Draymond Green had foul trouble, in addition to getting a technical and a flagrant foul, which apparently doesn't get you ejected. There were a lot of things that added up, but to get taken out by Brandon Podzinski, that sucks.
It does.
You tip your hat to him. He played out of his mind. It was a great game. Like, he was awesome. But damn it.
Like we were saying during the break, because I'll say Brandon Podzinski. I won't call him Pods. Although today I should call him Pods.
I still can't pronounce his name right. And Shaq, even last night, couldn't pronounce his name.
That's why you call him Pods.
Yep.
That's why people called Jokic the Joker for 5 extra years. I think that you do have to kind of tip your cap to it. And we were talking about it during the break where because it's Pods, it's like extra. It hurts extra as opposed to last game when Buddy Hield was going off because you're like, oh, it's Buddy Hield. We all know Buddy Hield. Oklahoma. He was awesome.
Right.
This guy just like, who is this guy?
Yeah, who is he? And why is he so good? And why does he look weird on top of being good? And listen, sorry, you can't control the way that you look. I'm not trying to be personal. I'm just saying the way that Brandon Podzinski looks, it pisses you off. I don't know what it is about him, but he has a very, it's not quite token Duke white player hateable, but there's something about it. You're like, why is this guy beating me at basketball?
I don't like it.
F him.
Yeah, no, I mean, you did just kind of get beaten by pods. Like it's tough because, like you said, they did a good job against Curry. Curry didn't really break through or have like some like giant run that he personal run that he went on.
No, he was turning the ball over left and right. In fact, I thought his handling was awful last night.
Yeah, he was a little loose with it. And Jimmy, like you said, didn't really get going until he started getting to the line late. And then it was Brandon Pajimski, just 26 or however 28. How many did he have? He had a lot.
He had too many. In my opinion, over 14, too many for him.
Yeah, 14 is like the good pod zone.
I mean, clearly it's Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Green is the worst from last night. Green opened his mouth talking about Draymond Green. Draymond Green was lights out down the stretch. I mean, hate on Draymond Green not scoring all you want, and hate on all the BS that Draymond Green pulls, of which there was a lot last night. I mean, just the sequence with Tari Eason. I mean, he took him out, dragged him to the court as he was going for the loose ball. His legs, which apparently he has no control of, landed on Tari Eason's head. Then as Tari Eason is getting up and getting over Draymond almost kicks him, bunny kicks him like he's my cat. And on top of that, pulls Tari towards him and then tries to pull Tari's leg from underneath him. This is all in 5 seconds. I'm honestly impressed. How does he do that many things in just, 5 seconds?
Yeah. Go from dribbling the ball to committing 3 different acts that should get you at least a technical.
Yeah, right.
It didn't get him a technical.
It
was a flagrant. That was the flagrant foul. That happened after the actual foul, which is normally where they call technicals.
That should have been a technical. I don't know how he got that technical early. The refs lost control of this game. So that's another one. Worst part of last night, the referees and how they handled literally everything.
The second quarter.
Oh my God. What a terrible quarter of basketball watching. I really think that they should just let them keep playing. The replay just adds to this happening again as soon as they get back playing.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. There's a lot of chippiness,
And there's the Dylan Jimmy moment.
Right, where Dylan and Jimmy are underneath the free throw line, where at some point Jimmy Butler says, "You are a weak ass bitch."
Yeah,
which I've never seen Dylan Brooks laugh. Dylan Brooks laughed at. Seemed like it was an actual laugh.
It was like a belly laugh.
Yeah.
Too.
Moments later, Jimmy for a second puts his hands on Dylan Brooks' neck. It definitely happened. Go watch it.
Yeah, no, he did. It's one of those things where he 100% did that on purpose.
But he was so quick.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he actually strangled him. It was more he just did it. Dylan. God, I confused Draymond and Dylan now.
Hands up.
Dylan was like, "What the hell?" And then a little bit later, Dylan gets the steal.
Yeah.
Butler fouled him hard. That did not need to be replayed.
Yeah.
That whole
it wasn't replayed.
But it felt like it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, because you could see the hard foul coming from
a mile
the
away.
Second Dylan Brooks got the ball. You're like, Jimmy Butler is gonna try to F him up here.
Yeah, I mean, playing intramural basketball, I would have done it too. So
yeah, no, everyone who's ever played intramural basketball, hey, that guy you don't like is about to
he just stealed and scored
Yeah.
you. I'm going to try to take him out. But it wasn't a bad foul. That whole sequence, the refs with all the replays and still having no control over the entirety of the situation, they were pretty damn bad. Jalen Green was bad. Tari Eason's mom crashing out on X last night was pretty bad. Hey, Teroy, you're fun. I think that's how I pronounce her name. But to say this about Tari Eason, who did not play particularly well last night, he'd not only start on the Warriors, but he'd be their second best player. You got to calm down, okay? I get it. We're all upset. Everyone's mad at the Warriors because of all the shenanigans that they do, that they get away with, blah, blah, blah. Tari's not the second best player on the Warriors. Stop. They have Steph Curry. They have Jimmy Butler. And honestly, you could argue that Brandon Podziemski is a better player than Tari Eason based off of this series, even if their athleticism does not add up.
Yeah, Draymond too. Better.
Draymond as well. Draymond was really good defensively.
Draymond's the only guy who could stop Şengün.
Mhm.
He was the only guy who, and he did it in the biggest moment, but he was the only guy that really, Şengün, when Şengün got the ball, he wasn't immediately, how am I going to take this guy to the rim?
Şengün 2 of 11 against Draymond.
Yeah. Wow. The 2 is the surprising part.
Yeah.
Watching that game, I was like, got 2.
The Rockets were 3 for 16 against Draymond with him as the primary defender. I mean, he was great.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Is he defensive player of the year? I don't know. Is he all hustle player? I guess that's an award. But
yeah, he hustled.
He did hustle
to get his legs on Tari Eason's head. Yeah, I think that Draymond Green was he definitely was the best Warrior last night, which is funny because he probably scored like 5 points.
A lot of text to dive into. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Dylan the Villain Brooks dumb foul cost the Rockets the win. He got punked by Draymond again. Get off my squad. Dylan actually had some clutch buckets in this game. I'm not dumping on Dylan for this one.
Yeah, if you want him off the squad, like who do you want on the squad?
Exactly.
Because Dylan Brooks was one of the best players.
No, like Dylan
like
you want
this
next
series.
Year. Another text. Rockets finding new ways to choke away wins against Golden State. Should be up 3-1 instead of down. If they can make free throws. Yep. At least they're not getting smacked around, writes another texter, like the Heat against the Cavs. Yes, but the Heat don't belong here, and the Rockets are the 2 seed. Like I'm not going to do the at least, and I'm not saying they're not ready yet either. You know,
I saw as I was just tuning in for the start of this game, and I was like, oh my god, I knew it was a blowout, but it was like close to 60 when I tuned in, and I thought like, this is not a good sign for I don't know why. Can't explain why. Not a good sign for the Rockets. I wanted a more competitive game as the lead-in. And then when the Rockets get off to the start that they get off to, and Jalen Green's dribbling the ball off his foot, I'm just like, oh my God, the Rockets going to lose by 40.
The way Jalen started the game in particular.
Not ready.
And then because not ready there, I felt like he was scared.
Lights are too bright.
Which he has admitted to already in this series. Texter Bo says the moment looks too big for him. On Twitch, Mr. Brostash, Jalen seems scared of the moment. Tony the Handsome, Golden State doesn't fear the Rockets. That's the difference. Free throws, Rockets can't make any. From YouTube, worst parts of last night's Rockets game. Reggie Miller defending the Warriors all night. Reggie Miller was a bit annoying on the replay of Draymond versus Tari Eason. And there also was a moment where Draymond stopped Alperen Şengün, and as Draymond was going up the court and high-fiving fans, Reggie Miller looked like he was about to jump over the booth and tackle Draymond Green and make out with him. Like, go watch it. If you watch that moment, you will see Reggie Miller is standing up, like I think trying to high-five Draymond as he went down there. Listen, pests love pests. There were a few players that were as big a-holes as Reggie Miller, maybe less of the shady stuff that Draymond did, but back in the day, Reggie Miller, if we're talking about players that got under people's skin, oh God.
Michael Jordan two-hand choked him.
Yeah.
Like he was trying to murder him.
Right.
That's how upset he made Michael Jordan.
Oh, man, right. It's such a shame. Kevin Harlan is so good on TNT, and Reggie, I don't think anyone likes Reggie as a color commentator.
And it's been a minute since my favorite team has been in the playoffs, and Reggie Miller is so annoying, like on a game that you don't care about. Never mind a game where
your favorite team's playing.
Yeah, your heartbeat, your heart rate's like over 120 the entire time, and he's going, hey, now slow motion replay of Draymond Green kicking Tari Eason 3 different times, being like, I don't want to be unfair. We can't be unfair to Draymond here, where it's like, that's all he does.
Especially with the legs. It's always his legs.
Yeah.
His legs are all, I mean, does he have some sort of cerebral palsy? Like, serious question, where his legs, he has no control over them, where he's like a baby. I'm just a 1-year-old baby. Ooh, goo, goo, gaga. My legs, I have no control over the spastic movements they make.
It's funny because, like,
it's a deer out of the womb.
It honestly, like, it shows how much dexterity he has, because he always can get his legs into a position near a body part of a defender.
He'd be great at jiu-jitsu.
I do think he'd be good at some
maybe that's
sort of mixed martial arts.
You know what? If Draymond fought a Paul brother in MMA, who would you want to win? I think I'd want Draymond. I think I'd want Draymond to win.
I think so.
But it's tough. It's really
no
tough.
Good option.
Last night sucked. If you want to vent, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We will give you a brief reprieve from being Debbie Downer about the Rockets. Everything you missed over the weekend in sports as quickly as we can get through it. with In Case You Missed It. Stick around.
I have no answer. I really have nothing to say. And I think it's disgusting. That's all I can say.
Everything you might have missed in the weekend of sports. Number one, Shedeur Sanders. Did you hear? He wasn't drafted in the first round or second round or third round or fourth round. He was drafted by the Cleveland Browns. Here are the litany of reasons that he fell as far as he did. Per Boomer Esiason, some owners order teams to remove him from their draft boards. Per Matthew Berry, one of the reasons that Sanders fell as far as he did had to do with, get this, bad meetings where he acted like a D. As unprofessional and disinterested as one could possibly be, per Berry, in an interview. Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News. The reason the Giants didn't take him was because they brought him in for a pre-draft interview, and Shedeur Sanders did not do any preparation and got mad when he was called out for not doing any preparation. If you saw the Browns make the pick, it does feel like Jimmy Haslam might have pushed them to make that pick because both Andrew Berry, their general manager, and Kevin Stefanski, their head coach, looked like they had just been conscripted into service in the Ukrainian military when the decision was announced. Some old tweets of Deion Sanders saying that if he gets drafted by the Browns, he should go and pull an Eli Manning. He said this back on March 13th of 2018. I love what the Browns have done this offseason, but if I'm a young quarterback, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I would pull a Eli Manning if possible. Hashtag think about that. Hashtag truth. Skip Bayless is calling out Tom Brady. Brady's even involved, for God's sakes, because per Skip Bayless, Brady said that they don't want to draft Shedeur Sanders, which Brady believes makes Skip Bayless an idiot. President Donald Trump weighed in. Did you see the post that he had during the draft? He actually took Shedeur Sanders' side, saying, what's wrong with NFL owners? Are they stupid? All caps. Remember, Donald Trump hates NFL owners because of the whole USFL thing back in the day. Think he doesn't hold that grudge? I hold grudges. I think he would hold that grudge. Sanders was a great college football player and was even greater in the NFL, talking about his dad. He's a very good coach, streetwise and smart. Therefore, Shedeur, his quarterback son, has, all caps, phenomenal genes and is all set for greatness, starting with a capital G. He should be picked immediately by a team that wants to win. Good luck, Shedeur, and say hello to your wonderful father. Things have gotten so crazy with Shedeur Sanders that yesterday at the White House press briefing, somebody asked a question about Shedeur Sanders to Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary. What in the hell? More on Shedeur Sanders. I'm sorry. We're just getting it all out. We're flushing it down the toilet. Jeff Ulbricht's son, Falcons coordinator, Jax, J-A-X, Jesus, prank called Shedeur Sanders. And he actually admitted to it and came out with an apology. The Falcons had to release a long statement about it. But while we talk about Shedeur Sanders, I don't think anyone had a worse weekend than Mel Kiper Jr., who had this to say after Shedeur Sanders was finally selected in the 5th round.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks. Clueless. They have no idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterbacks. That's proof. There's proof of that. When they say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterbacks, they don't.
Mel, you once said after Jimmy Clausen was about to be drafted that you would retire if Clausen didn't end up being a stud quarterback. You also requested of Todd McShay 8 years to determine whether or not he would be a stud quarterback. So who had a worse weekend? Was it Mel Kiper Jr. or was it Bill Belichick? We will do a segment on Bill Belichick a little bit later. Bill Belichick's girlfriend is going to be releasing a statement about Belichick's interview to promote his upcoming book on Good Morning USA or whatever the hell that show is called on CBS. Supposedly, in addition to awkwardly interrupting a question about how the two of them met, she also stormed out and delayed the interview for 30 minutes. So I don't know who had a worse weekend between Mel Kiper Jr. and Bill Belichick, but Shedeur Sanders probably had the worst weekend of everybody in sports.
Yeah, because he had to reschedule a party.
Yeah.
Probably thought it was Thursday, Friday
Prank
at the
phone
latest.
call.
Yeah, prank phone call.
From some guy named
Mel
Jax.
Kiper just embarrassed himself on TV.
Yeah.
But
he always does.
Yeah, that's not that new of a thing.
Kiper at least seems fun, but it was weird how much time was spent with him just dumping on everybody for letting him fall.
I was going to say, angry Kiper isn't good.
No.
It's lunatic, here's my binder about the 215th pick in the draft. That guy's fun.
Mel Kiper explaining why he eats, and this is a real thing, pumpkin pie for breakfast every single morning. That's fun.
I also would like the follow-up of how he's not 300 pounds.
Good metabolism. Hair, you know what? The hair. Now, I'm sure he's taking some product, whether it's Propecia like your boy is, or perhaps a lot of biotin or whatever.
He's on performance enhancers.
That guy has a plume. I mean, he looks like a parrot. I've always said that. Anyway, more in case you missed it. What did you miss in the weekend in sports? Here are the series on life support in the NBA playoffs after the Thunder swept the Grizzlies and the Cavs swept the Heat. God, Heat. Ernie Johnson called you guys out for quitting. Of all people, Ernie Johnson, not Chuck, not Shaq, not Kenny Smith, Ernie Johnson. 2 series are on life support. The Celtics are up 3-1 on the Orlando Magic. Game 5 is tonight at 7:30 on NBA TV. Joe Mazzulla, when asked about the physicality of the series, said, no one's been arrested yet. Meanwhile, the Pacers are up 3-1 on the Milwaukee Bucks. Game 5 is tonight at 5 p.m. on NBA TV. Damn, that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Bucks should just walk out. like they're the Pistons after the Bulls took them down. Damian Lillard tore his Achilles just days after coming back from blood clots. I feel bad for Damian Lillard. Lillard's always been likable, but he took the Rockets out in that one series. I know. I don't hold that against him, but some of you guys do. Here are the series that seem one-sided yet have been frisky. Obviously, the Rockets are now down 3-1 to the Golden State Warriors. Bill Simmons, on a recent episode of the Bill Simmons podcast with Ryan Russillo, said this about Steph Curry hate. Hating Steph Curry is like hating things that begin with B and J, and I'm not talking about broadcast journalism. More series across basketball. The T-Wolves are up 3-1 on the Los Angeles Lakers. The winner plays Warriors-Rockets. Game 5 is the late one after Rockets-Warriors. Game 5 tomorrow. Anthony Edwards, hell yeah. This is him talking about going after LeBron James in game number 4, where he was trying to shove LeBron James all over the court.
Just let him know that we hear you. Like, you ain't just gonna push us around all night. I mean, because I'm not gonna lie, he's strong. It's hard to keep him from, like, he posted me up. He got all the way to the rim. I was glad he missed the layup, but he a lot stronger than me. But just let him know that we're gonna be here all night, and I'm gonna be a pest to him. Whenever I get on him, I'm gonna try to get up under his skin. I'm gonna try. I mean, because we played together at USA. He was like a big brother to me. He looked out for me, helped me out a lot, reading the game, IQ, and everything. So, just trying to be a pest to him out there.
This is how you take the torch away from the consensus best player in the league. Anthony Edwards, over the course of one offseason, has done a lot to, I think, get people back on he's the face of the NBA. Meanwhile, Luka Doncic is fat.
Yeah, and Anthony Edwards has a chance to take out Kevin Durant last year in round 1, Nikola Jokic in round 2, and then LeBron, he's 1 win away from taking him out. And then if the Warriors beat the Rockets, he's going to have a chance to take out Steph. So in the last 2 years, he would have, if he wins, he would have taken out LeBron, Steph, and KD, and Jokic. That's quite the resume for a 24-year-old.
Right. Now, the final boss, of course, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and the entity that is the greatest organization in basketball.
Derek
history.
White, Joe Mazzulla.
Thank you.
Porzingis.
The ghost of Bob Cousy.
You took out Jokic. Can you take out Porzingis?
Can you
with
take
a
out
gash on his forehead?
Can you take out the ghost of the garden?
Tommy Heinsohn.
Yeah.
John Havlicek.
Yeah. Larry Bird, dude.
He is walking through that door.
Bill Russell, dude. JoJo White, Robert Parrish, Kevin McHale, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett,
Brian Scalabrine.
Brian Scalabrine. Yeah. We don't talk about Ray Allen, although it's okay now. Continuing to go, in case you missed it, everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. So the T-Wolves up 3-1 on the Lakers. Knicks up 3-1 on the Pistons. The Pistons got shafted in game 4. The refs even admitted that Josh Hart fouled Tim Hardaway Jr. on the last play of the game. I'm still of the belief that the Knicks might blow this because the Knicks are the Knicks, and their last 2 wins have been far from convincing. We shall see. The series that is still a series, oh my God! Clippers-Nuggets tied at 2-2. Game 5 tonight. James Harden almost got his ass beat. Oh my God! Please do yourself a favor and watch it. It was so close to happening. First, it was Nikola Jokic who shoved him through a little confrontation. But then Aaron Gordon went Isaiah Stewart after LeBron James after him. Harden was saved by Zubac, and Harden did a little soft thing. Harden shoved with his left arm and then ran away like a little bitch. It happened. It's on film. You can't deny it. That was a terrible look, and it would have been kind of funny to see Aaron Gordon take out James Harden. Oh, Paul, violence isn't cool. I don't know. I disagree. I was not outside of the stoppages. The second quarter of last night's game was fun. That was high quality television. It's just the effing stoppages happened.
If they could just speed up the review process, the judge, jury, and executioner.
Michael Porter Jr., by the way, it is debatable that he should be suspended for Game 5 tonight between Clippers and Nuggets because he clearly came off the bench to join the fray of what was almost an actual NBA fight. It was so damn close. Kind of mad at Zubac
for defending a teammate.
Yeah. Shouldn't have done that. For my entertainment.
Olay defense.
Yeah. Continuing through, in case you missed it, the Rangers lost to the Giants in the most hilarious way possible. It was 2-2 in the 9th inning, and I think the Rangers committed 2, if not 3 errors on what should have been a routine ground out, and it was an inside the park walk-off home run. If you haven't seen it already, watch it. Lance McCullers reached 10 years of Major League service time. And, in the return of Jim Schlossnagle to Texas versus Texas A&M, the Texas Longhorns swept the Texas A&M Aggies over the weekend. No vengeance.
Almost had him.
And that's in case you missed it. Everything you might have missed in the world of sports. Let's just roll on through. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. If you want to vent about this game, you can. I want to continue to go through some of your comments. Trill O'Reilly asked this question on YouTube. Can we sacrifice Cam Whitmore and put him in just to punch Draymond Green in the throat? So we're resorting to violence at this point. That is another sign that this series is over. That is another sign. Everyone wants the Rockets to go last stand on the Warriors, because there's nothing more manly than going out with the last stand. There's nothing more manly than, fighting as you and ultimately meet a demise that you have accepted.
Yeah, Jon Snow with the
Pulling out the sword in the Battle of the Bastards.
He's ready. He did get saved, but he was ready to die right there.
He was ready to die again. He had died just episodes before.
Doesn't fear death.
Resurrected. I think a lot of Rockets fans are in that boat right now, because I don't think anyone thinks that they're going to come back, which is a shame. I mean, this Warriors team, I'm going to keep on saying it, not that impressive of a team.
Yeah. And it is possible. Like same thing with the Lakers, when you're the home team that's down 3-1, when you have home court advantage, like it is more possible, because it is going to be a home game. And then you have to win road game 6 and then another home game. So it's a little bit like it's easier to see the path. But for this Rockets team, although all their losses have been competitive, and it really is just the late game execution, or less so late game, like just little things, whether it's the missed free throws,
starting off the game poorly, starting off the second half poorly.
For game 4, the start to both
Dumb
halves.
Dillon Brooks foul on Jimmy Butler on a 3-point attempt.
Yeah,
dumb
it's like
Tari Eason foul of Jimmy Butler when the team's in the bonus at the end of the third quarter.
There's like 5 different things where if you take out that Jenga block, like they win. But with that being said, like they just are a team that has made those mistakes all series long, and even in the regular season, like you'd see them make those mistakes and overcome it against worse teams, or they make those mistakes and lose. So the fact that the series is taken this shape, it's like not doesn't give you a lot of hope for a comeback.
We're pretty familiar with Houston sports crowds. Tomorrow night's game, 6:30 tip-off, early, at Toyota Center. Given that they are down 3-1, given that the last 2 games have been particularly demoralizing, given the very one-sided nature of Warriors-Rockets, a texter, 10 years later, things are still the same against the Warriors. This must be how the Yankees feel against the Astros. Low-key. It's perhaps high-key with them. It is definitely high-key for the Rockets against the Warriors. I am wondering what the vibes are going to be like for game number 5. It feels like the series is over. I keep on having to think for a second.
It did cross my mind that it felt like the Warriors were up 3-1 after they're up 2-1. Like it had already felt like they're up 3-1.
Yeah, it did. Now it feels like it's 5-1. But
I think that I think it'll be decent attendance, but bad energy.
I think it'll be bad attendance, because it's 6:30 on a Wednesday, down 3-1. I think the energy for those who will be there will be good, but the Rockets actually have to give them something to get energetic about. You can't do what you did at the beginning of the first quarter.
Yeah.
You can't do it. 13-0 run with 4 turnovers. Unbelievable. And then on top of that, you know what I'm thankful for? When I started the game, I was having some issues with my Xbox connection, which is where I, power my TV. I was watching it through HBO Max. I started, and I only saw the last Jalen Green turnover, which was unforced, might I add. Yeah. Unforced. So at least I only saw that, but I remember turning it on. I was like, well, maybe I'm not going to have to watch this that long. But then they fought back. They scrapped back. And that's what's frustrating with them, is that like they have balls. Like they have fight to them, but they are just so inexperienced.
Yeah, they're not like ready for it, but it's not in the. They're not mentally ready for, or they're not like up to it as men, as like basketball players. You know, well, there's one guy who said the lights were too bright.
Jalen Green did.
Other than him, but they seem up to it. Like they're mentally strong enough. It's just that they also will just make like stupid mistakes or miss free throws. Like it's a mix of inexperience, but also they have like the playoff like medal for it. It's just they can't get out of their own way. And you're going up against a team with 3 guys that are very, very experienced.
Literally the antithesis of that. I mean, these are the 3 guys that you just don't expect to screw up in the playoffs. Outside of with Draymond, it's he loses his cool.
Yeah, he might kick you in the nuts. But even then, like he kind of has to commit like 4 different infractions to get tossed.
And the refs tend to not necessarily look the other way, but find ways to keep him around.
Yeah, they don't want to toss him.
The game. Yeah, they don't want him, but he makes it so damn
Which
hard.
makes 2016 even funnier. How much they don't want to toss him.
Right, and he still got tossed. Yeah. Honestly, and I still go back to that. Like, I don't think he deserved to be tossed for that. Like, LeBron stepped over him.
Well, it's just that it was in a flagrant one.
Yeah.
And he'd gotten so many flagrant. So
Already.
one of them was he body slammed Michael Beasley in a Rockets Warriors like sweep. He just body slammed him at the buzzer. And like that, basically that got him ejected from the finals.
Man. But to bring it to the energy tomorrow night, I think the people who were there, it'll be good. But much like a late game on Easter at 8:30 is an FU to the city of Houston. The 6:30 tip off on a Wednesday, that's an FU. Like people are just not going to be there on time. I've accepted that, and part of that is due to poor planning. But the other part, I mean, 6:30 driving around Houston, there's actually excuses to be made. Once it gets to about 7:30, 7:45, things cool down a little bit on the roads. 6:30, there's going to be people that are stuck in traffic. And imagine you're stuck in traffic. You're probably in a bad mood already. You finally park and you get into the stadium, and the Rockets are theoretically pulling another first quarter like last night. I mean,
I was going to say, well, or does that work out where they have the start of the game where they are down 14-2, and then, but no one's there to see it.
No.
And then as people are trickling in, they make their comeback. And you're giving the city something to believe in.
There's just as much of a chance of like the Simpsons little GIF that people post online where the grandpa walks into the bar, put the hat on the hanger, and then walks around in a circle, puts the hat back on, and walks out. Like I think there will be some of that if people show up for a low scoring event. There's nothing worse than that. There was a Patriots-Ravens playoff game that I went to back in 2009. This was a bad Patriots team, and there was ridiculous security lines to get into the stadium where it took an hour and 15 minutes for people to get in. Since I was a squeezy, skinny little bastard back then, I was able to figure out how to get to my seat, and I sat down as the Ravens scored a 60, 70, 80-yard touchdown, like the first play of the game. The rest of my family arrives. It was 21-0, like 6 minutes in, and everyone's just like, and there's Ravens fans sitting in front of us. So it's just like the perfect storm of this is terrible. And I think that there's a chance for that on tomorrow night, but hopefully not. The Rockets are just not ready. 713-780-3776 to call, to text if you want to vent about last night's game 4 playoff loss. 109-106. Jeff Green, is he done as a Houston Rocket? Did last night's performance officially determine his future here in town? You answer that. Stick around. The Rockets are down 3-1 to the Golden State Warriors after a very disappointing loss, 109-106 last night. The Rockets started off that game slow, but they were able to rally back. They started off the second half slow, but they were able to rally back. Unfortunately, a bunch of careless mistakes over the entirety of a 48-minute game and a 19 for 31 night at the free throw line did the Rockets in. Again, no one was worse for the Rockets than Jalen Green last night. No one. To start off the game the way that he did, what was it? 2, 3, 4 turnovers in the first 4 minutes. Honestly, I'm of the mindset to just blame Jalen for all of them. And to do that, in addition to that, to play none of the last 5 minutes and sit on the bench after talking about how Draymond Green, all he does is talk, only to see Draymond Green's defense ultimately slow down at times, red-hot Alperen Şengün down the stretch. I don't think it could have gone worse for Jalen Green. In this series, Green played well game 2. He had 38 points. He seemed confident. In every other game, he hasn't even seemed like much of a role player, despite 31 minutes game 1, 35 in game 2. I don't know why this pop-up decided to pop up in the middle of me reading all the minutes. 39 in game 3. He played just 25 minutes in last night's game. 8 points, 5 turnovers, 3 fouls. So as many turnovers and fouls as points. 1 for 5 from outside, and he really just slunk away from the game entirely. He didn't do anything in the fourth quarter. Just 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 across the board outside of 1 foul. Fred VanVleet, the leader of the 2025 Houston Rockets, was asked about Jalen Green's rough night after the game. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, he'd be all right. We're not. I mean, I'm not really that worried about it. I don't want to, make it all about him. I'm more concerned about what I could do better. Whatever we talk about, is between us. But just big picture wise, go out guns blazing, unload the clip, and let it fly, and just be aggressive until you figure it out. This is first experience in the playoffs, so teams throw different looks at you. There's a lot of ups and downs. It's a lot that you have to deal with. And I'm proud of, how far he's come since I've been here as a player. But, we need him to be playing at his best and at a high level. He takes our team to a different gear. So we'll look at the film and see how we can help him be more effective. But, again, defenses are going to do what they do to try to take guys out of the game. That's part of the playoffs, and we got to counter that.
There's no denying that the Warriors and their coaching staff and all the experience they have, plus all the experience this Warriors team has figured out what Jalen Green isn't best at. His ball handling is not great. It's not. On top of that, not the best shooter. So there's a lot of stuff that lead to the Warriors saying, hey, we're going to focus on him. If Fred VanVleet beats us, fine. I'd be fine with Fred VanVleet beating me too. You think he's going to get 8 points, 8 threes again in this series? Like, we've seen Fred also have 1 for 15 nights from outside. He is very sporadic in terms of his ability to shoot from outside. Jalen Green, I'm not letting him beat me after a 38 performance in game 2. So the Warriors, they've clearly studied up on Jalen Green. They're probably looking at the fact that he's not the best dribbler with the left hand, and they realize that there are ways that they can get under his skin too. I think of all the Rockets players, I think that he's perhaps been affected the most by the little stuff that the Warriors do to get under your skin, which is interesting because after game 2, I think he said, yeah, we know what the Warriors are trying to do. We know they're trying to get under our skin. Well, he seems to be allowing it to happen the most. And look, he's 23. Still a young player. Does sound like excuses to a degree, but Fred's right from at least this perspective. This is his first playoff performance. I wouldn't say I'm proud of him for this series, but okay, yeah, he's come a long way since the Steven Silas days. No doubt about it. But now you're at a point where he has to be confident in himself. And I don't know how after that game 2 performance that has just completely left him. Didn't see it game 3. Didn't see it game 4. I'm not going to put the entire series on Jalen Green, but he has easily been the most frustrating part of this series. And he makes the decision for the Houston Rockets as far as what they want to do with him going forward very easy. The contract that the Rockets gave him already made it pretty easy. If there's anyone who's going to get moved this offseason, he is the easiest one to move. And this is a guy that, as I've said a bunch, I look at him, best case scenario, as an elite 6th man. I see him as somebody who, because of his inconsistency shooting and his inconsistency from a confidence perspective, I see him as a guy that from time to time is going to be the best scorer on the court for an entire game. But I just don't see it happening enough. Does that not sound like an ideal 6th man? A guy that you bring in for that spark, and when he gives you the spark, my God, it's Jamal Crawford 2.0. I think best case scenario, yeah, that could be him. He's not there yet, though. And more than anyone, because of him opening his mouth, putting his foot in it, and then having yet another performance where he just seemed too small, he is the easiest person to blame. So I think any criticism that is directed towards him is fair, even though I do realize he's 23 and he's young. I'm curious as to how you guys feel about him. Is it fair to put all the blame on Jalen Green for what happened last night? No, I mean, this was a team loss for sure. You missed 12 free throws as a team. Dumb turnovers. Terrible start to the first quarter, which largely was Jalen Green's fault. Terrible start to the second quarter. Moments where you just offensively look incompetent. That's been everybody. Why the Rockets have not looked ready for the moment yet. But more than anyone, I think the guy that's the epitome of that has been Jalen Green. It's a guy that we have expectations for. And what have we got in return for it? 1, good performance. 3, whoa, what the hell performances.
Yeah, and you're right that like everyone on this team has had moments where you're just like, woof, like this welcome to the playoffs, buddy. But the other thing is that, I would say that Alperen Şengün had that moment even in the first quarter of last night's game. He also then scored 30, 32, whatever he ended up with. And he found a way, like it's with Draymond off the court, but he just found a way to respond, to actually impact the team winning and to score for a team that needs all the points they can get. Jabari Smith has been kind of moved around the rotation, been set off to the side, but when he's in there, like he gets to a spot, he rises and he fires, and he's been a pretty good offense, a pretty good source of offense for some of the like secondary stuff. Nothing gets run through him, but he figures out a way. Like Jalen Green is just the one that just like when it's not game 2, he just has not found a way to have like 3 straight possessions where he does something, or even he just finds a way to get 6 points in an easy it's all like either he is going to score 38 points or you might as well put in Aaron Holiday.
Oh,
I mean, like, what is he doing? What is Jalen Green doing that like you can't just like, I don't know, just get a different guy in there?
Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, just like someone else.
That's the problem. And Ime Udoka was asked, "Hey, what's happening going forward?" And Udoka, this is what he had to say when asked this by Daniel Lerner of the Houston Chronicle.
Now that you are facing elimination, do you give any more serious consideration to changing the starting 5?
Yeah, we'll take a look at everything. Obviously, certain lineups have been much better at times, and the poor start to the third really stands out. Obviously, there's a few pieces to it. There's obviously offensive things, and the big lineup goes on, and they rebound well and all those things. But at the same time, we've been really good defensively with that starting unit. Keeping them in the low 20s for the most part and having a lead after most of these first quarters. So doing good defensively there, offensively, got some room to make up for sure.
The odd man out is Green if you want to do something wacky.
Yeah, because Thompson's the other guy who's struggled for most of the series.
But last night he did not.
Yeah.
Last night I thought his confidence was back last night.
Yeah, last night he hasn't. Then that's another thing with like Jalen Green. Just like when he's out, he's just out. Amin Thompson has proven that like, oh, okay, he can find something that works going after smaller guys
Right.
trying to get to the basket.
Right. And I mean, look, like Green has more in his portfolio than Thompson does. So the lack of confidence isn't acceptable. We have some comments here from the 713. It wasn't a bad game. That was a no-show. Bad games can be excused. No-shows are acceptable. And there was a back and forth between Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal on Inside the NBA after the game where Chuck brought up, hey, man, we saw the 38-point performance. The other performances aren't acceptable. And Shaq kept on saying, but he's young, but he's young. And then when Charles said, like, man, he had 38 points. And then the other games, he's got 8, 8, 9. And Shaq was like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I
he
mean,
agreed with him.
That's what we're saying. Like, it's not like he's going out there and getting like 15, and we need a little bit more. And it's like, well, he is just hitting some limits of a young player. It's like, no, he is like like you said, like completely no showing. Like it's just nothing. You're getting nothing from him. So yeah, it is like the most extreme version of what we see in the regular season with Jalen Green, except normally it just like kind of doesn't matter. You just hand wave it because there's another game in 2 days.
It's the kind of thing that if he's playing for a bad team and doing this, no one cares about at all. But because this is now a good team, this changes entirely. And it does make you wonder, is that what Jalen Green is going to be? Is Jalen Green going to be playing for, I don't know, the Portland Trailblazers in a year or so, and he's averaging like 30 points a game, and the Trailblazers are in last place in their division? I mean, it's stuff like that makes you feel like that's what he is, even if that's maybe an unfair way to characterize him. But more comments. 409, if one of your best players plays 24 minutes with only 3 fouls after talking that trash post game, do you really think he's one of your best players? You can't in this series. And then now you like wonder, where does he rank, even if talent-wise he has all of that? Also from the 346, this Ant is 23 as well.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah. They're drafted like 6-7 months apart because the COVID draft. So they're Anthony Edwards was in the 2020 draft. Jalen Green was in the 21 draft. There seems to be more than a year of development between them, I'd say.
That's an understatement. And again, you can't coach the dog into somebody. You have it or you don't. Jalen not having it and not having it show up in a series where the Warriors are antagonizing him, much like they're antagonizing everybody.
Well,
it is a bad sign.
What it reminded me of, maybe it's just because he dribbled the ball off his foot early in the game, completely unforced, but it did remind me a little bit of the Jaylen Brown finals. But at least Jaylen Brown was like finding a way to just catch the ball in a spot to score and making one move and going up to score. But there is a little bit of the like he is hitting and again, Jaylen Brown, he was hitting that wall in the finals or against the Heat in the Eastern Conference Finals, whereas Jalen Green's hitting it in game 3 and 4 of
a Warriors team that is not the Warriors team of old, even if you respect it.
He's just kind of hitting the like playoff wall of like, no, a playoff defense will make you have to do what you're bad at, and you're just not good enough at it to play not literally play left-handed, but kind of do what you don't want to do.
Right, exactly. Sean Maves is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. There was a lot of beef last night. Did the beef make the loss any more enjoyable, or was that product that you watched on TV last night a very unenjoyable experience? We'll discuss everything that went down, specifically in the second quarter. A very frisky one. Next on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
If you've listened to this show long enough, you know that I like a little football in my basketball. I like it when basketball players actually shove one another. I like it when there's actual emotion, disdain, and or hatred between two teams. I don't want everyone to be all buddy-buddy after the game. I want them to be as irrationally angry about small moments in the game as I am. I want them to be psychotically competitive. So I enjoyed elements of last night's very pushy Rockets-Warriors game. It started in the second quarter. The Warriors had the ball, and Draymond Green set a very hard screen on Ahmed Thompson. So Thompson's down on the ground. Thompson, for a moment, looked like he died. He took a while to get back up. Dylan Brooks comes over, and he sees Ahmed Thompson on the ground. He sees Steph Curry talking bleep from the floor. So Dylan Brooks, I don't know why he did this. Honestly, he's lucky that he did not end up getting into any trouble out of this. But he tries to grab the ball away from Steph Curry. Shoving ensues. Upon review, Steph Curry was called for taunting. Lame. Draymond Green got a technical foul. I'm not sure for what. I wonder if he said something. But things at that moment in time became chippy. Minutes later, Tari Eason stripped Draymond Green. Green fell. His legs ended up on top of Tari Eason's head. Tari Eason, as he tries to get up over Draymond, is not happy, stands over him in a rather menacing fashion. Green curls his leg together in a ball, tries to pull Tari into him by the jersey, quickly gets up, and as he's getting up, puts his arms behind Tari Eason's knee and pulls it forward. It was an impressive amount of bleep to do in just a couple of seconds. Draymond gets a flagrant foul for this incident. Shoving, pushing. All of that part was fun. And yet the NBA somehow actually ruined it. And this is a big problem, I think, with the sport. The replays have gotten out of hand, not just because every single player feels that a bad call should immediately be challenged and is twirling their hand in the finger like they're asking for another glass of champagne. Just the entitlement there. Ugh. It turns me off. It's that now all of a sudden, every single moment of shoving where people would look the other way back in the 80s and 90s, it now seems to require the kind of review that you would do if you were a person running a 7-Eleven and someone had held you up at gunpoint. It's gotten to a level where it's ruining the actual product. Guys are going to get chippy in a playoff series, especially if it's two physical teams that are pushing each other all game long. Why does the NBA feel the need to psychopathically micro-litigate every frame of two teams that are playing a physical game against one another, getting into some extracurricular activity after the whistle? Why did we need to spend as much time reviewing those moments? No one got punched. No one got shoved. It didn't really feel like the referees were in command of the game and that giving somebody an ejection was going to settle things down. So why did they feel the need to take so damn long to look back and rewatch everything that happened there? It was terrible TV experience. Brutal to watch. And they felt the need to replay everything. Hell, I was surprised that a couple of minutes later, because all of this went down in the second quarter, when Jimmy Butler and Dylan Brooks got into it in the midst of a free throw attempt where Jimmy Butler called Dylan Brooks a weak-ass bitch, and Dylan Brooks laughed. A hard foul happened moments later after Jimmy Butler had put his hands on Dylan Brooks' throat a couple of moments before that. I was surprised that the referees didn't feel the need to watch what happened there for 10 minutes. The NBA's got to realize that, yes, the Malice at the Palace was a black eye on the league, but the shoving that's happening is good for the sport. The people that have become turned off by basketball, and I don't know if you necessarily want those people back, they like this stuff. I like this stuff. I don't know how younger basketball fans feel about this, but I know personally, I like it when a series gets to a point where there's shoving going on. Do we need to spend an hour, give or take, litigating what might have happened on the court only to come up with technical fouls occasionally and flagrant fouls occasionally? I don't think so. I think it really made last night's game a chore to watch. And luckily, the third and fourth quarter were actually enjoyable. Obviously, didn't go the Rockets' way. But we're at a point right now where something's got to be done about the replay. Too much of it is happening, and I don't think any of it was necessary in last night's game. I don't think one of those was necessary. I didn't want to see Draymond get ejected or teed up. I didn't want to see Dylan Brooks get ejected or teed up. I didn't want to see anyone get penalized for some of this extracurricular stuff, whether it's Jimmy Butler or Tari Eason. I don't. That's not how I roll. I don't want to win a game because somebody got ejected for soft reasons in a sport that is soft at times. I don't want that. I want these teams to actually be able to go up against one another. And yeah, the shoving, it's going to happen after a play wraps up. And that kind of ruined a lot of last night's game because I thought the back and forth was good. I like the way that these two teams play basketball. I feel like we need more of that across the sport. The NBA clearly feels otherwise, and it made the game a hassle to watch. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to weigh in on the Rockets' loss to the Golden State Warriors last night, 109-106. You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. First, let me tell you, though, about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. It's a fantastic men's health website, something that I was already using to get the receding hairline to look a little less like Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. Rise Max is a new product that is revolutionizing the market. Yes, guys, I'm talking about pants tents, okay? Do you want to get frisky? Is the spark gone? Well, you got to try Rise Max. Their rapid enhanced dissolving strip. It's a strip. It's in a packet that's about the size of a condom. Take it out. Put it under your tongue. You don't need to chew. You don't need any water. It's discreet. And in 5 minutes, boing, you're going to be good to go. It's sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin on a strip. And if you go to risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com, and you enter promo code 975, they will give you 20% off of your first order. Get yourself some afternoon delight. Rise up, and you'll rise up, and you'll rise up down there, thanks to my friends at Rise and risehealth.com. You can still weigh in on the Houston Rockets and their loss to the Golden State Warriors. If you need to vent, we will give you a therapeutic session. And guess what? You will not have to pay us with your insurance or anything like that. Hell yeah. Did have a couple of comments to address. From the 713, turned on the first quarter. Dylan Brooks already had 3 fouls. I was like, damn, they have to get that, man. And do it a little bit more with Draymond Green as well. It's a physical series. I'm cool with Dylan Brooks playing the way that he's playing. Thought he actually played pretty well last night.
I was going to say, if we're going to like make a list of all the people we have issues with, other than the Jimmy Butler foul at the very end, like that one play, like Dylan Brooks is so low on the list. Needs to adjust to playoff basketball.
No, I thought he played well in this game. For the 713, who are these effing refs? They look like little dorks. Obviously have never played the game. NBA refs should have to be pro ball players who actually played the game. Good luck finding former pros who made tens of millions of dollars over the course of their career wanting all of the smoke of being a referee, which I don't think is a full-time job in the NBA. I know in the NFL it's not necessarily.
I would assume it's not. But
right. I bet they're paid well. And we have seen some career refs probably make a good amount of money over the course of it. But I mean, do you want people thinking that you rig games? Do you want people thinking you might be Tim Donaghy with a gambling addiction? Do you want people to just be mad at you because you're not helping their favorite team out? I just don't think ex-players are going to want to do it. At least ex-players at the profile that you would perhaps think are qualified to do it, you know?
Yeah, like, do you want like D2 college players? Because I imagine there's some refs that played like much lower level. Or do you want, a former? Do you want Bob Sura out there calling fouls?
Good question. That's up for you guys.
A former actual basketball. Like I don't know what.
I don't know what they want either. From the 832, please move on from the Rockets. They're cooked. That's such a Houston sports fan text. I get it. I do get it. It does seem rather over. Houston, football town again? Let's talk about the National Football League. The Philadelphia Eagles went to the White House to meet President Donald Trump. For those who didn't see him speaking in front of a microphone right after that was done, he had all sorts of takes. First off, Trump said, tush push, I want it to stay. Second, dynamic kickoff sucks. I actually agree with him on the latter part. He also had this to say about Saquon Barkley, with whom he golfed earlier that day.
And by the way, I have to tell you something. I was with the Giants and the head coach and some people, and I said, do anything you have to, but don't lose Saquon. They lost Saquon. That was not good. I called that one. That was an easy one to call because he played damn well for the Giants. I can tell you that. But he made the right decision because it is a team sport and he has great people in this team.
I think that Trump hates the New York Giants and hates all NFL owners. So whenever he gets an opportunity to take a shot, twist the knife a little bit, he's going to take it. I do actually respect the pettiness on that front. Paul, it's not presidential. Whatever. It's the 10-minute drill, everybody. Jalen Hurts did not go to the White House. Eagles starting quarterback. You know what? You're entitled to either go or not go. It's the United States of America. It's not the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea. Like, you're allowed to make your own decision. It was kind of annoying yesterday seeing that everyone had a take on it. He's disrespecting the president. He's a hero. Malcolm Jenkins, one of Jalen Hurts' teammates, said he's a hero. How about he just didn't go? DC is kind of swampy starting about this time of year, for what it's worth.
Yeah, and like, it's not like Jalen Hurts came out and said
he didn't say anything about it, right? If he had said something about it, like F this guy, okay, like maybe we're trending more towards he took a stand for something, but yeah, he might have just not wanted to go because he had something else to do.
Also,
Malcolm Jenkins, like, he's a hero. My God, that's a low bar, bro, because he didn't show up for something. Come on.
And this just occurred to me.
Yeah,
he also won a national championship at Alabama. He's
probably met him already.
Gone.
He's probably met him already.
He's probably already gone.
Good point.
To meet Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's probably. You know what? You're probably right. It's a good point. We can look that up, but honestly, who cares, right? That was
he won a national championship 2017. Whatever.
Yeah, that's true. The discourse it has been terrible the last 24 hours between this and Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I'm almost thankful that the Rockets have played basketball games, unfortunately.
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
they've
Could
lost
you?
both
I
games.
actually had that thought last night, too. I was like,
If
could
we
you
had
imagine?
no Rockets?
Could you imagine if the Rockets just didn't make the playoffs
Oh, yeah.
again?
Can I imagine being back in Seattle and not having any NBA to talk about? Because if you talk about the NBA there, people get mad, understandably so, because their team was stolen from them. Yeah. So we'd just be talking about Shedeur effing Sanders and then a White House visit.
And every Astro game the day after, making grand sweeping proclamations after every game.
At least the Astros, they're going somewhere. Like it could have been the Mariners.
But I'm glad the Astros are kind of like, hey, they're tightening things up a little bit.
Yeah.
But while I don't have to be locked in and talk about it for 5 hours every day,
it'll be nice to potentially come back to the Astros when this Rockets-Warriors series is done and potentially be looking at them. Oh, they're 4 games above 500.
a game out of first place. Okay.
I love how we're in a football segment. By the way, Jeremy Pena, now the leadoff hitter for the Astros. Jose Altuve wanted to move into the 2 spot. Why? Because he wants more time between getting out of the field.
Jog from the outfield to the on-deck circle.
Which is I don't know if he's being sarcastic or not. Altuve is unbelievably dry, so I think he is. That's a very funny reason. George Kittle got a 4-year extension from the San Francisco 49ers. No take on it other than this. I wish the Texans had a bona fide tight end. I think George Kittle, even with all the injuries that he has suffered over the years, is still a bona fide tight end. Why? Because he's a man and he likes blocking people, but also he's still a capable receiver. I'm not sure the Texans have a reliable tight end in their group right now. And Dalton Schultz, I know they like him, but I certainly have doubts after the Chiefs game and in particular just the end of last year where he seemed to really struggle. Continuing to go around the National Football League, Derek Carr is the quarterback for the New Orleans Saints technically, but everyone's wondering what the hell is going on with his shoulder this offseason. I guess he was at a service on Sunday preaching, and he went off on a rather strange tangent.
I've been dealing with this, and I've been dealing with people lying about me. I've been dealing with them saying this and that, and I'm like, Lord, why do I have to continue to deal with this nonsense? Like, what is going on? And I say that to preface with, you never know what someone's really going through. And so why do we continually try to attack people? And I would say attack people that are trying to do things maybe the right way. Why do we continually try? Why do we always have to have an opinion? Why do we always? Twitter and Instagram has ruined things for some people, because now all these people think that they have voices that have to be heard. And so some people's voices don't need to be heard right now. Damn. I just got to be honest with you. Because not one of our opinions in here matters. Did you know that? The only opinion that matters is that text right there. It is the word of God. And everything must bow at that.
Huh. I don't know. I think the word of the Paul Gallant Show matters a great deal. Derek Carr, that is one of these stranger tangents that I've ever heard, because people are wondering what's going on with your shoulder. I think it's fair to wonder what's going on with your shoulder. Saints fans need to know. They need to know. You'll hear why Saints fans need to know in about 5 minutes or so. You're going to hear an all-time crash out by a Saints fan after they passed on Shedeur Sanders at the NFL draft. Wrapping up the 10-minute drill, 2 ex-Texans wide receivers seem to be on the verge of finding homes elsewhere. Robert Woods signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Deontay Johnson, who over the last couple of seasons has been on the Steelers and the Ravens and the Texans and
Panthers.
That's the other team. He is meeting with the Cleveland Browns. Oh, man, the Browns are really assembling the island of misfit toys. You got Deshaun Watson and you got Shedeur Sanders. Oh, boy. What a fun year it's going to be in Cleveland. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show, and that is the 10-minute drill. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues. Again, you want to weigh in on Rockets, Warriors, you can. You can always vent. Up next, we've already told you everything that's happened about Shedeur Sanders. I honestly don't ever want to talk about Shedeur Sanders again the rest of my life. Like the rest of my life. But we're going to do a challenge in the next segment. We're going to go through everything else that went down in the draft that we didn't quite get to in case you missed it. And we're going to attempt to not mention Shedeur Sanders once. Is it possible? I honestly don't know. But you can also weigh in on Rockets Warriors if you so choose. Stay put. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Rockets season probably done. They're down 3-1 to the Golden State Warriors after last night's 109-106 defeat. Astros at least won yesterday. And the Houston Texans put together a draft class, and hey, no catastrophic injuries yet. No off-the-field issues yet. Everyone seems really Texans worthy. Swarm, swarm, swarm. You know? I mean, there's other things going on in the world of sports. I just think that this is the most important thing that's going on. And I know that this city, when you take a black eye, a tough sports loss, the city seems to check out, bury head in the sand. But if you do want to vent, you can't. We're offering that to you. I am starting to see some people getting frustrated, though, that this has been the major subject of today's show. Sorry, a Astros win over the Tigers ain't doing it for me yet. But hey, if the Astros beat the Tigers tomorrow And then if the Astros beat the Tigers again, I'll consider talking about Houston being a baseball town once more. But I need a sweep. I need a sweep. I know. Winning 2 out of 3 against the Detroit Tigers, who eliminated you in last year's playoffs, that would be a nice series win. I need a broom. I need a fresh broom. I don't want no cat hair on this broom. I don't want no cat litter on this broom, like my broom, which just constantly has cat hair and cat litter on it, you know? No, sir. Or ma'am. Or they, them. No. I need my sweep. Doesn't count if it's against Canadians. It doesn't count against Canadians. They're not real people. And we all know this, you know, with their beady eyes and flappy heads, always saying, buddy, friend, guy, drinking maple syrup whenever possible. No, that's not a real team. I need a American sweep. I have yet to get my American sweep this year. So it needs to happen. And if it does, Houston, baseball town again. But the NFL draft also went down over the weekend. Don't worry, I'm not going to give you ad nauseum hot takes on what went down. We will tomorrow grade the grades that were given to the Houston Texans in the draft because that's fun. Who actually had balls? Who gave them a really high grade that seems outrageous to give? Who gave them a really low grade because that person's a hater or really just hated the players that they drafted? Those are the ones that I really want to find. We don't really see those anymore. But a lot of stuff went down in the draft over the weekend. Got to say. And just for a moment, let the sports fan in Paul live again. But I'm so excited about the New England Patriots. First off, Will Campbell, 4th overall pick, tackle out of LSU with apparently T-Rex arms per anonymous scouts. When he was asked about Drake May protecting him going forward, here's what he had to say.
You are brought to New England to protect Drake May. What kind of tone are you going to set on this offensive line?
I'm going to fight and die to protect him with everything I got.
Oh, my God. I mean, it was just like the Rye strips. RIIZE health.com. Promo code 975 for 20% off your first order of the rapid enhanced dissolving strips. I got me going. You know what else got me going? The fact that Mike Vrabel, the new head coach of the New England Patriots, because the Tennessee Titans are a bunch of bitter little babies and got rid of him because he dared to accept an induction into the Patriots Hall of Fame and say, this is a good organization. The organization he won 3 Super Bowls with. Here's what he had to say about Will Campbell. Apparently, he got in pads. 50-year-old Mike Vrabel got in pads and went head-on-head against Will Campbell. Like, they basically played each other like it was a football game. Here's how Mike Vrabel said that went.
Yeah, they all knock me around pretty good. I realize I'm close to 50, and if that tape ever gets out, there's going to be people are going to have some problems. So I hope that tape never sees the light of day. But I think it was important for me to get out there and feel it, and feel every player that we evaluated at the line of scrimmage.
Really want to feel them? Oh, a little erotic towards the end.
Yeah, he just wants to know what it's like.
Hope the film never gets out. What happened? What happened, Mike?
I mean, should D'Amico Ryans do this? They both play linebacker. They both are coming from the same place.
Yo.
Would that help the
if D'Amico did
offensive
that,
line?
I would like D'Amico so much more if D'Amico did this. Now, I don't know how D'Amico as a middle linebacker would do against an offensive lineman versus in terms of, pass rushing. Because Vrabel at the very least was rushing off the edge when he was with the Patriots, 3-4 outside linebacker. This is fascinating. I love this. Vrabel is such a meathead, and he's 50 years old and he's still doing it. I wonder what other coaches do it. Dan Campbell probably thinks about it at the very least. I need to get a feel for how this guy blocks. Like, what a psycho.
Yeah. I'm trying to, Dan Campbell seems like it's a long handshake with Dan Campbell where he's really wants to
oh yeah, test your manhood.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't really think of any other coach because there's not a ton of former defensive players or linebackers, tight ends, linemen that are coaching. It's a lot of either egghead losers
Yeah.
or former quarterbacks.
Other things that went down in the NFL draft that don't have anything to do with Shedeur Sanders. Technically, this has nothing to do with Shedeur Sanders. This is just Saints fans who are frustrated with their current situation. There is a Saints space, which is on X/Twitter, a way for people to talk with each other. There's no video, there's just audio. They sometimes devolve quickly. This Saints fan is just not having a good time.
Front of the whole.
Man, I didn't gave these so many years of my life, but they gonna do me like this bitch ass.
I know, but we looking silly right now, though.
Man, this 25 years old. That got
we ain't
5
looking
broken
good.
legs, 2 broken shoulders. What the is he gonna do for me? What the can I do with a nigga that's almost 30 years old? That's been in college for the last 10 years, bro. I can't do with that. You going from fucking Jalen Hurts to Tyler Shuck. This bitch ass going from Beyonce to fucking man. I ain't gonna disrespect that leg like that, bro. I don't got for these. I ain't recording no songs. I ain't got no tweets. I ain't got no positivity. I hope every nigga associated with that fucking team have a terrible life. Terrible fucking life. These niggas, man. Anyway,
I love the anyway at the very end. They just move on. So that guy's really going through it. He wants everyone to have a terrible life in the Saints organization.
Everyone who's involved with the Saints organization to have a terrible life.
And this is all because they didn't draft a player who we will not name in this segment.
Yes. Oh, he mentioned Tyler Shuck. So they
Right.
drafted Tyler Shuck. That's why.
It is crazy that they drafted Tyler Shuck. I don't want to do the conspiracy thing. It's just the quarterbacks who went off the board before the quarterback that we will not name in this segment. Dylan Gabriel.
Ahead of Graham Mertz. I know. It's crazy.
I mean, Quinn Ewers slipped a while. Dolphins, great
I
situation.
think there was a conspiracy
against Quinn.
Yeah, probably. Give me a couple more days to really iron it out.
You think so?
Yeah, hopefully he got prank called.
What else went down in the draft that does not have to do with Shedeur Sanders that we didn't get to over the last couple of days? You see Seahawks offensive lineman Gray Zabel. This guy's fun. Honestly, kind of wish the Texans had drafted this guy. All-time answer from Gray Zabel via conference call. Asked what he's about to do now that the Seahawks took him 18th overall. Said Zabel, quote, "Man, I'm probably going to start diving into these Busch Lights," end quote. So the man ain't just a beer drinker. He is a Busch Light drinker. I mean, that is a real common man.
Yeah.
Not even Bud Light, not even Miller Light, not even a Coors Light. We're talking about Busch Light. Busch, Natty, Keystone, like that's the floor. That's the bottom shelf.
Those are the beers you drink when it's like only about quantity.
Yes.
It's only about drinking as many as humanly possible.
That is for college. And apparently, after saying that he needed all of this, somebody else in the Zabel clan, they posted, "We're about to run out of Busch Lights, Busch beer, please help." So this guy might be getting some endorsements with Busch. Hell yeah. Gray Zabel, mustache. Kind of wish that the Texans drafted him. Is it bad that I wish the Texans had drafted players entirely based off of how they look? Whether it's Tate Rutledge from Georgia with his mustache and mullet, or it's Gray Zabel who drinks Busch Light and on top of that has a mustache? Perhaps. Would have been fun.
Just a mustachioed guard.
A mustachioed guard who likes a Busch Light or 15.
Yeah.
That's all.
We need some more Busch Light on the Texans offensive line.
For sure. Julian has a thought on the NFL draft at 713-780-3776 to call to text. Julian, what's up?
What's going on, gentlemen? I miss the days that the controversy at the draft was the ESPN the producers put mom was a severe crackhead, sister had 3 nipples and one was on her forehead, things like that. I can't wait till we can get back to that, guys.
Yeah, I'm with you. Whatever happened to the draft?
Yeah, the not even heartwarming, heartbreaking stories that for all 32 of the 32 first-round picks. They all had something terrible that happened to them.
Yeah. Now, I watched the NFL Network version of the draft, so perhaps I should have
Same.
gone back to ABC. But I think that both ABC and the Olympics learned the hard way that, like, hey, let's not make everyone sad.
Yeah, not everyone needs the sob story.
We don't need to be an ASPCA ad, you know? We don't need to make people feel like Houston Rockets fans are feeling right now after going down 3-1 to the Golden State
That'd be
Warriors.
funny if they do the draft and they're like
overcame
being a James Harden era Rockets fan. that's what that's me walking to the stage holding up the jersey. Can you believe how far he's come?
He's come a long
Most people
way.
would have quit.
He's come a long way since wearing a James Harden jersey to work, but then when he was in his car, taking the jersey off so we could go to Chipotle Grill afterwards.
Yeah,
That's a
whoever
Sean
would
story.
do that. Whoever would do that. Too embarrassed to wear it in public, but not embarrassed enough to wear it on air. That is something that they've toned down on. Really, the only sob story that we heard was from an unnamed quarterback falling in the draft. That was the sob story.
Well, there were two players who overcame something. I'm of course talking about the Ravens and the Bills overcoming allegations of sexual assault. Mike Green, Maxwell Hairston, two guys who were drafted. Ravens, what a surprise! The Ravens drafting somebody with character issues. My God, what is Ravensworthy? What is that?
Currently not incarcerated.
Right.
That's
the
not
Bengals
currently incarcerated.
Because Bengals-worthy is like you've been in jail maybe for a little bit, and
Second chance.
and like we know for sure you were guilty. With the Ravens, it's like I don't know, except for the video of Ray Rice and the story about Terrell Suggs threatening to pour bleach on his girlfriend and his child, and Ray Lewis, where'd the suit go? And now you got Justin Tucker.
Yeah.
And now
I think I saw on one of the NFL Network, like when they put up the team needs for the Ravens, it said kicker, and I was like, "Why? What happened?
Oh yeah,
what happened? Why?"
He did suck last year too. In addition to the whole, thing, the Deshaun Watson 2.0 situation. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I need you guys to pump it up. Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Heck no. On the other side, you have to do a little rah-rah to get everyone back on the bandwagon, because this is going to be the greatest comeback in basketball history. Or it could be. Probably won't be. Paul Gallant Show, stay put. The Rockets proved they're not ready last night. They're down 3-1 to the Golden State Warriors. 109-106, last night's final score. A game where the Rockets allowed a 13-0 run the first 4 minutes of the game, where they kept on puking all over themselves. Allowed an 18-1 run to open up the second half, and also missed 12 free throws. They have missed 35 free throws through 4 games. 35. 60 for 95 in this series. And when you take a look at the final scores of all these games, I mean, it's at least 3-1. You make not even all of them. We're talking half of the misses. Could you at least get to, I don't know, the high 70s? Alas, earwax. And last night in a game where the Rockets actually did frustrate Steph Curry, who I felt did not look like he normally does. He had 17 points, but he had 4 turnovers. He was 2 of 8 from outside. Other Warriors stepped up, whether it was Jimmy Butler with 14 points in the fourth quarter, Brandon Podziemski, who hit 6 threes and scored 26 points in the game, or it was Draymond Green defensively, who really frustrated Rockets offensive players in the lane. When Draymond was off the court, the Rockets did pretty well, but when Draymond was out there, Rockets were 3 for 16 against him as a primary defender, specifically Alperen Şengün, 2 for 11 against him. It's a shame because the Rockets definitely not ready. There were some nice performances last night from Amin Thompson, from Şengün when Draymond Green was off the court, Fred VanVleet having the game of his life from outside, at least in the playoffs against a team of Golden State's caliber. Jabari Smith did well when he got minutes. Steven Adams did well when he got minutes. Dylan Brooks did what he was supposed to do. But guys, we're going to be looking at Jalen Green for the next couple of months, assuming that this season is now over, with quite the side eye. And you got to wonder if you are going to be able to get that much in return for him after a performance like this in the playoffs. I get it. He's 23. He's young, but so is Anthony Edwards. And Anthony Edwards is looking like a man in the playoffs. Jalen Green, in his first playoff foray, did have 38 points in game 2, but in the games surrounding that, he has not the best. We're not talking about the best bread in this sandwich. 38 points. Oh, that's some pretty good meat, but we got some soggy white Wonder Bread around that. Not good enough. You want to weigh in? You want to vent? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Todd the Show says Jalen Green's hot garbage. At least the Rockets will be trading him, hopefully. But Mustang Boy asks in response, what is Jalen Green worth, though? Again, that's a great question. I mean, it's a nice chip to throw in with the Rockets draft picks that they have. Theoretically, they want to upgrade, but who are they going to be able to upgrade to? Devin Booker, far-fetched. Giannis Antetokounmpo has to want to come here. Kevin Durant might want to come here, but how much does Kevin Durant have left in the tank? And how much are you willing to give up to get someone like Kevin Durant, who's probably only going to be here for a couple of years? Green's contract is tradable for what it's worth, but I do wonder how many people across the league are going to look at Jalen Green with a bit of a side eye after this series, especially when after game 3, where he did nothing, he says, well, Draymond Green, all he does is talk. And then he's sitting on the bench for the end of last night's game like he's James Harden in 2015. I think he's your best player. It's supposed to be, at least. In the eyes of many. Remember the great Rockets civil wars of the Steven Silas era that lent themselves to racism? You know, you had Turkish fans calling Jalen Green stuff, and you had Rockets fans calling Alperen Şengün stuff. Like, that's where we once were. And here we are today on April 29th, 2025. That war is over. Şengün is clearly the more effective player. What's the ceiling for both? I guess we don't know. But right now, I don't see I don't see Jalen Green being a factor on this team in a couple of months. I think he will be elsewhere. I just don't think you're going to get as much in return as you potentially want for him, Sean.
Yeah, I just can't. I guess I can't see how you stand pat, you know? And if you aren't going to stand pat, like, that's the guy you would trade.
And
that's because that's the spot you're looking to improve off of.
Right. And the thing is too, I mean, because of this performance, you actually have pressure on you to perhaps move him, and that does kill a little bit of your leverage.
You might get giddied. Not in that way.
Yeah, not like
in
that.
the trade way.
Not like that. Okay. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Dave has a thought on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Paul Gallant Show. Dave, yo.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I pretty much agree with most of what's being said here. Let me just, last night, of course, the missed free throws were a huge problem. And then Alpy, man, he had 4 or 5 shots where he was just standing flat-footed in the key and just short-armed it. I don't know what was happening with him. But the question, I just want to ask you guys one thing about Amen, and that is, what's the upside on Amen Thompson? I mean, he's such an athlete. He does some amazing things. If he goes into the gym in off season and shoots 1,000 jump shots a day, I mean, that's what he needs. I mean, if he could become a good shooter, my goodness, he could become that guy who, along with Alpy, takes us a long way. But he's got to become a better shooter. And I just wonder whether you guys think that'll ever, we'll ever see that.
I think he'll put the work in, Dave. Appreciate the phone call. I think Amen Thompson is the epitome of everything that Ime Udoka wants on this Rockets team. The defense, the effort that he puts in, the athleticism that he has. He also, Amen Thompson, is 22 years old, so just a year younger than Jalen Green. I think there is a lot of upside that has yet to be reached with Thompson. He's just wrapping up his second year. There's a lot of athleticism. I think he'll put in the work, but honestly, we don't know, and that's unfortunate. He's not going to become Steph Curry. That you have to accept. How good of a shooter can he be? Can he be Giannis level from outside, which is not great either, but it's at least a threat, because you're at the moment in time with Thompson now where he has to drive towards the basket to score. To his credit, he was actually really good at it in Game 4, where it seemed like his confidence was perhaps gone. Game 1 and Game 3. In Game 2, he got into foul trouble early on, where he did seem to have a little bit of confidence. But he played well last night. I think that's a promising sign going forward. Still, though, developing a shot, developing a dribble, no matter how young you are, it takes time. Like, this isn't something I expect Thompson to come back with and all of a sudden be like a real consistent shooter from outside. Like, this is probably going to take years.
Yeah, he needs like a mid-range first, and like just to have like a thing to guard outside the paint, and he will take the little turnaround like jumpers from around the elbow. Like he can do that, but if he got a little bit better at those, that's like a reasonable goal for next year, is to like have a mid-range jump shot to get to that when they're playing way off of you, when you catch the ball, that you can at least do something with it, and you don't have to, ram your head. And it works because he's the best athlete in the NBA, but you don't have to ram into the paint every single time.
That point is true. I think he is the best athlete in the NBA. And Dave, you at the very least have that as the building block to work around. But yeah, the other stuff, I don't know. I will say, though, considering that the Rockets have had some issues making very easy shots all series long, in addition to making free throws all series long, Thompson actually finishing was really welcome to see. Unfortunately, Şengün, which Dave was talking about a little bit earlier, Şengün just misses a lot of shots that are seemingly very easy, and he's going to have to work on that this offseason, his finishing moves. Hakeem Olajuwon, talk to him, please. Talk to him.
Yeah, him and Giannis can work out together.
Yeah.
Get to know each other.
Yeah.
For their teammates.
From the 713, Rockets played physical with Golden State, and Draymond and Jimmy taught them a lesson. I mean, what was the lesson, though? That they actually can do the chippy stuff? I mean, that's the lesson I took away from it. The physicality, the intensity, like the Rockets have that. They just, it's very careless stuff that they're screwing up. It's dribbling it off the side of your foot. It's getting out of the bed slow. It's procrastination in the first quarter. It's procrastination to open the third quarter. It's missing free throws. And it's clear that they're not ready and that they don't deserve to win this series because of all of those things. But physicality, I don't know that Golden State's going to face physicality on this level the rest of these playoffs. Maybe Minnesota brings it to the table. Obviously, Anthony Edwards is showing it, but I don't know how much the Timberwolves have really had to show against a Lakers team that
looks old and fat, outside of LeBron.
Yeah, well, he's the old part.
Yeah. Lucas the fat part.
It's
old and fat, buddy comedy coming to CBS this fall.
I just can't wait to retire. I can't wait for lunch. I think that the physicality actually does work in the Rockets' favor because like what they're bad at is like playing basketball. It's like the basketball parts of basketball.
They're good at football, yeah.
It's the putting the ball in the basket.
Rocket swarm.
It's the not turning the ball over. Like if you list it all out, it's like, that's more the skill stuff when it comes to basketball. And in the second quarter, like after a million reviews and after it got super chippy, the Rockets were the team that went on the run afterwards.
They
They didn't shrink away from that moment.
No, considering how poorly they started, I mean, they fought back from the 7-1-3. The lessons that they can't stay composed and execute. It's weird though. The execution, yes. The composure, I felt like they were composed. Like I after they overcame that in the first quarter and that at the beginning of the second half, like I didn't feel like it got too big for them, but they can't execute little things. It's like they're a step ahead of where they should be on the composure side of things, and they're 3 steps behind where they should be on the execution side of things. And I don't really know how you clean it up. Like, this is basic stuff.
They just don't have a guy that is a closer. Like it really is like as simple as that. Where they don't have like the best. Even take the last play of the game. Like the best option they had was to have Fred VanVleet set a screen for Alperen Şengün to go against a Defensive Player of the Year finalist. Like that's the offense that they have. They just don't have a like, hey, go get us a good look. They don't have Jokic. They don't have Anthony Edwards. They don't have Luka.
It was Fred VanVleet last night.
Yeah.
And the 8 threes that he hit. And from what I understand, that final play, someone was supposed to slip out. That someone was Fred VanVleet.
Really?
And it didn't happen.
I thought they were trying to get the switch.
They were trying to get the switch, but VanVleet per Şengün was supposed to slip out as well. And it just didn't happen, I guess. And then Şengün thought he had the good look. And I mean, he's just not automatic.
Yeah. It's like as good of a look as he's gonna get there. I like that he went early because I mean they had
did a
chance
shot at the
to
end.
get a rebound and foul and then get another shot. So like going with and then having the clock stop at like 4 seconds, like that's about what you want to do in that situation when you're down 1. But
people brought up that on that last play, Draymond, the hand that wasn't contesting the shot, was touching Şengün's belly, as was Dylan Brooks' hand on that Jimmy Butler 3. I'm not going to get into the semantics of what is and what isn't a foul. You can make that argument if you want, but you got to know that in the way down the stretch, they're not calling a foul on a hand on the belt.
Well, it's the context of one guy shooting a 3-pointer, one guy's taking a post shot.
Yeah.
He's taking a shot from the post. So there's just going to be more contact that's allowed.
Jumping into him.
Yeah, exactly.
And versus
it's why like you can get hit on a drive and it's not a foul, but you can get you get a hand to the belly while you're shooting a 3 and it's a foul. Just depending on where you are, or what type of shot you're taking, the legal contact bar gets raised.
Another question. This is from B Doyle 723 on YouTube. Is any Houston team poised for more success than the Houston SaberCats? Houston a rugby town now?
I think it is a rugby town.
Houston might be a rugby town. You know, I didn't really think about that because I was like, is it back to being a baseball town? Is it a UFL town? The Roughnecks did win. Drill, baby, drill. 27-3 against the San Antonio Brahma. What a stupid name, by the way. The Brahma.
Just complete vanity by The Rock.
Yeah. The Brahma. How about call them the Cows or
the Bulls?
The Bulls. The Brahma. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not going to watch your movie with Emily Blunt that's coming out now where I can't believe that's The Rock. I don't know what sort of cosmetics they put on him. He looks like a totally different person. But yeah, listen, the SaberCats, wow. I mean, they are right now the best team in town because Houston Cougars, a lot of turnover this offseason. And I mean, I think they only have one loss to this point. I'm on their website. I'm trying to look at like the results of their games.
Oh, yeah.
And for whatever reason, it's not actually showing the results. But yeah, they lead the Western Conference 7-3, 10 points. It's a top. You know, the Utah Warriors suck it. San Diego Legion suck it. RFCLA suck it. Seattle Seawolves suck it. Just smoked Old Glory DC. Suck it.
Yeah, take that, Old Glory.
Anthem RC, you suck. Miami Sharks, what is this? What is this?
That's
Any Given Sunday?
Yeah, Any Given Sunday.
The New England Free Jacks, what the hell is that? I don't like that name. The Free Jacks, that sounds like limey worship.
Oh, it also sounds like cereal.
That too. The Chicago Hounds, the Nola Gold. Yeah, no one is on the Houston SaberCats level right now. Yeah.
Championship or bust.
I do think it's a championship or bust town. Tony the Handsome says Houston is a badminton town. Could be. Could be a cricket town. Todd the Show says always a baseball town. You don't know Houston sports. It's not a baseball town right now. It's not a baseball town until they get to the ALCS again. It can't be. Just can't. Sorry, baseball people. I thought you guys had standards. Oh, they beat the Tigers. I need a sweep. I need my dust busting bleep talk to be avenged. Okay? Hasn't happened yet. Can't be a baseball town. You guys are so new here. Like, don't you understand the bit? It is a rugby town now. I don't know how rugby works.
I don't know when they play. I don't know.
SaberCats are good though.
Yeah, I just know they win.
Big fan. The hugest fan of the SaberCats.
Didn't you try out for
Did try out for them. That's right. Honestly,
iron sharpens iron.
Did me trying out for the SaberCats while hungover after a night walking around Chinatown, did that help the SaberCats turn things around? A lot of people are saying yes. And by a lot of people, I'm at least saying me. And Sean, since he asked the question, I think you're saying it too.
Yes. I think iron sharpens iron. That's one thing I learned. Even in rugby, iron still sharpens iron.
Yeah.
It's not just a Texans thing.
Right. And then it might be an Astros thing, but again, they got to sweep the Tigers. The iron of the Tigers.
You proved that the SaberCats are built for this.
Damn, dude. Allegedly per se, 69. This guy changes his handle all the time. That's a good one, though. This is a Mexican soccer league town. That's true. That's true. Major League Soccer? No. Dynamo? No. Tigres FS or whatever the hell it's called. Yes. Mm-hmm. What kind of town is this now that the Rocket season is over? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Texter, Houston, Fortnite town. I don't think we even have a streaming team, though. You know,
I was gonna say, what, like the video game Fortnite, or the every 2 week town?
What's the every 2 week? Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's what a fortnight is.
Oh,
just 2 weeks.
Yeah. Sorry, that was over my head. That made you seem older than me for a moment. How about that? Houston is officially a critical mass town. Who would have thought?
Whoa.
Well, what happened on Friday?
Yeah.
And as far as I know, no one stopped them. So 1-0. You're 1-0 against the schedule. And again, I'm not suggesting people stop critical mass, but I mean, I would understand if someone ever did. I would say bad. It's a bad person that road raged against the critical mass, but at the same time, I'd kind of get it. From the 832, it's Houston Arrows time. Nope, sorry. There's no hockey team in Houston anymore.
No. Although this joke in 2 years, when we do have a hockey team and they're 1-0.
Houston Hockey Town? Oh, we'll come back to it. Absolutely. From the 832, it's a food town now. Yeah, well, it's always been a food town. That's what we have always been. We have always been a food town. We have not always been a baseball town. We have not always been a basketball town. We have not always been a football town. The Texans used to think like, yeah, this is a football town back when I was working at the flagship station. They were super cocky about it. And I know some of the Astros fans think it's a baseball town, but you forget, like, no one talked about them for 5 years. No one talked about them. Unless you had issues, like mental issues. You should have been put in a straitjacket rather than watching that game. For the 713, we are Draymond Green's bitch town. Oh. Yeah, Steph Curry's as well. Steph Curry tried to make it as part of Houston as a food town. He couldn't cut it.
No.
But as far as
hard.
making Houston His bitch, yeah. Steph.
So it's a Steph Curry town?
It's a Steph Curry and Draymond Green town, yeah. It's not a Jimmy Butler town because he doesn't claim
No,
Houston.
Tom Ball is a Jimmy Butler town.
Tom Ball's a Jimmy Butler town. Is it a WNBA town? Asks Todd the Show. Someday.
It was a Comets town.
It was a Comets town until
They snatched it away from him.
Well, by snatched it away.
They snatched it away.
A person who couldn't afford the team bought it and
Didn't know there wasn't.
didn't know that they didn't make any money. Which,
Oh, wow.
you know what? That's a progressive man right there.
Yeah, he just loved ball so much.
He believed
He was
women's
like, oh, wait.
basketball. I think it's Hilton Furniture. He was the one who bought it. Good guy, I bet it was. But yeah. You see a team win all the time, you're like, yeah, they'll keep winning. Oh, damn.
It does like
crap.
It's so funny because like now, like everyone is so aware of like the business of sports. It is funny that like 20 years ago, an actual businessman bought something not knowing how profitable it would be.
Not at all. I mean, wouldn't happen here, except for the time with Enron. Never happened here.
Yeah.
Someone buys into something they thought would be profitable. Whoops. 281 Strip Club Town. Shout out to Cinnamon on the north side. What? A texter brought her up. I didn't bring her up. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. What kind of town is Houston now that the Rockets are dead? Also, if you want to vent about them, you can. Do it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. They're not ready. We thought they might be. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Rockets lost. The season's probably over. And yet, they might be having a better day than this guy. But before we get to that, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Victor has a thought on the Rockets. Victor.
What's going on, guys? Listen, I'm seeing all the criticism going to Jalen Green, and some of it is pretty valid. But it seems he's going to be the whipping boy. And I just want you to think for a second. You guys have all the stats and what have you there. Of the 4 games that they've played, Jalen has taken, I believe, 19 shots in games 3 and 4. He had 15 in game 1, and then 25 when he scored all the points. The narrative there is simply this: he's not getting enough shots, and I'm blaming that portion on him. I'm also blaming the other part of it on him. They run their offense through Sengun. You mentioned a moment ago, Jalen's supposed to be the best player. Well, generally the best player is going to be the one that touches the ball more. That's not the case. So if they want him to really be the baby Jokic type deal, maybe they should run like they do with the kid in Denver, and Jalen gets more shots. Now, he does need to add a mid-range to his game, and just start shooting, because he's highly athletic and probably is the best athlete on the team other than men or whatever, but he's a better shooter. That's not saying much right now, but he needs more opportunities to shoot the basketball. And I don't think he has the green light, and that needs to be highlighted.
I wonder, though, Victor, because we've seen games where he shot a lot of shots. So I understand what you're saying. Hey, yeah, sometimes the offense does go through Sengun. And, if we're talking about the baby Jokic thing, it took Jokic a while to get to the point where Jokic currently is, which is like arguably the best player in basketball today on, what is this, April 29th of 2025. But say your game plan, if you're Ime Udoka, is to get Jalen Green going, and then the game opens up the way that it just opened up. Do you feel that way going forward? You got to adapt. Green came out last night the worst possible way. It's one thing when you're missing shots. It's another thing when you're dribbling the ball off the side of your foot and you look like you don't belong on the court. And that's how he looked at the beginning of the game. And that's how he was at the end of the game, to the point where they benched him. So, sure, there is finger pointing at circumstances that could be lending themselves to Jalen Green's struggles. And I think Victor did say this. Most of the blame, it's got to be pointed directly at Jalen Green.
Yeah. But I do think there is room for like Ime Udoka. Like Ime Udoka, the offensive coach, just like there needs to be a little bit. It would be nice to see some like easy answers drawn up for specifically whoever's not playing well, because there's been a lot of those guys this series, but specifically for Jalen Green, like just to try to get his sea legs under him.
They need an offensive coordinator.
I think they do too.
It's a very inexperienced coaching staff, and I don't know who you point at, but I mean, the first thought I think of, Mike D'Antoni. He would never come back here because there's issues that he has with the Fertitta family. But
I don't think so.
But
it's just Bzdelik going to come back to?
I mean, Bzdelik's this defensive guy, and that's what screwed the whole thing up, was that they wouldn't pay Bzdelik for the defensive side of things. But, D'Antoni got a lot of crap before he came to the Rockets. D'Antoni was fantastic here. He really was. I mean, the Rockets offensively, okay, maybe it wasn't the most fun offense to watch, but they knew what they were doing, and that guy is one of the most respected offensive minds that the sport has seen this century. It was a great hire.
Yeah, and Ime needs to find his Missoula. He needs to find the next, top 5 basketball coach in the league.
But where do you find that, and can you hire that away? I mean, right now, if we want to make a comparison between the Texans and the Rockets, from a development perspective, the Texans have been unbelievable in the last couple of years with DeMeco Ryans running the show and Nick Caserio bringing people up. Obviously, there have been some issues with the offensive line side of things, but for the most part, the young players have come in here and they have all improved. And coaching is not just taking incredible talent and putting it out there. This is a team that clearly is malleable, that listens to Ime Udoka, so they have that going. But there needs to be someone in there that can help with the offensive side of things.
So, yeah, if you want to throw some blame at Ime Udoka, for whether it's for the last play or for some of the other offensive issues, I think it's totally fair. But I do think that we got to put Jalen Green ahead of everybody right now. And I don't think that's debatable.
Yeah. And some of it is like we talked about game 3 is he needs to be a little bit more aggressive. Like that when he's not, he kind of took himself out of game 3, it felt like. Not last night, but the game before. And last night, Ime Udoka took him out of the game. That I think that's what Jalen Green, and a lot of this just has to do with experience, and just, again, this is the first time he's spoken about it. This is the first time he's played in the playoffs. It's the first time that he's getting game planned the way that Steve Kerr is game planning for him. And he needs to find some answers, and whether that comes through Ime Udoka trying to figure something out for him, or if it's going to take an off season to kind of develop the off-speed pitch, so to speak, for Jalen Green. Like, that's just what he needs to do.
Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to vent about the Rockets before we get out of here? You can. I think that Bill Belichick has it worse than the Rockets right now. It has been quite now a little over 48 hours for Belichick. For those who don't know, he was on CBS's Good Morning Show on Sunday doing a softball interview with CBS. That's what those interviews always are. And okay, there were some, I guess, pointed questions about Bob Kraft saying that he fired Belichick. And there will always be, for many people that interview Bill Belichick, people that are looking to get to the dirt as opposed to glazing. Belichick, you should have hired me for the interview, by the way. Who would glaze you more?
ESPN 97.5 exclusive.
I mean, I would do it, and you would not. I would just kiss your ass. I would bring up many moments over the course of your coaching career where people were criticizing you, like, hey, when they went for it on 4th and 2 against the Colts, I had your back. I don't even know what Malcolm Butler did. I still have your back on that one. Still have your back. I have no idea what he did. Have your back, 100%. I had his back when they moved on from Brady. I did. I was like, well, listen, I kind of get it.
Want to let go the year before, not the year after.
That was my Peter with Jesus moment, where I denied Tom Brady for just a moment in time. Not three. It was like once. Anyway, Belichick in this interview with his very young 24-year-old girlfriend, there's an awkward moment where a very innocuous question is asked, and for whatever reason, she snaps.
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
That part was weird. They're not comfortable talking about it. So the idea was that they met on a plane. They were sitting next to each other, and they had a long conversation, and the communications kept up as Jordan Hudson continued her studies at college. Yep. Anyway, it's a very weird thing to not be comfortable answering the question about. I think that if you were to give Jordan Hudson some truth serum, she would have an explanation for that we'll get to in a moment. But it's worth noting that supposedly, as CBS very subtly hinted, Jordan Hudson was a very active presence during the interview. Supposedly, she stormed off because she was pissed off at them because of the questions, I guess, that they were asking, and there was a 30-minute delay in the interview. Here's what I think Jordan Hudson is looking at this through the lens of, okay? I think Jordan Hudson, who actually does care for Belichick, also has a career that she is thinking about. And right now, for her, the things that she is doing are, one, helping, I guess, run Belichick Productions as he runs this program at North Carolina,
And two, I think she wants people to be asking the right questions about this book that Belichick is trying to sell. And in wanting the right questions to be asked, she has turned into a Nazi. Not talking, pro-Hitler, anti-Jew. I'm talking just like soup Nazi, like just a totalitarian that is psychotic about the way that it's asked. And I feel that way because she just put out a statement on her Instagram, not a statement. She released an email on her Instagram that Belichick had written. Honestly, from Belichick, I'm not sure I want this being revealed, where he expresses frustration with the way that people are doing interviews with him about this book. Because I guess they were asking him about some of the times that he's made mistakes. Well, Bill, that's what's going to happen. Like, people are going to ask you about mistakes that you made over the course of your career because it wasn't perfect. And if the book is titled, and this is the title of the book, it is called, sorry, it just got away from me for a second. The Art of Winning, Lessons from My Life in Football. I mean, it should be called Do Your Job, but how I did my job, something like that. That's fine. And he's being asked questions about some of the mistakes that he's made. And he feels like some of the focus is being put on those mistakes. Listen, man, if you're trying to promote a book, people are going to ask you about the controversial parts of it. And people might buy it, not usually based off of the book. They're going to buy it based off of whether or not they want to buy the book. These interviews, these promo interviews, do they ever get people to buy these things? I don't know. Unless there's some salacious tell-all stuff.
Or it's like, oh, wait, I haven't gotten my dad a Father's Day present yet. And he's a Patriots fan. that to me, when like older athlete or coach writes a book, that's the market he's going for, is Father's Day.
That's a good one.
By the way, it's coming up.
It is coming up. Mother's Day, too, coming up. So Jordan Hudson puts out this email on Instagram. She also says, full statement to be released later today. And we are waiting on this statement.
Breathlessly.
Honestly, I am. Because there's a part of me that is actually concerned about Bill Belichick's well-being. It does feel like she is rather controlling in this situation. And again, this could be just her side of things where she is in charge of the PR side of promoting a book. But I don't think she's ever done that before. Much like I don't think that she has ever, been the person in charge of relations with a company like, CBS. Like, it seems like she's in over her head. Oh, that's sexist. Come on. She's 24.
Yeah, if anything, we're being ageist. We would say the same thing.
Right.
A 24-year-old man.
She was, I'm not trying to diminish this person, but she was a cheerleader at Bridgewater State, which is like not exactly the best school. I don't think that this person is going through the rigmarole of being a public relations person. And now it feels like she's way over her head. So this story is fascinating. I've seen some people ask, like, what is this, like a Richard Simmons situation where Richard Simmons is trapped in his home, or a Wendy Williams situation where Wendy Williams is trapped and there are other people running the show? I don't get that vibe quite. I get why people might get that vibe, though. And I will say, I feel for my guy. Bill, I feel for you, dog. I hope it's worth it. You know what I'm talking about. RiseHealth.com, by the way, Bill. RiseHealth.com. Promo code 975 if you ever want to try the rapid enhanced dissolving strips. Whoop. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I do think that Bill Belichick has it worse than the Houston Rockets right now. How about that? And he's a man in his 70s dating a very strong, powerful, and independent woman who's probably not good at PR in her 20s.
Like 8 rings, right? With the Patriots and Giants.
Yeah.
He's accomplished a lot.
He has.
And hey, Rockets, winning it's not all about winning, Rockets. It's about peace of mind. Think about how much peace of mind you'll have in
a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
I hope there's no ninth ring for Belichick. I hope there's no ninth ring. Chuck has a thought really quickly before we get to garbage time. What's up?
Man, the Rockets already suck, but Paul, I've been listening to you for a long time. It's really sad in the sports world when all we got is Shedeur Sanders and Bill Belichick's love life, man.
Dude.
Love your show. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Chuck. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. We didn't even talk about Belichick yesterday. It's like Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Hurts, whether or not he goes to the White House.
Yeah.
These are our alternatives to being sad about the Rockets.
100 men versus one gorilla.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, we've
hit them all.
And I think we're properly, despite being disappointed in the losing, I think we're grateful that the Rockets are playing basketball right now.
Yeah,
because that is what's saving us from more of this, more of these topics.
On the other side, let's figure out how we talk about the build-up to Game 5 on tomorrow's show. How are we going to handle it? It's a pre-show discussion on our show. If you can pump us up, please do. And a little garbage time, too. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to get in some final thoughts or shots in at the Houston Rockets after that very disappointing 109-106 last night? You can. In conclusion, they're not ready. Respectable season. We're probably going to call it a success weeks from now. Right now, if you fade away in 5 games, though, 6 games, I think we're all going to feel very disappointed because they were the 2 seed. It's almost one of those situations where if they were the 5, they were the 6. Would we be as disappointed? I don't know. Should the Rockets have not tried down the stretch?
Yeah. Did the Rockets win too many games? Should they have only tried to win 47?
As we now enter the 5 stages, because I do think the season's done. As we now enter those 5 stages, I do hope they make me wrong. Is it possible that there was a better matchup for them in this first round?
Memphis Grizzlies.
Other than that, does that count?
No, it doesn't.
That doesn't count. Would they be doing better against any of the following teams? The Lakers, for example. Will they do better against the Lakers with their athleticism and LeBron being up there in age, maybe looking like he's lost a step, with Luka Doncic being a fatty, boom batty?
Yeah.
I think they would actually be in better shape.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's not really anyone to guard Şengün or Jalen Green or Fred VanVleet.
Nuggets. I mean, they do have Jokic, which perhaps evens the length that they have as an edge on Golden State right now. Russell Westbrook, I feel like, honestly works against the Nuggets. Perhaps that's just me not liking Westbrook as a player.
I think the series would be pretty similar to the Warriors series.
Okay.
Where it is that the Nuggets would just win close games against the Rockets.
So it would be where we're at right now.
Yeah, I think that it maybe, those coin flips just go the other way, but it would be pretty similar to what we're seeing.
I would be more disappointed if they were playing the Clippers and down 3-1. Not going to lie, because at the very least, I can say, well, it's Steph Curry, 37, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler. Being down 3-1 against James Harden, I would be angry.
Yeah.
So at the very least, that's the difference. But I think just given how Kawhi's looked and how Harden has looked, like, the sad thing is, I'm not going to endorse it. But the people who are like, it would be great if we had Harden. At least we don't have to deal with that right now.
Yeah.
Taking a little victory.
Also, imagine Kawhi Leonard playing defense against the Houston Rockets. You could just guard everyone.
Yeah, Jalen
at the same time.
Jalen Green 5 turnovers in the first minute. Just like fast break, dunk, fast break, dunk, fast break, dunk, fast break, dunk. All right. Well, can't get any worse than this, right? 3-1. No one believes in them. Entire world's against them. Figure it out, please. Or don't. And we'll just get to rugby season because Houston's a rugby town. That's what we learned today. Paul Gallant Show, garbage time. Hit it. Internet poker is now legal in Pennsylvania. How about that? 5 states have legalized online poker. That's fun. All of my friends in high school made 5 figures gambling online, and then they had their accounts frozen and they weren't able to access any of the funds.
Because they're high schoolers?
Yes. And gambling was illegal because this was circa 2005, 2006. Very illegal. These websites used to regularly get shut down. But I had a lot of friends who were really good at poker growing up. I think one of them actually was on the World Series of Poker for a little bit too. Jeff Rasmussen, I think. Could be wrong. Yeah.
Wow.
I know, it's crazy. They were all really good. I remember I would play with them for a little bit. I would buy in for $20, and then one of the people who wasn't actually good at poker would buy in for $100 that his mom gave him, and then he would just call me in until I had to bow out. It was honestly like the most dick thing possible. Like I like poker. It was fun. But that guy ruined it. Jeff Huey.
Yeah, Jeff.
Yeah. Anyway, continuing at garbage time. Garbage. The firebrand is for sale. Speaking of garbage, Gallant Media want to put in a bid? We could buy the Fire brand, which Billy McFarland believes is a very well-known brand. Starting bid. I think I got like $2 in here.
Yeah, I think I have like 4 ones.
Okay, like $6.
Yeah.
38 cents. 39.
Okay.
We'll start the opening bid. I am curious as to how much it will sell for.
Welcome to the Ja Rule Show on ESPN 97.5.
What would I be without you? Nothing feeling is true. Yeah, anyway. Firebrand's for sale if anyone wants it. Investors, possibly you. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Big thanks to our callers. Big thanks to our texters, our YouTubers, and Twitchers. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am really Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN at 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. Astros are doing things. Casuals are saying Lance McCullers is going to pitch tomorrow, but it's really going to be AJ Blue Ball. Some still draft aftermath. But obviously the big story today, the Houston Rockets go down 3-1 to the Golden State Warriors as they fall last night in the Golden State. Close one, but no cigar for the Houston Rockets as they lose by 3 blankers.
Yeah, it was tough. There's so many things to kind of peel back the onion and talk about in this game. But when you look at it, they had every opportunity to win this ball game. I mean, they had plenty of chances. I thought that the main storyline is obviously Jalen Green. He looked scared to death at times on the court. It was very disappointing for me to watch, and then went back and watched it again this morning. And the fact that when he doesn't have the ball in his hands, he is so disengaged with a lot of what's going on the offensive end.
It's not always that way.
In the second half, in the fourth quarter in particular.
Yesterday was for sure that way.
It was awful.
I'm talking about like his season. Like he doesn't always behave that way. But
I'm just talking about last night.
No doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt.
And I had bad memories of James Harden whenever James Harden didn't have the ball in his hands, where he would just go to the far corner and stand and just would not engage. And I know when they were facilitating the majority of the offense in the fourth quarter in particular with Alpi, that he just was not active. He wasn't moving. Even when a shot went up, he wasn't trying to maybe see if he could get an offensive rebound or get in and do something. Defensively, I thought he was very disinterested in a lot of ways, but it was just a disappointment. Because I was really curious to see how they were going to come out last night, because their backs were against the wall, and that was, to me, a do or die for the series. And the fact that they were putting up a fight, the fact that the rest of the guys were, throwing haymakers and doing what they could. Fred VanVleet finally found it and showed up. That I was like, okay. I mean, you couldn't ask for more than a tie game, down the stretch on the road with a chance to win, and then they just fell short.
Yeah, that was a rough one for the Houston Rockets last night. You mentioned VanVleet. Awesome. I thought he was going to shoot 75% from 3 for a a little bit. He almost did.
And I also thought that guy that was giving you the stats on it was if he got to 8, and I'm like, well, maybe he sets the record for one game.
If he would have hit that 3 to send it to overtime, which
that would have been 9, right?
I thought he had it. Yeah, it would have been 9 for 12. I thought he had a shot. Like it was a decent look,
dead on.
And it was dead center. It was just short. Like it even switched the net. But you knew the way that everybody reacted. Yeah, there's lots to get to. I mean, you could start with Jalen. You could start with Hacka Adams, because Ime's catching it there today. You can start with the final shot, but we can start with Jalen Green. I'm disappointed in Jalen Green. That's where I'm at with Jalen Green. Okay. And we'll hear from Ime Udoka a little bit later. We'll hear from Draymond, Alpi Şengün. They had some interesting comment. I think Fred VanVleet summed up my thoughts perfectly yesterday. So my biggest takeaway from Jalen Green is my disappointment in Jalen Green. You can't, if you have a bad game in a series, okay, understand Golden State's on scholarship too. They have a very good defense too. I get it. So, you have a bad game 3 after a bad game 1. Okay, whatever. I hear you. It's going to happen here and there. It shouldn't happen all the time. It shouldn't happen 75% of the series. But the way he left game 3, chirping Draymond Green. He left game 3 press conference saying all that Draymond Green can do is talk. If you're going to do that, which I didn't love that he did that at the end of game 3, but if you're going to do it, you then have to back it up. You have to, and it doesn't need to be from points. I'm sitting here, I'll always say that I don't really care about how many points you score. Go be an effective basketball player. Mm-hmm. If they're going to sit there and double team you, and they're going to rim protect, and they're going to cheat off somebody else to come make sure that you can't finish at the rim, well, have 15 assists. You could score 5 points, have 15 assists, and have a great night at the park. So I don't care about the point totals. I care about your overall play and how much you're impacting winning. And Jalen Green ran his mouth after game 3, got into it with Draymond Green after game 3. And if you're going to do that, you then have to back it up with a very productive game. I don't even care if I would like your team to win, but I don't care if your team wins. You have to be very good. You can't be the reason that the next day after game 4, we're looking at you and saying, you are the reason that we lost. Why didn't you show up? So I thought he was acting like a wuss. I thought it was very soft of Jalen Green.
And then he allowed his poor offense early to impact all things that he was doing. Like poor offense, poor shooting, I get all of that. He turned it over 5 times in 25 minutes. He's driving into traffic and saying, here you go, take the basketball. I'd like you to have it. On the defensive side, he's not chasing after any rebounds. He's not boxing out. Like he is letting his box out responsibility get to the basket for an easy offensive board that more times than not was leading to second chance points. His rotations and off of screens, he was getting lost defensively. He pouted after game 3. He continued pouting in game 4. He let his poor offense early, then influence his total production. This is the most disappointed I've ever been in my life. As somebody who defends Jalen Green, this is the most disappointed I've ever been in Jalen Green.
I just think there's too many signs there right now for this not to be a serious conversation that is going to spill over into the offseason, because it's one thing where I kind of questioned whether you felt it or not after game 1, coming out saying the court might have been a little big. My knees might have been a little weak. This was more than maybe I would have anticipated. But then you come back with 38. So I figure, okay, that's behind you now. You got your feet wet. You understood what everybody was warning about. This is playoff basketball. You got 38. I expect for the rest of the series, not that you're not going to go for a 38 piece every night, but you're going to be a productive centerpiece leader for this squad. You singled me the next 2 games. You singled me in such a way that you were absolutely putting a bow and a gift card on top of packages that you were handing to the Warriors in the first quarter when they were building their first double-digit lead. You looked checked out on both ends of the floor, as you mentioned. The fact that you came out and looked like, in a lot of ways, a deer in the headlights and more, but then your whole game is predicated by if I'm scoring or not. It's a typical Sports Center baby mentality of the only way I feel like I'm positively affecting the game is if I'm getting points in the point total. And there's so much more, especially in playoff basketball, but in any basketball game, there's so much more you can do. The defensive thing was driving me nuts. Anytime, and this was, again, Harden-esque, anytime there was contact made on a screen, he was done. He basically just said, yeah, you got me. I can't get back. I can't recover. He had no extra activity. He had no way of trying to say, I can get my teammates more involved. I still can be a valuable resource in transition and with my athleticism and the way that I can help this team. And you watched him on the bench, too, and it was just like it was a little kid. He had his hands between his knees, and he was all like kind of in almost the fetal position. And I'm going, this is a guy that you expect to be a leader of your franchise going forward. I just can't see it anymore.
I don't know if they expect that. I mean, I can't speak for them. I have no idea. I don't know if they've given any clues that they think that.
I think that they at least left themselves options by the way they made the extension so that it is a tradable contract. But I think that they still, I would say going into the season, they had every hope that he was going to continue to grow, flourish under Udoka, and he was going to be one of the pieces they built around for the, I won't say long term, but for the next couple of years.
I think they did all of that except for the last thing. Like, I think that Jalen Green has done all of what you just said, except prove that you can build around him for the upcoming years. Like, he developed, he grew, he was better this year than he was last year.
Yeah, and I think that that was all under the pretense that Alpi and Jalen are the guys we're going to build around. They're going to be our 2 guys. And I think what this is showing you, and you and I talked about this before the playoffs started, I said, look, you're going to get a pretty clear-cut picture on a lot of these guys by the time the playoffs is over, no matter how they do and how far they go, in terms of what you have going forward. I really did not expect that Jalen Green kind of curling up in a ball was going to be one of the first things I pointed to and gone, that's not what you expected, but that's a huge problem. That is a massive problem, because now here's the other thing, regardless of what happens in the rest of this series and what he hasn't been able to accomplish, the whole rest of the league has seen it. Everyone now has seen it. So if you thought he had value before in a tradable contract, and people are like, you know what? If we're looking to kind of move on from a guy we had that might be someone that in a fresh start could be a good spot for the Houston Rockets, we could get a great young up-and-coming piece like Jalen Green. And now those teams are going, I don't know if I like that a whole lot.
I don't know if I want that Jalen Green.
Exactly.
I saw what he did in game 4 of the playoffs after he was calling out Draymond Green, and then he turtled up. He went into his shell. How many points did you score in the second half yesterday, Blinker?
0.
That's as many as Jalen Green scored in the second half yesterday. Brian, how many points did you score in the second half yesterday?
I believe that would be 0.
As many points as Brian McDonald scored as many points in the second half as Jalen Green did yesterday.
Uber athlete.
He was unplayable.
Oh, we're putting you out there in a shoot-around situation next week because I think you could get. I want you to say you can get at least a bucket.
I think I can make as many
there
buckets.
It is.
I can make as many buckets.
I'm confident you can.
I think I can.
He might even grab an offensive rebound,
Maybe.
get a little garbage bucket underneath. He might go a little Steven Adams light.
I could turn the
Grizzly
ball
Bear.
over and not get any assists.
My goodness.
I think one could ricochet the wrong way and fall into your lap just by being out there, but he didn't look like he had a chance in hell of catching anything but a cold.
And then, like, a lot of people be like, well, if Jalen Green shows up, they would have won that game. If Jalen Green doesn't show up, I think they win that game. If Jalen Green catches the flu and has to stay at the team hotel, I think the Rockets win the game.
Yeah.
That's how bad Jalen Green was.
Frankly, I was mad, and I tweeted this out. I was mad when Udoka put him back in the fourth quarter.
I questioned it.
Yeah, it was pretty clear what the lineup needed to be to kind of ride out. And you could switch Jabari and Adams, and obviously they did once the Hack Adams start. But Jalen had no business being on the court in the fourth quarter. It needed to be Alpi with Jabari or Adams, and then obviously Dylan, Fred, and Amen.
A lot to unpack here. We'll talk Astros a little bit later. We'll hear from Ime. We'll hear from bad Golden State reporter Alpi, Draymond, Fred VanVleet, the whole kit and caboodle. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Zach by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Todd said that Pod scored more yesterday than Jalen Green did in games 1, 3, and 4 combined. That is not good.
No, this is a kid that was not highly touted, not looked at as a go-to guy on his team that has overachieved to get into the starting lineup, as opposed to a guy that, well, a lot of people hung a whole hell of a lot of hope and more on. So,
I mean, I think you're underrated Pods a little bit. Like, he's definitely no decorated as Jalen Green type of thing. But like they could have gotten, was it Markkinen or however you say his name?
Lauri Markkinen.
Yeah, and they didn't want to trade Pods for him. So like, I mean, he had a good rookie year. Now he was disappointing.
He's
he was
solid.
disappointing early this year, and he was like, wasn't playing his best. But I like his game. I think he's a good player. He shouldn't be outperforming Jalen Green.
No, not at all. Not even close. And I just think that from a overall talent perspective with the tools, I think he's a headsy player. I think he obviously showed he can make some shots and he can handle the basketball. But with the athleticism of Jalen Green and his ability to, with his speed, his quickness, his ability to hang, finish at the rim, I mean, he's got a very special skill set that I just don't know that we're ever going to see anybody kind of tap into all of it.
Yeah, maybe never hits that potential. Texture, I thought about that 75% stat last night. LOL. I wonder if that's Justin that texted that. Are you Justin, Texture? Another texture is Jalen Green's game better suited to be a sixth man. I don't know if I would go that far about being a sixth man. Now, is his game better suited being the second best scoring guard on the perimeter? I would go there.
I was talking to somebody this morning about this, and I suggested that Jalen Green's best chance to really flourish offensively is to go to a team that sucks and be the guy that he can isolate whenever he wants, that he has the ball in his hands. It's almost like the Charlotte Hornets with ball, having the ball in his hands all the time. Like, go to a team where he goes back to a Steven Silas BS offense, where he can just do what he's done his whole career from AAU and high school and everything else, and G League, all right, the G League Ignite or whatever it was. Just give me the ball, get the hell out of the way, and let me go one-on-one on the wing. He would, I think he would flourish in that system.
I know we're very mad at Jalen Green today, but he did lead the team in scoring. That's the second best team in the Western Conference that won 50 games. Like, if we're talking about the total body of work, Jalen Green is the leading scorer on a team that won 50 games, 52 games, and is the second seed in the Western Conference. So I feel like obviously we're banging on Jalen Green today. We're all very mad at Jalen Green, but Jalen Green led the Rockets in scoring and they won 52 games.
I'm just, that's all fine and dandy in the regular season, and that's great. But to me, what I saw and then how he's handled all of it tells me that's not a guy I can count on when I need him the most.
Wasn't the question, though. Wasn't the question. Question was, is he better suited to be a six-man? He literally led a 52
I don't think he's
wing.
a six-man. I think I'm done with him as a Rocket. I really am. I am done with Jalen Green as a Rocket. I think that if you can find a situation where you can kind of move on from Jalen Green, I would think that's in both parties' best interest at the end of this season. Just everything that I've seen, heard, what we just got done talking about, to me, I'm done with him as a Rocket, because you've given him the money now. You've given him everything and given him every opportunity to kind of grab the bull by the horns and take this team in this situation over and then help take him to the next level. And I don't have confidence that he can take him to the next level.
Oh, I'm right there with you. I don't have confidence that he can be a leading scorer on a championship team. Like, he's capable of being the leading scorer on a 50. I also have a very harsh grading system when it comes to that. I never thought that James Harden could be the best player on a championship winning team. And I think that I'm on the right side of history there. He's never been on the best player on a championship team. I would say the same thing about Jalen Green. Now, as far as like being done with Jalen Green, I'm not going that far. I mean, if you're presented with like a sweetheart deal and something that's super attractive, I'm not hanging on to him with like everything, all of my might, but I'm also not going to be lowballed on Jalen Green. I would be happy with Jalen Green as my second best perimeter scoring guard.
I'm not willing to sell him for pennies on the dollar. Let me be clear, but just, I'm done with any holdout hope, figure out that he's going to figure it out at some point and he's just going to take off. I just have seen so much of the opposite to this point, and now this is kind of the last straw for me where I'm like, I don't want to give him away and get nothing in return, but I am done with any holding out hope that this is a guy that's going to lead your franchise to the next level.
He can't be the best player on this team if you want to win it all. I'll agree with you there.
Okay.
But I think he could be the second or third best player.
I think ideally he's the third best player.
Sure.
Because I think that you see in the league these days, I think you need two quality guys that you can go to, that you can depend on. And I can't depend on him for just how blatantly ridiculous the margin is from the single digits in 3 of the 4 games and the 1 explosion game.
I can't believe he's having this playoff series. I'm stunned.
Like, I'm actually stunned now that he went for 38 because their other 3 games look like that's the norm, right? That's what he looks like he is. I'm almost shocked that I look back going, how the hell did he get 38 in one of these playoff games against the same team where the other 3 games he's crapped the bed?
Because Golden State was happy getting 1 in Houston.
And Jimmy Butler missed the majority of that
Jimmy
game.
Butler didn't play as one of them.
He broke his butt in that game, Jimmy Butler. Can Alpi and Jalen be, in whatever order, your second and third best player on a championship team?
Depends on who your first best player is, right? I think that there's plenty of like, if you got an Anthony Edwards type, yeah, they can be your 2 and your 3. I think that you have to get a dominant type A personality 1 if those are going to be your 2 and 3.
Okay. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. I think they can be championship level 2 and 3. I don't think they can be a championship level 1 and 2. 2 and 3, and yes, obviously it depends on the 1. But I think that cookie cutter best player, Alpi, Jalen, whatever order 2, 3, I think you can win it all. But Jalen Green is your best offensive scorer from the perimeter is a recipe for disaster. The problem with Jalen Green is the inconsistency. Alpi and Amin are the core. We need a shooter. He needs to go. Alex, it's fair. But again, like I'm not trading it for pennies on the dollar, like Blankers mentioned. Like if Jalen Green is $1, what are you willing to take in return for Jalen Green? For me, I'm not giving him up for anything less than $1. Like I'm not trading him for 3/4 on the dollar.
I think that there's so many volatile situations in the league, and they pop up in a moment's notice across the league from a year-to-year basis that you can get close to equal value for him. The contract is very conducive to making a deal. The fact that he's still young, that teams are going to see exactly what I said, where if you just get him a system where he's the primary ball handler and you run the offense through him, I think there are teams that think that they can get through to him and kind of take him there to where it would be more intriguing to them and also get something off of their hands that they're done dealing with.
Yeah. See, I feel like we are, because we're mad at Jalen Green, kind of diminishing that he is a good player. Obviously, he was very bad yesterday. Obviously, he's been very bad in this series. You could even say he's been disappointing in his Houston Rocket tenure. At the same time, if you're going to defend Jalen Green, he's the leading scorer of a 52-win team. Like those guys don't grow on trees. Like how many teams in the NBA won 50 games this year? How many? 6 or 7 perhaps. So there's only 6 or 7 basketball players in the world who are leading scorers on 50-win teams or better. 5 in the West, 4 in the East, so 9. There's 9 leading scorers on 50-win teams in the entire world. So like part of what the frustration in Jalen Green is we know that he's so much better than this. And you mentioned like his potential. Like his potential is the 38 in game 2. He has unworldly potential. The problem is he plays to his potential about 10% of the time. And in the biggest moments, he's literally benched. Last night was the biggest play of the Rockets season. Biggest play for the Rockets since 2020. Most important game for the Rockets since 2020. And Jalen Green was unplayable. He did not score in the second half. So like, yes, we're disappointed. Yes, we could be done with him and all that, and that'd be fair to have that thought. But we also can't ignore that he is very skilled. He is good.
I will never.
At times.
I think that's the biggest frustration that I have is I see all that talent. I mentioned some of it, but I think he's an above-average ball handler. Could he be better? Sure. Last night was an atrocity in the first quarter. But I think that overall, especially when you get like in transition a lot, I think he can handle the basketball. I think that he has unbelievable quickness and speed and hang time and his ability to score when he is focused and when shots start falling for him. And you just see so much. His mechanics aren't broken. Like he's got good mechanics. He's able to make tough shots at times with people in his face. There's just so much talent on that kid That's why it's so bothersome to me, because you want to give him every opportunity, because you see all that potential and say, if I can just get him in the right spot, I can just open up and he can go. And every single time it seems like we go, just like the inconsistency is the biggest one-word term I can give his career, because we go through this all the time. Here goes is he on a heater? Is he done? Is this it? Is it finally where he's done with the hot and colds and he's just going to figure it all out? And it never comes to fruition.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so frustrating.
I think he's soft.
Oh, for sure.
I think he's soft.
I think in every one of the, aside from the verbal back and forth with Draymond after the game the other night, do you ever see him wanting to get into it, mix it up?
I mean, there's been a couple times where he's pushed people, but I wouldn't call that non-soft. I would call the altercation with Draymond soft, though. Like you
got to back it up.
Well, also, you just lost the game. Like the time to have the altercation with Draymond isn't moments after you lost the game. Like that to me is the softest time to do it. They're walking off the floor. You're walking off the floor. You literally just fell behind in the series 2-1. That to me is the softest time to talk ish. Like that's not hard. What's the opposite of soft? Hard. That's not hard. That's not being hard in the moment. Being hard in the moment's like answering the bell when your team's down 2-1 on the road. I don't need you getting into a physical It's not even a physical altercation. They're just chirping from across the way and being broken up with by 20 people. There's 20 people in front of them. I could be tough if I knew 20 people were going to be in front of me and Draymond, because I know there's not any repercussion there. Hey, Draymond, you stink. There's 20 people in front of me. What are you going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. That's not. I don't think that was anti-soft. To me, it's his mentality. I think he is soft. Todd says he doesn't have the killer mentality. He absolutely does not have the killer mentality. The question now becomes, because I think it's a lost cause for this series in terms of him gaining a killer mentality. Maybe the Rockets can win despite him not being great or whatever. Maybe he has one great game, lifts them to victory, whatever. Can Jalen Green develop a killer mentality? Is that something that you can develop? Is that something that can grow? Can you go from being what I call a soft player into being a player that does have that dog in him? I think that's a tough skill to develop.
I mean, when do we see players who we would call soft suddenly develop being a dog?
I think it's a very tough skill to develop.
Yeah,
almost impossible.
He could get. I hate to use this phrase. He could get harder. Like he can mature. Like I will allow for that. He's 22, 23?
22 years old.
But I don't think he's going to go from yelling at Draymond being dragged off the court to not doing anything in game 4, and all of a sudden he becomes a dog 5 years later. Like I don't think he gets there.
I don't think so either.
I think you either have it or you don't at this point in your life. I think that you see a guy like Anthony Edwards who came in fresh off of 1 year of college, and he already had that mentality that he was willing to fight if he had to fight.
Fight LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying even as a rookie, he came in with the mentality of, I'm the best player in the world, and prove me wrong. And if you want to push me, I'm going to push you back. And I'm going to talk that ish every time you talk that ish. And you see it and you understand it, and it's not a show. It's not an act. You know the ones that do, because when you said that about the 9 teams that have 50 wins, he's the worst of all of them, of the teams that won 50 games, best, their leading scorer.
What do you mean worst?
He's the worst player of all of them.
Okay, in your opinion?
Yeah, my opinion.
Which
Halliburton is the only one. If you think that Halliburton's the best player on the Pacers, or the leading scorer of the Pacers, Halliburton's the only, and I think Halliburton's better than Jalen Green because of the fact that he steps up bigger in big moments.
I would argue that Jalen has more potential, but who cares? Potential's overrated.
Because I'm looking at, and we talked about this before. I thought Minnesota, because the one guy in this league that with a team that had a less than season that was fully capable of shouldering a series all by himself, was the guy that's doing it right now for the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards is different, right? But I look at some of these other teams that don't have 50 wins and go, I don't care if he's the leading scorer. He's not better than the guys that are leading those teams that didn't win 50 games.
I'm kind of getting the vibe that Jalen is, and maybe this is something that is
softer than Puppy Dew in the rain.
He is, but maybe I'm making this comparison just because of the ties to the city. But it feels like Jalen is just a very, very poor man's James Harden. Like someone who could put up the numbers in the regular season. Obviously, very, very poor man's James Harden. He'll never put up the offensive numbers that James Harden did. But you don't trust him at all once it gets to the postseason. I mean, think of Game 6 against the Clippers. I don't remember what year that was, Joel. But you talked about that getting Kevin McHale fired after he refused to put him in that Game 6 comeback against the Clippers. He didn't play in the fourth quarter. They went with the headband of brothers because McHale trusted them to get it done.
Yeah, look.
I just think there's some similarities there.
I just think, to your point, because I saw a lot of James Harden last night, but the thing is, I don't know that he can ever win a scoring title.
Yeah. Very, very poor man's. Yeah.
Jalen, I mean, if you gave him the keys to the car, here's 40 shots, Jalen.
But I still think
it wouldn't be winning. It would be winning ball.
Reinvented a lot of the offense we see today. He was unbelievably innovative with the way and his he's more than a scorer. He is a damn good shooter.
I don't think that Brian's making a player comp here. He's talking about their status as a player.
Shrinking, not a dog.
It's not a player comp.
Yeah.
Like, he shouldn't be in the same breath as James Harden. Brian wasn't making a player comp. He was saying that he can't be trusted in big moments, a la James Harden.
And another guy that shrinks up in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the similarity that they have,
Yeah.
but not a player comp. He's not saying their games are similar. 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the high. What's up, Gary?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say I'm super disappointed in Jalen, and it's not like he didn't have a bad game. Like, everybody has a bad game. Like, I'm kind of old. I remember MJ. Like, MJ had bad games. That was a no-show.
Yeah.
Like, there's a difference, right? Like, that's a complete no-show. There's no way that the organization, your teammates don't lose faith in you when you just don't even show up, right? Like, there was zero impact. Can't even dribble the ball. Looked like he was scared out of his mind. Like, that's the problem, right? Like, anybody can have a bad game. But I don't know. Like, I want this team to build with the young core, but I think this series is a glaring reason why. Like, we need a guy. Like, it sounds cliche, but it's real life in the NBA. Once you get to the playoffs, like, you need a dude, and we don't currently have that guy. And I think we need to go get him this summer.
Appreciate the call, Gary.
Thanks, Gary.
Rackham. We'll hit that on the other side. Do they have a dog? Do they have a closer? I agree with what Gary said. That was a complete no-show, and it came on the heels of running your mouth to Draymond Green. Disappointing performance. Disappointing no-show, as Gary said. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you want to be a no-show to your business, you need HR&P in your life. You want to no-show HR compliance? You want to no-show benefits administration? You want to no-show payroll? I understand. You want to golf. Get HR&P. They can do those things for you, though. HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. HR&P is the very best. They've been in business for over 25 years. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. Chris Fisher, fantastic people over at HR&P, and they're going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Maybe you still want to do a little bit of payroll. Okay, we'll give them the compliance and the benefits administration. They're going to be a guy that you want on your side. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. They're going to show up each and every game. If you need a little help or a lot of help, anything in between, HR&P is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll trust them taking that big three. You'll trust them having them on the floor late in the game. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Always a quick response, easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Lamont, with limited knowledge, the Rockets, would it be safe to say Jalen Green would be a fit on the Rockets during the Harden era? Probably too good of a three-point shooter. Freaking Morey would be, we're going to shoot 100 threes. And then they put bad three-point shooters around Harden. Drove me nuts.
I just don't know if he could coexist with James Harden.
I think they're too similar. Well, they're not
both
similar.
Guys want the,
but
that's what I was going with. Both guys want the
I
ball
don't know
in
if
their hands all
Jalen Green
the time.
wants the ball that much.
I
mean, Jalen Green melts in any adversity.
Yeah,
right, but I think in the regular
off the ball?
season,
Jalen Green would be happy to allow somebody else to be the alpha. Jalen's not an alpha. Jalen's a beta.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's an alpha, but I think in the regular season, because he knows, again, I think that, kids of a certain age, as they're growing up, in order to feel relevant in a basketball game, you have to score points. And so he kind of validates his seasons, his careers, his games by how much he scores. I think in the regular season, he's fine. We've obviously seen that when games are raised up a notch and the pressure becomes a little higher, he can disappear.
Have we ever seen Jalen, though, like, give me the dang ball, I'm going to go dominate? Never. He's the opposite of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately, he was a product of the Silas system early. So I just think that there weren't any situations like this, and there weren't as many, and can't remember hardly any opportunities to actually kind of, and they had free reign. He had the ball whenever he wanted it. But I think now when you get into these games with Ime and you get to more meaningful games and you get to more pressure-packed games, you're right. I can't argue the fact that he doesn't go, when they inbound the ball on the end line and go, give me the ball. I'm going to run the offense and I'm going to take over here. But I think he expects it.
Maybe. Like, he definitely comes up with the AAU mentality, and his game is very much score first and do very little else. And I do think Ime's done a great job with Jalen getting him skilled in other things besides scoring. Like, his passing has gotten better. His ball handling, now, I know saying this today doesn't really ring as true as it actually is, but Jalen's become a better rebounder. He has become a better defender. He has become a better passer from where he was in his rookie year. Now, yesterday he was a no-show, like Gary said, 100% right. But Jalen, to me, is not a guy that demands the ball like Anthony Edwards is. Anthony Edwards, give me the ball. I'm going to be the grown-up in the room. I think Jalen Green likes to be the emo at the end of the bench, just paints his nails black and disappears in any adversity.
I think
when it's easy, he's good. When it's easy, he's fine.
But
when it's hard, he is not fine.
He wants the money. He wants the
who doesn't?
Right, but I'm saying, so he realizes you can't get one without the other. So if he was playing with James Harden, I think that deferring and having to sit and watch James Harden, he would realize at a certain point when his deal comes up, or as he gets closer to his deal coming up, he ain't going to be close to a max player. I mean, he's not going to get anything.
He used to be passive with Kevin Porter Jr.
But he would still get his, because again, on every given possession, it was a three-way handoff between who was going ISO next.
Yeah.
For those days.
Hell, he was passive to Fred last night when they were on the court together.
He was passive to literally everybody in a Rocket uniform. He was passive to everybody in the arena.
And I understand the Steven Silas excuse. It's kind of a go-to at times for us for those 2 years, but I don't want to necessarily give that to Jalen just because Alpi. Now, I'm not saying Alpi is just the utter leader dog that Anthony Edwards is by any stretch, but he does seem to want the ball to a degree in big situations. So he was able to overcome the Steven Silas era far better than Jalen Green was.
I'll tell you what, I wasn't pleased with Alpi in the fourth quarter either. But
no, he had some moments, but he also had, without
Alpi,
he had
LNS a lot. He had little syndrome going on when he saw anybody that was of some kind of prominence in the middle. When he saw Post and he saw some of these other guys, he was aggressive. He got unbelievably tight when he saw Draymond.
Well, Post is way bigger than Draymond, though.
But he also felt like he could body him and get away with it, and Post wasn't going to do the kind of things that Draymond does as an above-average defender.
What is LNS?
Little nuts.
Okay, I've heard of the other thing.
Syndrome.
Okay, I've never heard the N of that. I thought it was a D, but or a P.
No. Yeah, it's just. I mean,
But he scored on Draymond in game one, like with ease. With ease.
Hey, there was a stretch in that game where they wouldn't have been in it without Alpi.
Now, Draymond was off the floor. Draymond was off the floor in that period of time.
True, and they rushed him back in.
But in game one, Alpi owned Draymond in game one. Owned him.
especially, and he got off to a good start. He got off to a quick early start, and they wanted to send a message to Draymond. But unfortunately, no matter how much it was the coaches tried to drive it into their heads before the series started, you have to be above it. You have to step away from it. He's winning the mental battle. He continues to get back into their heads and continues to find ways where it's affecting them negatively, because you saw it in the fourth quarter. When he saw Draymond, he did not have the same aggressiveness. I thought he rushed shots and he got them up super tight, and he was not even close to as fluid and like confident as he was with the other guys that they were throwing.
I'll take back my he definitely rushed shots, and he settled for the elbow free throw line jumper more with Draymond whenever he shouldn't, because I think he has an advantage even on Draymond. Whenever, go back, watch game one. Like, Alpi had no problems with Draymond because he would get underneath the basket 5 feet away and would shoot over him, because Draymond cannot defend the shot. He can't block his shot.
But he also has to realize,
I think he's scared of the contact.
He's scared of contact. He's scared of the fact that Draymond's going to be hyper aggressive and pull everything out of his bag to throw at him to see if it'll get to him. But there's also a reason why you're getting that wide open shot from the free throw line, and because they want you to take it, and because you're not good at it, and it's a catapult one-handed push, whether he does the flamingo step or not, that has very little chance of going in. So instead of going, oh, you want me to take this, I'm going to put my back into you and I'm going to back it down. No, I'll take the shot you want me to take. You play right into their hands.
I don't think he should shoot it outside of 5 feet.
I don't think he can back Draymond
Disagree.
down, though.
Go watch game
Oh,
one.
I think he can.
He did
and
it all
I think
over
his
in game
footwork
one.
is so good that even on the
Not
initial
when Draymond's
contact,
set up.
I disagree. I think he's unwilling to do it because he doesn't like the contact.
He doesn't, and he can spin either way. He can back in for the first couple steps, and when Draymond starts to create resistance, and Draymond was getting away with a lot of chicken wings of extra resistance, his footwork is so good that he can go one way the first time, the other way the second
Yeah, he
time.
can outskill him. I just don't think he can overpower
There's
him and
evidence
push him.
of it. Go watch game one.
All right.
Go watch game one.
I saw moments at game one where, like, when they got Alpi on the move, you're right. Like, his athleticism, his footwork, his skill overwhelmed Draymond. But if it was one-on-one, trying to power him down into the post from the wing or something, he couldn't do it.
I'll go back and watch it and send you some receipts.
Please do. Please do.
Every time Alpi took those bunny hop steps, I wanted to unlive myself. Take it easy there. KPJ grew up under Silas. Yes, he did. Şengün lost us games 3 and 4. That's an interesting take. 7 and 18 and 12 of 30 from inside 6 feet shooting is terrible. No, his touch inside needs to get better, but Alpi Şengün showed up. Alpi Şengün was their main piece offensively, especially when Draymond was off the floor yesterday in the second half. Meanwhile, Jalen Green was sitting next to his head coach on the bench. I don't know how he can put it on Şengün. I was unhappy with Şengün at moments as well. I don't think he should be shooting outside of 5 feet from the rim. It ticks me off. He always takes a heat check three-pointer. Don't do that. You haven't hit one since like February, a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but not that much tongue-in-cheek. I think he's hit like 2 or 3 threes since February. Get it inside, into the post, get to your spot, shoot it from 5 feet. Don't take anything beyond 5 feet. Your touch isn't that good. I know you think you're capable of doing it, but we don't have time for you to work on that in the postseason as you're down 3-1. 713-780-ESPN. We have a full call board. We'll get to the calls on the other side. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. People have some thoughts on the Rockets. So let's go out to the HRP listener line. Killer Cam, you're in the high. What's up, Killer Cam?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Daily listener, love the show. Just had a couple thoughts. One, obviously, free throws killed us. That would have won us the game and maybe one or two others in the series. Thought two, please let Draymond shoot.
Yep.
Anytime that man gets the ball, leave him open. Can't go wrong there. Third hot take, towards the end of the stretch last game, with 2 or 3 minutes left, they're jostling back and forth between points. They went to Alpi in the low post against Quentin Post 3 or 4 times in a row, and every time it failed. I'm going to put that one on Ime Udoka. If it's not working, why do you keep going to it? You have several other playmakers that can make it happen. I just didn't understand that thought process. I'll hang up and let you guys debate that.
I'd have to go back and look at what you're talking about in terms of that it didn't happen multiple times, because last night, I think for the most part, they were going through him because there's actions that come off of that based on the reactions of the defense and the fact that he was scoring more than he wasn't, and he was having his way with anybody not named Draymond Green. And then if they collapsed, you had Van Vliet, you had shooters that I think that, quite frankly, are underused and have been and undervalued in this series, because Dylan Brooks continues to shoot the ball really well from the outside. He just can't get enough shots. But I think that like I said, I don't know if you saw him, Jeremy, or you remember him. I thought that he was still effective when they gave him the ball. When we talked about it, he rushed a lot of shots. He missed a lot of bunnies and short shots around the basket because I think that he was just way too fast. But I think that he still could be effective.
I thought he was way more patient last night than he was in Game 3. Game 3, he was a train wreck. Yesterday, I thought he was mostly good. Now, Draymond, whenever he came back into the game in the fourth quarter, kind of ended that. Now, I had the game log here. Quentin Post entered the game for Looney at the start of the fourth quarter. The Rockets' next few possessions, and you can't say I can't see who was defending Alpi on every single one of these possessions, but if Quentin Post is in the game, good chance he's defending Alpi. Now, the Rockets were going double big at times too, so I don't know where Post was defending. Just reading the game log here, I have to go back and watch. But Quentin Post entered the 12-minute mark. The Rockets went Amin Thompson make, which they got away from that too. Amin Thompson was having some success attacking the basket, and then they stopped doing it in the last 5 minutes. So Amin Thompson, 9-foot make. Alpi Şengün, next possession, missed a shot, offensive rebound, makes a layup. Next possession, Amin makes a layup. Next possession, Alpi makes a layup. Next possession, Amin makes a layup. Next possession, Quentin Post fouls Alpi Şengün, and he actually made both of them that time. And then Draymond entered at that moment. So there was a 4-minute plus stretch of Quentin Post in the game, and the Rockets had success. So I have to go back and watch specifically Alpi being defended by Post. But that was the moment of the fourth quarter where they were going through Alpi, and they felt like they were scoring every possession.
I think they wanted to do it again last night. I mean, they tried to do it again last night. Late in the game, they tried to run everything through him and give him the ball and an open lane to kind of work however he wanted to work, because they felt like he had that advantage we've talked about all series that he's had. But when Draymond came back into the game, it was a totally different story.
Yeah, the Draymond shooting thing, I agree. I kind of like that he hit his first 2 shots, because then he's going to take 5 more. So I was actually a little bit joyful. Now, I didn't love the way the first half started. The Rockets started halves poorly yesterday. Big reason why they lost. But I was happy too that Draymond made those shots.
Jalen was giving it away too. I mean, he was just absolutely kicking it, punching it, and just handing it off to Warriors players early in the game.
Yeah, Cam, don't tell us you love the show. I mean, we're not going to give you anything for telling us that kind of stuff. It makes me a little uncomfortable. 713-78, I don't like feelings. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Chuck, you're in the hive. Chuck, what's up?
What's up, guys? Jeremy and B-Mac, man, I've been talking to Joe for a long time. The Harden Rockets damn near threw me into rehab, and I could have killed myself on their team. The thing that's bothering me with this team is the head coach has got more fire than these friggin' players. Jalen Green's got to show up with something. We can bitch about Alfie all game long, but at least he's there trying something. Jalen's horrible. This has got to stop, guys. Love the show. I don't want anything, Jeremy.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate you, man. I think that just to Chuck's point about the other guys, you obviously know there's a hell of a lot of fight in Fred VanVleet. And we don't need to be reminded any more than the broadcasts already remind us that he's the next champion. But he could have folded up his tents and gone home with as bad as he started this series. Stepped up big in big moments, made huge shots last night, was a massive reason why they had a chance to win that ball game. He stepped up. Dylan Brooks, say what you want, like it, love it, didn't, criticize this or don't like that. Dylan Brooks was willing to fight on every play. Dylan Brooks was giving everything that he had on every possession, both offensively and defensively. I think you can say that about a lot of guys on this team. I don't think it's fair to say that the rest of these guys are all labeled under that same category and mentality of soft.
They're all pretty soft. Not all of them.
Steven Adams is.
I don't think Fred's soft. I don't think Fred's soft. Fred might be a little limited at this stage of his career. He's not good at finishing at the rim. Like, he has holes in his game. He's not soft. Fred's tough. Jalen's super soft. Maybe the softest player in the league. Dylan Brooks isn't soft.
Nope.
Alpi can be a bit soft.
Yeah.
Jabari can be a bit soft. I wouldn't call Adam soft. Min, I wouldn't call him soft.
I don't think Min's soft.
I wouldn't call Tari soft. He does some stupid stuff sometimes.
Oh, my God.
Like jumping at half court, trying to throw it
foul.
Oh, the foul right before halftime?
The foul before halftime, just hugging Jimmy Butler. But then also, remember when he got the ball at midcourt, he got caught up in the air? And he's like, well, I can't throw it back to my teammate because that's going to be a backcourt violation. Let me heave it towards the rim and just threw it away.
Yeah, he just heaved it over behind his head.
But I wouldn't call him soft.
He really got into him about the
dumb foul.
Butler.
Dumb foul.
Before halftime.
Let him catch the ball. He's going away from the rim, and he's not a good perimeter shooter. That was dumb.
But we continue to see in crunch time moments him making dumb plays. Like, he'll step underneath a shooter. He'll foul a three-point shooter. He'll do things that you're like, you just know from the time you were playing Little League ball, don't do that. And he does them over and over again because he has talent. He's an above-average defender, but those are the things that are setting him back for sure.
I think my bad, go ahead.
But I don't think he's soft. I don't think Tari's soft.
No, definitely not. I think Tari's one of your tough guys. He does some dumb stuff, like throwing a towel on an opponent in the foul and then jumping at midcourt for really no good reason. And Mama Easton was mad on him on Twitter.
I saw that.
She was getting it, but she was like saying, like, Tari, that was a dumb play. Like, she was going after
the foul on Butler or the throw behind his head?
The half court pass, whatever we want to call that. Forgot what I was going to say.
Someone being soft or not?
No.
Well, because she was catching it, and then one of the websites went out there and put out Tari Eason 0 points, this, that, and the other thing. And she goes, I birthed a dog. I birthed a guy that can play in this league. I guarantee you none of you guys have ever in your life played basketball at this level or whatever like that. But she was looking for anybody she could go after last night.
I can't remember what I was going to say. It was before that. Whatever. We'll move on. 713-780-ESPN. Texter, Branham, don't be such a try-hard. Just chill like Joel, and you'll be a lot cooler. Texter, I don't like feelings. He's making fun of my southern drawl. Did I say feelings funny? I'm ESL. Why are you making fun of my English? I'm ESL. Spanish was my first language. And you're making fun.
And I'm Mexican.
What does I say about you? You're making fun of an ESL student. That's embarrassing of you, Texter. Hate the show. Give me something. We're not giving anybody anything.
There you go. That's the opposite you want.
The only thing you get from us is if you win bets and stuff like that. People are taking us to task about Şengün's game. And also Draymond ejection. We'll get to all of this. Lots of the onion to peel back. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texture says, I wish this show was in Spanish. Well, if you turn it over to Mega, you can listen to the simulcast in Spanish. What number on the dial is Mega, Brian?
I think it's 101, right?
There you go. Listen, turn it over to 101. You'll hear us in Spanish. 713-780.
And I'm Mexican.
HRP listener line. So we simulcast in Spanish. How did you not know that, Texter? There's 7 different things I want to get to about this Rockets game. We've hit 1.
I know it. I'm with you.
We've hit 1. We might have to go 3 extra hours today. We might have to do a little bit of
roll,
3 extra hours. You good until 9?
No, I'm not.
We'll have to clear that with
to
Glenn.
do.
We'll have to clear that with Glenn.
I mean, Rockets matter more than soccer matters.
Don't tell that to Glenn.
713-780.
Don't tell that.
Do you disagree?
I don't disagree. The guy after us is going to disagree.
Does Game 4 matter more than soccer matter?
Glenn will tell you.
That's what the question. I'm not asking you from Glenn Davis's eyes. I know from Glenn Davis's eyes. I'm asking from Brian's eyes, Joel Blank's eyes, the Hive's eyes. 713-780-3776. Game 4 matters or soccer matters?
Oh, there's no doubt Game 4 matters.
But certainly we're not working for free.
We're not.
For free. Glenn Davis will be here at 6. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. James, big game James. You're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to chime in on the Rockets like everybody else. And I know it's no great revelation, but free throw shooting on this team is atrocious. I can't believe that we don't have anybody hardly on this team that can hit free throws. It's like every time they go to the line, you're almost begging them to please make it. And when Golden State goes to the line, it's like it's automatic. They're going to make theirs. I think this would be a completely different series. We'd probably be up 3-1 in this series if we could just hit free throws. And it's gotten so bad that, now we're just hack-a-shack with Steven Adams to get one of our better defensive players out of the games because we can't make free throws. And I think it's just become blatant obvious that we need somebody like a Kevin Durant or somebody like that this next year. Because I think if we had him, this series would be completely different. And I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that last night and saying Jalen's going to be a Phoenix Sun. I just think that the Kevin Durant talk, giving up a Jalen is a very big commodity to give up to get a couple years of Kevin Durant, in my opinion. I think you got to get better for Jalen's contract if that's the way you're looking at doing it. I don't disagree with the free throws. I think I've been harping on things that I've noticed all season long with this team and watching them night in, night out, and that is they have a tough time closing games. They don't make their free throws, and they make mistakes that young teams make no matter how good their record has been, and I was interested to see how it would translate in the playoffs. There's no question, and we talked about it before we even got into the playoffs, to say you can't miss double-digit free throws night after night and expect to win in the postseason. It's exactly what's going on. You look at game after game, we're like, well, I think it was after game 1, we're like, well, you certainly can't keep missing 9, 10 free throws a game. Well, yes, you can, because they keep doing it.
They missed 12 free throws last night in a 3-point game. 12. There's 30 teams in the NBA, last time I checked. Guess where the Rockets ranked in free throw percentage this year? Because I was wondering, is this only a playoff thing? Is this kind of melting the moment? Like all that? Guess where the Rockets out of 30 teams ranked in free throw percentage this year?
21.
30th. 30th.
Dead last. Dead last. DFL. Dead last.
Yeah, the only thing this was cheating because I watched the TNT broadcast last night, and the only thing they mentioned more than the fact that Fred won a title in 2019 was the fact that the Rockets were dead last in free throw percentage.
See, I watched TNT too. I didn't even hear that.
Oh, they mentioned it so many times.
It's my ADHD right there. A lot of people were banging on Reggie Miller last night. He was saying Shangoon, by the way.
A lot of people hack up his name.
Yeah, it's actually very easy to say.
Charles Hammers.
What you have to do is not look at his name. Just remember how it's said, and don't look at the spelling. Yeah, Shingoon. Yeah. Like it's it's Shin Goon.
Yep.
Pretty simple, but people look at the spelling and then they kind of get like second thoughts and whatever. A lot of people are just now on the text line. They're like, "What are you guys talking about? Alpy was terrible yesterday. 12 of 28 for Alpy, 31 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists. Didn't turn it over, which is very un-Alpy like. Was 7 of 10 from the line, so make more than that. But also 7 of 10 is better than 61%. So he actually shot it better than the rest of the Rockets did. I thought Alpi was good, not great yesterday. And there were moments in the second half, late third, early fourth, where they were going to him offensively. He was scoring. Sometimes you'd miss somebody, of course. He needs to get better at finishing at the rim, but also would get his three-point shooters involved. Like, they were getting a lot of clean looks when they dumped it off at him in the post, and then the Warriors would double team, kick it out, wide open look.
I think it's fair to say he's the most consistent player in this entire series for the Rockets. He's been your leader for every single game. Yeah, Fred had his big explosion game last night, but Fred hasn't been consistent. I mean, he's a double-double every single night of the series for you. And we said going into the series, and both of us were on the same page with this, he had the most distinct advantage of any guy in this series on either team. He could take advantage of it better than anybody with what he had to go up against. And for the most part, he's been doing that. Even when he's been off, or people are complaining about, and we're pointing out how many missed shots around the basket and how many rush shots he took, he still has put up the most consistent numbers and double-doubles throughout the series.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like, I do think and I was very unhappy with Alpi in game 3. I thought he freaked out. I thought he was way too quick with the shots. I thought he was taking ill-advised shots. I've always thought that Alpi's not a great defender, and that's why they play zone with the double big, is because they know that Alpi can't defend the 4. But I thought that that's a good way of putting it. He has been their most consistent, I would say, offensive player in this series.
Well, but he's also getting a double-digit rebounds almost every game. I think he had 9 one game, but otherwise he's had a double-double every game in the series.
Alpi left 35 points on the board, 35 points. But who else do you want taking those shots?
How many did some of the other guys leave on the board? Jalen's left plenty on the board.
Well, he only missed 5 shots.
Right, because he doesn't take any.
And
he's not even on the floor.
Only played 25 minutes and didn't score in the second half. Like, who do you want shooting the ball? I think that going to Alpi in the low post, I don't love giving it to him in the high post. Going to him in the low post is very efficient, especially when Draymond's off the floor, because he does score pretty well. Maybe not perfectly. Maybe he needs to improve. I'll give you that. But then a lot of times Golden State will send a second man, and you're getting wide open looks for Van Vliet. You're giving a wide open look for Dillon Brooks. Jabari gets a good look every now and then.
If Fred shows up in any one of the first 3 games the way I'm not saying he had to do what he had to do last night, but he just shows up at all better than he did in the first 3 games. You have an inside-outside game presence with those 2 guys where you have the ability to capitalize on Alpi down low. And when they do start to double him, like they doubled Jalen after game 2, and it's worked ever since, and Jalen's just curled up and crawled into a shell. But when Alpi gets doubled, you just kick it out to Fred. Yeah. You got a wide open jump shot from a guy that's been consistent in his career and making jump shots. I don't want Tari shooting more.
No, I think it's their best offense.
Yeah, Amen
last night it was
better last night, but Amen has not been great, and he's not a great shooter. You don't have a lot. The one that I keep saying that is underutilized is Dillon Brooks, because he consistently putting up good percentages both from the floor and from the 3-point line.
But he's not really a great creator. Like he's usually dependent on somebody else. And he's like, okay, well, who's the one making the play? It's either going to be Jalen, wasn't last night, or it's going to be Alpi. Like Amin can create for others because he is good at getting to the basket. Like he can get around and through defenders. There aren't a lot of players on this team that create for others.
No, there's not. But I also think that
or create their own shot. Like Dillon doesn't create his own shot. Sometimes he'll bully ball you if you have a small on him.
Or he'll
that's
quick
about
trigger
it.
you. Like he gets it, and all of a sudden he just pulls a quick trigger that you weren't expecting.
Yeah.
And he makes it more times.
He's not beating you off the dribble ever.
Second chance points. He gets a lot of the kick out threes.
Yeah, exactly. Like a little dagger 3. Final shot. This was something that was a topic of conversation yesterday. A lot of people unhappy that it was Alpi with a little hook shot from just inside the free throw line. Here was Alpi after the game talking about the final shot.
I could go to rim, but that was Looney was down there when I saw him, so I would just turn and took my shot. That's my shot. I'm making those through the years now, so just it's hurt. It's hurt, of course. It's hurt when you miss the game shot. So, but there's a lot to learn. I'm still young. I'm gonna make those one day and get better and better.
Just not yesterday. Here was Draymond Green on the final play.
He likes the ISO right in the middle of the paint. So, he started coming downhill. I gave a little ground. And Stack always tells us it's a time that you have to get serious. He says it's time to get, and you just try to pick that point. I want to pick it too early where, he's facing me. And now I pick up a cheap one, so just try to find that sweet spot and where to get serious, as Stack says, and thought I found a good spot. He took a deep jump hook.
It's coaching there. Get serious.
Yeah, there's
Get serious.
of those two quotes. I don't know that I've seen Alpi knock down that shot with the consistency he's talking about
I
from
hate
the
that
free throw
shot.
line.
I hate that shot.
It's awful. Like if he's inside the paint taking that shot, like within 5-6 feet, regular season, yes, I've seen you make a lot of those where you just kind of push it over the front of the rim. You can't push it over the front of the rim with touch because he doesn't have any. He's knuckleballing it from the free throw line.
Yeah.
Draymond did one hell of a job on that final play because he kept his verticality. He picked his spot and went straight up.
You don't think he got him with the arm at the belt?
I don't think they're ever going to call it either.
They're not.
But I thought that he went with just the way he was describing it. He picked his spot where he was going to plant and go straight up with his arm, and he was going to live with it. And I thought he did an outstanding job on that play.
I don't mind the play call. I really don't. Alpi had some success. Yes, he missed a lot of shots. But again, who's the creator for you that's on the floor? Like Fred VanVleet isn't going to create his own shot very often. They're not going to let him get a good look at three. You're not going to Dylan Brooks. Jabari Smith had an ill-advised three a couple of minutes early, like very early in the shot clock, catch and shoot a three-pointer that he's 5 feet behind the three-point line. To me, that was the right play call. And Ime talked later. He said, we wanted a screen there for VanVleet to try to get the mismatch on Gary Payton, to try to get the switch there, and they took the screen away. I don't mind going through Alpi. I thought the play call was fine. It's the execution I didn't love. Like, Alpi had more time. Like, Alpi had more time to try to bang and get a little bit lower or closer to the rim. I didn't like the depth that he took the shot. I don't mind the play call. I wish Alpi would have gotten 3 feet closer.
Yeah, I think that at that point, he has to understand where he is on the court well enough to know that he can get Draymond off the dribble. He can get Draymond with his footwork and his quickness, where he could have gotten closer to the basket. And a lot of times he throws up shots that look like they don't have a chance of going in, but they bounce around the rim and he's got a soft enough touch that they can still fall in. That thing from straight on, because Draymond's right, that's where he likes to go, straight down the middle of the lane. But he's far better when he picks a side and he can use his footwork. And I thought he rushed it. And it was obvious because Jimmy Butler had time to make 2 free throws and VanVleet still had 4 seconds to get up and down, and make shot. So that means they didn't use enough time.
Yeah, I think he took it with like close to 10 seconds. Like he took it pretty dang early.
And Jimmy Butler one hell of a rebound too, by the way.
Yeah. And the other part of like trying to get a little bit closer is now you're trying to draw help off of Adams, where it opens up Adams to get an offensive rebound. I think that's the big reason why they called that play, is because earlier in the game, Alpi would get into the paint. They would have a help side defender, leaving Adams all alone under the basket, and they would get some cheap offensive rebound, second chance points. And I think that was in Ime's mind.
You do want to leave a couple of seconds, because if he gets the offensive rebound, you don't want him putting it back.
But
you assume there's some.
Well, I don't mind Adams around the rim.
But I would say that more times than not, you want him to get the offensive rebound. Everybody's congested in the lane, and you get an easy kick out for a wide open look to second chance to win the game.
It depends on what the situation looks like, and plus they would probably foul Adams. They probably would have. I mean, it was only a 1-point game, but I mean, they were fouling Adams throughout the entire game whenever they had a chance.
I honestly think that Ime lost the game when he took Adams out last night.
All right, let's discuss that on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. Pulling Adams, right call. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. That call, questionable, but own well is always the right call. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost, and Ownwell's here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also save you some money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it should not be the hive. It shouldn't be you. You shouldn't overpay on your property taxes. So head to ownwell.com right now and sign up in less than 3 minutes. That's all it takes. It takes 3 minutes, probably quicker, because you guys are smart and you guys are intellectuals and you're sophisticated. So you're probably doing this in less than 3 minutes. So less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com, and their experts will be fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology is going to start saving you money, potentially, with no upfront cost. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, so you're probably going to save money. And the average customer saves over $1,100. Did I tell you there's no upfront cost? So what are you waiting for? This is all reward. There is no risk. The only risk is less than 3 minutes of your time. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell levels the playing field. They eliminate the concern of paying too much on property tax for you and for me. Now, the deadline to protest May 15th. It's a couple of weeks now, so don't forget. Do it now. Head to ownwell.com and save money on your property taxes. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. It's OWNWELL, ownwell.com.
They got us into the bonus by taking the fouls and get them out and bring them back in when it's under 2 minutes. So they can't be as aggressive defensively. They built up the fouls and Alburn was rolling. Some guys were playing well. I'm in obviously there, and so wanted to go with that lineup, take Steven out and get him back when it's under 2 minutes.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
That was Ime Udoka after he pulled Steven Adams. They went hack at Adams, fouled him, got into the bonus. Ime took Adams out of the game. Poor free throw shooter. Didn't want him going to the free throw line every single possession. So Adams left the game for Jabari Smith at the 4:25 mark. Rockets were up by 1 point, 98-97, whenever that happened. Adams came back in the game at the 1:55 mark. The Rockets were down by 3 points whenever he returned, 104-101. So you think that this decision cost him the game? You would have left Adams in?
I would have. I thought that it was he made one of two, I think, the last time he was at the line. And when you look at just from an analytical perspective, if you per possession, if you can at least get 1 point out of it, then it's not a loss. It's actually a positive. But overall, looking at the way he was affected, look, Golden State somehow, some way was getting all the second chance points until Steven Adams was in the game. Steven Adams was affecting the game. We know his physicality. He's a force inside. I thought he was a huge positive factor for them getting that lead in the fourth quarter. When they took him out, I just felt like it opened up even more doors for Golden State to continue to get offensive rebounds, second chance. Podemski and everybody else was just flying through the lane and picking up. Buddy Hield getting offensive rebounds. And it was extremely frustrating to me. And I felt like that was a coaching moment where I thought that Kerr forced Udoka's hand by going to the hack of Steve to see how he was going to react, hoping that Ime would do exactly what he did. And I thought it negatively affected the Rockets.
I think the 1 point per game's light, 1 point per possession. Yesterday in the game, they averaged 1.05 per possession. But on the year, it looks like they were closer to like 1.14 per possession.
Okay.
So if he splits, that would be less than their point per possession.
Right, a little less, but at the same time, from a Daryl Morey perspective, even when they were doing the hack of Dwight's and contemplating doing the hack of Shaq's, if he was making one of two, they were cool with it.
But you're losing points in the long run.
If he continues to do that. Now, who's to say he's going to miss, one of two every time? You don't know. But I thought that there were times when he went to the line last night that I actually felt like he was okay. Like I had more confidence in him to where, the other night, the game 3, Alpi, I had no chance. I just basically had no chance in anything of thinking he was going to make free throws.
I mean, you have an idea of what he's going to do. I mean,
I don't know how long they were going to be able to do that either.
Into the 2 minute mark.
Yeah, I was going to say you get to the 2 minute mark and then it's a different story anyway. But I just felt like that was the wrong time to take Steven Adams out of the game.
He's under 50% on the year, Adams. So, I think Golden State's obviously playing the odds there. Like from an analytical point of view, Golden State's saying you average more than analytics. Thank you, Gully. Golden State's telling you that they average more than 1 point per possession, and Adams is going to give you less than a point per possession. That's why they do it.
But
that's why Ime pulled him out. Like the analytics are saying that they should foul him because Adams is going to get you less points.
I think that the way that game was going and the way he was impacting that game, I think that Steve Kerr did that solely because of the fact that he was having an impact. If he wasn't having an impact, I don't think Steve Kerr would even have resorted to that.
He's done it in every game that Adams has been on the floor.
I just feel like in that situation, I would have left Steven Adams on the floor.
See, I could go either way on this. I do think that Adams was getting fatigued though. Like Adams did look like he was getting a bit tired. I thought it was a decent time to let's regroup here for the final 2 minutes. For the next 2.5 minutes, they're going to foul you every single time up the floor. We average more than a point per possession. If you split 2 free throws, we're getting a point per possession. It felt to me like a natural time to get Steven Adams off the floor so he could get a breather for the final 2 minutes. I didn't have an issue with Ime taking Adams out at that point.
I hated it. I personally, that's fine. And I'll live with what I said because I believe it. I just believe on both ends of the floor that I thought that he was a huge positive impact for the Rockets. And I felt like Steve Kerr was very aware of Steven Adams impacting the game.
Isn't he also very aware of his free throw shooting too, though?
Maybe so, but I'm just saying more so than maybe. And I think what was it? The game that he and Jabari almost single-handedly brought him back was game 1, where they really played well in the third quarter,
it was game
third
1.
into the fourth. I felt like he was having that kind of impact the way he was on both ends of the floor. I thought that he was a presence, and I thought it really hurt him.
Texture, you're not losing points if you're preventing second chance points. I mean, Rockets play zone whenever they use the double big, which makes them susceptible to giving up offensive rebounds. So, I mean, Adams was very good yesterday. I would love for Adams to play 30 minutes every game the rest of the series. Hopefully there's more. He played 26 yesterday. You wanted to keep him on the floor. You'd have been at 28.
I understand. But, I mean, I don't think consistently every night I can expect to get – look, he was gassed after was it game one where he played 25-ish, and Ime said he went too far with him.
I feel like you're contradicting yourself a little bit here.
Okay, fine.
Like, I mean, you wanted him to stay in the game, but you're saying he can't play more than 26 minutes.
I don't think every single game of the series you can rely on him for and get 26 to 30 minutes out of him. I think you have to pick your spots with him. I think last night, yes, I would have gone longer with him because of the fact that you in this spot that I'm picking, he's playing his tail off, and he's helping your team.
It was unfortunate because he was playing very well. If you go look at the I just had it up here. The play-by-play after they took Adams out of the game to like see what they lost while Adams was off the floor. They actually hit a three on the very first offensive possession that Steven Adams was off the floor. So like you wouldn't have had that chance to even take a three because they would have kept fouling Steven Adams, right? Like they would have fouled him. You wouldn't have had the Fred VanVleet three. I think it would have put him in the bonus because I think the next one would have put the Rockets in the bonus. Does that sound right to you? I think they were one away from the bonus, and that's why he took him out there. Because if not, he wouldn't have taken him out yet. He would have waited until they were one away from the bonus.
Yeah, they started doing it to try and make sure that they got into the bonus, and he definitely pulled him out before he had a chance to shoot free throws.
So the few possessions while Adams was off the floor, very next offensive possession for the Rockets, Fred VanVleet hit a three. So that's advantage Rockets there. Jimmy Butler made a 2-foot layup with Adams off the floor. That's a huge disadvantage to the Rockets because Steven Adams is your best rim protector by far. Next possession for the Rockets, Alpi missed a driving floating jump shot. I can just imagine what that looked like. The Golden State possession was a Buddy Hield three. So I don't know if Adams played a factor into that one. I have to go back and watch the possession. Rockets then take a timeout, and that's the Jabari Smith 24-foot three with 10 seconds on the shot clock. You remember that shot?
Yes.
That drove me nuts.
The only thing that drove me nuts more was his live ball turnover where he got the ball coming up from the free throw line and just assumed someone was back there and turned and threw it out of bounds.
That was annoying too.
Oh.
But like I want Jabari to shoot more, but that's not the shot, Jabari.
No,
like
not.
That's a catch and shoot three from 5 feet behind the 3-point line with 12 seconds left on the shot
That's
clock.
the biggest thing. You had 12 more seconds to get a better look, and we always talk about pass up a good shot to get a better shot.
Yeah.
That was a bad decision.
And they were going zone there, so I know the mentality. I know the thought process there. I just thought it was a bad one that early because you can get that shot with 3 seconds on the shot clock. You don't need to do it with 12. So Jabari missed there. Pods missed a three on the other end. Offensive rebound. Adams would have helped there, but then Hield missed a three, so it didn't cost you. Would have helped you get the initial board, but he missed another three, so you didn't give up points there. Fred VanVleet got blocked by Pods.
Oh, from behind. Yeah, that was bad.
That was bad. And then Jimmy Butler made a driving layup. So I think looking at the play-by-play probably is an argument for your point of view here.
Yeah, because, I mean, you go back and look right before that when we were talking about how he was affecting the game. His 2 blocks on Draymond were outstanding. Or Draymond and Jimmy. He got one of each. The volleyball block where he went up with 2 hands and got Draymond after Draymond beat Şengün off the dribble, and he came over from the weak side and absolutely stuffed it. And then Butler got inside, and he got it with 1 hand and threw it out of bounds to where you're right. He was their only last line of defense inside the paint.
I agree with Blank here. You're letting Kerr win by pulling Adams off the floor there. His defense and rebounding value outweighs his free throw shooting. Let's play out the scenario. Let's say they leave Adams off the floor, on the floor. And let's say that the fatigue doesn't come into play, which I think did come into play for the decision. But for the sake of the argument, I'm willing to pull that back. He's fresh. He's not tired at all. He goes 1 for 2 every single time up the floor. Do the Rockets still win the game? Or do the Rockets not still win the game?
Well,
Do the Rockets win the game?
You know, it's hard to say because, I mean, we know what kind of shots that they were taking offensively. Otherwise, I think inside of 2 minutes, I don't think they would have continued to go with it. And I think that, so you can't really, but definitively, but do I think they would have had a better chance to win because of both ends of the floor? I do.
A lot of people think that they would have won the game. I don't think it cost them the game.
I can't say that they would have won the game. I think they would have had a better chance.
Second thing is, what if Steven Adams goes 2 for 6 on the 3 possessions he's still on the floor? And the Rockets lose? What is the narrative right now? Like, he leaves Adams on the floor. 3 possessions, they foul Adams every time.
Well,
he goes 2 for 6 from the line. The Rockets lose by 3, just like they lost by 3. What is the conversation about that decision at this very moment?
It would come up, but I think it would also depend on what Golden State did to get the win and get their offensive possessions. Because I think that if he was still the anchor on defense and or he was getting rebounds or doing things to affect shots, I think you could make the defense of him still being on the floor, even if you went 2 for 6.
The Rockets need to protest those late start times because it's past the bedtime of their young players. I think it would impact the older players more than the younger players. And I mean, it's even though it's late here, it's not that late out there.
No, it's not.
Time zone stuff. The time zones come into play with that sort of thing. All right, 713-780 ESPN. The people want us to discuss the officiating in this game. A lot of drama in yesterday's game. 713-780 ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Sarge says, listening to some of these Jalen Green narratives makes me think about a line from the great poet Jay-Z. Do you fools listen to music or just skim through it? Some of y'all ain't trying to talk basketball. Y'all trying to go viral. Who do you think he's subtweeting here? We weren't talking about Jalen recently. He tweeted this 12 minutes ago, so I don't think it's us. I think we're off the hook.
I think
we're off the hook. And he was in the Golden State last night. Now he might be back. Could be back by today. It couldn't have been us. I don't think it was us.
Not us.
I don't think it was us. I mean, he could have, if he would have sent this an hour and 12 minutes ago, very probably was us. But 12 minutes ago, I don't think it was us. Because we haven't been talking about Jalen for the last 30 minutes or so.
No.
Right?
Look, I understand.
I don't think he's subtweeting us.
That guy likes to go to all the games.
Why don't you like Sarge?
There's plenty of reasons, Jeremy, but we don't need to get into them here. It's fun.
Well, I mean, I'd like to. I mean,
I know you would.
You said it's fine. I think I'm ready to have a little fun.
You've had him co-host
Jeremy's
when I've been
a
out.
pot stirrer.
I am very
Want some
much.
drama.
I'm willing to admit that I am. Yes. Yeah. I mean,
don't take shots at me indirectly.
What did he do?
Similar like that. I'm trying to explain it to you
My bad.
in more of a
Sorry.
generic way. Don't take, what was this hashtag all the time about?
Hear me out.
Hear me out.
Sarge.
Hashtag hear
Hashtag
me out.
Sarge.
After I had to have other people that actually spend the time to follow him say, oh, he's talking about you in his tweets without tagging me in them, to basically act like he knew and was going back on something I said about a certain sports topic. And then I went to try and respond to him and realized that I had to follow him in order to do so. And that's the way he weeds out. And I was like, yeah, I'm out. I'm like, you do you, be you, bro. But just
his tweets are was it protected?
I think we should have him on as a guest. That way y'all can hash
you had
it
him
out.
on. You had him on when I was out one time.
Yeah, but that's not nearly as fun as you two having a little conversation.
Should we get him on as a co-host when Jeremy takes him off?
No,
time
I think
this
we
summer?
should. I think we should be. I would like to be here during the pod. I think we
Oh,
want
I
him as
see.
a
I
third
know
chair.
you would like
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to avoid that kind of
I can reach out on Twitter.
unneeded.
Joel,
extra.
what is the number one rule and the only rule of the Killer Bees? Entertainment first. Feelings, no.
This is your rules.
You're saying entertainment's not your number one rule?
No.
Why not? You're
Because-
cheating the people.
I'm not cheating the people. I'm just if I could just be honest and give my honest opinions on things.
You don't think it's cheating the people though? Whenever you rob them of high level entertainment.
I'm not robbing them of anything. We can still get the high level entertainment and get to that point. I'm just not looking for that to be my priority one.
I think it'd be highly entertaining.
I know you do.
So therefore, you're robbing the people of entertainment. Okay. You're putting your feelings ahead of the entertainment. Okay. All right. What did you think of the officiating in yesterday's game?
Look, they obviously let them play. I thought that for the most part, it just kind of gave me flashbacks of when I actually worked for the team about how frustrated I would get from game to game with situations like this, even when it pertained to the Warriors. Draymond Green should have been ejected. Okay. I just, as much as I don't want to sound like a homer here, but the only reason that they turned that second altercation with Tari into a flagrant was because they didn't want to kick him out of the game. And now they have a technicality that the officials can use if they forget or don't keep track of technical fouls enough to where in the past they would make a mistake, make a quick whistle, give a second technical, forget they gave him the first one and kick him out. If you want to say that he didn't deserve the first technical, okay, but you gave him the first technical. A flagrant is like going above and beyond in terms of, like, when you look at the definition of the rule, that wasn't a flagrant, that was a technical.
Why do you think they gave him a flagrant?
Because then you can have a flagrant one.
But what do you think he did that warranted a flagrant?
I don't think it was a flagrant. I think it was a second technical.
What do you think he did to warrant the technical then? That was not called.
The fact that went from the grabbing of the jersey, and then whenever we have an altercation between two players like that, it's not a flagrant one.
I thought it could have been
technical.
I thought it could have been a flagrant for the trip. I thought it could have been a flagrant for the trip.
I thought that from grabbing the shorts and then again another altercation with another player, and then from there they changed every way that they were trying to call the game. Then they all of a sudden started to try to tighten up. They let them play too loose for too long, and then realized that it was so out of control that then they started trying to reel it in. But I just think that he has to have at some point an understanding of, I can't keep pushing it this far and realizing that they're never going to throw me out.
I don't think the officiating costs the Rockets the game. I don't like doing the whole blame the officials. Now, and then this is a very difficult series to officiate. There's a lot of stuff happening off the ball that the officials aren't seeing and probably not even in their keys that are way more flagrant or technical worthy than like anything that happened there. My biggest beef with the Draymond Tari thing was that Tari got teed up. Like, I'm okay with anything that Draymond did not being a technical. The grabbing of the jersey, if you want to call that a tee, totally understand. Does it need to be a technical? I don't think it needs to be a technical. Now, is it a flagrant because he tripped him? Yes, it's a flagrant because he tripped him. I don't know where Tari's technical came from there, though. Like, if you're going to call Tari for a T, then you have to call Draymond for the grabbing of the jersey of the technical. So I personally wouldn't have had either one of those been a technical. I wouldn't have had a Tari technical. I wouldn't have had a Draymond technical. I would have had a Draymond flagrant, 2 free throws, Rockets ball, move on. That would not have been a technical for me. The first, go ahead.
No, but to respond to that, my biggest thing is that's a double technical situation. If you call it on one, you have to call it on the other, give them both the same thing. Therefore, after having one technical and a double technical with Tari, he should have been gone.
I would agree that if you're calling Tari for a technical, Draymond should have been called for a technical on that play. Personally, if I was reffing that specific situation, I wouldn't have had a technical, period. I wouldn't have had one on Draymond. I wouldn't have had one on Tari. The grabbing of the jersey, like that might constitute to one, and maybe it did because he had prior. I wouldn't have called a technical there. I wouldn't have called a technical on Tari. Definitely have a flagrant. The first scrum was weird, too, because it was a foul on Dillon, which it was a foul on Dillon. Coming off the screen, Dillon bumps Steph Curry, foul there. Steph Curry falls to the floor, like taunts him with the 2. We see way worse than that. Way worse than that. That, to me, would have been a nothing either.
I don't think.
Nothing on anybody, period.
So my point being, what's called is called. I don't think that Draymond was worthy of a technical in that situation. If you want to call the double technicals on Curry and on Brooks, then so be it. But you gave Draymond that technical. That's in the box score already. So if he gets into a second one, because he's got to be smart enough to know I already got one. I can't. So it's if he's willing to take the risk, then he has to accept the consequence. And then when those two, when he and Tari, he grabbed the shorts first. Then when Tari came down on him, he grabbed the jersey. If you're going to give Tari the technical, he deserves the other technical. It's offsetting, but because he already had one, he should have been gone.
I'm with you on that. If you're going to call one way, it has to be both. If you let both, like, I'm cool with letting them both go there, though. Like,
I agree with that too.
Okay.
But then that's exactly how you should have handled it. But because now you're differentiating, going, he gets a flagrant, but you get a technical. That basically tells me you're doing what you need to do to keep him in the game.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I would have liked him to just not call either one. Flagrant for sure, because it was a flagrant, because he tripped him. The first altercation, I feel like they're over officiating that a bit. I get that. I mean, let them play on. Like, they're taunting each other. Dude, that happens every single play. Like, Steph Curry putting up the 2 as he lies on the floor while Dillon Brooks looks over him. That doesn't need to be a technical.
No.
Who was it? Dillon that got teed up for the Rockets there? What did Dillon do?
Did.
I mean, because he grabbed the ball.
But he aggressively went over and ripped the ball from him. But again, it's to the point you're making. If we see more, the referees hear every bit of this last night. We get it the next day when people try to like read lips and catch audio mics to hear. With what's being said on the court on a possession by possession basis, if Steph gets one for telling him that was his second foul, and Dillon gets one in a playoff game for trying to get the ball back to the officials and ripping it out of his hands, then we're again wussifying the way that we're calling the game.
Yeah, I don't think that any of those plays should have been technical fouls. I'm just let them go at it. I mean, they're not pushing each other. They're not punching each other. Yeah, so that's kind of I don't think that either of those situations should have been upgraded to a technical or been called technicals, all that stuff. Texter, there was a play late where Jimmy Butler grabbed Adams' arm and twisted him down. Probably could have been a flagrant too. You remember that play?
Say it again.
There was a play down low where Adams was going for a rebound. Jimmy Butler was trying to box him out, and he grabbed his arm. He hooked and held him.
He hooked him
and held him. Like college basketball, that would have been a
yep.
flagrant too.
Yep.
He hooked and he held him, and he dragged him to the ground.
Kind of rolled too, where you really could have separated your shoulder.
You don't see that called as much in the NBA. The college basketball, it's automatic. NBA, I can't remember a time where I've seen a hook and hold called a flagrant in the NBA.
Oh,
have you seen it?
Think so.
Yeah,
no, I have never seen it.
No, it was absolutely should have been a foul. I can't remember if they called a foul in the play. I think they did.
They did. But just a regular foul, yeah.
Right.
Like I haven't, I'm sure it's happened, but I don't recall a moment. And I watch Rockets and NBA playoffs, and that's all the NBA basketball I watch. I don't recall a moment where a hook and hold has been called in the NBA.
I can't ever.
College basketball all the time.
Yes.
NBA, I don't see it.
I don't see it at all.
Yeah. So that was, it was kind of dirty. It was definitely dirty. And then the other play that caught my attention was the Dillon Brooks, Jimmy Butler, where they're like, barking in each other's ear right before the free throw.
You go to the neck.
He grabbed them by the neck.
Yeah.
He grabbed them by the
He
neck.
sure did.
And look, they didn't see it. I get that they didn't see it, and I can understand it's a hard game to officiate. You're looking at other things. So I'm not even blaming the referees for missing it because they probably just didn't see it. But man, that was pretty violent.
Oh my God, it was blatant.
Well, when you think because they were going at each other verbally,
Right
literally 10 seconds before that, wouldn't your eyes be on those two guys? Because you know they're lining up for a potential rebound.
Yes.
Your eyes
I
should
would
be
like to
on
think
them.
if I'm an official and they're about to fight, that I'm probably watching them very closely.
Especially if you believe the lip readers to what Jimmy said to him.
And I do. Yes,
yeah, and I do.
believe it.
Yeah, like he told him he was going to F him up. So I mean, as a referee, my ears would have perked, and I would have been watching to see if something happens.
Well, and they were saying one of the lip readings websites or on Twitter was one of the accounts was trying to say that the referee Bill, what's his name, got in the middle of it to say, "Are you saying that to me?" And he goes, "No, I'm saying it to him." And that's when Dylan started laughing. So he knew that they were heated and saying some pretty offensive things to each other. You would think
one-sided though,
but no, Dylan instigated the hell out of it first. He
No,
definitely poked
the
bear.
initial
talking about
back and
physical
forth.
act?
No, I'm talking about the verbal when they're standing next to each other at the free throw line. Like the initial provocation there was from Jimmy, and then eventually after the laughter, like Dylan kind of turned and got in his ear and said something which I couldn't make out. But Jimmy provocated that back and forth
I
conversation.
disagree.
That might be the first time provocated NBA's ever mentioned in the same
I
sentence.
agree with that too. I think
Pat
Dylan
myself on the back.
absolutely instigated that and started talking to him, which started the conversation, which then turned nasty, which was like me poking the bear. Jimmy had 6 points, and Dylan started to basically say, "You ain't got it tonight." And he was like, "I'm going to bust your ass." And from there, then it got even more heated. And all of a sudden, Jimmy went off in the second half. And I think that Dylan definitely knew what he was doing, and I think Dylan instigated that. And I don't think he should have, by the way.
I think we're gonna have to go to the tape.
And there might have been initial.
Don't go to the clip. Go to the tape. Go to when they started to get to their spots for the free
mark.
throws.
Oh, let's pull up the play. I have it on the DVR. I can pull up the play.
Yeah.
I'll do it during the break. I always say I'm going to do it during the break, and I never do it during the break. 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. Rockets just landed at Hobby. Yeah, but Sarge doesn't travel with a team. Like,
no.
That's irrelevant. If entertainment is your number one rule, Branham, why are you still on the show? LOL. Touche. That's well played. Brooks touched Butler and gets called for 3 free throws, but Draymond touches Alpi at the end and no call. Look, I'm not going to blame officiating. It's not my style. Unless you're Joe West and you call makeup fan interference, then I'll roast you. That was a weak call for the way that this series has been officiated. Yep. Super weak. And I hated.
I heard
that the game was in a lot of ways determined based on that call.
Was it Jay Will or someone that said, "Oh, the thumb got to the groin area"?
No.
Come on, man. I mean, you had to look at like 4 different angles to find out, 1, did he actually touch him? And 2, how much force did he actually touch him with to alter the shot? Now, Jimmy basically embellishes enough with the way he jackknifes his body angle.
He kind of kicked his leg out.
He did, because I know that they were actually from because I watched both. I watched live. I watched the TNT on that one, and then I went back and watched the Rockets this morning. The Rockets guys were trying to point out that Jimmy actually kicked his leg out to try and draw extra contact. When you look at it, you can say it would affect you. It would affect you if you feel anything like that in that area while you're shooting a jump shot. But as loose as you called that entire game, you know what happened in the Knicks-Pistons game where all officials are basically put on alert. You got to be. That's why that call was made.
I thought it was a letter of the law, I guess, but there's been far more that has been let go. Now, Uncle Jack brings up a good point. Brooks fouling Butler on that late 3-pointer was stupid by Brooks to give the ref any chance to call anything.
True.
I will agree with that. Like, why are you closing out that hard late in the shot clock
That's
for a guy who's not a great 3-point shooter? So I do agree with that. I thought it was both things are true. I thought that they've let way more go in this series than that silly call. And then secondly, I did think it was a low basketball IQ play.
Tari Eason that's the ones I'm always complaining about, fouling a 3-point shooter in crunch time when you don't have to with the shot clock running down. That was one where, and again, the difference between the two, Reggie Miller as a shooter saying that's affecting the shot, that's got to be called. Whereas the Rockets guys are just saying, hey, look, the way this game has been officiated, that's a tough call to make. But Craig even said he did hit him.
Letter of the law.
He did put his hand and affect the shot.
Letter of the law, it's a foul. They have let way more go in this series than that. Way more.
I do lean to that side, but I don't know. Like, a part of me is like, 1, Dylan, it is letter of the law. You touched him. And 2, especially since it's Jimmy Butler, not only because he's not a great outside shooter like you mentioned, Jeremy, But we know Jimmy will grift and try to get to the free throw line every single time you're in his zip code when he goes up for a shot. He's a guy that leans into contact. He's done it several times earlier in the game. He does that all the time. So you got to know if you close out hard and put a hand on him, he's going to grift his way into some free throws.
Also, those two guys.
Yeah.
So they're paying extra attention. So
Yeah,
they're probably
that's a
going to
good
call
point.
that.
That's a good point. The Butler's game annoyed me yesterday because he scored 27 points, 12 from the line.
He was
Don't
he didn't
foul
miss.
him.
He did not miss from the line.
Did not miss.
He was money. When you talk about like part of being playoff Jimmy, to Brian's point, yeah, he finds ways to get to the line, but once he gets there, he ain't leaving without his points. He made all his free throws.
Don't foul the guy.
That's right.
Don't foul him. 713-780-ESPN. Fingertips grazing his abdomen is all that happened other than Jimmy kicking his legs out, says ZA. Yeah, I understand that perspective. You guys did mention the hard foul on Brooks immediately after the free throw jawing by him and Butler on the fast break where Jimmy was absolutely not going for the ball. That one looked a lot worse live than it did on the replay. Remember when they had Brooks? I think it was Brooks. Brooks had the open lane. There was nobody in front of him, and then Butler
the hard
fouled him
foul.
from behind.
And
It looks way worse
It
live.
did because of the landing and how he lost his balance and everything like that. But when you look at it, he made the basketball play of going for the ball and the arm in which the ball was in.
Yeah.
And they were trying to see if he did have the other hand on the small of his back, and he didn't. I thought they called that right.
I thought live it was an egregious miscall. I thought after watching the replay, I was like, okay, I can understand.
Were you surprised they didn't review it, though?
That I was surprised for sure because you can't.
Given what had happened in this series and this game, that was my only surprise. Like I agree with you. Like seeing on a replay is like, okay, that's just an NBA hard foul. But I was surprised given all that had happened that they didn't review it.
Yeah.
Again, it might have been that it's those two guys, but at the same time,
If it's those two guys, you'd over referee it.
You should,
over-officiate
but I
it.
was extremely surprised at the time. I was like, well, they got to at least look at that because they always say they called the foul, so the foul's called. Now they have the freedom to say we're now going to review for what is it, whatever act?
Flagrant act?
It's not it's like that, but it's like to see if there was more. You can go and do that once you stop play with the actual. There was a foul called. Now we're going to review to see if there was anything excessive on top of that.
I think it's hostile act.
Hostile act. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah, it is hostile act.
That's the term.
Yeah, I would have liked if they look. I don't think they would have upgraded it, though. But I am surprised they didn't look at it. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Philip from the Woodlands. You're in the Hive. What's up, Philip?
Yeah, I'll mention one I haven't heard yet. I can't remember if it was game 2 or 3, but there was a play way off the ball at the bottom of the screen when the ball was at the top of the screen. And the ball wasn't within 20 feet. And Draymond just takes his forearm, puts it to Fred's chest, and just walks and pushes him out of bounds for no reason. It's just strange. It cracked me up. I swear, I think I saw Fred laughing at the antics he was doing. But to me, when you do stuff like that, that ought to just be a technical foul. They got to call something. But reason I called is it drives me nuts through the Yao Ming stuff back with the Mavericks or Mark Cuban says something about, Yao's leaving early on his screens, and all of a sudden the entire series changes because we got to put Yao in foul trouble for that half a second early he leaves. And then we build an entire dynasty in the NBA based on an offense that involves hooking, sticking knees out, driving people out of bounds to free up space for the shooters. That drives me nuts. But beyond that, I mean, you really got to have a double-digit lead with them. You can't let the game be close, or you're going to let the officials decide, even if you believe that it is the officials doing it. If you have a double-digit lead, take them out of the game, not let that be an excuse. But the reason I was calling was I would like to see, and maybe I may have thought of this or not, I don't know. I was watching the broadcast, the Warriors broadcast, guest hosting the TNT coverage, and they kept talking about Curry and how many miles he's ran. Why aren't we running him doggedly, cutting left and right and under the back?
You're breaking up, Philip. Appreciate the call.
Next time, I wish Philip would actually tell us the reason why he was calling.
Don't be mean to Philip. Philip's a good,
He had
good
four
call.
different reasons he was
It was
calling.
a good call.
I didn't say it was a bad call, but come on.
I think you're a little frustrated how long Philip was talking.
Long.
See? They're kind of hiding Curry, though. Like, I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can just run Curry ragged on the defensive end.
I mean, look, he's in as good a condition as any guy in the league, for one thing. But for another thing, they already know that teams are going to try and single him out. They're doing everything that they can to kind of bubble out on when the screens are set to try and get him a chance to recover as much as possible. But I don't think you can do. It's easier said than done. Let's put it that way.
Let's be honest. Like Curry has had a reputation of being a really poor defensive player.
No doubt, he is a bad defender,
but he actually hasn't been that bad. This. I mean, there's been several. Maybe this is just an indictment on Jalen and nothing else. But I know in game one they matched up hunted with getting switches to put Curry on Jalen, and Jalen couldn't do anything with him off the dribble.
I think you're over sensationalizing maybe 2 plays.
I'm just saying, when I've seen when they've tried to match up hunt on Curry, it hasn't been the automatic bucket that I've been led to believe.
Yeah.
I think Philip's point is a good one in the fact that Draymond's screen on Amen Thompson was illegal.
Oh yeah, I forgot I said that.
It was illegal. I mean, Podemski sends almost every time he sets a screen, he's leaning and he's forearming and he's pushing. It is a staple of the way that they set screens, and the league does look the other way. And I think a lot of what you heard and read and saw after the game, especially from a Rockets perspective, is like the Chiefs in football. Like, they're good enough that you shouldn't be doing them favors to let some of the things that people see that they let slide. Again, I don't want to blame the officials. The Rockets had plenty of opportunities last night, but I do think that there is a point that if you want to make a point of emphasis, and again, the way Kerr manipulates to get the calls to go that way is if Ime went out in the postgame and said something to the effect of, I think at a certain point we need to start looking at the level in which they allow screens to be set. That would kind of flip a switch with the officials.
Yeah, I feel like they haven't called illegal screens at all in the series, and then suddenly they called them on the Rockets yesterday.
And he was lobbying before the series, like, if we're just going to let Steph get grabbed and pulled and yanked on every play, and this was even before they were starting to talk about the Rockets, he was already, I said at the time, he's pulling a Phil Jackson. He's trying to manipulate the officials before we get there.
Yeah. All right, more people have thoughts on this. I had 2 questions from reporters yesterday that annoyed the heck out of me, too. And Fred VanVleet summed up my thoughts on this series perfectly. We'll discuss when we return. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, sadly, it might be over here pretty soon. It might be over pretty soon for the pro basketball team in this city. So if you're looking for something to do with your week or your weekend, how about Two Creeks Crossing Resort? You can sulk, or maybe you can just move on with your life after your favorite basketball team gets eliminated at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's the best weekend idea. It's the best midweek idea. It's a great time to get away, escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. We're going to be heading up there here in a few weeks. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. If you're a fisherman, you're a fisherwoman, you got to get out there. You got to get out there. You're going to love it. You're going to love your time. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You don't have to pack up the car too much. You don't have to be on the road forever. You don't have to jump on a plane. No, it's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can be there in an hour and a half. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92-acre property. You can kayak, pickleball. They have a pool. They have drinks. It's going to be a great time. And Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their customers. They're always putting on something each and every weekend. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, or pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Save 20% right now on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Monday, on rentals for RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. Minimum 2 nights, max of 5 nights, midweek, Sunday through Thursday, 20% stay. So book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Book your getaway at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Draymond spends 10 to 15 seconds in the paint when they go zone. What happened to defensive 3 seconds? I haven't noticed that. I'll look closer. Philip has the formula for more airtime. After each point, just say, but the reason I'm calling in is, why are we making fun of Philip? Why is Philip catching shots here?
Because he said it 4 times.
After game 2, the energy was the Rockets are better. Now you blaming the referee. I didn't blame the referee. In fact, the whole premise of the conversation, we said we're not blaming the referees. Right. We're just discussing the calls. It was an event that happened during the basketball game, and we're discussing it. Just like we're discussing Albie taking the last shot. Just like we're discussing Steven Adams being taken out of the game. It is a topic of the game. Not blaming the officials at all.
But those plays were factors in the overall game and what the outcome. The way not the referees.
Maybe not.
I'm just saying they were key points in the game when those things happened.
I do
and
think,
how they were called.
I do think Ben DeBose deleted his account though.
Did he really?
I saw.
I can't find. I wouldn't.
Oh
see
my
it
God! I didn't even think about it. But he would have had a field.
Yeah,
No, he did. He deleted his account because I saw him. I just pulled it up.
Okay.
Because I saw this after game. What game are we on? After game 3. After game 3, the one over the weekend. He was like in his feelings. He's like, I'm not going to be a fan anymore. It's just too emotionally stressful. I can't do it. I'm going to give up sports. There's way other things to life. It's like, how about you just keep sports and not be so.
A Rockets
I think
writer?
I think he's part. I don't know.
For the USA Today.
I thought he was part time.
Wire.
I think that's his part time side hustle. I think he's got another job. I don't know. I don't know Ben that well. And I don't know what his profession is. I don't think I've ever talked to Ben.
I think it is on the side of
keyboard.
Yeah, I can't say for sure. He blocked me like.
I've never met
Ben.
Now that I think about it, I've
never met him either.
We've chatted like on Twitter and stuff like that.
We have to.
Sounds like
he blocked you also.
He probably should have.
Because
I called him out and I went right at him.
Why do you have a fight with everybody?
Because I like
Why
to
do
fight,
you
Jeremy.
Everybody.
Joel likes to fight guy.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get to it because of the Rockets. But when I came up with my snubs from your 100 versus the gorilla, I thought about putting Joel on there.
I thought I might make one. I thought I might. And actually, when I saw it, I thought I might make one of your 2 lists.
That's my bad. I should have.
He almost made my
called
list.
him out for his overzealous ability to just always blame the officials. And then he did kind of similar to Sarge, where he was calling me out without calling me out, and I was like, "I'm right here, let's go."
Subtweeting you,
but he never blocked you.
He never blocked.
Yeah, he blocked.
And
me
I've
a long
heard
time
stories
ago.
about him blocking so many people. I was actually a little disappointed. I thought he actually would block me.
Oh yeah, he blocks quick. He blocked me after that Clippers Rockets series, the one with
comeback?
that's during that series before the comeback. It was the Austin Rivers game where he went for 30.
Yeah, so he was in his feels after game 3. Like, I'm giving up sports. This is way too much emotionally invested. There's other things in life. I can't be allowing myself to get like this wrapped up in sports. And it's like, well, don't allow yourself to get wrapped up in sports and still enjoy sports. But I'm not going to tell fans how to fan or people how to people. But so I wanted to go see what he had to say about the officials to get a laugh this morning. And I noticed that he had deleted his account. His account's completely deleted. I'm sure he'll come back, but
yeah, he will.
He has deleted his account. I don't know at what point he deleted it.
Taking a break.
I don't know if it was after game 3 or if it was at some point yesterday. But yeah, he quit Twitter.
That's a big quit.
He's out. He's out.
Where are we going to go for our umpire review?
I don't know, man. I'm kind of.
Who else is going to tweet at MLB official?
I'm going to kind of miss him. I got a kick out of it. I enjoyed it.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I thought it was very
laughing at
funny.
it, sure.
I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I unfollowed that guy out of necessity. Well, joke's on you. You didn't have to unfollow him. He offed himself off of social media. If Şengün wasn't flailing and flopping the whole first half, he would have had 40. Just go up strong. I agree with that. I thought Alpie was griping way too much.
Always does.
We did our exit interviews at the end of last year, and that was our critical thing about Alpie. Stop griping, just play.
Yeah,
and
we know the review signal too. Don't use it on every play you didn't finish through with the basket.
He throws his hands up after every single play.
And then starts pointing at the bench. Review that. Look at it. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's got to stop doing that. Brooks touched Butler, gets called for 3 free throws, but Draymond touches Alpie and no call.
I don't think Draymond altered Alpie's final shot.
Do you think Dylan Brooks altered Jimmy Butler's shot?
I don't think it should have been called.
The Brooks hand placement foul on Jimmy's 3 was insanely weak and potentially cost him the game. Rolling on someone's head just wasn't necessary. Bad word, Draymond. A lot of people hate Draymond now. They always
I
have.
think they always have.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. The Rockets are trying to bully a team that has a ton of experience and has been there before. This isn't an aggressive team. Warriors got under their skin and they couldn't respond. I do feel like for the first time, the Warriors have gotten under the Rockets' skin.
I thought it was an interesting point that someone made that I was reading on Twitter this morning, or I don't know if someone made it just on Twitter or somewhere else, but they said it's funny to me that the Rockets have tried to bully teams all year long, and now they're having a hard time handling someone else bullying them.
I think they're just
Ime has lived on that mentality that they are tough, they're not going to be pushed around, that they're going to be the one delivering that kind of stuff.
I mean, they've out-rebounded Golden State in every game this series.
I'm just talking about the bully.
The side
crap.
stuff, the
Yes.
antics has, I think, cracked the Rockets.
I agree.
I think it's cracked Jalen. I think it cracked Jalen at the end of game 3. Cracked him.
I think it's working with Tari. I think Tari's too focused on it.
Mhm.
I think that you're right about Jalen's completely just lost.
Done.
Yeah, I think that Alpi, still gets to him too much.
I will give Alpi credit that he recovered. Like, I thought it was cracking him early in yesterday's game, and he did recover from it.
But there are times where he will try to, go out of his way. Like when Draymond was trying to break into the huddle. And then he kept shoving him and kept pushing him.
He was trying to get to his spot on the free throw on the lane. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just think that at a certain point, you realize that's just Draymond being Draymond. But I think it gets in Alpi's head because I think that's why Alpi doesn't want to go at him hard.
You might be right. You probably are right. Rockets make their free throws. They win the game. Ref calls. It is an excuse. $1 million players should make the free throws. No doubt. Rockets are a poor free throw shooting team. Texture, that's why they call this era soft. No argument here.
Oh, it's the wussification. Yes.
Butler was flopping all over the place in the first half, then played dirty the rest of the game. He was playing dirty. He was hooking and holding, and he was dirty.
Choking.
He was choking. Either let them play all 4 periods or get a handle on it early, Troy. I think it's a good point. Be consistent with the whistle.
Now, Ocho was trying to make comparisons to the Cougs and the Rockets, and I just don't agree with them. But I do think that from an officiating standpoint, this was like the game that y'all lost to Florida. When you look at the game, it was called a certain way until it wasn't. Where all of a sudden after halftime, they went on that barrage of calls to try to even up the foul calls and started calling it totally different than they had called for the first 20 some odd minutes.
Yeah.
That's difficult on both teams, but that is completely wrong of the officials to do.
KDI 100% on Alpi crying. He gripes a lot. Alpi does a little bit of the crying. The series has been fun to watch. I'm really going to hate when it's over with. It has been fun.
Mm-hmm.
If Green don't step up and we don't make them free throws, the Rockets are done. I'm not going to be happy. I really hope that they send this back to the Golden State.
It's
really
going to be
hope
interesting
so.
to see how they show up. Hopefully the fans still show up and see how this all plays out. Because I thought one of the great tweets last night was the basketball gods were testing us when they showed that nasty, ugly, who could watch Miami-Cleveland game, but then said, here, hold my beer. You get Warriors-Rockets in a hell of a game. And it was a phenomenal game to watch.
Am I the only one who saw Green's kick attempt to the Jules during his flagrant?
Oh, it was there. He didn't connect.
Do you think he did it on purpose?
Oh, I think he does. See, I think that even though we talked about how it was actually called and what the call should have been, he did all of that premeditated. Like when he does that rollover when was Tari on top of him or he was on top, he does it trying to make it look like there's nothing to it. It goes back to all the other plays we talked about with him with Nurkic. He wasn't just trying to use his off arm to get position. He knew exactly where his face was. I think that he intentionally premeditates how he reacts to try. Like, I believe that he wanted his foot up on top of Tari's shoulder. There was a play late in the game where, and it actually they capitalized on it. They were going to inbounds the ball. Alpi scored, but he was trying to get a foul, and he fell down and he was on the baseline. And Draymond stepped in front of him, inbounded the ball, and then leaned back into him when he was trying to get up, so he hit the floor again, and then sprinted up the court, and they had a 5-on-4.
And they got an easy basket.
They got an easy basket off of it.
Yeah, I remember being mad at Alpi there.
Yep, that was right. But that's what Draymond does.
So that was Alpi flopped or what?
No, Alpi hit the ground looking kind of after the play looking for
I thought he was late.
He wanted an and one out of it. and Draymond slid in front of him, realized he was on the floor, inbounded the ball, leaned back into him so he couldn't get up, and then capitalized so they could get a 5-on-4.
Sengun is a rich man's Luis Scola, and Jalen Green is an average man's Steve Francis, says Chris Umble.
I thought that some people would make the comparison to Scola because Scola was known for all that same stuff, that flopping, always looking, I got called, whining.
I don't think Albie flops.
I do.
You think he flops as bad as Scola?
I don't. I didn't say bad as Scola, but I think he flops.
Post has a punchable face.
He does.
Who has the most punchable face on Golden State, though? I would go Kerr, actually.
Pod.
Podemski's right there.
Yeah, Pod.
I'd go Kerr ahead of him.
Because of the mouthpiece thing?
No.
Post just has an
I said Kerr.
unfortunate face.
Oh, you said Kerr. I thought you said Curry. My bad.
Curry's got a pretty face. I wouldn't want to punch that thing.
I wouldn't want to punch Buddy Hield's face because it looks like enough damage is
It looks like someone already has punched him in the
Buddy
face.
Hield is, yes, I was just going to say, it looks like enough damage is
Someone
done.
already beat you to
I feel sorry. I can't do more to that.
Someone beat you
Thank
to
God
that.
that he's a multi-millionaire that can shoot.
You telling me you don't want to punch Pod in the face?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said he doesn't have the most punch
All
in
right.
the face. I kind of like Pod's game, too. I'm not going to lie.
Well, he's tough.
I kind of like his game. I
Wasn't
wish he was a
Draymond
Rocket.
playing with Tari's braids, too?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, Tari was really mad. He was telling the official, he keeps pulling my hair and playing with my hair.
Remember when they were talking, and then a man came over and was like, stop talking to him? You remember that play?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Do you think that was like a cordial conversation? I couldn't tell.
It seemed cordial until a man walked over.
I don't know. Like, I felt like it was a cordial conversation. And Min was telling him not to have a cordial conversation.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
Like
it looked like they were trying to make amends for earlier,
It did.
and then
It did.
Amen kind of stirred it up.
He's like, no, don't do that.
Did you
kinda what I
guys
felt.
catch when a man also started up? I can't remember if this was before or after that.
Kerr and Podemski
Yes,
on the sideline.
they were talking on the sidelines,
yeah.
and man just walked up
That
right
didn't bother
there.
me.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Like, if Draymond's going to do his little, I'm going to, like, go into my spot in the lane to get ready for a free throw and break up your huddle, I don't mind that a min.
That's exactly why he
That's
did
what
it.
irritated me about Kerr. It's like Kerr's in there griping about a min doing that. It's like, bro, Draymond did that in the first half whenever he was at the free throw line.
I thought I did not see Kerr gripe about what Amen was talking
Oh,
about.
he
I
was
thought,
scrapping
I
the
thought
ref.
he kind of chuckled a little bit about it. Just said because the ref wanted to know what was going on, and he said he just kind of came over and interrupted us. But I didn't think because there was another time where it looked like something was gonna. I think it was Brooks or somebody was heading over to the Warriors sideline, and Kerr just bailed. He just turned and ran to midcourt because he didn't want any part of it.
Yeah. Ocho, they missed 12 free throws. That's the big Jalen and 12 free throws, biggest reason they lost. They didn't deserve to win last night's game. There's no doubt about that. 713-780-ESPN. Who are the most punchable Warriors? Antonio, we'll get to you on the other side. Also, some very questionable questions being asked to the Golden State Warriors after yesterday's game. And Fred VanVleet, I think, summed up perfectly the series so far through 4 games. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Punchable Warrior Faces, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Antonio, you're in the Hive. What's up? Antonio. Yep, punchable faces.
Sorry. Yeah, the most punchable face is number 0 on the Warriors. It's his nose. It has to be the nose. It makes me just so mad.
GP Deuce, Gary Payton II.
It's a big nose.
That's all I had to say.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, it's a big nose.
I forgot that Jerry Stackhouse was not only on their coaching staff, but he is the guy that's their defensive coordinator.
Yeah, it's weird how the teams are doing that now.
Yeah.
Like, you control our offense. You control our defense. Should the Rockets have an offense coordinator?
Well, they did.
713-780-ESPN.
The oddity was when Mike D'Antoni wanted no part of anything defensively because he knew the blame game was coming that way, so he made Bezdelic the guinea pig there.
A lot of people want you might have an offense coordinator. A lot of people are not too happy with Ime's offensive prowess.
Oh, an offensive coordinator. Okay.
Yeah, I think Ime's fine. I think he's been okay. Corey all day. I'd slapped him out of his in that horrible barbecue. His wife tried to bring to Houston. Shoot, I'd get a woman to slap her too. Dang, he went a little too far there.
Remember that before she even opened the restaurant here? They were
you got
all the bad
Yelp
reviews and
bombs,
everything.
yeah.
Did it ever get open?
I don't know.
I don't know if it ever
I
did.
think it might have stunted the growth.
Maybe
of it,
that's true.
Even the opening.
But didn't they also do the same thing when Harden was going to open before he opened 13?
Not at Houston, right?
I think he opened it
he was
before he
already
left,
gone.
though.
Yeah, no, he was getting ready
Did
to
he not?
open it. He left.
Okay.
And then the barrage came of just killing it before it ever opened, but it's still open.
Texture, I think your takes on the Rockets game are good, but the fact you're talking about all the antics means Golden State did exactly what they wanted to do to the Rockets. You know, you're right. I think Steve Kerr rallied the troops and he gathered everybody and said, you know what, Draymond, you know what, Gary Payton III, you know what, Pods, you know what I want you to do? I want you to make the Killer Bees talking about your antics 4 games into this series. That's what happened.
I think we're talking about the fact that Draymond and Golden State got done exactly what they wanted to get done, and the Rockets bit hook, line, and sinker.
It turned y'all off thinking maybe y'all would get off Rockets. Guess I'm going to listen to music.
What are you listening to?
Like what? I mean, Astros are 20-something games into their year. We talk lots of baseball
all the time.
2 days after the draft, covered the draft in depth yesterday. What do you want us to talk about? 1767. I tell you what, 1767. You tell us what you want us to talk about. We'll take it under consideration.
I did that with someone earlier too. I had the same kind of thing. I was like, well, then what do you want us to talk about?
And what do you want to talk about? We talk about whatever you want to talk about. That's the reason we're talking about this, because this conversation has been flowing throughout, actually. But if you want to change the conversation, give us something to talk about. That nose on Gary Payton is a nice punching target. So 2 of those. Rockets.
Post does have a punchable face.
Yeah, I like his game.
Although he tightened up a little bit. There was a lot of air balls. I mean, Draymond, I expect. Curry had 2 air balls.
Yeah.
Post, who's supposed to be a 3-point shooter, and I always think it's such an oddity. You can be a 3-point shooter and a bad free throw shooter.
Yeah.
But he airballed a couple.
I don't want to punch Curry in the face, but off of one of these screens, I wouldn't mind if Tari Eason gave him a little hard foul. Give him a little hard foul. Maybe try to jam that right hand.
Oh, he got it hit.
He left. Was that for the hand?
I think so, because it was one of those. I think Jimmy ended up making a big play at the basket, but he was turning and already bitching to the officials that someone literally went for the hand and raked across it, and he was shaking it, and the whole play was going on, and he was turning at the midcourt official and screaming. Then he turned back to look and saw that Jimmy got either an and one or a key bucket.
Man, 713-780-ESPN. Here was Fred VanVleet after the game, which sums up how I feel about this series 4 games in perfectly.
Listen, these games suck. We had 2 ones that could have went our way. This is the playoffs. You know, I've been swept before, and I felt like we were the better team. You lose all 4, like the margin of error is so slim it can go either way, and you learn that it comes down to possessions, and possessions are so important. It's really one possession game. Both of these games here on the road, trying to be aggressive to give us some calmness out there.
That's where I think not the most frustrated, but where I'm frustrated with the Rockets. To beat a team like Golden State, to beat really good teams in the NBA, to make a run in the playoffs, to win these critical series, every possession matters.
Oh, man.
And I feel like the Rockets are too careless at times on the offensive end, whether it's careless with the basketball and Jalen Green, tons of turnovers, whether it's poor shot selection, even Jabari. I didn't like the shot he took late in the 4th quarter yesterday.
Yeah, the turnover.
A deep 3, the turnover that he had. every possession, like all of these games have been razor thin. I mean, 3 points yesterday. I know you lost game 3 by 10 points, but that was a tight game. Game 1 was a tight game. Every single possession is critical. And I believe that's where the Rockets have the most growth to do, is understanding that. Is to understand that not even on the off, like both sides of the floor. Because how many times did the Warriors last night get an easy cut to the basket for an easy layup? 4 or 5 times. Like that cannot happen. Every possession is critical.
The Buddy Hield alley-oop to Jimmy Butler because they fell asleep and he slid baseline. Like I said this before the series started, and I that's why I said it's so good for this team's growth to learn the playoffs are a different animal. But one of the first things I always say when I say that is it slows down, it gets mucked up. But the main thing is everything's magnified. Every single possession means more. Every mistake is felt twofold. It's just the way the playoffs are in the NBA, and the Rockets are unfortunately experiencing it on the fly and taking the worst of it because they really literally should feel like they could have won all 4 games.
Yeah. Every possession is critical. And the Rockets, I think, have been a bit careless at times. And not the whole game, but 5 or 6 possessions on both sides of the floor, careless, or a championship team, caliber team, a team that has won championships aren't making. The Rockets are making. A couple of questions at the press conference yesterday that, like, what are we doing here? Here's the first question that I heard in the Golden State press conference. I think it was to Draymond that annoyed me.
Draymond, when it comes to Dillon Brooks, obviously he's always after the mental game. He's always talking on the free throw line. Anytime the ref is not paying attention, he's throwing a shot, maybe. How do you guys ever have to actually like calm the other down? Like, don't let him get in your head, or have a conversation about Dillon Brooks and what he's trying to do to kind of take you guys out of your game?
No, they do that.
Who?
Like they be calming each other down, telling them, "Oh, don't worry about it. We don't get off into that. We just do what we do."
So she's going off on Dillon doing the mental stuff, the talking stuff. Does she know who she's talking to?
I was just going to say, definitely a Warriors reporter.
It was for sure.
And the fact that you are saying it to him, of all people, is, I mean, it's rich.
Yeah,
that's poetic. I mean, that's. Wow.
I'm sitting there going, what in the world?
She turned Draymond into a victim.
Yeah,
for sure. By the way, she asked to phrase that question, like,
she's victim blaming.
How do you possibly overcome how mean Dillon Brooks is to you? It's so weird.
Do you know who you're talking to?
He kicked Tari Eason in the head, in the nuts, in like a 3-second span.
Dillon's a villain for sure. He's a hill, and you love him or hate him. But he's at most 75% of what Draymond has been.
Definitely.
At most. That was that. I heard that. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Oh my goodness.
Here, same person later to Steph Curry.
So to follow up, do you think it's better, being that you guys have championship pedigree, that you are able to respond so well to it versus a younger team when you guys are giving it back and they're kind of making sloppy plays or sloppy mistakes or obvious cheap shots where they get caught by refs?
Obvious cheap shots. The Rockets, apparently.
Phrasing it as cheap shots tells you there has to be a Warriors reporter.
It is.
It has to be slanted. The way it's slanted, yeah.
Obvious cheap shots. Again, like her glass house here. What the Warriors are never doing that?
And trying to follow the first part of it, like, champions are champions no matter what. But I mean, I was like, where are you going with this?
Well, the way she set it up with, like, do you think it's a benefit that you guys have championship pedigree? Well, yeah. Like, what are you asking Curry to say there?
And you're playing such a young team that's inexperienced. You answered your own question.
Yeah.
She thinks Draymond Green's going to be the next Pope. Like, what? She thinks Draymond's like this most innocent, plays the game the right way, would never do anything to embarrass the association.
Put him on the logo. Put him on the logo.
Goodness. Can you believe the mean things that Dillon is saying during the game, Draymond? Can you believe that? Can you believe that Dillon touched Jimmy Butler in the waist in the game that you try to kick people in the head and then down low? I can't believe that they're doing this. The cheap shots, Steph Curry, obvious cheap shots that you guys are getting that you guys would never do.
I hope she doesn't see the play of Jimmy Butler trying to break Steven Adams' arm and then and then choking Dillon Brooks.
Well, go back go back and look at the history, like when Steven Adams had to point out that Draymond has tried to kick him in the groin on 3 or 4 different occasions, and he said it's hard to want to be a mate with one of the guys in the league that tries to kick you in the a couple of times. It's like There's a ton of history with Draymond and guys on our roster.
There's history with Draymond and his own teammates. Like, what are you talking about,
They had
lady?
to ship Jordan Poole to
What
Washington.
are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right, he punched him in the mouth.
Obvious cheap shots. Draymond, what do you, the dirty play of Dylan Brooks, how do you handle that? Have you ever seen anything like it?
Didn't he have history with Jimmy before they traded for Jimmy?
I don't remember.
I
thought
would
that
just
there was
assume
even
so because it's
Yeah,
Draymond.
and Jimmy.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
they're,
and
they're
Jimmy.
two
Yeah.
guys that would be kind of combustible in a good. I mean, I kind of like Jimmy Butler's game a little bit.
I'm a fan of
I
Jimmy
like Jimmy
Butler's
Butler's game.
because and you know what? The other thing is he doesn't have to have a 3 in his repertoire
Mhm.
as a strong point to be a success. And you can't argue that playoff Jimmy's real.
Yeah, I mean, he was dirty yesterday. I'm not.
Oh, he was.
Not going to deny
No
that.
doubt.
But would have I hated if the Rockets had this Jimmy Butler? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't hate it at all. Well, that's the pot calling the kettle black. Draymond should never get Defensive Player of the Year with how dirty he is. What was she smoking? Worst questions ever. What is the Golden State? So
legal.
that is on the table. Maybe it was a gummy. Who knows? I know you punched Poole during practice, but did Dylan's words hurt you more? Draymond punking the Rockets. He is. I'm not going to deny
Oh, there's
that.
no doubt. He's winning the battle, the mental battle.
Bad word, Draymond. The Warriors aren't pucking us again in our house tomorrow night. Rockets doing this! Exclamation mark! 3 rocket emojis. It'd be fun. It'd be fun if the Rockets could come back from 3-1 and get it done. It's been done before. Rockets did it with only 1 home game remaining.
Thank God none of these games were NBA TV because they have been must-see TV. No matter what, and the outcome, they've been entertaining.
Yeah.
And the sideshows are part of it, and people love it.
They have been entertaining. All right, Astros played a game yesterday. Rockets lost. Astros won. What'd you think of Astros game 1 yesterday? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
TikTok put me on Zach Top. Brian's going to try to take credit for it, but I wasn't paying attention the day you did that.
what? Oh, the day I played it because he was at the rodeo?
Yeah, you played a little Zach Top because he was at the rodeo. I was like, I blew it off.
I think that's your
Fast
natural
forward 3
reaction
months
to things
later.
I suggest to you.
This guy's good. You like
he's not bad.
You like country music?
I don't mind it.
Yeah. I like old school country music.
I do too.
But this guy's like a throwback. Little Zach Top. I like this guy.
It does sound
It's a good
more
rejoin.
old than the poppy country that a lot of times comes out.
I mean, you got Post Malone and everybody getting into country now, and everybody's declaring that. What's the guy? Ed Sheeran is now.
He's
taking
doing
the next
country?
one.
Ed Sheeran's doing country?
That's his next. He has made the statement and wanted to announce
Hard
that
pass.
he's passionate about country, and his next album, I believe, is going to be country.
I do like Ed Sheeran, though.
Ed Sheeran's talented.
I think he's very talented. What do you have against redheads?
Nothing against redheads. I think it was because when we both worked at the flagship, one of his songs, was it Shape of You?
Yeah.
Literally was playing in the lobby like every day when I came in. I just got sick of it.
The one that I can't stand is when the Astros and Dodgers were playing in the World Series, and what's his name? Justin. What's his
Turner?
name? Turner's walk-up song, because everybody said he looked like him, was the same. And I think it was that song.
Shape of You?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not a great walk-up
that
song.
little jingle that. Dun, 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 dun. And every
yeah.
time Justin Turner comes,
I think
like,
that is
I
Shape of
hate
You.
that
Yeah.
song. 'cause it's Turner's walk-up.
I had the same reaction with that. What was that Shark song? Whenever the Astros played
Baby
the
Shark.
Nationals.
Baby Shark.
Remember that one guy would come up to the
from
plate?
Angel. Was it
No, Nationals.
Nationals. There you
I
go.
don't remember who it was. but
Right.
It ruined that song for me.
Yep.
Not that I would have liked it.
Because then
anyways,
the
You
whole
thought it was a banger before, but you got tired of it.
but that song makes me
then their
sick.
game presentation would play the hell out
know.
of it too. I was
know.
actually because my girls love Abracadabra. I was wondering if you can't stand to hear it now.
I don't mind it. No.
'Cause it is overplay.
I
We
like
got
Lady
to miss
Gaga.
some of it because you're on site.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it every break pretty much.
Let it play since I'm sipping while I'm listening to y'all. This is a good cold beer song. This is a great cold beer song.
Who is
Listen to
this?
Zach Top.
Zach Top?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
He was chasing the dream while he was working construction in Colorado. He was flying like in and out of Nashville. Working.
Do the Astros still have in their system the catcher that was also
Luke Berryhill?
That's him?
Yeah, that
I
was
don't
the
know.
guy that sang country. I don't know if he's still there or not.
Luke Berryhill shook my hand after I threw him his first pitch, and he said that's the best I've ever seen. Okay, Luke,
Was he in
you tell
camp?
that to everybody.
This
I don't
Say that
know.
to every girl.
I think they might have got rid of him.
Because I thought that they had him sing the anthem or something.
Well, I think they did while he was there, but I don't know if he's still there now.
Okay.
They released him on January 19, 2024. So don't quit your day job, Luke.
Or maybe find a new day job.
Well, maybe country music's his day job. Maybe he's the next Zach Top. Luke Berryhill. Lamont texted in and, man, this music sucks. I'm shocked that Lamont doesn't like Zach Top.
No sarcasm
I thought
there.
for sure Lamont would be a huge Zach Top song fan.
You think Israel likes this song?
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good.
Brandon
That's
T.
plum.
Zach Top is the man.
Willie?
Sounds like the 90s.
Think Willie likes it?
Willie.
Your boy Willie.
I think he meant Willie
I didn't
Nelson.
say that, but
Willie
that's what I
Nelson would
meant.
like it. Who's Willie?
You know your guy. Always Willie.
The blind
always.
guy?
Yeah.
Oh, Willie. Yeah, Willie probably Willie would probably appreciate good music more than most people. Well, that's true.
I know it's true, but it's just funny because that sense
Look at time.
Willie's
Thank
blind.
God we're almost there,
I
man.
mean, it's not offensive.
I know.
Whenever
I
you
didn't think
lose,
it was. It's
it's
just
not
funny.
offensive at all. Whenever you lose one of your senses, your other senses heighten.
Yeah, it's the whole
It's a fact.
It's the whole basis for the character Daredevil.
And don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
think
I
you
lost
killed
you
it.
there.
Yeah, you killed it.
I lost you there.
You killed the comedy.
Well, it's
there.
probably
tell
good
you?
to move us on.
And I can't say exactly how he described it, but this so reminds me. Kevin Hart on his podcast had Dr. Dre, and Dr. Dre was talking about how he was collaborating with Stevie Wonder. And he's like, we did a different, like we laid down a different track, but we used Stevie's lyrics.
Yeah.
And he goes, Stevie called me at 5 a.m. And I'm like, what the is Stevie calling me at 5 a.m.? And he's like, Dre, I just want to tell you, I don't like the lyrics. And I think we need to change it. And he's like, you couldn't have called me at noon? He goes, I mean, look, it's not my fault that Stevie doesn't know 5 a.m. from 5 p.m., but damn it, I was sleeping. I was like, oh my God, Kevin Hart was crying because he just went off on it.
That's funny. I just got butt dialed myself. This honky music blows. Jeez. Another text. Israel texted in. Israel's listening. He says this
That's
music is
plum.
awful. Honky music. Honky tonk. I mean, that's not.
You know who likes it?
It's not bad. Me, I
Reed
like
Shepherd.
it. He does he?
That's
Shepherd?
bum.
Yeah. So I guess our listenership, I think, is a little diverse. We learned that by playing a little Zach Top. I remember when we learned that Willie was blind.
He told us.
But do you remember how he told us? I can't remember who was pitching, but he was talking about who was pitching, and he said the wrong arm. He said he's like left-handed when he was really right-handed. And I was like, Willie, you're saying the wrong arm. He's right-handed, not left-handed.
You called him out?
And he goes, well, I can't see. I'm blind. I was like, oh, crap.
Yep.
Random foot mouth.
I thought it was something to do with it was definitely an Astros conversation, but I thought it was Dusty related, but I do remember that
it might have
we
been.
found out on the air.
It might have been Dusty going with a lefty instead of a righty, and he just didn't know what arm he was. And that's because he was blind. And he told me he still is. But yeah, that's how we learned that Willie was blind.
Yeah, we had a guy that used to call in one of the previous shows I was on from Philly, and it kind of happened the same way. And then he proceeded to tell us that he could hear every car going down the street and could identify it by the way the engine sounded.
You'll never guess who's on the line. He was able to find the digits to call us. Willie is here. Willie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Always.
I listen to country music.
What do you think about Zach Top? Willie, what do you think about Zach
Hello?
Top? Yeah, Willie. What do you think? Hey,
I
can you hear us?
don't know about that.
Then you
I just listen to country music.
Who's
I've
your,
been in the hospital with.
Go ahead. My bad.
I said I've been in the hospital with double pneumonia and COVID here a couple of weeks, but I still been listening.
Are you back? Are you home?
I'm not in Texas City with my sister.
Okay. We'll be praying for you, Willie.
Get better, Willie.
Yeah,
That's first and foremost.
Let us know how you're doing. Keep us up to date, okay?
All right, thank you.
You got it, Willie. Our guy. Love me some Willie. Hope you get well, sincerely, though, and let us know how you're doing. Good to hear from you, Willie. I'm sure he watched the Astros game yesterday. I'm sure he watched game 1.
I got to go.
What you think of the Astros game?
Let's just not talk about the Astros.
What are we doing?
Hey, Joe, we have 15 minutes left. We'll make it.
That's what I said. I kept looking. Thank God we're almost there.
I mean, he's calling into the show. He's fine. Willie loves us. I think he respects us for what we do. What'd you think of the Astros game yesterday?
Nice transition. Smooth as sandpaper. I was pleased with a lot of things. Yeah, Blanco gave up 2 home runs. But again, another starter that kept you at 3 runs or less, kept you in the ball game. What I was really pleased about was the comeback. You're facing a good pitcher. I said early in the season, I felt like this offense was so bad that every time that they got down a run or two and we got near the 5th inning, I thought it was over. But yet the rally was fantastic. Altuve starts it. He gets them close. Walker hits the bomb and everybody that you needed to hit continues to hit. They put up 10 hits, a double-digit hit night as well. I loved, and you beat the best team in the American League. And I know you're probably going to cover the fact that Altuve in the 2-hole was
7.5
good.
runs with Pena hitting in the leadoff.
And they both got 2 hits. So It's hard to argue that they wouldn't continue doing it as well. But there was just a ton of positives out of that game, especially playing a team like the Tigers. And screw the batter's eye, they're playing well at home.
Comeback win, too.
That's what I said. That was the biggest first thing.
I thought Blanco was okay. Like, he's going to give up his homers. Like, when Blanco's pitching well, though, he's not allowing hits. And he only gave up 3 hits. So, I think it's a pretty good sign. The one home run that, creeped into the Crawford box is, Altuve catches that in any other ballpark. Abreu, Hader, they continue. Abreu only got the 1 out, but got the 1 out. Hader got another save. He's been dominant. Caleb Ort, little rusty in his first
I felt bad
outing.
for him because I was leaning on him going, there's a guy we can really insert into the 7th and he'd be fine. And he couldn't find the zone. And then when he did, he just got punished.
Yeah. And then he did get punished. Hopefully that was just rust. Hopefully he'll be fine. They could really use him. And then we were talking yesterday about hey, Chaz, here's your chance to take the job and run away with it. He had 3 at-bats, and he struck out in all 3 at-bats.
Now you can shave the mustache.
Yeah, I can get rid of it.
Yeah.
Get rid of the mustache.
Yeah, that can go. The Altuve defensive plays.
Yeah, he's the one that he barehanded almost threw the guy out at second.
Yeah, I mean, they were saying the throw was bad. No, I think the Doobie had, where the tag was, and it was tough. But the fact that he made the exact right play off the wall and was able to turn and fire was great. The running catch towards the line was good.
Yeah, he's been fine out there. He's been totally fine in left field. He really has. Astros 1 game back in the AL West. I know that we're watching the standings on April 29th, so I thought I'd let you know. Just one game back in the AL West.
With as bad, and we talked last year how bad the start was. It wasn't as bad as last year, but with as bad as this season has started for this team, to know that everything is right there in front of them.
You think this is a bad start?
I just think that obviously the offense. I think from an offensive perspective, we had hired with the guys that we didn't expect Yiner, Jordan, Walker. Paredes has finally gotten it going, but the guys that we were thinking were going to be the staples of good hitting have been your worst hitters for the most part. And yet they still are only one game back. They're right there where they want to be.
It might be an indicator that they have a chance to be pretty good.
That's what I mean.
15 and 13, and their offense hasn't really done much.
You start getting those three guys alone kick-started with the kind of production, and like Jeremy Pena's been pretty damn good.
Astros would be a playoff team if the season ended today.
There you go.
They'd be the second wild card. Second wild card.
Let's go beat Detroit.
Why aren't we celebrating that? Why
Let's
are
go
we
beat Detroit
party
and make them
musicking?
2 in barbecue this
Yeah,
year.
second game of the series tonight. Gusto on the mound. And then game 3 tomorrow, 6:05 first
That
pitch.
TBD guy.
AJ Blue Ball, it looks like.
Yeah.
Looks like Blue Ball is going to get the start. H-Town Willhouse was saying it was going to be Lance McCullers.
Case
on
of the
3
blue ball
days
for
rest.
the Astros.
I think we're going to have to put H-Town Willhouse on the.
You just made the list.
Yeah, he's going to have to make the list for thinking
LMC,
McCullers is going to make his return on 3 days rest. Hate to do it to him. I like him. He's a good guy.
He might deserve
But,
to be there because of this Willie stuff.
What was the bad take?
What did you just say?
What was the bad
what
take?
there were several, but what did you just say after he hung up the phone?
I said Willie saw the game.
Yeah.
I don't think he did.
I think I did.
think he did.
No,
Oh,
I don't think.
he did.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
You're right. I don't think he did either.
That was an unnecessary shot.
It was.
I think you were fine.
That
up
one,
until that
I
point.
promise you, that one was actually a slip. All the other ones were not.
I see. I can't
All the
believe
other ones were
that.
not. All the other ones. I know you can't. Like
This is like Dray. It's like we can't give Draymond the benefit of the
I know.
doubt.
I know.
The 10th time
That's
he kicks
right. I
someone
know.
in the-
I know. You're right. You're right. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. But all the other ones were jokes. The last one was a slip.
But because
It
all
was.
the other ones were so egregious, like,
No.
yeah, I can't buy that.
No, I
last
played
one.
it off like I did it on intentionally.
You always
but,
do.
No, that one was a slip. But I mean, it doesn't make it any better that it was a
Get
slip.
better, Willie. We love you.
No, but Willie, we have a great relationship with Willie. It stinks that he's not feeling good. We need to we need to get you feeling better,
And
Willie.
that dose, my wife had it. That dose of pneumonia that was going around is severe.
Did he say double no?
Double pneumonia.
How do you get double pneumonia?
Both lungs.
Oh, really?
Pneumonia in both your
Oh
lungs.
man.
And COVID on top of it, he has.
Both eyes and now both lungs.
Oh, jeez.
That's rough. Let's get to the car wreck of the day.
You already know. Why should we? I mean, you just
713-780-3777.
basically won it, hands down.
I think we're living in it.
Car wreck of the day coming up next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Texture says, love me some Willie, quote unquote. Make that a drop. I do love Willie. Brandon T,
Always.
prayers for you, Willie. We do send Willie our prayers, and he knows where our hearts are coming from.
Always.
713-780-ESPN. I'm not saying that, Alex. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? Blankers?
You.
Come on.
I mean,
should we hear one of them?
Yeah, at least one of them.
All right,
Me
here-
making fun of people is a term of endearment. It shows that I love you.
well,
It's a
this-
sign of
this-
it's not. Yes, it's a sign of respect.
This last one, I don't know.
He was. It's true.
I'm surprised you didn't make a Braille joke while you're at it.
Because they do have the phones with the Braille buttons.
I don't see anything wrong with what I said.
You were surprised if you could find the numbers?
No, because
What
Willie
was your
calls
last
us all
one?
the time.
Are you watching the Astros tonight?
No, the last one was I didn't know what double pneumonia was. So I was like, dang, you got both lungs after he got both eyes.
No, the one before that when he was signing
That
off.
one, that one was an accident. Whenever I was segueing into watching the game, I was like, we know Willie was watching the game. Which that one was an accident because Willie does.
I
keep up
rest
with the
my
Astros.
case. There's way too many of them to
That
escape.
one was an accident. I know that my reputation precedes me and I can't get away with it, which is fair and it's true. But yes, we wish you well, Willie. Let us know whenever you do get better. 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. You nominated me. Do you have any others?
Yeah, the Miami Heat. That was just brutal basket. I mean, I flipped over and it was during a commercial break of the Astros game, and they were down 40 in the third quarter with like 3 minutes to go. And all of the Cleveland starters were sitting there like they were in a living room having drinks. They were all just like crossed legs, leaned back, going, "Yay, this is fun."
3-2-1 Cancun.
Yeah, that was
Pretty
atrocious. 138 to 83.
You're in Miami. You're close to a lot of
Yeah.
beachy destinations.
5 points.
And
At
then-
home.
Yeah, that's just embarrassing. And then Spoelstra even owned it where normally he tries to, and they were all owning it. And then Bam said, "I'm sure there's going to be a lot of changes because that silver-haired dude in the front office ain't going to accept this."
What was it? Derek Bell that went on Operation Shutdown during
Yes.
Astros. That's what it felt like last night. Miami Heat went on Operation Shutdown.
Yeah, they did. They had zero interest in playing that game.
Yep.
That's a good call. I have the Cleveland Browns signing Deontay Johnson.
That's right.
What a team. What a team they have going on there in Cleveland. Deontay Johnson, Deshaun Watson.
How is that not hard enough?
You got Dylan Gabriel and Shadur Sanders in the same quarterback room after Shadur Sanders was snubbed for Dylan Gabriel, after the owner made the Browns select Shadur Sanders. That is high drama. Do they have a chance to be on Hard Knocks?
I don't think
I thought they were recently on
because
Hard
they were
Knocks.
when they had when they drafted Baker Mayfield #1. The whole thing was
I think that's
Tyrod
been
Taylor
far
was
enough
big
ago, though.
brother.
I feel like they've been on since then.
No, I don't think so. I think the last time they were on was with Baker.
Yeah. Didn't know that. But yeah, Deontay Johnson. What do you got, Brian?
Well, quickly, I'll mention the Rockets free throw shooting in Jalen Green, but also one more from Jeremy.
That was the accident. I didn't mean that one. That was a slip. Do you guys not make fun of your friends? Like, what? Where do y'all live under rocks? And like, hey, you're the best. Like, what do y'all talk to your friends?
Of course I do, but I'm still
Is
gonna.
Willie your like?
Yes, Willie is a friend of the
What-
show.
what
He
about-
calls us all the time.
No. Is he your friend? Like, I make fun of my
Yes, Willie's a friend of the
friends,
show.
Like
He calls
guys
all the
I've
time.
known and established a relationship over a long period of time.
Willie and I have established a relationship over baseball and sports radio.
What do you think we're doing right
and he
now?
calls us
Jeremy?
all the time. This is the first time I made fun of Willie.
What do you think we're doing right now? Making fun of our friend
That's
who
a good
put his
point.
foot in his mouth.
Yeah, Blankers wouldn't call me a friend.
That's true.
I'm still working on
That's
that.
true.
I'm still
But
working on that.
then I don't have to buy him any gifts or tell him any happy birthday.
Car wreck of the day goes to Bozo Branham. Has to be Rockets free throws. Train wreck was Jalen Green's girlfriend sitting behind the Rockets bench. I didn't notice that.
I didn't know this.
429.25 is Branham car wreck of the day. Alex and Katie, I'd both say they were a Golden State reporter that was asking Draymond,
Ooh,
can
good
you
call.
believe Dylan
That's
Brooks?
a
That's
good
a good
call, but it
nomination.
can't
All right, what's
take
winning?
the top spot. You.
That's
It's you. It's
ridiculous.
Jeremy.
That's
It's
not a worthy winner. All right, that does it for us. He was Brian doing hard work. He's blank on Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Glenn Davis and Soccer Really Matters coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, we're off and running here tonight on Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. First of two shows this week on ESPN 97.5. We'll be on tomorrow again, and it's all brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. One thing we know on the radio, you cannot be monotone. You cannot be monotone. Have to have a little jump in your voice, some inflection once in a while, right? All right, your favorite rivalry, I'll take it tonight, 713-780-3776, streaming at ESPN975.com. Got a number of things to get to here tonight. Let me just get you up to date on what happened in the Champions League today for those who may not have been able to see it. It was at Arsenal. It was PSG and Arsenal, and PSG got a fourth-minute goal from Ousmane Dembele. And they get a 1-0 victory in the first leg. The second leg will be back in Paris. But that's a big win for them. And like I said about the Champions League, I think any of these four teams could potentially win it. But now Arteta and Arsenal are going to have to figure out how to get one over on Paris Saint-Germain back at their home in the second leg next week. Tomorrow we've got Barcelona and Inter Milan. A couple of things that are takeaways from the Champions League game today. First thing, pressing play from PSG caused Arsenal problems. They were pretty relentless with their pressure. They are also a team that scores first a lot. And that, to me, is one way to take control of the tactics. So the two things combined there, the relentless pressure, they get the first goal, and they've won a lot of games away, PSG. This team is better than anything that's come before him that had Neymar on it, that had Messi on it, and that had Mbappe on it. This is a more collective unit under Luis Enrique. And like I said, I think last week, after talking to a PSG fan outside Little Patagonia Empanadas, I am not surprised if they win it. I'm not surprised if any of these four teams win it. Maybe a little more Inter, but they could win this thing too. Barcelona's the most entertaining out of the four teams. I don't think there's any question. Donnarumma comes up with some very big saves for PSG in this one as well. Yeah, so there we go. Tomorrow we got another great game on tap. So let's get ready for that one. I got a non-soccer take, and then I'm going to take you into a couple of things here. But I want to tell you, we're going to talk some Liverpool in the next segment, winning the Premier League. We'll get a couple of the Liverpool supporters groups guys on. Our good friend Ian and Jan Christensen of Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. It's not just going to be a rah-rah. We're going to talk about how they got it done after Jurgen Klopp left. Got some thoughts on that. We're definitely going to talk some River Plate Boca Juniors. What's the biggest rivalry in the world to you? You tell me. 713-780-3776. And I don't even say biggest, because what's the biggest rivalry to you? And that's very personal, right? Might be the Dynamo Austin FC for all I know. I don't know. We just got one over on the Greenies. We'll also talk about that tonight. I'll also catch you up on the Pat Onstad press conference and much, much more here tonight. Things starting to shape up. I think it was a good press conference. There was a lot of information coming out of it. But I've got some insights that I think I have not heard from anybody else yet on the Dynamo that'll bring here tonight. So here's my non-soccer take, and then we'll get into something around the metrics of the professional game now. But my non-soccer take is kind of this. Thank goodness that this Shadur Sanders drama is over. And Brian's going to correct me if I go out of bounds here, because he's more on top of this than I, and that's producer Brian McDonald. But it's amazing how this guy has overshadowed the number one draft choice, Cam Ward. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. Cam Ward played 2 years at Incarnate Word in San Antonio.
I don't know if it was 2 years, but he played at Incarnate Word, and then he transferred to Washington State, and then transferred to Miami. Yeah.
But that's incredible. I think it was 2 years.
It might have been. He was a zero-star. I think he was zero-star group. He was not highly thought of coming out of high school.
It's an incredible story.
It is.
Incredible story. And when they interviewed him, he showed some really, to me, it was very heartfelt emotion. And A lot of respect, a lot of gratitude and respect. Those are two beautiful words that you really didn't get too much of from Shedeur Sanders. So while the media lapdog that whole story, I get it. This kid, I guess Cam Ward was overshadowed a little bit. I don't think he cares. With a young man whose focus was all over, it's no wonder he was taken off draft boards, right, Sanders?
Yeah, if you believe the reports, and Lance does a good job with this, and I believe what he tells me, but apparently, on the advice of his father, Deion Sanders, Shedeur only talked with 5 teams total.
Correct. I heard that too.
So
I heard that
now,
too.
there's 32 teams in the NFL. 27 teams don't have you on their draft board because they're not going to draft a guy that they didn't talk to, that they didn't get a measure of what type of man he is, what type of, how well he knows ball. So, I mean, obviously the draft board was severely limited. So once those teams already get their quarterbacks, and a lot of teams went other ways at that position, then you're pretty much free falling until someone decides to take a backup. But even that's a risky proposition, because who wants a backup that's going to cause a lot of controversy? And
That's what
hassle
I was going to say.
Yeah.
Who wants that circus? And I hear people sympathizing with the kid, and I say, well, yeah, you can sympathize with the kid, but the kid's model is his father, who is one hell of an athlete, but he's Showtime. That we're all the model of our fathers, if we're fortunate enough, number one, to have one. But he's no different. But I can assure you the Dynamo wouldn't have drafted him.
Well, it's always that thing. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it in sports. It's not unique to the NFL. I think it's across professional sports, even amateur sports. The more talented you are, the more you're able to get away with, right? Like if Shedeur was the talent that Deion was, he might have got away with more. But Shedeur was thought of as
close.
As an average prospect, and they're just not going to be putting up with nonsense if you're an average prospect.
All right, let's put that one to bed. Let's talk soccer. We're streaming at ESPN975.com, 713-780-3776. Thank you for that, Brian. That was good stuff. Podcast of the show, Spotify and Apple. All right. I want to get into a little bit of metrics, because I do want to remind people about how players are found, because we always, in Major League Soccer with the salary cap and all this. So let's do a little game on for 90 here, and let's talk a little bit about analytics and where they sit in soccer. All right, I'm on the clock here. Analytics have become huge in soccer. You know it, I know it. There's a basic model in identifying, dissecting, understanding, and then carrying a player through acquisition using statistical models and all kinds of metrics. So here's the basic way it works for us. And this is basic, okay? Very basic. But a lot of this is true for many. And the model developed out of the Oakland A's was called Moneyball. Everybody knows that. Everyone uses analytics in some form or fashion. Brentford was way ahead of it in England. Jeff Lunau, okay, who's been on this show, he used it with the Astros, and he does it with Leganes in Spain as well. Okay? This is a simplified version as how I see it. 1, you identify a player through your network as a club. 2, you do a metrics dive on the player. It's expected goals, assists, defensive actions, progressive passes, receptions, pressures, all of that. That's why when you heard the Dynamo sign Ezekiel Ponce, you heard Ben Olsen very quickly talking about, he's a great in pressing and pressures and all that. That's a lot of what they want out of a center forward now. They didn't go directly to scoring goals. And by the way, the people studying metrics sometimes and pulling this information don't even have a soccer background. Number 3, if you like data now and you've liked the data that you found in the metrics, then you go on and you get your scouts are now a little bit more involved. You want to see him live. You want to talk to the player, and you want to watch him and look for a player based on performance that may be undiscovered, maybe from a country like Eastern Europe, Scandinavia, lower leagues in South America, or some of the bigger ones, because there's good buys there. Then the agent, the club, negotiation, this all comes in. You want to buy low, you want to sell high, just like the stock market. And then you utilize your second team, which you see the Dynamo doing here in Houston. But then the other big piece is the psychological side of it and understanding the character of the player and where he is. And a lot of times these better players from a creative standpoint are very eccentric. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that type of player. So you got to believe in the person psychologically. And is he a fit for your system, your game model? And that's why you hear, like with Ezekiel Ponce, his ability to press and pressure and do other things outside of scoring goals is very important. The wants positionally of managers in the modern game has changed and is unique to the game model or in, the tactics that they want to employ. I'm still a big believer in the eye test. I'm a believer in the gut feeling. That all comes into play. And in the end, some are going to be better than others at doing this and at assessing players and bringing them in. You're going to hit, you're going to miss, but the trick is to hit more, especially on big money spends in MLS. And big money spends in MLS, quite frankly, they are the difference in winning games. And the Dynamo DP right now, Andre Linger, is doing that. And that is game on for 90. All right. All right. I mentioned Andre Linger, so I'm going to go to a phone call, I think, here, Brian. I think TM wants to talk about Linger substitution issue. I'm not sure what that is. All right. Talk to me, TM.
Hey, Glenn. A question about the Linger Kowalczyk substitution Saturday night. Linger went off the field. Kowalczyk never came on, and the Dynamo were playing shorthanded. And I know everyone in my section were kind of up in arms. Nobody could figure out what was going on, and maybe you have some insight as to what happened there.
Wait, Linger went off the field after injury? Is that what happened?
No, during the substitution.
Oh, the substitution?
So Linger came off. Kowalczyk never went on the field, and the Dynamo were playing short for.
They're playing with 10 minutes.
I don't know, a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Okay.
I did see a little confusion down there. I don't know what happened, but I did see that people were up in arms about it. But I think the bigger thing is that Linger has scored in 2 straight games and is living up to the DP model. I don't believe, Tim, that he's going to end up being a wide guy for the Houston Dynamo. I don't think that's what he signed up for. I think he did that for what the coach wants. I think once you get Quinones and Anale back in a good place, I think Andre Linger from the Czech Republic what is his strength? His strength is he's a good finisher. I think we've seen that in 2 games. He had 1 chance and got in and around the box, picked off a bad ball from Owen Wolf, and just instinctually knocked it back in the net. And that was the second goal. 2 multi-goal games in a row for the Houston Dynamo. That's a pro. But I think he's going to be ultimately behind Ponce because you don't want him going box to box, ultimately. Why? Why do you want him defending in your own third of the field? You want your best finisher around a penalty area as much as possible. He can do the defensive work from a central position behind Ponce. But you want him around the goal to pick up scraps, second balls, deflections, rebounds. He's a finisher. And he'll work hard for you when the ball's lost from there to help push the play in either direction and apply pressure. But I don't think he's long for being out wide. He may be another game or 2, but I don't see him there. But I like his energy. I don't know what you think. All right, Tim?
Oh, yeah. No, it's especially the Colorado game. I mean, I think he only touched the ball 3 times. He scored on one of them. So, I mean, that kind of talks. But, he was doing a lot of running against Austin.
Well, because he had to go box to box, and he was helping defend Bukhari, the Ghanaian, with Franco Escobar. But like I said, I mean, he's your designated player. You didn't bring him here to run back and do all that defending. You brought him here to be a guy that scores goals, creates space for Ponce, and that means you want him around a penalty area. So that's why I think this was a stopgap measure by Ben Olsen. But I think this is just my judgment that you're going to see him behind Ponce at some point and put him in the best place where he can produce for you. Now, that means others are going to lose playing time, whether it's Kowalczyk, as we already saw, Bassi. What's going to happen with Bassi and Kowalczyk when these wingers come back? I mean, there's a lot of good champagne problems going on here.
I think a Linger could be the new version of Di Rosario, who played behind Ching.
Oh, I like that reference, Tim. That's a good one. Yeah, powering from behind. Picking up scraps. I mean, Dwayne De Rosario, I don't think ever gets to know. Honestly, he was the he was the straw that stirred the drink in Houston always, I thought without that threat and element out of midfield, he had the threat to shoot from long range. He had the threat to pick up a ball and run into defense. He could beat people off the dribble. He was a perfect complement to that winger-based system and a great center forward in Brian Ching. Tim, thank you so much for the call. Great reference there.
Hey, no problem. Thanks, Glenn.
Appreciate that from Tim. Good stuff from Tim. Yeah, I saw some mix-up around the sideline about the substitution. Didn't cost anybody in the end. We're going to let that one alone. All right, let's go to Barcelona, Real Madrid. 8th minute, Pedri. This is all about Lamine Yamal. By the way, Lamine Yamal right now, you tell me, he is the heir apparent to being the next Messi in the world's game. Lamine Yamal of Barcelona draws 4 guys, sets up Pedri. Here's the goal, number 1 for Barca. By the way, there were a lot of bodies in front of Pedri that he had to bend that ball around. That was a fantastic goal. That made it 1-0. Mbappe then comes off the bench, draws a free kick, takes it, and here's what happens. Well, it was a story. And it was, part of the story was a lousy wall, and that was not very well set up to defend that free kick by Barcelona. So now we're 1-1. They get another goal off again. This is off a corner, so Real Madrid takes a 2-1 lead. Tchouaméni, 2-1. But there's always Ferran Torres. This is a spectacular ball hit by Lamine Yamal. It's his second assist. It's a ball that, people are complaining about the goalkeeper making an error. Courtois coming off his line, but he doesn't make an error unless you hit a ball that puts him into two minds where he has to make a decision. This ball is dropped in the perfect place around the 18. It forces a goalkeeper to come racing off his line, and Torres taps it around him. Still has a lot to do and hit an empty net. Well, it's only a problem if you were Real Madrid. It wasn't a problem if you were Barcelona, because it sets up a defender cutting out a bad diagonal ball here from all people, Luka Modric, the amazing player for Real Madrid. Just goes to show you the greats even make mistakes. He hits kind of a flat ball that is across kind of the box. Koundé steps in and buries it. And they are the Copa del Rey winners. And that is that. And it's been a rough year for Real Madrid. They wanted that trophy. All right, these guys, courtesy of Cactus Music. The name of this band is Bad Company. Finally getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Paul Rodgers, the singer.
Just now? I would assume they were already in.
Listen. Steppenwolf isn't in. Iron Maiden isn't in. All these. Steppenwolf wrote the song "Born to Be Wild." Is there a more rock and roll song than that you hear on commercials?
American Woman too. That was a great song.
Oh, that's the Guess Who.
American Woman.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I thought that was Steppenwolf.
That's okay. No, Steppenwolf did Magic Carpet Ride.
That's what I'm thinking of.
That's
okay.
what you're thinking of. But they did a lot of other great songs other than that. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's kind of a joke, but they got it right here with this one. There's no question about that. Paul Rodgers' voice is really kind of held up. All right, couple of things here when we hit break. Do you like beach soccer? Save the date, May 10th. Third Coast Volleyball Complex, 5652 Forney. It's 4-against-4 beach soccer. There's youth, adult divisions. We're going to register your team roster of 8 right here at inlandsandsoccer.com. Inlandsandsoccer.com. Promo Soccer Matters. Get 25 off the registration. This is something different, I think, for youth players and adults. Put your youth team together and step back, parents. Let them play on the sand and have a great time. They can do different things there, have fun, attempt a bicycle kick. You adults can have a nice cold beer, maybe a cocktail. InlandSandSoccer.com. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations in Houston. It's the best in Greek food. In fact, I ate there today. Had a chicken gyro, incredible, always fresh. It's an institution. Our great friend Dimitri and his family, legendary in Houston. All the Greek favorites, souvlaki, gyro, lamb shank, amazing soups, pastries. 3 locations. I-10 in the Beltway near Katy. The new Woodlands location. They had a ribbon cutting up there. That's amazing. And the original in Montrose, which is my favorite. So get out to Nico's Greek and American Cafe. And the last thing we hit here is a reminder here. We have the first time ever the Gold Cup final in Houston. If you want to get in line for tickets, lsse.net. It's July 6th. First time ever we've hosted the Gold Cup final. It's another feather in the cap of the amazing international soccer we've had at Energy Stadium. Just another feather in the cap. It's the Gold Cup. It's the Gold Cup final. Could very well be U.S., Mexico. Who knows? It comes to Houston here on July 6th. lsse.net for tickets and information. And this is all ahead of World Cup 2026.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
And as always, a big thank you to John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com. John and his firm, personal injury attorneys. They are our presenting sponsors of this show for so many years, getting us on the air and providing us the opportunity to talk soccer. So a big thank you to John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, so heavily involved in the airwaves of soccer talk is John and his firm. And you get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, you want the best. Nobody wants to be in an accident, but it is the Daspit Law Firm. Daspitlaw.com, 713-CALL now. Word here from one of our newest sponsors, and we will be having a live show on the second Tuesday of May back out there. It'll be our third one. I think we're going to have, it's not confirmed yet, but we may have Dynamo President of Soccer Operations, Pat Onstad. We're working on that. Senate Avenue Brewery. It's a small batch brewery and kitchen, handcrafted beer, no mass production there. They've won all kinds of beer awards, 2 U.S. Open Beer Championship medals, 3 Texas Craft Brewers Cup medals. The great thing about this place and Andrew Mitchum and his staff is that this beer is all made fresh there. So you're not getting it anywhere else. It's right there. It's fresh. Copper Ale is my favorite. We are developing, maybe, I think, a Soccer Matters beer. It's going to be interesting to see what that'll be. 7 big screens in the tap room. Andrew's a big soccer fan, Dynamo season ticket holder. Senate Avenue Brewery. Take 290 to the Senate Avenue exit. Go north 1 block. It's 16,000 Dillard. Burgers, wings, fish, chips, pizza. Beautiful outdoor patio area. You can bring your dogs. And it's one of the great Houston football watching venues. 7 monitors in there, fish and chips on Friday. And it's got just a great open feel about it. You know, sometimes you go in, you want the dark, dingy pub. No, this is really open, very family friendly, and an exceptional place. It's Senate Avenue Brewery. And seriously, really, really happy to be working with Andrew and the professionalism of Senate Avenue Brewery and Brewing up in Jersey Village. And of course, we couldn't do this segment with our good friend Ian Veary and Jan Christensen of Danish Inspirations Modern Contemporary Furniture without mentioning Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. That's the home of the Liverpool Supporters Group. Whiskey, beer offerings, amazing pub food, bangers and mash, shepherd's pie and on. Dave, Goose, Peter, all great guys out there. And that has been the home of Houston LFC. And these 2 guys are members of it. We bring in now both Ian Veary and Jan Christensen. Welcome in, guys.
Hey, Glenn.
All right, I'm going to traffic cop this a little bit since we got you guys both on the line. So let's first, I'm going to just get you rolling on this, Ian. Second Premier League title for Liverpool. They had 18 pre-Premier League titles before. It's 20 now. It equals Manchester United. Let's just get some initial thoughts from you. I know it was a great day out at Hugh O'Connor's Pub with all the Liverpool fan supporters.
Oh, it was magic. It was rocking. It was a really, really great day, and the boys played well. It's been a little bit of a while coming. There's been lots of games waiting. Oh, we only need these points, these points, these points. As Arna said before the game, we still need 1 point. And the boys showed up and played well.
Yeah, gave up an early goal, went on to win this. This was a different Premier League title win because they were able to do it in front of the fans. And, it was a much different one a couple years back when COVID was going on.
Yeah, it definitely was. And just seeing the stadium, a couple of the guys from the club were there for the match and were sending us back some really awesome pictures because just around the stadium as well, it was just a sea of red. And, of course, inside, just absolutely amazing. And, of course, with the expanded capacity now, over 62,000 people got to enjoy that with the team on Sunday.
All right, let me move it over to Jan Christensen of Danish Inspirations Modern Contemporary Furniture. Jan, Mo Salah has 28 goals and 18 assists. And there was a point where Liverpool – people were really worried he might be leaving, and he just signed a new deal, I think, or is going to get offered a new deal. Just speak to singularly the season that man put together.
Yeah, Mo Salah has signed a new deal. That is official, Glenn. And in my judgment, he's one of the best attacking players we've ever seen in the game. And I think a big thing for him this year was on a slot that gave him a little more freedom, or telling him, don't be so defensive. You've got to play offense. You don't have to go back. Actually, on Salah's own request, I don't want to spend too much energy going back. I want to spend my energy up front. And I think that really meant a difference for him this year. And I mean, the guy is still a phenomenal player, and hopefully he will be for another 2 years. But I also still believe that Liverpool needs to repeat this next year. We need a number 9 or another attacker that can score goals when he's in a little slump, which we all know will happen to the best players, even.
Yeah, and they got the resources to do it. They'll have resources for next year.
There's money to do it, and I still want to say that Arne Slot, of course, is a big part of this as well. But of course, Jurgen Klopp laid the foundation, and I think the 5 players, Alisson, Van Dijk, McAllister, Gravenberch, and Salah, was absolutely the main instruments in this championship here.
Okay, and and let me move it back now because I want to bounce it back and forth. I'm coming back to you in a second. That's Jan Christensen, Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. We're talking Liverpool winning the Premier League. Let me go back to Ian Veering now. And Ian, listen, to have to replace Jurgen Klopp and step into that environment for a guy that is so beloved. Arne Slot won his first 3 games and didn't give up any goals in those games with Liverpool. I have to think getting off to that good start tempered maybe some of the nerves and the fact that Jurgen Klopp had moved on.
Definitely. I think, those first 3 games, but that little tweak in the formation that he made, and he changed them from sort of high heavy metal gegenpress to the 4-2-3-1 instead of the sort of out and out 4-3-3. It really did settle them down, and that allowed Ryan to just have an amazing season in the 6th role, and just incredible, really. It gave Salah, and like Jan just said, Salah didn't have to defend as much. I mean, Trent and Andy weren't bombing up quite as much either. It was much more controlled, but when they did go forward, they went forward quickly and with precision and power, just like they used to do under Jurgen. But just that couple of tweaks to the way that Liverpool play, I think, has paid massive dividends. They've run less this year. There's been less sprints, less ground covered, but they've actually controlled the games a lot more, I think, and have won games 1-0, which was pretty unheard of when Jurgen was there, because we were always 4-3 or 4-2 or something like that.
Yeah, let me just say, I want to remind people who Ryan is. That's Ryan Gravenberch. He was repurposed.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
No, that's okay. He was repurposed as a holding midfielder, ball winner, possession, carried the ball. I think he's the top guy in the Premier League when it comes to interceptions and, cutting off passing lanes and everything. So this was a big part of the whole thing. Mo Salah was a big part of the whole thing. Jan, they also found periods where it looked like Liverpool grinded out results, found other ways to win games maybe.
Yeah, they did, and as Ian just said on the Jurgen, we just continue attacking, even we got behind and we scored maybe, instead of winning 1-0, win 4-3, but it was much more controlled, and the defense was, Van Dijk was a little more in control of the defense and a little more conservative, I would call it, than under Jurgen, and I think that won a few games, and of course having the world's best goalkeeper doesn't hurt at all either, So and I think what you just said for Gravenberch, I think an interesting thing, Arne Slot, as you all know, of course, is Dutch, and Gravenberch is Dutch, Van Dijk is Dutch, and Gakpo is Dutch, and I think sometimes the same national, they get more out of the players for some reason where they can maybe communicate with them a little better than other people can. And I really think they got the main thing out of Gravenberch. He became a much better player and much more confident on the slot.
Yeah, I would agree with you. The culture, the work rate of this team, outstanding. I think Ian brought out a great point of some of the subtle switches. Ian, I take it back to you after Yan, and I just say, well, those subtle switches may have been good, as was mentioned by I think Yan, with Mo Salah and also with Virgil van Dijk. Maybe this style of football now fits guys that are getting a little bit older.
Yeah, I think it does. And I think Mo said it himself in all the euphoria at the end. He said, you know, he's definitely feeling more comfortable right now than he had for a little while. And look at the numbers he's putting up. I mean, he's definitely not the Mo Salah that he was 2 seasons ago, blowing past defenders and cutting in. He's still doing it, but not with quite as much further. He's definitely, I think, lost the step there, but he's being used much more subtly. And I think also where they've put Szoboszlai in sort of the centre, sort of at the front there, behind, in front of Gravenberch, has really helped, because he's not Firmino, but he's kind of played Firmino-esque in some of the games, even though we've sometimes had someone in front of him as well, although he has played as the 9 in a couple of games. So those little changes have really paid off. And
beautiful.
Like Jan said, I mean, Gakpo as well has had a phenomenal season this year, I think. And he said,
but all these things you're bringing up, like we throw this into the soup that makes a championship team. What about Kelleher when he backed up, the goalkeeping position? I mean, big, right?
Amazing. I mean, I actually think we should keep him. I'm a little disappointed. I'll be totally honest in how he's been treated. He has been absolutely phenomenal for Liverpool. Pretty much every time he's put the gloves on, apart from against Newcastle, when he didn't come for that ball and he let it go over his head and we tied the game 3-3. Other than that, he has been spectacular.
Let me just jump in here real fast. By the way, Mo Salah, 58% of the goal contributions. He's been involved with 58% of the goals. Jan Arnslot paid tribute to Jurgen Klopp after this thing. I thought that was just such a classy move after they won it. He got the whole stadium singing about Jurgen Klopp.
Yeah, and I think Jurgen actually laid the fundament for that, because when Jurgen entered, he asked them to sing Arne Slot, and he was really accepting and wanted them to accept Arne Slot. I think that was a big, and I don't think Arne Slot ever forgot that he did that, and I think he has been. Again, Jurgen laid the foundation with all the players, and now it's going to be interesting to see. Because as you know, Glenn, there's going to be pressure on Arne now, because we will need to repeat. How do we repeat? Pepe did it 4 years in a row. Can we do the same thing? And that's going to be a lot of pressure now. But I really think that Jurgen laid the foundation by saying to the audience, "You sing Arne Slot's name now. I'm out of here." So and I think I followed Arne Slot at Feyenoord too, and as a coach, he is extremely, of course, he's an extremely offensive coach, but also as controlling the ball in the defense, and I just think he's an excellent coach. And not only that, he has a great connection. What I hear with the players.
Well, the turnover, the handoff of the Klopp to Slot couldn't have gone any better. Okay, because that's not the way it always works. All you got to do is look at that's right. Manchester United was the example I was going to bring up as well. But listen, guys, we got to hit a break. Jan Christensen, Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture, a great sponsor of this show. You want the best in modern contemporary furniture, you get out to see Ian Veery. Great friends of mine, both these two guys. And, of course, Ian with Houston LFC and, of course, a big part of our soccer community. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on. Enjoy the Liverpool win.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Glenn. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it was great stuff there from both Jan and Ian. We appreciate that very much. Okay, want to remind you of a couple of things. CONCACAF Gold Cup Final, July 6th. You visit lsse.net now. Join the Gold Cup Final wait list. You can be the first to know about tickets when they become available for pre-sale. You can get suites over there, luxury private suites, VIP parking options, delicious food. personal attendance and more. If you want to go that route, you can go the party route too, with the large shared premium options and suites. But if you want the hassle-free experience and peace of mind, arrive at Energy Stadium you can purchase your parking ahead of time. So you can get really ahead of all of this. Just go to lsse.net, lsse.net. And remember, this is going to be packed. It's going to be the Gold Cup final. There's a very good chance Mexico, the U.S., Canada, Panama, they're probably the favorites. The U.S. better get there. I mean, this could be a pivotal final on July 6th when we're looking out at the World Cup in 2026 going, okay, this was a good tournament for the U.S. or it wasn't, or it was a good tournament for Mexico or it wasn't. July 6th, Gold Cup final, Energy Stadium. We make more history with international soccer there. And the last thing I want to tell you before we hit the break, of course, it's pretty simple. T-shirts and hat by LamontBrands.com. Jerry and Mel Lamont, former Marines, are great guys. Get down there for all your printing needs. LamontBrands.com. That's where you get your Soccer Matters hats and T-shirts. LamontBrands.com. And we'll take a break. Don't forget, Inland Beach Soccer Tournament is coming up May 10th.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters here. A quick word here for Senate Avenue Brewing. Small Batch Brewery and Kitchen. We talked about this. We do live shows there every month. You take 290 to Senate Avenue exit, go north one block. It's 16,000 Dillard. Really comfortable atmosphere, dog-friendly patio, fantastic food. They have a thing called Steak and Stein. You fill your stein for $20 on Thursdays. Great venue, 7 monitors, really, really fun place to go. Dog-friendly patio. Andrew Mitchum is their owner. He's a huge soccer fan. Again, it's Senate Avenue Brewing, 16,000 Dillard. Just take 290 north if you're coming from the Heights or any of that area. It's not far. 290 to Senate Avenue. Take a Senate Avenue exit, go north one block, and you are there. And that is Senate Avenue Brewing.
And if I can mention, both the Paul Gallant Show and the Killer Bees will also be out there.
Oh, that's right. We're going all day.
That's right.
Brian, thank you.
12 to 8.
This is why you are the premier producer.
Thank you.
You have just caught me in the safety net. Yeah, so give us the schedule again. We're going all day up there.
Yeah, 12 to 8. What was the date on the broadcast again?
I think it's the second Tuesday in May, which I don't have a calendar here. I'm not even looking that far.
Well, while you're okay, I can look that up while I'm talking about it. But yeah, we'll be out there from 12 to 8. Starting with the Paul Gallant Show from 12 to 3, then the Killer Bees 3 to 6, and then Soccer Matters 6 to 8.
Soccer Matters could be very fun that night because if I go out there early for Paul's show and Killer Bees,
13th,
there's a good chance that could be a very loose show that night.
You're saying you might have a few of these Soccer Matters loggers or whatever?
Well, I don't think Andrew's created that one yet.
Okay, all right. You have a name?
There is the Copper Ale, though.
Do you have a name for your soon-to-be?
No, I have to go through him. He's the boss.
Okay,
so
all right.
I got to go through him, but I'm interested to know what's going to be in it. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters. That's going to be a great day. Hope people are out there hanging out for all the shows. By the way, this is the legendary Lemmy Motorhead doing a version of Sympathy for the Devil by the Rolling Stones. All right, welcome back. Let's get into here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do more of the River Plate Boca Junior talk tomorrow night because we're back here at 6 o'clock Central Time. I've also got Eric Sviatchenko joining the show tomorrow night. I want to hit Houston Dynamo here right now. So let's get into the Dynamo here a bit before we talk. By the way, there was a 17-year-old we're going to talk about tomorrow night. A lot of you maybe already know of that hit a ridiculous free kick for River Plate. Sebastian Driussi of Austin FC also scored in that game as well. So pretty amazing atmosphere. One of the best in the world. 713-780-3776. If you want to talk to me about what you believe are the great rivalry matches of the world and which one means the most to you. 713-780-3776. There was close to 90,000 people in the legendary Monumental Stadium, which the 98 World Cup was won by Argentina there with 78 World Cup. What am I saying? With Mario Kempes scoring goals there. Very interesting World Cup. And we will have 7 games here, right here in Houston, 2026. All right, Dynamo, this game could have been a different game if not for the save by Jonathan Bond here. Now, this is a long, direct, vertical ball. It's not dealt with good by the Dynamo. Question to me is whether Bond can come off his line and get there or whether the center backs can get ahead on this. But it's a long diagonal, and it almost creates the first goal of the game for Austin FC.
Fatak, it's a long direct ball. Azuni's in there. He brings it down. Oh, what a save, Bond. Still Austin FC. Still trying to get a shot off. It's a big scramble here. Unbelievable piece of skill from Azuni. Took it out of the sky. Bond makes a save, and all of a sudden this game's lit up a little bit.
All right, 0-0 at halftime. On to the halftime. First goal of this game is scored by Andre Linger. Now, it's his first ever start for Houston. He's already scored off the bench to get you a draw against Colorado. This guy looks the part as a finisher. We had him on the show last week. Excellent interview, Andre. Really like his personality. Very affable guy. This guy gives it all on the field. Now, he started in a wide role in this game, the Aliou role and that wider role. But Griffin Dorsey deserves a lot of credit here because he drove the ball forward a lot for the Dynamo. Yeah, he gave it away on occasion, but he drove the ball forward, gets into the box here on a reception after a ball played to him, takes contact. And with that contact, Dynamo fans are yelling for a penalty. Austin players you see just take a deep breath and kind of relax. And then Wolf hits a terrible pass towards Linger, and Linger takes his off the chest here and does a rest.
Over the top here, it's Dorsey. Dorsey trying to get in, shoulder to shoulder. Dynamo fans want a penalty. It's still here. It's Linger. Yes! He's done it again. Andre Linger is 2 for 2 in appearances and goals. And the Houston Dynamo take a 1-0 lead over Austin FC. There'll be no clean sheet here tonight.
That is for Austin FC. The Dynamo did pick up the clean sheet. All right, now this was important, I think, here. It's a second goal. It's 2 multi-goal games in a row. The Dynamo hadn't scored 2 goals in a game all year up until the Colorado game, which came very late, and now they did it again here because of Linger. But we get a goal in transition, which we don't get a lot of transition goals. And we don't get a lot of good looks for Ponce in transition. This was one of the best looks he's ever had as a Houston Dynamo because he pulled off as Griffin Dorsey ran at the heart of their defense. Austin FC's overcommitted. And Ponce's probably going, man, I want more of these types of chances.
Dorsey, McGlynn to his right. Get out of his way, Kowalczyk. He gets it to Ponce. Yes, it is. There's a second. That's transition football at its best. And the Argentine designated player, Ezequiel Ponce, hugs his family, gives the Dynamo a second here tonight. And it is 2-0 in the 79th minute.
Okay, so the Dynamo now have 10 points. If you don't win that game at home, there's a nervous tension around. Now that you've won that game and some things are crystallizing. You saw Linger punish a mistake. The Dynamo have not been able to punish mistakes over the years to the extent I think they should. You saw an instance or two, a couple instances, albeit an overcommitted Austin FC, but you saw some transitional moments that, including one that led to a goal we just played there. You have a long-range threat now with Jack McGlynn. Now, the transition game and the long-range threat were not there before. If you can get back Anali and Quinones and some dribblers, you're going to be addressing a lot of areas in attack that this team has not had. And the team could change, and it will change and be a lot different going forward. So with Linger, you get a guy that's good in the air. He's good in the